Hey guys, my name is Impetuous Panda.
My name is Miguel, even though I'm also known as Mogwai.
You know me with Mogwai. We're kind of the European duo over there.
Hey, I'm Julian Patriotime Carr.
My name is David Turley. I'm known to the internet as Freak.
I do believe Europe is the strongest region.
It's the Americas overall, as well as Oceania.
Southeast Asia and Asia in particular.
Every single player here absolutely deserves to be here.
America and Asia. Not trash talking here, but just saying that I think they're going to have to, they're going to have to put in the work.
In general across the regions, and especially from Southeast Asia, Asia, the amount of diversity in the metagame's pretty awesome.
The metagames almost always evolve differently in different regions.
I see a lot of innovation from Asia. I think they're very creative over there, and they have amazing players there as well.
Even from the meta perspective, it's always been a little bit different to Europe and to North America, and they play different things, they test different things.
Lots of these players qualified with some pretty wild decks.
When you compare the Americas to sort of Europe in general, that even though these players all came from 4 different countries as well, their lineups are so similar.
So looking at the EU participants, we have 5 players that are all very big names. In this case, not really any surprises.
I think they have a player base that is the most efficient at figuring out the meta and essentially finding the best lineup.
It definitely seems like in any given social circle, people have kind of congealed on roughly one strong set of lineups, or like one strong set of decks.
I would say if there's one simple way to define how each meta looks like in every region is, I see a lot of creativity in Asia, I see a lot of diversity in North America, and I see a lot of refinement from Europe.
There's no amount of luck or chance in the world that could get you a spot in Worlds. It's 100% just skill and dedication.
That's the most exciting thing about this tournament for me. Just the fact that we're finally going to see all these amazing names added together, and there's no walls in between, and it's just, we're going to see who the best player actually is in the world, and that's super hype.
summer sun. It's the feeling, yeah, it's the feeling. We know all ain't gonna change, and we know the stars will never fade. We'll never walk away, make this our real life, just you and me, right where I want to be. Right where I want to be. Never letting go, never letting go. 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 Oh, watching the world go by under the moonlit sky. It's the feeling, yeah, it's the feeling. Sun-kissed and having fun, ocean to summer sun. It's the feeling, yeah, it's the feeling. We know all ain't gonna change, and we know the stars will never fade. We'll never walk away, make this our real life, just you and me, right where I want to be. Right where I want to be. Never letting go, never letting go. Never letting go, never letting go. Never letting go, never letting go. Never letting go, never
Hey guys, my name is Impetuous Panda.
My name is Miguel, even though I'm also known as Mogwai.
You know me with Mogwai. We're kind of the European duo over there.
Hey, I'm Julian Patriotem Carr.
My name is David Turley. I'm known to the internet as Freak.
I do believe Europe is the strongest region.
It's the Americas overall, as well as Oceania.
Southeast Asia and Asia in particular.
Every single player here absolutely deserves to be here.
America and Asia, not trash talking here, but just saying that I think they're gonna have to, they're gonna have to put in the work.
In general across the regions, and especially from Southeast Asia, Asia, the amount of diversity in the metagame's pretty awesome.
The metagames almost always evolve differently in different regions.
I see a lot of innovation from Asia. I think they're very creative over there, and they have amazing players there as well.
Even from the meta perspective, it's always been a little bit different to Europe and to North America, and they play different things, they test different things.
Lots of these players qualified with some pretty wild decks.
When you compare the Americas to sort of Europe in general, that even though these players all came from 4 different countries as well, their lineups are so similar.
So looking at the EU participants, we have 5 players that are all very big names. In this case, not really any surprises.
I think they have a player base that is the most efficient at figuring out the meta and essentially finding the best lineup.
It definitely seems like in any given social circle, people have kind of congealed on roughly one strong set of lineups, or like one strong set of decks.
I would say if there's one simple way to define how each meta looks like in every region is, I see a lot of creativity in Asia, I see a lot of diversity in North America, and I see a lot of refinement from Europe.
There's no amount of luck or chance in the world that could get you a spot in Worlds. It's 100% just skill and dedication.
That's the most exciting thing about this tournament for me. Just the fact that we're finally going to see all these amazing names added together, and there's no walls in between, and it's just, we're going to see who the best player actually is in the world, and that's super hype.
Players have been competing to be the best in their region. The top 16 have made it into the World Championship, in which they'll compete for the title of Legends of Runeterra World Champion. Those top 16 competitors from all over the world are going to battle it out for a piece of the $200,000 prize pool and a shot at becoming the Legends of Runeterra World Champion. The wait is over and the competitors are ready. So stay tuned here with us so you can be the first to find out who becomes the Legends of Runeterra World Champion. Hello everybody and welcome to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. My name is Nekra. I'm going to be your host for this weekend, but I am not alone. We have this incredible team of expert casters that are going to be bringing you through all of the action, and we're going to see them throughout the day. So let's go ahead and welcome them in so they can introduce themselves to you. Casanova, why don't you start?
Hey everybody, I'm Casanova. I'm excited to be back for day 2. I decided, when I used to be a pro, I was a bit superstitious about things. Red suit, 3 for 3 of the Americas made it to the top 8. Red suit again. Let's see if we can make it 6 for 6.
And I'm ready for a beautiful day of beautiful plays. I'm Amy the Amazonian, and I'm so excited for day 2 of Worlds.
Hello everyone, my name is Skarzig. I'm really happy to be back here for day 2. I think the first day we had some incredibly hype moments, but they were based around some tried and true decks. Day 2, opening things up for some spicier inclusion. Super excited for it.
Hello everyone, I'm Mogwai. I definitely agree with that. There is some spice today, and I'm very excited to see how the European players perform today. But I'm also rooting for Brazil. I do have a Brazilian flag in the back. I'm very international, actually, especially after NA's results yesterday.
And the Spaniard got through.
I root for
sliding
everybody. I've always been there. So yeah, really excited.
Hello guys, I'm Impetuous Panda, and talking about Americas, we have a Spanish-speaking American player from Chile, Cello, today, so I think we have some common ground there at least, but also some fan favorites from Europe. We have Alan and Shihu with 2 very spicy lineups, very spicy decks, so very excited for those matches.
I'm Freak. I'm just here to pressure Majin Bay into making it 3 for 3 from the US into the top 8. So just here to represent my country, and nothing else matters, obviously.
Hey guys, my name is Sean Hugenard, but I'm known on the internet as Swimothy Strimothy. And yeah, I mean, I just gotta say, it's it's funny how, you know, Mogwai and Panda, the two European casters, after all the, you know, the confidence yesterday, they're kind of like switching sides into the you know, South American after seeing the performance. But today's a new day, and we're gonna see a lot of players. I can't wait to see how everyone performs.
Day 1 was awesome, and day 2 is going to be even better. We're going to see all of you just a little bit later, but we're sticking around with Cass and Amy to take over this match number 1 and talk about the format and the prizing in case you missed it all yesterday. So let's go ahead and talk about the format. We are in day 2 of the World Championship. We already sent 4 players to the final bracket that we will see on day 3. But it's time to cover groups C and D today. We're going to have more incredible players, excellent matches ahead. And Amy, why don't you talk a little bit more about how the format's going to work?
Of course. So if you were watching yesterday, the format today is going to be very similar, but with a different group of players. This is a round-robin format, which means that every person in each group plays against each other. In Group C, we've got Alan, Yamato, Cello, and Ragnarosich. And in Group D, we have Shihu, Odyssey, Kevin, and Majin Bay. It's going to be a great series of games. We've got 12 games total today, and whoever is in the top 2 from each group makes it into the top 8.
Yeah, we're going to have 4 more players joining that top 8 for today. They will then play a single elimination best of 3 bracket to determine our very first world champion. I mean, I can't wait to see who is going to join Cosimo and the rest of the crew from yesterday. You know, What Am I making it in, Real Key making it in, Aikado, all the Americas players in the Spaniard Cosimo. We're going to see who's going to join that crew in the debate.
So excited to get into the action, but that's not all that the players are vying for that single elimination bracket to see who the world champion is. There's a lot of prizing. We have $200,000 for all 16 players, everybody going home with something, but the world champion taking home $40,000. And let's go ahead and bring in that trophy. There's also a trophy that the world champion's going to be taking home, and it looks phenomenal. I know this is going to be a special take home for one of these players, but make sure you also tune in today and tomorrow to get some exclusive drops. You can get a card back and a player icon from watching the action today, and watching the finals, there is an exclusive fist bump emote. And we've got a lot of incredible action today. I mean, like, Cass, what are you thinking about what we're going to see today?
Well, we are here for spice. Yesterday was a little bit more vanilla, but today we've got a lot of crazy deck lists. There's the Darkness, there's a Heimerdinger, there's some Shell Folk. It's going to be all over the place. It's going to be wild. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be so much fun.
I'm so excited for the different decks that we have today. Yesterday, you saw a lot of what you might see in the ladder. You saw the meta picks, but we have a really diverse group of players here, which means we have a really diverse group of decks. And the way that they're going to match up against each other is sure to be spicy.
Well, before we get into the action today, let's get a little bit of a recap of what happened yesterday. Cass, why don't you start us off with some of the incredible plays that we got a chance to see. I mean, there was just so much action. I can't wait to pull up that recap so that we can show everybody what we missed.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was so much fun. We had a lot of crazy plays. You know, on your screen, you're going to see Aikado using the Spell Thief, stealing a Jinx Rocket to end the game in style. Aikado being able to pick up 2 wins early on and qualify in. His third match didn't even matter yesterday, but this one was a big, heartbreaking loss for Real Key. Bajatak able to find this concerted strike, sneaking his way through. There was a big storyline of this matchup where Real Key in an earlier match had mishit his spacebar and caused him to skip a turn that might have turned it around and found the win. And then Artify, who has been given the title of honorary Brazilian by the Brazilian community on Twitter in LOR, because him taking down Bajatak here was able to solidify Real Key's spot in the top 8. But Artify did fall the real key early on. And Badgeattack, we just saw, who ended up losing in that heartbreaking loss against Artify. Badgeattack had an amazing run throughout the tournament, was incredibly strong throughout. Now we got the what am I reaction though, Amy. You saw this too, right? What am I?
This was one of my
out.
matches I got to see live.
Oh my
it
God.
was so great to see the live player reaction of, could they have it? What could they have? It's nothing. I win for that 3-0.
What am I tweeted out context of that clip? People were like, what is going on in your mind during this moment? And what he said was, he was in so much disbelief of the line that had occurred, because it was like Burblefish into Heavens Aligned, into Eclipse Dragon, into Destroyer, into finding the fact that your opponent had no answers to any of those things and getting the win. He couldn't believe what had just happened, and we saw the bewilderment on his face at the end of that game.
Oh, we're going to get some more player reactions. Let's pull up those players. Amy, you already got a chance to introduce them, but why don't you go over them again, particularly who you're looking out for today?
Today, my pick for who I'm rooting for is Majin Bay. Bay is Bay. We went over this yesterday, and I'm sticking with it. But Shihu definitely gets the prize for spicy deck lineup. Also, there's a few other decks that I'm excited to see, but none more than a Heimerdinger Zoe list that I'm not sure I understand, but I can love and appreciate.
Look, I'm with you, Amy. You know, I gotta root for Bay a bit, but I'm also so excited to see the lineups from Shihu, Alan, and Yamato. They all have some spicier lists overall, but I also want to give a big shout out to Chelo. He came in to the top 64 as one of only 5 LATAM representatives into that tournament, into the qualifiers, the regionals for the Americas, and he was able to come out of that in the top 16. He is the sole representative from Latin America representing Chile, and Chelo is so incredibly good. This is a player I've followed for a long time. He's played in a lot of fight nights. He's played in a lot of open tournaments, always putting up phenomenal results. It was amazing to see how well he did in the seasonal, and then coming in to Worlds, having a chance to play in this top 16. I have high hopes for Chelo.
I do as well.
So what I'm hearing is that we had stacked players yesterday, and we have stacked players today. So these are going to be some great matches for sure. But before we get into the action, let's hear what Alan has to say.
Nazywam się Mateusz Alan ZQ Jasiński i jestem z Polski. Jestem bardzo podekscytowany, że się udało zakwalifikować się do Worldsów. No nie ukrywam, że to jest tutaj jednak RNG najcięższym moim rywalem. Zdecydowanie mogę powiedzieć, że będzie RNG. Najbardziej skillowy region? No jak to który? Polska! Przeciwko innym regionom z całego świata. Mam nadzieję, że wszystko pójdzie gładko, fajnie. Będą fajne gry, będzie fajnie się to oglądało.
So excited to hear from one of our players that is going to be participating in the first match of the day. We are going to Group C to kick things off, and we're going to be kicking it off for game number 1. But Cass, why don't you go ahead and introduce the match, and I'm going to get out of here.
All right. Thank you, Necra. We'll see you in a bit, but it's going to be Chelo versus Alan ZQ. It is Chile versus Poland, and this is going to be an absolute banger, Amy. I know you've been looking forward to this match. I know you talked with both Alan and Chelo leading up to this as well.
So Alan considers himself the underdog for this matchup because of the deck list selection. But I gotta say, both players are extremely good, and they've both practiced against each other's decks quite a bit. These players, unlike the ones yesterday, have actually had an extra day of practice to kind of run their rounds. They knew who their first opponents were going to be and get ready for today's match.
Yeah, I think it's important to note that this is a bit of a spicier lineup from Alan. He is running the Sivir Akshan. That's a lot more expected. He's got the Draven Caitlyn and also Shellfolk Ezreal, but we're going to take a look at Chelo's lineup as well. We are looking at that Gangplank TF Ping City. Do have the Draven Scion and Zoe Nami, continuing the tradition of America's players bringing Zoe Nami, and it's been a great success for them so far.
It's really worked out so far for the Americas players to have this Zoe Nami list, because when it works so well. It has that comeback potential, and of course this Draven Scion list is a real beater. It has the win con right there in the champion. Scion able to end games so quickly.
Yeah, and I teased Alan's list a little bit, but we're going to go ahead and take a look at it now. We got the Sivir Akshan. We do have the Caitlyn Draven. What's that in the middle, Amy? That's Vi Ezreal with the Shell Folk. There's a lot of pranks going to be going on with this deck as well, and I'm so excited to be able to cast this straight away. This is one of the decks I've been looking forward to most in the tournament as a whole.
I will say, if you enjoy a good janky deck, you should try this deck for yourself, because it has an unusual interaction, because it turns out that when you choose from a card for the Curious Shellfolk, it includes when you choose from your opponent's cards. So when you prank their hand, you actually get a copy of the card discounted in your own hand. It is amazing. It allows you to kind of counterplay using your opponent's cards.
Yeah, it's reminiscent of the old NAB strategies, being able to steal away your opponent's cards, play them for cheaper. It can do really well against a myriad of decks because of this interaction, but Shellfolk does come online a little bit later than a lot of the NAB stuff used to, so you do have to be a little bit careful against those aggressive lists. However, this is running in PNZ and Bandlewood and has a good amount of removal to deal with that early game. So, JLo, Alan ZQ, we see the bans, and we don't get to cast any Shellfolk, Amy. It's all gone. It's banned. Draven Scion's gone too. I know we were stoked. Hopefully we get to see it some later.
I think that Cello respects this deck and understands how good it is against his lineup, especially this Ping City. If your small removal and small damage gets taken from you, it gets used against you. And you need to keep your units alive in order to win the game, and even against just Vi herself, that can be very difficult. But Alan CQ still left with a powerful lineup. You have the Caitlyn Draven, you have the Sivir Akshan. Those are two beaters of a deck.
Yeah, I mean, the Caitlyn Draven or Caitlyn Ezreal, will kind of lump them in because for the most part, they're running the same cards nowadays, have been performing really well throughout the tournament. It felt like on both days, we saw this deck continually finding the victories when it needed to, and I think Alan's got to be happy that he has that as one of his options. I think that Sivir Demacia, the Sivir Akshan deck, has also performed pretty well throughout the tournament. There's been a couple situations where it looks a little bit rough because it can't get off the ground as quickly as some of these other decks, but I still think that Alan's got to be feeling really good with his lineup, even with the Shellfolk being banned, his little trump card that he has. But JLo going to be queuing up Ping City to kick things off. This matchup, we've seen it a couple times already, and Ping City, if they can get going early and often, it can get pretty tough for the Sivir Akshan, but if Sivir Akshan can match on board in the early game, they can start to take over with their more powerful units.
This Sivir Akshan build is running the Vicar Bruiser. That is the flexible spot in that deck. And I actually have talked to both players about how they feel about running that versus Screeching Dragon, and there seems to be a dominant feeling that the Bruiser is the right move, getting those lucky finds on strike. So we're going to see if it shows up in this game. And Cello already with an aggressive start, really putting the pings in Ping City.
Yeah, important note, Chelo actually has the same lineup as Cosimo from yesterday. They independently decided that these were the three best decks. They have a lot of different tech cards, but Cosimo was able to make it to the top 8 yesterday. And I think Chelo, seeing that, is probably feeling very good about their lineup decisions, as we do have these stone stackers going in, but that is going to be a sharp sight, allowing Alan to find a bit of a better trade the combat trick for the unit, and continue to keep up your board presence. Allow this Fleet Feather Tracker to potentially pick up the kill on the Crackshot Corsair next turn.
That's a big birdie, and it's already doing work. The Crackshot Corsair, though, is just a 1-2, so once the Fleet Feather Tracker does have Challenger, it is likely to be gone. And we actually see the vulnerable given here by Merciless Hunter.
Yeah, this still keeps up pressure where the Fleet Feather Tracker actually doesn't have to trade into this Crackshot Corsair. You can just value trade with the Merciless Hunter, drop it both to a 4-1. The scary thing about this is it's incredibly vulnerable to things like Make It Rain or Pokey Stick, or just in general. This is called Ping City for a reason. this deck has so many different pings, parlay, make it rain, pokey stick. It's all over the place. So it gets a little bit tough to actually allow both of your units to drop down to 1. So instead, Alan's going to cash in the 4 damage, does not want to allow the opportunity to get blown out by a make it rain.
And there's a second Merciless Hunter in hand now for Alan. We're seeing more than a few gifts for Renekton this morning, which makes me very happy. Merciless Hunter is one of my favorite cards. Even though she's now a 4-2 instead of a 4-3, she does work.
Yeah, I think one of the big things about the nerf in this specific matchup that is going to potentially be relevant is double up is being run as a 2 of. This does 2 damage to a unit in order to do 4 damage to the face if it kills the unit. Now Merciless Hunter being a 4-2, having only that 2 toughness, makes it a vulnerable target to double up and potential opportunity and potential liability for Alan, and Chelo being able to land those double ups through these Merciless Hunters.
And right now there is double up in hand for Cello, which is quite nice to remove these Merciless Hunters and essentially decimate at fast speed.
Yeah, they are fast speed decimates, but they are conditional, and well, the condition potentially easy to be met if there are these 2 toughness units on board, 2 or less toughness. And the Lecturing Yordle, which we were talking about a lot behind the scenes as being kind of an MVP of this deck yesterday, continually pumping out all that damage. We already see 2 darts in hand. We're going to start getting those mushrooms through. I wonder if Chelo is just going to remove one of these Merciless Hunters, or if he will try and set up a amazing Make It Rain top deck. He is just going to play the safer route, take out one of these Merciless Hunters.
With the Twisted Fate in hand, you do have the potential to get 1 damage on every unit your opponent has. But knowing how many tricks there are in the Akshan Sivir deck, things like Shape Stone that can give 1 additional health, it does make sense to play against it. Sharp Sight as well. You can't rely on a single damage to remove things, which is difficult for Ping City over here, but really did just get a lot of damage in, removing one of those hunters and planting mushrooms in the deck. I think that Lecturing Yordle was one of those cards that people looked at and kind of dismissed, like, oh, it's a 3-5, it's not winning a lot of trades, but it can block fearsome units, it can just generate its own removal, and sometimes, like this turn we just saw, if it comes into play, and it gets to attack, you're getting 2 of those in a single turn, and you would be surprised at how many times a single mushroom means life or death. Those puff caps are serious business.
Yeah, I mean, we've been seeing the Lecturing Yordles generating on average at least 2 of the darts, which is going to be 2 damage plus 6 shrooms. Yeah, it costs a little extra mana, but still, this card has been great. It has what we like to call in the business a big butt with 5 toughness in order to actually block a lot of units. Unfortunately, Sivir is a horrible lineup for the Lecturing Yordle if he does have vulnerable, but in general, most things he's able to contest with and block, and as you mentioned before, he can block fearsome, which is impactful as well. It's just been such a fantastic card in the deck, and I think we'll continue to see that card be a difference maker in these Ping City lists.
And Alan already getting in a lot of early damage. It looks like that Sivir is very closely approaching level up. And there's also an Akshan in hand, Chargers, and Bright Steel Protectors to really fill this board with a strong lineup. Now, Cello does have those double ups, that removal, does have the TFs. But once one TF is in play, the other one just becomes card filter.
Yeah, I wonder if we'll see just a red card at this point. Try and pop the Spell Shield, remove the 1-drop. It feels relatively okay. It's not a fantastic red card, but popping the Spell Shield can be nice, and setting up a potential for a double up to kill off Sivir is another opportunity. We do end up just seeing the attack with the Tenor of Terror is a relatively safe attack because you know Sivir doesn't want to drop down to 1 health, even though she has the Spell Shield, and you're basically setting yourself up to either get the kill on the 1-drop for free in a value trade, plus still get the impact damage, or you're going to get through a nice little chunk. And we see 4 damage go through for Chelo, which he's only got to get through 11 more, and he does have these double ups. There's a lot of damage in hand ready to go if Chelo can make it work.
The Absolver able to maybe save a unit against a double up, which does deny the face damage, but Alan is at 11 Nexus health, which is not quite scary territory, but it's getting there.
Yeah, I mean, it's scary considering the fact that we know there's 2 double ups, right? It's like,
yes, we have the knowledge that there's essentially fast decimates at the ready for whenever Alan just taps out. No more mana, no more problems. And here we're gonna see the pop of the spell shield on the Sivir, taking out the 2-1 and getting a little damage on Akshan, which means that the tricks are less likely to be able to save him.
Yeah, the tricks are like Shapestone, Absolver. They all give 1 toughness, so being at 1 health means they will not protect against the double up. We do have things like single combat. There's other ways for Alan to work through it, or he can play multiple combat tricks if he has them. But in general, Chelo, if he can find a way to get these double ups through, I'm pretty certain he just wins, because that's 8 damage. Alan only has 10 left, and there's impact units, Corsairs, Pokesticks. There's other ways. So if Chelo can find a way to sneak these double ups in, he's taking this game. The problem is Alan knows that double up is in this deck. He knows that is a big thing he has to watch out for when he's at 10 health. I guarantee Alan is thinking about this and considering how he's going to play around double ups for the rest of this game.
Yeah, Alan, of course, is playing a deck that operates at burst and fast speed. You have even some one-of tricks like Riposte. Riposte is in this build, which is a really nice way to deny those single burn spells. But we are seeing the aggressive play, getting the Charger out here and getting ready to swing in for an awful lot of damage.
Yeah, and this should be the Sivir level up, I imagine, which is going to make it even tougher for Chelo to actually find blocks that are comfortable. You can at least play the TF put the TF to the line of fire so that he can play a new TF, I think, or another red card. Can be really nice. You get that extra ping to the face, but also set this board up, soften it up to make it even harder for Alan to play around your potential future double ups. I know that's all that is on Chelo's mind is, I have to get these double ups through. I have the damage. It's all here. I have the cards. I have the damage. But how am I going to make it so Alan cannot interrupt my casts?
Yeah, and protecting the Tenor of Terror and the Base of Burden is definitely on Chelo's mind, because those 2 cards are how you get that unavoidable damage in. And
yeah,
I do
impact
remember,
has been insane.
I was listening to Chelo's stream a few nights ago, and he actually mentioned that he just loves Bilgewater overall, so I imagine that this deck is solidly in his comfort zone. You've got the TF Gangplank. They've been staples of different decks across the last few years. And of course, you've got Crackshot Corsair, a big part of Pirate Aggro and Dreadway Deckhand, really just adding in these new cards from Bandle City, and of course the new Mirai Wardens to clog up the board.
Yeah, and we just saw Chelo hovering over a double up. He might try and throw this at the 5-2. Alan does have a response. Instead, it goes to the 3-2. The Ephemeral is going to die anyway, so going for the Bright Steel Protector, trying to mop up the board, but single combat is just a fantastic answer. Try and get rid of one of these impact units instead and protect yourself from the damage.
Yeah, that's rough because it denies the 4 damage to the Nexus, and it's the Base of Burden. That was going to be up to 4 damage coming through next turn that now just doesn't have to be worried about. And here comes the Sivir level up. She gets even stronger the next time she's attacking, and she's going to transfer all of her various abilities to her friends.
Yeah, I wonder if Chelo just goes for something like a gold card to try and push additional damage. Lecturing Yordle is a phenomenal draw, one of the best you can. It's just going to continue to generate value, find opportunities for Chelo to push more damage. I wonder if we'll see something like just Lecturing Yordle and then hold up the mana for potential spell casts, or if we'll actually see the TF come down with the gold card to try and go more all in on this attack. Get as much damage around the sides as possible, and just play 1 Poison Dart this turn, set up to play your fast spells on the defensive turn, and try and find the rest of this damage.
Chelo has a tough decision here. There's just enough mana for that double up, but no, instead we're going to see the gold card here hitting the Sivir, stunning her. She can't block. She's also now damaged, putting her in the range of a lot of Chelo's removal. And of course, another blocker, the Fleet Feather Tracker, just a paltry 2-1. And Akshan's really not that good at blocking.
It's so good. This is such a great line from Chelo because he's able to go wide. He knows at most, Alan probably has 1 unit because he's been hand reading and this Absolver has been in hand for a very long time. If it was a unit, Chelo would have expected it would have been played on one of these turns that Alan had a lot more mana. So he's like, okay, at best, he's probably top decking one thing. I can go 4 wide, stun one blocker. There's only one blocker available. And if you didn't top deck another one, you're dead anyway. Unfortunately for Alan, his blocker, like you said, a paltry 2-1, is just going to get removed by this dart. And Chelo is going to be able to push so much damage with 2 fast spells that deal face damage as his backup going into the defensive turn. This is a fantastic position.
It's going to be at least one more turn until that Warlord's Palace is correct too. So we're waiting right here. Alan really does not have a lot of choices coming into this combat. So everybody is swinging in here. There's 1 unstoppable damage, a second from the Tenor of Terror. You've also got, there's going to be another poison dart generated, but it can't be cast this turn. And of course, the quick attack from TF making him an awful block target. So Alan is at 3, and in
Mushrooms?
this matchup, that is not where you want to be. He is almost
Mushrooms?
certainly dead.
Okay, if we draw, still the risk of more mushrooms. He goes Sandstone Charger instead. Absolver, he's just going to try and overwhelm. He's giving overwhelm to both. He can go through as concerted to kill a unit that's in front. Wait, Alan should be able to find this. Wait, no, the double up. The double up. Pokey stick plus double up. It's enough.
Pokestep double up is, like, right now, Alan does not have a way to deny that. And that goes straight through to face.
Alan found a line to push enough damage through, but Chelo has the fast spells in hand. He gets the Pokey Stick for 1. The double up does 2, and it does 4 to the face. Chelo is going to take this game 1 as long as he does not mess up the order. Take your time, Chelo. Put it together. You've got the win. You have it in the bag, and you don't have another option because no matter what this card is from Alan, if it beats this 2-card combo, you're not winning anyway. We see him cast it.
He's got the order right. The Pokey Stick resolves first, deals the single damage, which pushes through the kill on Sivir with the double up. That's 4 straight to the face. Alan, what can you do? Concerted Strike doesn't let you hit your own units.
No, he doesn't have anything. It's just going to be the double up taking the victory. We were talking about how key those double ups were going to be for Chelo. And he finds 1 to go through and get that face damage. Chelo going to take game 1, but Alan made that one close. He made that one real tight at the end.
I love it when it comes down to both players threatening lethal at each other at the exact same moment. It came down to combat. The open swing with the tricks, with the Absolver. After the champ level up, you had the Warlord's Palace getting the Charger, going in for everything, and yet it wasn't enough.
Is it not quite enough? And Chelo will walk away with 1 game down, and now Zoe Nami, which has been doing so much work for the Americas and for Cosimo yesterday. It is what it comes down to. 2 chances, and Chelo already found double trouble in Nami in that opening hand.
Did you see that snap
I
right there?
sure did. That was an insane mull from Chelo. We'll see it in a moment, but that is such a phenomenal hand.
There's the Nami. You have protective spells as well. You've got shields and Pale Cascades, a little bit of heals too.
You have gifts. You got your Sparkle Fly. You've got your Double Trouble to set things up. I mean, this is everything you could want for the Nami deck.
We'll see how the game plays out. So Alan swinging in for 2, starting off this game with a Treasure Seeker.
There we go. I mean, this hand is going to play itself a little bit at the start here from Chelo. We'll see the Double Trouble. You can bank again, and the next turn you can set up the Nami, and we also have the ability to get that Sparkle Fly out, tutor it with the Crescendum.
And it feels like
Alan
like, has a hand.
Fleeting Burble. Oh, the Pool Shark.
Oh my gosh, that's
the
a
Pool Shark
Fleeting
pulled
Burble.
it through, yeah. Pool Shark normally
right now,
not a bad
Alan,
hit.
Though, has a pretty big hand here as far as adding in damage while already in combat. If he chooses to swing in, he has the ability to really load up this Sivir, especially if she goes unblocked, and get through the early hits. But Chelo with that double up did get a kind of awkward hit with that Burble Fish.
Yeah, I mean, finding the Pool Shark and then it hits the Burble, but end of the day, I think Chelo's probably feeling okay, considering that the hand is just so insane. I mean, he has the crescendum, he has the ability to continue to just
He can
buff up
afford
his
to
units and
lose.
protect them. One burble
He
is
can
not
afford
going to
to
be the end
lose
of the
one
world.
burble.
Yeah.
Yeah. And also, oh, did you see that Zoe showed up? She was like, "You guys are having a party? I'm invited to."
Yeah, and I think it's nice because it's going to continue to generate spells for Chelo to just play, just finding the super cool star charts. Yeah, you have to be a little concerned about sharp sights taking her out, but if a sharp sight kills your Zoe, I think you're actually okay with that. Trading that, 1 mana elusive for a sharp sight and then protecting your future elusives down the line. Especially because the Sparkle Fly is going to be the one you really want to be cranking up. It allows you to just take so much more damage because you can just keep healing everything back up. See what Chelo wants to do if he cashes in some of these 1-drops to try and prevent some damage. It's going to be a
Looks like
guiding
we're gonna
touch
see
at
the
first.
1-drops get buffed up, and because these are both 1 mana 1/2s, had to cast that first before getting any blockers in because it's kind of random where the buff ends up. And we're seeing the 3/3 trading with a 3/3 and a 1/2 for a 2/1. That's very nice there. And we're gonna see a couple more tricks though, trying to keep things alive, get that palace tick down to 0.
I wonder if we just pale to try and clear the board a little bit. I know you want to be holding most of these spells for once you have the elusive on board, but I think trying to slow down Alan's aggression makes a lot of sense. And we do see the Pale Cascade come out. This also keeps the Pool Shark alive, so you get more blockers. And it ends up forcing Alan to go for even more combat tricks, expending more of his hand. I think Chelo is pretty happy with that in general, and he ended up picking a line him up, so he's still going to have a way to deal with this board continually throughout. Finds the Shelly on top of that. We'll see if he even needs that considering this hand, but there is still the second real champion in this deck getting picked up.
And Ala did get a concerted strike here, which does threaten the Nami. 8 damage is definitely enough to kill her. And she's very, very dead. But here comes Sparklefly.
Yeah, and I guess that does mean that Chelo will need this second champion of Fleet Admiral Shelly to buff up this board. But he is going to at least go ahead and get a super cool star chart and heal up for 1 from the Sparklefly, but he does need to find a way to start getting those buffs rolling. The Nami did not get to buff up an elusive, did not get to do her job, so it will be up to Shelly.
Shelly, the poor man's Nami. 2 underwater beasts. And here is a Sandstone Charger, an Ephemeral unit going to swing in. Alan really just looking to clear out the board, force blocks here, and get the damage in. And once Sivir levels up, those Absolvers in hand get even better, allowing that damage to become overwhelm damage.
Yeah, I mean, getting that overwhelm onto Sivir and passing it along to the rest of the board, especially when you start getting some of these bigger units, is so huge. And I think just Alan trying to force the issue with the Sivir level up as fast as possible, trying to
I think the Sivir
end
is
the
going
game.
to level up during this attack.
Yes, she should. This combat should lead to her level up, and then if Alan can start to fill up the board again or get more of these Sandstone Chargers with Overwhelm, he's starting to put a lot of threat to find the finish. Star chart. There's an Equinox. Charger and Trickster. Elusives are always nice. Not really a ton of things in this list to silence that are followers. You want to be silencing things like Sivir, of course, but she will then be able to buff everything up. So silencing a follower ends up not doing that much since they get the keywords from Sivir afterwards. See if it's just
as far
a
as
cheap blocker.
goes,
Yeah.
Charger's a good choice.
Okay,
Looks
gonna
like
be
they're
Trickster.
going for the Trickster. Going to get the 3/3 elusive otter in hand. Maybe not play it this turn. Maybe hold on to it as an elusive attacker next turn. And of course, Alan is holding on to a sharp sight. So any of these elusives have the potential to be stopped or be single combated. But here we go. Alan swinging in with all 3 units. Getting Sivir at the front of the line.
Wait a minute.
Trying to set up the blocks. There is 4 mana left for combat tricks and 13 damage being pushed right now. Blockers available for Chelo. I'm wondering when this Sivir is going to level up. if it's on our first attack or if it's after the full combat. Okay, it's after the Waking
It's
Sands.
halfway in.
Yep. So it will be the next attack that we actually have to start worrying about these Absolvers giving overwhelm to the entire board. So Chelo has a little bit more time.
But Alan's next attack in is going to be a brutal one, especially because the Sivir still has her spell shield. She is very difficult to stop outside of combat.
Yeah, the Sivir is going to be, I would say, impossible for Chelo to stop. It's about trying to heal back up and try and end the game himself at this point. And because of the Sivir and the Absolver combo and being able to give overwhelm to the entire board, Chelo needs to find a way to buff this Sparklefly up to heal a lot. Being at 8 is going to be really difficult to find the victory, and that's a rally ripped off the top.
There's a rally, and that rally is special because it's actually going to target Alan's units and get the Palace cracked, which means a Sandstone Charger as well.
Yep, we're going to get a Charger and the Absolver. It's going to be full overwhelm board. So unless Chelo can try and go for an aggressive play of his own, Alan is going to have way too much damage coming through.
An attack here does give Chelo the opportunity to cast at least 2 spells, triggering Shelly and buffing up this board, but there is a Sharp Sight.
There's a Sharp Sight for the block. We're going to see the Spell Thief as the first spell just goes to something cheap. See the options, found a rally himself. I wonder what the pick ends up being. Is it just a Shapestone because it's a cheap spell, a cheap buff that you can play to try and get more healing? As much as I love the concept of rally, I think in this position, I don't think we can take it. You just need to find as much healing. You just saw your opponent rally. It's a leveled Sivir on board. You know he's got minimum a Charger, and you have to expect the worst. Like, what combat tricks does he have? You have to assume, am I dead here? That is the question Chelo has to have in his mind is, am I dead? Do I have to find a way to heal up, survive, buff my units to make it so that I'm not dead to whatever attack Alan is putting forth with this 6 mana he has remaining?
Yeah, the amount of healing from even a buffed Sparklefly here is not going to be that much. And it gets very, very hard with Chelo not having any options to cast 4 spells this turn that I see.
He can with line him up, but that's only if he
with
gets the
lineup,
priority.
That's true. The line him up
He
does
takes rally.
give
He takes rally instead.
potential. Picking the rally and going for the swing here.
Yeah, it could have worked if he took Shape Stone. You could play Shape Stone and then line him up, knock him down, and that would be 4
That would
total
be 4
spells.
spells. You're right. Yep.
But that's the only way he could have done it. Now we see the barrier with the Sharp Sight.
Oof.
Sparklefly stuck there, not going to be able to heal up. So it's going to
Not
be
having a
0 points of
Sparklefly.
healing.
Also rough. Yeah, this is... Yeah, you're getting through 7 damage, but Alan's at 18. Adding
Is this
another
Dark
2
Arm?
damage in from the Shelly buff, but still no
Moonsilver?
healing. Moonsilver, though, that
can play
does
2 more.
enable another spell to be cast. Well, 2 spells.
I think... Huh. This is so rough because you can't even play for the Sleepy Trouble Bubble onto the Sandstone Charger because it's at focus speed that it gets played. So it can be played and attack at the same time. You can't play the slow spell in response. Got a lot of damage coming through, but it's not enough to kill. No lifesteal.
Now it is 11 damage on 18, bringing Alan down to 7, but 7's not dead. But I do think that getting those buffs onto the Trickster is pretty big, because having 7 toughness against what you assume is going to be Overwhelm is important.
Yeah, I think Chelo has put enough HP on the board that he's not going to die, but I think he has to lose his whole board. We're going to see how this plays out, because there's a lot more math involved. I'm thinking about it. It lines up against the Sivir. That's going to be 1 damage going through. We'll have to see it. He lines up blockers first, and then we'll get those Absolvers.
But we need to
still
put
dead
the
on board.
second part of the Absolver onto Sivir to get the Overwhelm across the board.
Still, he's alive on board from here, but he does realize there's likely combat tricks with 4 mana.
Very smartly getting all the blockers on everybody here. Cello knows he has to lose all these units, and I'm sure he's not happy about it, but it comes down to surviving. So we're going to see the first part of the Absolver put on our right unit, and then the Overwhelm on Sivir, so it spreads across the board. Is that still lethal?
7. It's 7.
Oh,
it's not lethal.
One short.
It's one shy, and there is an elusive for Chelo with the Zoe, but he has to deal 7 damage, and there's an open attack available for Alan. Guiding Touch. That's some HP. Oh, there's another Absolver, though. Alan should just have it. He's got the Overwhelm available, no matter the blocks.
Hello,
Having the extra
Shelly,
Absolver.
You're not going to save him? Can check the Pale Cascade to look for anything else.
No, it's not enough.
No,
There we
that's
go.
game.
Alan finds it. The 2 Absolvers would have been able to beat pretty much anything Chelo was able to put down. Couldn't
And
quite
Alan
find
getting
enough
a
damage.
win?
No lifesteal being so important, and Alan picks up that win on Sivir.
So now it's down to the wire. They each have 1 game, and they know what deck is going to be played here. We have Zoe Nami again up against Draven Caitlyn.
As Zoe Nami, Draven Caitlyn. Zoe Nami has been so strong for the Americas representatives, but Draven Caitlyn, we talked about it earlier, this is a deck that has been consistent. One of the top performing lists as a whole. Both of these players normally I expect would feel confident playing these respective decks, but it is going up against another powerful deck on each side. Both hands looking good already. Double Trouble Nami for Chelo. Draven and Lost Soul in the opener for Alan. It's exactly what you want to see on both sides. See if they actually replace any of these cards. Going through them all. You do just see a lot of keeps. Tri-Beam picked up for Alan. He's got a good setup for it with the Draven. Just going to be playing a lot of these 3 costs. Double Flock. Not great yet, but if he does find some ways to enable him, it's good. And Caitlyn is a way to do that. You can
Speaking
get
of
those Flash Bomb
doubles,
tracks in.
Double Nami and the Double Trouble. Cello definitely on the theme of 2s here. But Alan, yeah, the flocks aren't as good when so many of the units, especially early on, are just 1-1s, 2-1s, 1-2s. The flock is not going to do very much against them, but they can always be discard fodder for these pieces in the deck.
All right, hitting an elusive off of the Double Trouble. Going to be nice for setting up your Nami early on. Just having a target to buff up, get very aggressive. Ended up seeing the Sump Dredger as the turn 3 play for Alan to set up this Twin Blade Revenant. Right out the gates, you want to have this Challenger to threaten a Nami getting played.
And of course, getting that good Lost Soul value. The 4/3 Challenger that infinitely loops with itself. I swear, this card is such an all-star.
Yeah, it's been, I mean, it's one of the most, I think Pastry and I were talking about this yesterday, where it's one of the most represented cards, if not the most represented card in the tournament, because there's multiple deck archetypes that are just playing 3 Lost Soul and playing around this Lost Soul Twin Blade Revenant infinite cycle that it has, and it's just been so good. I mean, all the Draven Scions are running it, all the Draven Ezreals, all the Draven Caitlyn's, and there's so many of those decks in this event. We just see Lost Soul dominating, and right here, Chelo, what do you do against this? It's a 4/3 Challenger. You can't play your Sparklefly because it dies. You can't play your Nami because it dies. And Alan can just keep passing and eat your mana up this turn to gain a massive tempo advantage.
And there we go. We saw a bunch of mana burned for Cello, and that is also rough because it does lean away from a lot of the spell-based game plan. But looking at that Chip, I'm loving him, and I want to see him win this game. I want to see Chip as the MVP here.
We'll see if Chip ends up eating a bunch of buffs, but another Crescendum, or this first Crescendum to be played. Sparklefly going to go down to the board. But Nami not being committed prior to the spell cast. So hanging on to the Nami. Waiting for it's kind of a timing attack at this point because you know there's so much removal. So Chelo is waiting for the right opportunity to play Nami, play a bunch of spells, and then go for the win on 1 or 2 turns. Pull on the Sparklefly.
Yeah, let Sparklefly live, understandable. But not swinging in with the Sump Dredger, keeping that 4/3 back.
Okay. So the attack is down. Chelo may look to start to develop a little bit more.
And Alan also has the option of getting out Draven or Caitlyn here, even after using up a couple other spells. So here comes Sparklefly. There's still enough mana for Nami, and I think Alan wants to make sure that this Thermo Beam can hit the Nami. And even if it doesn't kill her, the follow-up with a Flock is just fine.
Yeah, trying to set up this beam to either cost 3 mana or to kill the Nami, I think are important for Alan. We could see him go double champion Thermo this turn and just continue to crank this Tri-Beam. I mean, it would be already at 5 damage at that point, which is a huge tempo swing at any point in this game. And I think Alan is just going to continue to crank this up since he has so many great options, and developing both of his champions is just going to be a strong play in general.
I also want to mention that Alan has been going already for quite a few hours today. Cello, I believe, in the same time zone or a similar time zone to me. It's pretty early on for him. He woke up, he starts playing the games, but Alan's actually already streamed for 5 hours this morning. Took an hour off before this broadcast begun. He's warmed up. He's ready to go. And he's burning up that Tri-Beam, getting it bigger and bigger with all these 3-cost champs. So here comes the Crescendum, getting another Sparklefly. And it's Draven time.
Yeah, there we go. I mean, this is, I think, exactly how I was talking about it for Alan. We might see the 3-mana beam as well. I'm not sure if he wants to tap out completely, but the 3-mana beam does allow this Tri-Beam to become, 5 damage. He's going to continue to buff it up. He has a lot more 3 cost as well. He can keep letting it get bigger and bigger, and potentially it can deal with a big buffed elusive that Nami buffs up, because it's just going to be such a high damage removal spell for 5 mana. And yeah, there it is, the 3-mana Thermo
beam on Sparklefly.
Okay. So exactly as I was talking about, he's just trying to crank up this Tri-Beam as much as possible. Goes for the 2 3-mana champions into the 3-mana Thermo. Clears away another elusive. But Nami, importantly, is sticking on the board for Chelo for a turn, and he has a good amount of card generation, card draw. He can try and go off a bit on this turn.
So Chelo really with the burst party
Shelly
here, even getting down a Shelly, going to say, well, you know what? I'm going to get buffs from both here. We see a paralyzing bite on Shelly, going to set it up for the Ravenous Flock.
Yeah, Tri-Beam at 6 as well. It's going to be a way to remove pretty much anything that Chelo puts forward, but not enough mana for Alan to play it on this turn. Only the Flocks and the Scorched Earths, and actually not going to have a way to enable these cards in hand. The elusives are going to come through on this attack, so however much Chelo is capable of buffing this turn, that much damage is going to come through to Alan. I don't think he's in threat of dying, because it is just 2 elusives and they have no buffs. There's only 4 mana. But the fact is it's still a scary spot.
Here. Have to buff up Chip to make sure that the permanent buff from Nami doesn't go on him. Chip's just like, please love me. Please play a landmark. I'm so small.
Okay, block on Shelly. We'll see Chelo play something in reaction to at least get the buff, I imagine. So either this Jettison or Spell Thief. I mean, it can be any of these cards to get the second spell cast.
You know, we've seen Nami go through a lot. She has peeked into the void. And here she's going to use her aquatic magic to steal the Thermo Beam or the Flock.
Okay,
I think the Thermo
Thermo's
Beam is
really
a great
good.
flex pick. But I think knowing post-combat that something's going to be damaged, the Flock is also not a bad choice. But I love the Thermo Beam as a flexible follow-up here for Chelo.
Oh, I love the Thermo because he can play Jettison plus the Thermo Beam now. He can get 2 more buffs out. He can play a 0-mana Thermo just to get the Nami buff.
Cast
and just push
0.
more damage. Alright, we're just going to see the swing in. Instead, it's going to be 11 damage.
I was going to say, if Chip doesn't swing in, I would be a little worried.
The way that played out is so funny, too, because Chelo sends 3, and then waits, and then puts Chip in, and Chip has the voice line, what about me? Come on. Put him in. Get him in there.
Chip is actually the best character in the game. Waiting for Chip to be a playable champ in Runeterra and League of Legends. Riot, are you listening? I'm waiting.
Okay, so we do get the Jettison to buff the Burble a little bit more. Gonna
The
get 2
purple
more damage in.
grows. That's quite a bit of elusive damage. Ooh, 13 coming through and getting Alan down to 6.
Yeah, Alan has a very threatening board of his own, and he does pick up some more removal as a way to get the Lost Soul down. He's got some good options to try and come back on this board, but there are a lot of elusives left. 3 to be exact, and only 6 health. There's no healing in Draven Caitlyn. This deck does not heal. So this 6 is the last 6 life points that Alan is going to have, and Chelo just has to keep 1 elusive alive that's strong enough to push that through. There is the Get Excited, discarding the Lost Soul. You can take out the Burble, play the Twin Blade Revenant to follow up. It's a way to clear multiple of these elusives, but I expect Chelo will just play Combat Trick. He'll play the Pale Cascade. We'll just see the Gifts from Beyond to enable the Nightfall active.
Gotta draw that card. So Gifts from Beyond, getting to select from the moon weapons, followed by
Gravitum!
Pale Cascade.
Gravitum, he picked Gravitum! This
For
is
the
really cool.
stun.
Yeah, he knows that there's a Twin Blade Revenant coming, and it's going to try and clear away one of his elusives. So if he just Gravitums on it instead, he's not going to have that challenge that he's worried about.
And Chelo still at 20 after the heal from the Sparklefly last turn.
Chelo is navigating this very well, just trying to continue to play reactive to whatever Alan does. Tried to set himself up to just get this last 6 points of damage through, but this is a big Tri-Beam. How are you going to answer this one, Chelo? Oh my god, it's a Shark Tamer.
Through and gets the Shark Bait.
Shark Tamer's going to give an additional 4-2 Overwhelm attacker this turn. There's going to be so much damage coming through. Chelo will have to put up some level of blocking. That's a great hit off of Tri-Beam.
It really is.
Shark
yeah,
Tamer's a
and
very
especially
good
when you
7.
really need to get wide pressure, and when 4 is a very good sweet spot against your opponent. Getting that 4 damage through guarantees that things are going to be damaged to follow up with something like a Flock or Scorched Earth.
The Gravitum onto the Shark Tamer. Gonna be another spell cast. Try and buff up more, but there's a Flock. Trying to go on the Burble. I think, is Burble at 4 max health or 3? Is this Guiding Touch gonna protect it?
It would have to be 4 because it's always going to have...
Oh no, it's 3 because it's by 2s.
Oh, no, it's 3 because of it was one of them was the Nami buff and one of them was the Pale Cascade.
Wait, okay. He lets it through. I'm trying to remember what all the buffs it had were. There was the Nami buff. I think there was a Shelly buff and then a Pale Cascade, so it was probably 4. I don't know. It's very tough.
I think it was 4. And I think that Chelo was probably going to use the heal if it was necessary there.
Yeah. If he could have capped out the HP, I bet he would have used that Guiding Touch. Now there's an attack coming through. Spinning Axe already. It's a lot of damage.
Chelo can just choose not to block.
He could go down to 6. He has a heal in hand as well.
He's got a heal, and he has an elusive finisher.
Yeah, he lets it through. You're so right, Andy. This is definitely the right decision from Chelo to let it through. Now Alan with the Scorched Earth in hand right now is praying that a Flash Bomb trap hits this elusive, but we know that Chelo has the Guiding Touch.
There's another Tri-Beam in hand, but Tri-Beam is slow. And of course, you have that odd situation where, like,
can he top deck another Get Excited?
In. Oh,
Oro Cannon. Oh. It hits the elusive. Alan has hope, but the Guiding Touch is there for Chelo.
And going straight into the attacks. I think that the Guiding Touch is going to be the real winner here. And I mean, there's also an ebb and flow, which is kind of fun from Nami.
Alan can play the Get Excited in response. So he can play this, then the Guiding Touch comes through. And then you can Get Excited in response at the top of the stack.
It's going to get there. It's all about the draw.
And Chelo can't stop this. Oro Cannon. Get excited on top of the stack. JLo can't do anything about that unless he had a Bastion or something like that in his deck, but he doesn't.
He doesn't know. This 10-6 about to get scorched. I want to say that this Scorched Earth is only a 2 of in the list. It's kind of an alternative to the Ravenous Flocks. It gets you a bit more guaranteed of a kill, especially on the large units, things like Trundles that you might just get 1 or 2 damage on. But that is so massive. Cello, you can see his face is in his hands. He is disappointed by the showing there.
Yeah, I mean, it was exactly what Alan needed. Some form of damage, some with the Scorched Earth. It had to be with the Scorched Earth. And it had to be the trap connecting.
There were only, I think, 6 traps in the deck.
Everything had to go right. Everything had to go right for Alan there. It had to be the trap. Into the Scorched Earth. Chelo had the heal and he needed a piece of damage to remove. But has Chelo cleared enough away that the Ebb and Flow can keep him alive another turn as well? Because the Double Trouble provided blockers and Alan has no more cards. But this Shark Tamer is going to create more, and that is an Arachnoid Sentry. He can put forth a wider board and reduce the amount of blockers. Chelo with the Spell Thief, though. Is there anything that he can find? Maybe a Tri-Beam. Ebb and Flow doesn't hit exactly what he wants, but he can play all 3 parts of the spell.
You ebb, you flow, and then you ebb and flow.
He's got the Spell Thief. He's got the Ebb and Flow. There are ways. There are ways for Chelo to survive. For this game to not be done yet. Tri-Beam.
Tri-Beam.
Tri-Beam is good. Tri-Beam gives you another blocker, removes an attacker. You can play it on the Sump Dredger.
Here we go, finishing off the Sump Dredger, gonna get a 1-drop. Let's see which one it is, and
it's a 2-1. It gave him the Waking Sands.
Charge.
Waking Sands, another blocker. But he also has the Ebb and Flow, and that might just be enough. And his board is so wide and buffed up at this point.
It's incredible. Both players at 6 right here, trying to get that final swing in after that crazy little bird from that trap. Oh my gosh, I'm so hyped. These matches have been so close, it's ridiculous.
It's so intense. We see the Shark Tamer pulls out Short Tooth. The Nami has enough HP, and there's nothing in Alan's hand. Chelo can block with impunity. Only takes the 1. He's down to 5. There's no burn that can be top decked. And because he was able to hit that Treasure Seeker, he's going to have an extra unit to go wide with, an extra spell to play, extra buffs. He can take control of the board. The trade downs go in the favor of him, and another Get Excited, it's unplayable. The Burblefish to go over the top with spells to play.
And Burblefish gets a Spell Thief.
Spell Thief, he can find burn. It can just be enough elusive. Oh, but the Poro to block. He can find a way to remove it, though.
He could get the Tri-Beam again.
Tri-Beam to spread the board even wider. He snap-picked. He snap-picked the Get Excited. Waking Sands, he's wide enough. Alan can't find the blockers. Chelo's gonna be able to attack in, and even if he doesn't get enough damage on just the swing, he will have it with the Get Excited. Chelo.
Each of these units is doing at least 4. 2 of them are getting through. That's lethal just with the attackers. Never mind that there is burn to the face that Cello has stolen here. And Cello getting the win for Chile in the first round.
Vamos, Chelo! Felicidades on the win in the first game. Chelo going to pick it up over Alan ZQ in such an intense match. The trap almost being a heartbreaker as that flash bomb puts the 1 damage in for the Scorched Earth. Almost pulling the game back, but Chelo hangs on.
Oh my gosh.
Absolute
wow.
banger.
Another close one to kick off day 2. If this is any indication of what the rest of the matches today are going to look like, I'm so hype. I mean, I feel like, Amy, you put it beautifully that this is just a great way to kick off the day. So I'm pretty excited about what we're going to see next. And we may as well go ahead and try to get to that next match. Casanova, thank you so much for getting the first match underway, and it looks like we're gonna be going to a quick break. So we will go, yeah. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. That was such an incredible game one to kick off the day. Casanova, thank you so much for bringing us through that first match. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, and we're going to welcome in Swim to the broadcast. So, good morning to you, Swim. How are you doing on this fine morning?
I am so incredibly excited to cast these games. These are the craziest games. The end of all of these games in this tournament are insanely close. This is the best Runeterra metagame ever. Literally, it's crazy to see like all these decks and all this diversity and so much balance. Like these games are all just like coming down to the wire, and I can't wait to get into today's games.
And I don't expect anything different for Worlds. It's the biggest stage, it's the best players, and they've brought the best decks.
Yeah, I'm so excited. Amy, I know you're really excited about this next match, so I'm just going to go ahead and let you take it away to start talking about it.
Oh my gosh, I am so actually very excited here because it's Shihu versus Kevin. And I don't know if you guys have seen me like tweet spamming about Shihu's lists all morning. I like tweet, delete, because I'm just so excited for Feel the Rush, Draven, Kate, Ezreal, and then the spicy pick, Zoe Heimerdinger, and Kevin also coming in with Sivir, Demacia, Lulu, Poppy, Vandal City, and a Plunder deck. So, Swim, you want to talk us through Shihu's decks?
Yeah, I mean, this is a really spicy one. As mentioned, Shihu's bringing Feel the Rush, like basically effective like Shadow Owls for your control, which is, you know, a very old deck, and it's probably going to be like a meta call against a lot of like the Caitlyn Draven players or like Ezreal Draven, which is a great call. We're seeing Draven dominating this metagame in the tournament. It's getting banned every time, but we look over at Kevin's lineup and there's not a Draven deck to be seen. So a bit of a miss for Shihu here, but Kevin, a pretty standard lineup with you know, Akshan Sivir, the spicy one of Feel the Rush in the Plunder, the good old South American technology, and then of course the Lulu Poppy Bandle Rally.
Yeah, you know that Kevin is repping Brazil in style here. These are 3 fantastic decks. And you've got the beats coming from Sivir and Akshan. You've got that very nice elusive aggro coming in with Poppy and Lulu. But then the Plunder deck. You have these 2 champs that just love it when you're dealing little bits of incremental damage on your opponent. And the deck hasn't changed that much, but it is still phenomenal. Now, Shihu has the very odd one out deck here.
Shihu...
So... What's with the Zoe Dinger deck?
The Zoe Heimerdinger deck is going to be absolutely crazy. She who is known as, one of the most innovative people on the European ladder, and it shows with this lineup. It is actually a really, really great targeted lineup. It's a lot. It uses some odd looking decks for sure, but it does a really, really good job at beating out, hard targeting these Draven decks that he expected to see. And I think that's actually a really great call, but just a little bit unlucky going lineup to lineup here. And that's one of the thing about Worlds, Amy, because all of these different decks, all of these different regions, these players, these playstyles, these different metagames even are coming together in this one big pot. And what that's going to mean is it's kind of hard to do these like narrow, precise targeting strategies because a lot of different players have different ways that they think the meta is going to be working in different regions.
Yeah, there's a very massive variety of deck lists coming this weekend.
Yeah.
And already we've seen very few repeat decks other than maybe the top 3. You've got the Draven decks that are paired with either Caitlyn or Ezreal. You've got the Scion discard decks, and you've got Zoe and Nami. Those are like the big decks, but everything else is a bit of a toss-up. And I also want to say that Alan, last round, not getting the win, really a little disappointing for our Polish players, but Shihu able to maybe pick up a win here against Kevin. Let's see how it goes. So they've locked in their bans. It looks like Sivir Akshan banned for Kevin, and it's Draven.
Yeah,
Caitlyn
honestly,
Ezreal banned.
I wasn't even going to try to predict these bans because Shihu's lineup is so irregular. The thing is, if you're Kevin right now and you're sitting at this lineup, like the thing to understand about bans and lineups that's so important is that to play a deck well in Runeterra at a tournament level, you have to know all of the different matchups. You need to play your deck, not just as a deck, but you need to know your different win conditions in all of the different opposing matchups in like the dozens of different decks you could be against. And when you're Kevin right now and you're staring down, Feel the Rush Control and Bandle, Targon, Heimerdinger, I mean, you're not really sure how you feel about those decks, right? Because they're not decks people commonly play. And I think he just went for kind of like the comfort ban. He knows that he doesn't really want to play against Draven, but it's always a little bit spooky going into decks that you don't really know how to play against. That's the surprise factor.
Oh, yeah. Tribeam is an incredibly strong deck, and it's hard to play against, especially because you have to deal with kind of the randomness, the tracking of the Tribeams themselves. But when you're going against kind of an old classic here, the Trundle Tryndamere Feel the Rush, you might have like somewhere back in your brain like, oh, I know how to play this. And then you have the Zoe Heimerdinger deck, which I still can't get over. This deck, I played it myself. It's really good at making 2/1s with tough. Those are the turrets that get generated most often just based off the cost of the spells in the list. But it looks like our first match is going to be Lulu Poppy versus Trundle Trynd.
Oh yeah, and that's the thing about just like these decks that other people won't know how to play against because these players have practiced, they've scrimmed against dozens of different matchups across all of their different decks. But when you bring a deck that they're not used to playing, they will play that matchup wrong. They're going to mulligan wrong, and that's going to be a huge amount of favor. So Shihu, conventionally speaking, is going to be unfavored lineup to lineup here. It's going to be, Kevin's matchup, but the surprise factor could come in big.
And I like Shihu here with the Feel the Rush already in hand. I have a feeling that it's going to be discarded.
Yep. And we
There's
have
almost
here
definitely going to be at least one aloof coming down before turn 9 or 10.
A really, really nasty start by Shihu, and I love what Kevin just did there. He's looking at his hand. He had the option for a Ranger's Resolve, but not, and even though he has a second one, he knows that in this matchup, the Ranger's Resolve is going to be getting a crazy amount of value, and he can't just throw it away like that. He can just play the other Lulu from hand and just start dealing in this chip damage. Now, the pressure's on Shihu to respond to this. Shihu is basically just trying to wait it out, trying to stall the game, remove the board, and eventually get to the Feel the Rush win condition.
Yeah, this deck is probably the most board wipes you will see in a single deck or in a single day, because Shihu is running wide damage. On almost every turn, there's the potential for things like Blighted Ravines and Avalanches and the box.
Yep.
And of course, the one high-end Ruination, which you see in hand right there.
I really want to talk about that because that draw, he just drew Ruination last turn, and that swings this matchup like crazy, Amy. Shihu was pretty unfavored, but when you look at the deck list, there's only one Ruination in it, and that's going to be something that, I mean, Kevin's going to have a really hard time playing around with his deck. He's not really favoring his units right now, and these Ranger's Resolves might actually start getting... Shihu's setting up for the Ruination. If he banks 3 spell mana, he can do it next turn into Kevin's development, and that's huge. A good Ruination will win this game on the spot.
Yeah, and that means that the Tavern Keeper can still come down, heal face, maybe get in a swing, and then set up for the Ruination.
Absolutely. Could play the Sentry as well, depending on whether he favors the draw, but this is actually an excellent spot for Shihu. Also, the fact that Ruination is a one-of in this list, it's the one-of meta, right? It's really hard to play around one-ofs, and Kevin, you know, he knows it's in the list. He knows it's open deck list, and you're always playing around what the opponent has, but how do you stare down this Ruination and think, oh man, I can't develop here. He might have this one-of in his hand. You don't, and he might get blown out by it next turn.
I think that Kevin has to play by the philosophy of make him have it, but it looks like the mini board wipe, because everything right now does have 2 health, is going to work out just okay. This Ranger's Resolve gonna shut it down hard, but it does mean the Withering Wail can follow up.
Well, the thing that's really important here is that the second Range Resolve could be a punish to the Withering Wail. This line leaves Shihu a little bit risky. I mean, he can't see in the hand. I think this play is really, really solid, but the Ranger's Resolves are actually going to be getting some really, really impactful value here. Oh, and the Kelp Maiden, too, is disgusting.
Kelp Maiden, yep, with the rally. Really getting a lot of damage for Kevin this turn, and here's the Withering Wail, but it's going to get halted by the Burst Speed Tough Ranger's Resolve, shutting it
so
down.
Nasty.
This just became a spell that gains 3 life.
Yep, and not only that, but we can see the Relentless Pursuit in Kevin's hand right now. So this is 6 damage going to Nexus, putting Shihu down to 10. We can do it again, putting down to a threaten of 2 with the Kelp Maidens if we want to. By Kevin, not looking that good for Shihu. He needs to set up a Ruination probably on his turn now. He doesn't have the ability to Ruinate on Kevin's next attack because he knows that Kevin will open attack on the turn 8 attack. So Shihu's got to use it on his offense turn, which is not where you want to be as a control player.
And also where you don't want to be is at 2. So Shihu getting at the Tavern Keeper as a blocker, healing up 3 on the Nexus. Everything here does have quick attack, not that it matters so much when the Tavern Keeper is a 3/3.
Yep.
But
this prank off the Kelp Maidens could be huge. Kevin,
damage.
with the Kelp
Oof.
Maidens, you don't usually see. Let's see what this prank hits. If it hits the, it's the
it
2
just hit
sentries. It's not doing
sentries.
anything.
Oh my god, that was so nerve-wracking, because those 2 high-cost spells, if you add 2 mana to the cost of field, it becomes the deadest card in the existence of the game.
Exactly.
Impossible to cast.
The prank won't let you increase the mana beyond 13, but if it hit Ruination, that would have been really scary. Not just, you know, for the mana cost, although that would have been a big deal, but also for the information, even at those mana points.
No, hitting the double sentry there just kind of feels good for Shihu, because it means that the cards in hand, the important ones haven't been revealed, and the important ones haven't been hit. So Shihu going to swing in here. Trundle now on the board, and an Ice Pillar in hand.
Yep.
Will our
And
Troll
Shihu's
King
looking dominant.
get through?
For the most part, Shihu's health may be low, but Kevin's hand is pretty much out of resources. The Cataclysm is doing very, very little here on this kind of board state.
No, there's none of these that you really want to swing into. But there is the...
That's a good
Header
draw, but
of
it's going to get
Terror.
hit by a box here, as Shihu has the perfect counter to that. He knows he doesn't even have to play it now. Ice Pillar will level up that Trundle. And Shihu is in a dominating position.
The box is going to get some good selective hits here. You have a lot of things attacking, but
We
the
have the
box is
full
going
block.
to kill the 2 that we're going to get the unavoidable damage.
Yep, we've got the Vile Feast on the Kelp Maidens. Now, if you're Shihu right now and you're hand tracking, and of course, every player in this tournament is going to be hand tracking, you actually know for a fact that the card, you can see one card in Kevin's hand, and you know he got it off of the Concologist. So you know for a fact that it's, you know, a random card, and you're thinking, God, what could I lose to here? And the answer is, I mean, not much. You are in such a good position here.
And there's another Cavern Keeper. That's a good hit for you off the draw. And this Trundle's just going to keep on growing the longer it stays on the board, especially with these 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, and with Kevin being out of resources, he needs to hit a hidden pathways here to be able to replenish. Otherwise, he has nothing. The pursuit is a complete brick, and I think that's just
that's
it.
Nothing. You can't swing your 2 1s into this board.
There it
And
is.
Shihu getting the win in this first match.
That was a very, very fast game of control, and now Shihu's gonna have to win with the Zoe Heimerdinger Targon Bandle City Spice.
I'm so excited about this deck list, and I want to say that this deck actually has something very important for this match. So there's going to be up to 2 games here. I'm unsure what Kevin will bring. Typically, you don't switch your list going into the next game unless you feel that you have a definitely favored matchup. But this Zoe Heimerdinger list is running a card you don't really see very often. It's called Sunburst. Sunburst deals 6 and silences if it's a Daybreak, meaning the first card you cast in the turn. And that ruins both the Gangplank and the Sejuani.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty crazy tech card here. Again, Shihu's lineup, the whole point of this lineup is to hard target Draven decks, which is cool. I mean, we saw people targeting Zoe Nami, and then we saw that not really working out that well because Nami is a really hard deck to target. But he took that Draven Caitlyn deck and he said, you know what? I'm going to starve this out of resources. Sunburst is here because it's so good against the Lost Soul Twin Blade Revenant. It shuts that down completely. It happens to do well against other decks, and that's why he's running it. It's doing well against stuff like Plunder, like you said.
Let's get
This
to start
might be a just
with
a
Loping
5-head lineup
Telescope.
by Shihu.
Did you see that Hydrovine too? There was the potential to get a Hydrovine in hand and just be like, this is my new win con.
You considered
I
it for
love
a
that
split
Loping
second there.
Loping Telescope can just be like, I'm a Hydrovine deck now, actually. Don't mind me.
All right, now it's up to Shihu to find the way to stabilize this, but Kevin has a really, really good hand here. And when you get to Bandle City Mirrors, the player drawing the mayor without the other player having the mayor is a pretty big advantage. We can see Kevin having a fully discounted hand, and Shihu, I mean, he could answer it if he really wants to use a Buster Shot, but that's a huge trade down. At this point, you're gonna be kind of at the mercy of these Yordles just swarming the board. I mean, we're gonna have a really scary attack in 2 turns with Kevin.
Yeah, the Bandle City Mayor is really a leader of his people. These Yordles, getting the reduction of cost means that you can kind of just spit out a dozen of them, fill up the board, and keep on doing it, especially because he adds 1 into hand. But we are going to see the shot, the full cost shot on the Mayor. R.I.P.
Wow.
Mayor, you served your people well.
I think that's a very, very bold play by Shihu, especially because, you know, stuff like Sharp Sight was an option there, but making sure he called it, and the Bandle City Mayor goes down. Those discounts, because if we can see Kevin's hand, look at that. Look at how disgusting this hand would be if those discounts had stayed on the board. That would have been disastrous for Shihu.
Now, Shihu has one good unit which could come out here. Don't really want to use that Hawk unless you really need to stun something, but if there isn't an open attack next turn, the Hawk could stun Poppy to prevent damage from coming through, and Poppy from buffing any other things on the board.
The really nice thing about Shihu's position here, and he does have to Fangs, Serpent's not bad. He could even go for another Crescent. That might be a little crazy with the Sunhawk already. But the really nice thing about Shihu's position here is that he has multiple slow speed stuns, the Crescent Strike and the Sunhawk. So if Kevin has to develop into his attacks instead of open attacking, well, then Shihu can shut that down. And we can see Kevin's board, you know, Poppy with no supporting cards. That is going to have to play into these Crescent Strike and Sunhawk.
We see the pass back here with the Fangs just chilling on the board, getting ready to steal a little bit of life. And here's Fleet Feather Tracker, which opens Shihu up for the stun.
Shihu's long-term position, not so well. I mean, he can slow down Kevin's attacks. He can make them skip a couple of attacks. But if you look at Kevin's hand, it is not running out of steam. We've got hidden pathways, we've got generation, and Shihu doesn't really have a way of dealing with these units directly. Not looking good for the Bandelheimer deck here.
And here comes Pokestick.
Yep, and the stick
Pokestick is able to take out the birdie.
Yep, no spells. That is good for Shihu at least, but I mean, these attacks are going to start getting scary, and Shihu doesn't really have any blockers to this. He will have to damage the Lulu just to try to set it into kill range for his Serpent next turn.
And the Serpent, thankfully, will be able to come in, but if there's a chance for that focus speed shield,
The shield.
could be what saves the Lulu. So here's the Serpent, and now that it's been shown, we are
it
going to
is.
see the tiny shield on Lulu, so she will not die to a challenge there.
And I mean, that's a pretty big deal. Shihu's just trying to win the resource game. Right now, if you look at this kind of like hand state and what's happening here, Shihu's biggest problem is not having enough draw, but the Aloof Travelers is great. This will discard the second Poppy from the hand and draw Shihu a card. And if Shihu can start owning the board and just winning this card generation game, then he does have the ability to come back here. All right, Shihu's just trying to keep this board as narrow as possible, of course, because he doesn't want to keep buff targets alive. He knows if he just kills everything small, then the Lulu and the Poppy aren't at least doing that much. And he has a Mayor. This Mayor needs to start getting value.
And here's the Bandle City Mayor with a Kingpin, Sled, and Bomber Twins. Going for the Bomber Twins there, going for the wide board, fill it up. And there's also a Loping Telescope in hand to get even more generation of random spells.
Ooh, and that's another stun we got off of the Bomber Twins. The Explosive Minefield is going to be another punish if Kevin starts taking any sort of attacks here. This is a really, really interesting position. Kevin having the quick attack Kingpin. Shihu's going to look for a generation chain. He's probably going to go for another Bomber Twins. He can flood the board right now. This is turning around for
Bomber Twins
Shihu.
off. The Telescope, Hidden Pathways, looking to draw. And something interesting is right now, Kevin actually has the other two copies of Poppy in hand. Those are the Poppy copies that have actually turned into their signature spells, which is an oof for those aloof travelers. Getting those discarded in case the one you have on board is removed is not what you want to see.
We can see Shihu's just playing reactively, keeping his mana up for potential options. He knows he doesn't need the Bombers as a blocker this turn. The Cytheria off the top is going to be huge for Kevin because now these attacks are going to threaten a lot. The Crescent Strike will come down by Shihu, and that will pretty much lock out this entire attack. But it could be the Explosive Minefield.
And Kevin
This
actually,
is very big all of a sudden because now it's just a quick attack.
just a quick attack coming through. Lulu doesn't want to swing, she would just die. But I want to say that this deck has 3 copies of Cytheria the Bold. In the qualifier rounds, Kevin was running a very similar deck that only had 2 copies of Cytheria. I think he was really happy with how well she performed. You don't see a lot of decks actually running her. And I agree, giving everything fearsome can do a lot here. Make it so your opponents just can't block effectively.
Ooh, this is actually maybe a big bad draw for Shihu because Kevin picks up a Relentless Pursuit off of the Aloof Travelers, and that's a really, really big deal here because Kevin's just in a position, he's got units. Shihu's biggest vulnerability is he doesn't really have big ways of deleting units, and multiple rallies is going to do a really, really good job of closing the game out because Shihu does have the more cards.
He just got a way to remove the biggest thing on the board, though. Cytheria the Bold might be Cytheria the Bursted with the Sunburst.
Yep, and he does have the ability to kill it here. If it's Daybreak, then there's no amount of Sharp Sight that could save anything. He's debating about whether killing the Poppy or the Cytheria. Now, he knows that the second Poppy got discarded off of his Aloof Travelers because you can see what got discarded.
What are the chances there's 3 of them?
If he might be about to get punished by the third Poppy. If he goes for the Poppy here, there's just going to be another one. You can't play around the third Poppy.
You can't. You cannot expect them to have drawn the third one. I know we talk a lot about like having to play around the 1-ofs in somebody's decks, but playing around the 3-ofs, it's just like you're trying to do the calculations quickly in your head. Okay, what is the probability that they have gotten this. We've seen 2 copies out of 3. There's still, 20-something cards left in the deck. What are the chances?
It's usually pretty low. In these cases, you can estimate like 8 to 10%. And I mean, he might be going for it. This a lot actually rides on this, because if he goes for the Poppy now and Kevin just plays the 3rd Poppy, if Shihu doesn't play around that 10% chance from his perspective of the 3rd Poppy being in hand, he gets punished, but he goes for the Cythria. That's so huge.
Hitting the Cythria is great here because with that rally, the turnaround swing was going to be huge. No!
Whoa! Wait a second.
Wait.
Did Kevin just play into the silence? Look at Shihu's face. The daybreak from the sunburst. This is the surprise value I was talking about. Kevin didn't realize the silence was there, and he wasted a sharp sight.
This is one of those cards that I mentioned before. You don't see it very
Nobody
often.
believes it. Exactly.
I played so many expeditions, and it's one of those cards that you take because removal is so premium. And in an expedition, it's not a bad card. It's not a good card. You take it because you need to. But here it was a game changer, just big enough to take out Cythria, baited out the trick because nobody remembers that it silences before the damage if it's the first spell in the turn.
Right, that's that surprise value. Now, the onus is on Shihu to figure out how he wants to play this. He stuns the Poppy outright. He's very worried about a Ranger's Resolve. Otherwise, he would take the block on the Poppy with a Pale Cascade.
And I think Shihu's very effectively cluttered up the board, that Mayor doing some work, and gets to swing in here. Because the Poppy's not able to buff up the board by turning it around, probably don't want to sacrifice your Lulu either. Shihu has a definite advantage here.
Exactly.
And
Shihu is in a dominating position.
It came down to that read.
Yeah, that
was a
Sunburst
good
was
read.
absolutely huge. I think a lot of players might think that the odds of the 3rd copy are lower, but when the first 2 copies are givens, the odds is actually a lot higher than you would expect.
And look at that, it's Heimerdinger. Hey, Heimerdinger.
One of the really adorable things about Shihu's build here, the Targon Vandal Heimer, is you can play Heimer on turn 4. If you curve the Mayor into the Heimer on turn 4, you can actually start generating turrets really, really quickly. Now, that didn't happen this game, but hopefully we'll see more of this deck as the tournament progresses.
And as I mentioned before, if the Heimerdinger does hit the board, his specialty in this deck is making 2/1s. You may notice that there are 3 2-cost spells in the hand, which makes for a really good way to just repeatedly block anything that's not elusive. Also, they have tough, not that it's usually relevant.
And Shihu has all but won the game at this point. We can see he's got all the resources. He's managed to stabilize. His deck always had the late game. We can look at Kevin's hand and it's just out of steam. We have answers to everything. And I mean, Kevin just has these bricked copies of his champions that Shihu's not playing into. There's the second Lulu we see as well.
Gonna lock in the blocks. Trying to decide between maybe getting a bit more damage, sacrificing the Mayor versus not. Now that Mayor's already really done his job. There's only 1 more unit in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, I completely agree with what you said earlier, Amy. This game did completely come down to that Sunburst choosing on the Cythria, making sure that he goes for the scarier card, goes for the option that doesn't get him punished. European players tend to be a lot more careful. That's one of the things that we'll notice when we see these tournaments and watch these different regions. The playstyles are going to be a little different. You know, players like Shihu and Alan are constantly just playing around everything, even like low odds stuff, whereas a lot of American players are just kind of like, they look at something that's low odds and they're just ship it. They're like, yeah, if it happens, it happens, right? But in this case, paying off for
you just gotta
Shihu.
make them have it. Yeah, it's working out. And here is the Poppy taking at this now whimsied squirrel.
Yep, and we do see a scary board. Ooh,
And
the
a
Heimerdinger is going to be a little
rally.
low tempo here. This is very vulnerable to a rally all of a sudden. That's a big deal. This rally is going to do a little too much damage, and the board is going to get wiped. I don't know if Shihu could have played the Heimerdinger there. The Pokey Stick would have given him a draw and killing off one of the units, but now this unit's going to get healed off of the Lulu. It's going to get buffed off the Poppy. Shihu's realizing his mistake. He's patting, he's like hitting himself in the head. You can see that he's like, oh, I could not have played the Heimer there. That's a disaster.
Yeah, the Heimerdinger, especially without the ability to follow up with any of those key spells, the removal was able to hit something you already saw on board, and now you've got these impact units huge. You've got Lulu leveled, which means she's bigger, she's healing, she's doing work, and oh no, Heimerdinger as a blocker. You know, he's not very good at blocking.
Yeah, but actually being able to survive this is a big deal. This Heimerdinger being able to just kill the tracker and start basically just trying to stabilize this game as we go down to, what, 1 health here?
Down
1 health
to
off of the impact.
1.
We can heal, and Heimerdinger is going to start spitting out these turrets. Kevin doesn't really have over the top damage except for the impacts. These impacts are going to be crucial. Kevin needs a 3rd rally top deck right now.
That's not rally. So we're going to
It's
see
a sharp
Poppy
sight.
taken out. Sharp sight in response. She survives the pokey stick, but here comes the first of the 2-1 toughs.
Yeah, and the board is going to get swarmed. There's the Bandle City Mayor. This board is getting ridiculously swarmed. She who's never running out of units here. The barrier comes down to the Poppy, protecting her this turn, but probably from nothing. And now it's up to Shihu to just generate a really wide board, make sure blockers are hitting everything. They're going to be chump blockers, but that's good enough if rallies aren't drawn, and we have to heal through the impact. Shihu might still have this.
Might have it, and with the ability to heal up the Nexus from 2 different spells here, also getting good blockers. I can't actually remember what you get off 5. Is it quick attack off 5?
Honestly, I'm gonna be completely honest. They've moved them around a few times. I think the 5-1 is the quick attack. Yeah, because it's the overwhelm after that. Listen, nobody's played Heimer for like a year and a half, but Shihu is representing it in Worlds.
Shihu knows what's up. And I'm gonna double check there. I know that they had swapped it around so 3 would no longer be the elusive because it was just so easy to get in that elusive damage. But if you're going for a 5 cost spell,
no.
you're getting the quick attack Rocket Blaster.
Kevin top decks a 2nd Tenor of Terror. That's a big deal. That's more impact damage.
That's a very big deal. That is near unstoppable damage if it comes out here before the attack, but it doesn't come out before the attack.
Playing around the Crescent Strike, he knows that Shihu could have a Crescent Strike in hand, and we can see it. He called that. So the attack comes through, but Shihu's going to be able to survive this with the sharp sight. Not the sharp sight, the star shaping. Sorry, the double S is just, oh, they always get me, you know? The star shaping is going to come out, heal the face, and I don't know if Shihu's going to be able to lose this anymore. That's
And
so
those
huge.
Are some pretty big picks right there. How many things are going to have 3 or less power? Not too many. May as well grab this. Take out 2. And
He's
the
just going
second
for another
star
one.
shaping. And oh my gosh,
Another
the
free
Great
quick attack.
Beyond.
And he knows as long as he's not dying here, he has to be good. Heimer's done his job. It's a good Heimer. Heimer can rest in peace now, knowing that he's populated this build and given all these Celestials value. And Shihu is just outgrinding this game, outvaluing. And this is actually looking pretty good.
The 5-1 quick attack, the second 5-1 quick attack, still bringing out the telescope, getting, oh my god, Tiana too. That would just be kind of sick in the future, but I don't think wide enough. Gotta go for these small, cheap units, clog up the board. And by the way,
Or you could go for the elusive win with the Great Beyond.
Since we have
Great
the
Beyond is
Poppy
going
level,
for it. That's it. He can take off the spell shield with health picks. The Whimsy off the top will actually stop this Great Beyond. Wait, that's huge. Oh no. Oh no. Because now Kevin can have enough to win. The Whimsy punish. He drew the 3rd Lulu and Shihu didn't play around it. Oh my god.
You never expect the Whimsy. People don't put it in the deck, but when you draw your 2nd Lulu, she's a pretty useful spell.
This is absolutely nuts. But we see Kevin taking a really, really defensive block. He didn't probably need to block this last quick attack, but he is going to lose a couple of units on this. That's going to be huge. Kevin's down to 4-unit board. Shihu can play a blocker. He has the ball. This game is still on.
Yeah, these units are already impacting. They're going to get more impact. They're getting buffed by both Lulu and Poppy. You've got the help pick and a rally.
The rally, there's no way anymore.
There's no
the rally's just too good.
There's no way to stop this because with this rally, you've got the barrier on Poppy coming through. You have a guaranteed, is that 10 damage just from the impacts?
Yeah, that's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, he would have needed to, even without the rally top deck, another star shaping to be able to survive here. But that is just too much. And we're going to see Shihu drop a game to the leveled Lulu, leveled Poppy from Kevin. That was a super close one.
Yeah, you can never, ever, ever have a leveled Poppy and live. It's one of those things that once she's up there, you cannot take her down. So we're going to go to game 3. We're going to see the Heimer Zoe lineup again, but this time up against the Plunder build.
Yeah, and this is one that, again, I mean, normally I pride myself on being very confident in like my matchup table knowledge, but I can't really predict how this Heimer Bandle deck is going to do. This deck is so out of left field. I don't know how it's going to match into Plunder.
All right, so I want you to go based off your feelings then. Which do you like more? If you could take one of these out to dinner, you know, sit it down, have a good talk, which would it be?
The Plunder should be favorable, but it's going to be close. A lot of it comes down this matchup to the ability to just have the early like Bandle City Mayor and Telescope.
Well, that is a very good quick hand for Kevin. And then Shihu with the turn 1 Zoe potential, but Zoe dies to quite a few spells in the Plunder deck.
Yep, and Shihu's going to have to mulligan fairly deep here. Yep, he knows he needs early stabilizers. The Sunhawk is going to be pretty big here, though.
There we go, turn 1 Zoe. Is she going to die to a Make It Rain next turn? She might.
Yep,
I know
we
I would be
do
just
have the
tempted to
Sunblessed
steal.
Vigor to keep her alive.
Oh, I've never met anyone like you.
And Mirai Warning finding some Dragon Chow.
Yeah, you always love pulling out the 0-3s with Warden.
Do you like the swing with the 0-3? It's like, well, it's gonna... It's not gonna die here
It's not
anyway.
gonna die. It's completely safe. Shihu's drawn the
triggers the
second
Corsair.
Sunburst. I think it might go down exactly like you called it. I mean, if the Gangplank and the Sejuani come down as threats, Sunburst does a pretty good job of being able to start cleaning them up. But if they're leveled, then story.
Here comes the Make It Rain. It's going to be bodied by the shield.
Yeah, and I think if you're Shihu, keeping Zoe alive is just too important, especially because Zoe's level up might actually be one of your win conditions. The thing about Gangplank Sejuani is that deck kind of puts you on a clock to be able to win, and being able to, you know, give a decent sized board some elusive that you might get later off of your random Celestial generation actually does matter.
Oh, it's more than just off of the random Celestial generation. There's actually a secret synergy here. If you cast a Sunburst with a Heimerdinger on the board, you get the Sweeper, which is the elusive
one,
turret,
yeah.
which grants the elusive across the board. You gotta be thinking about the turrets as potential units in this match.
God, I gotta say, I'm looking at this Bandle Targon deck, and it's very, very spicy. I would love to see this deck do well. I'm a little bit biased, but I gotta root for the spice.
I'm rooting not just for the spice, but for the streamer who I have just kind of lurked in the chat of for long enough to be like, yeah, this guy rules.
Yeah, Shihu is one of the, just kind of like back in the day, like he was there from the very, very start. I remember him taking down the Duels of Runeterra 4, like one of the very, very early grassroots tournament, ended up taking first, and he's proven himself as one of the top players in the game, especially with his deck construction.
So she was really sitting on a hand of Invoke and Removal. Very high cost removal though, especially before the board goes wide. That Buster Shot's not going to be doing too much.
Yep, and Kevin's not going to be running out of resources. We're going to start the
But it's time
Plunder
to
Chain. There's a
steal!
Hush.
Whoa! It's doing the Hush always big because nobody can expect it.
Yep. I don't know if it'll do much against Shihu's deck. Of course, there's no like big buffs or units that you can just like hush down on combat. But I mean, if Shihu can't play around it, then it can always be disruptive. In worst case scenario, it can take down this Zoe. Serpent's huge here. Zoe's gonna just keep generating more attacks, and this is where we see just like the power of Zoe, not just in Zoe Nami decks of course, but represented here as well. Just her ability to generate this value over and over again. I mean, she might just have to get hushed here. Kevin's realizing there's no better hush target in the deck. Get out of here, Zoe. Let's just remove this before it's an actual threat.
You just saw a little shh going on. And now you're going to see the real benefit of our Blackfish as a 2-2.
The nabbed hush that he couldn't possibly have played around. And that's a big deal. Shihu's hand really needed that extra generation that the Zoe was going to provide. I mean, it's got some good removal opportunities, but it doesn't really have proactive plays. And Zoe really, really needed to stay alive to help that.
And we're actually seeing a little bit more synergy here. The Black Market Merchant still on the board. Again, it did get buffed to being a 2/2, which means that it survived the combat and discounted the card that was nabbed with Yordle Grifter. So now we get to see the Aloof Travelers.
Ooh, that Aloof is going to be
cycling
good for
ahead,
Shihu,
but
being able to replace the Sunburst for a very playable Bandle City Mayor.
you don't need the 2 Sunburst right now. We haven't seen head or tail of GP or Sejuani. So get to just kind of cleanly swing in here.
And at this point, by the time you're going to see them, they are going to be leveled and outside of Sunburst range here. So, I mean, that's a great swap for Shihu. All right, this is where the Mayor and the Aloof are going to have to start coming in clutch for Shihu. The 3rd Sunburst is drawn.
There's plenty of killing left.
I gotta say, it is looking like Kevin's got the upper hand in this situation, and he draws the Field Rush, the 1-up. That's absolutely huge. Shihu now might lose literally 3 turns from now.
Get to 9 mana. Thank the 3 for spell mana. It could be the Field of Rush. And the Field of Rush here, because I'm pretty sure when it comes out, you're gonna have leveled champions.
Yeah.
It's just going to be unstoppable, overwhelmed damage, which the tiny units that Shihu is generating cannot deal with.
Well, the thing is, Shihu has Sunburst and Hush. So when the Field of Rush hits, he can Sunburst the Gangplank, take off the buff, but it's not going to do enough damage because Gangplank will be leveled to 6. Sunburst only does... Hush, of course, can deal with one of them, but I don't know if it's going to be enough with him being at 10 health.
No. Sunburst does 6. It hits leveled or unleveled GP and Sejuani. It's the perfect size.
It doesn't kill Sejuani, but he can Hush the Sejuani. The Sunburst actually will be able to take down the Gangplank, and the Hush will be good enough for the Sejuani. He might actually be able to survive this with his hand, but how is he putting enough pressure down?
Not today. My life or theirs.
The Bandle City Mayor swinging alongside the Tenor of Terror and the base of Burden. Aloof Travelers and the Sunhawk just trying to get in damage while they can. Shihu at 10, trying to bring Kevin down to the same standings.
We're going to see a huge Pale Cascade on the Tenor here, keeping it alive.
Keeping it alive and getting even more removal in hand. Very nice. Another Buster Shot. I am very excited about one card, though. Kevin has a Monkey Idol in hand. There are actually 3 of these in a deck. The Shrine of the Silver Monkey. Being able to get those Powder Monkeys out guarantees you the damage every turn. And it's also just such a nice card. And we saw, by the way, right there, a Make It Rain cleanly just dodging, skipping over the Zoe.
All right, Shihu's got to be worried about taking too much damage here. This is a meta where Nexus health matters so much. It's hard to just take this much damage. He does just use the Hush on that. This might prove disastrous, though, as now he might not have an answer for the Field of Rush that could come down 2 turns from now on Kevin's next attack.
Feel the rush when all of your units have exactly 1 toughness. Zoe isn't close to being leveled. We've seen a lot of repeat spells drawn, and I think that next turn, is it time to feel the rush?
Yep, it almost certainly has to be. I mean, Kevin is probably going to want to play around things that punish development. So a Field of Rush here into an open attack next turn looks like the play. He's going for it. This is going to pull out a leveled Gangplank and a leveled Sejuani. Shihu is looking at this one of Field of Rush, and that's going to be disastrous for him. He can Sunburst the Gangplank this turn, but he can't Sunburst next turn.
So when you were prepping for Worlds coverage, did you expect to see Feel the Rush?
No, both players have Field of Rush in their lineups here. Shihu has it in his other deck, and Shihu's realizing the position that he's in. It's really, really bad. I mean, the Gangplank is going to get taken out by the Sunburst, but he needs another answer. He knows he has to Pale to try to find one.
But now the GP doesn't get taken out by the Sunburst because there's already been spells cast this turn. You can't silence him.
You're out of options if you're Shihu.
Here she comes, the leveled Sejuani, her boar, her steed.
That is absolutely crazy.
10/10s with Overwhelm.
And that's the Feel the Rush one of in Plunder. This tech coming out from South America. All of the South American players that I've seen have been swearing by Feel the Rush in Plunder, and this is exactly why. It just takes long grinded games like this and ends it on the spot. Because, I mean, just waiting until after Shihu didn't have the Daybreak on the Sunburst anymore means he can't use it. He knows that Sunbursts are in the deck, and now there's just nothing stopping this open attack. Shihu realizes he's out of options.
And everything is going to be Frostbitten every single time there's a bit of plunder. And it's going to be guaranteed plunder every single turn.
And I don't see a way out of this for Shihu.
Nasty. That's so good. And I do love the one of Feel the Rush. It is the most expensive spell that you can run in a deck, which does mean you risk it getting hit by Aloof Travelers, which is one of the most common cards that you are seeing in this meta. But it survived, it stayed in hand, we got to see the mana up to 9 plus 3 of the spell mana, 12.
Right.
There it goes. But that's gonna have to be at least 2 spells trying to take out the Sejuani, but it's not enough.
Yep, nothing's going to be able to take that down. I mean, even if Shihu top decks a Hush at this point, it's too late. We're going to see this open attack swing, and that's going to be it. Kevin is beating Shihu in the first match. Shihu's lineup actually looked pretty good the way the games went, but got a little unfortunate in game 2 there with Kevin's really, really specific hand being able to stop Shihu from winning that game.
Love to see that Feel the Rush finish. Here comes the Ice Storm, and everything is dead. Swinging in for double lethal. Kevin with the win, taking it home for Brazil.
I gotta say, I'm a big fan, Amy, of all these like different kind of styles of decks, all these different like techs that we're seeing in this tournament. There's so much diversity represented, and even like the micro decisions of builds, right? The Feel the Rush and the Plunder being the perfect example. It's really, really, really paid off in basically all the games we've seen in these tournaments. Even being able to block the Aloof Travelers from hitting one of your Gangplanks or Sejuani is even a benefit.
Yeah, and we're not seeing a great start to the day for these Polish players. First round going to Cello, second round going to Kevin. But we're going to see how it plays out in the rest of the day. And remember, every player does play against every other player in their group.
Which means we have a lot more action to cover. But let's go ahead and pull up those standings just to show you what has happened so far today, as we have had 2 matches, one in Group C and one in Group D. Talo and Kevin leading the charge right now with a win apiece. But there is still so much more action. I mean, I'm looking forward to seeing the Zoe Heimerdinger deck again. That was really, really fun to watch, Amy.
I don't see many people banning it unless it happens to really hit their lineup. I'm looking forward to seeing more games with it, and I hope that we get to cover them. I have a chance to maybe cover it later in the day.
Overall, I gotta say, I really warmed up to Shihu's lineup, just like watching how it played out. The biggest thing, and I can't stress it enough, the biggest thing that was unfortunate was just the matchup, right? I mean, we've seen nothing but Draven decks, Draven Caitlyn being one of the most popular versions, and Shihu's lineup actually will do a really, really good job at demolishing most Draven decks, but he just found an opponent that didn't have one.
Well, maybe he'll run into one later on in the group stages, but we're gonna go to a quick break, and when we come back, match number 3. everyone, and welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. We are getting underway with day 2, and the competition is fierce. To bring you through match 3, we've got Swim and Skarzik coming onto the desk. And Skarzik, I'm so excited to hear your thoughts about how the first couple of matches went for the day.
I mean, the decks came down to some really unfortunate outcomes for both sides, right? But I do want to say that we're getting a small glimpse into the power level of some of these oddball matchups, right? These decks that players aren't necessarily accounting for. We're seeing players a little bit uncertain about how they should mulligan, how they should play, needing to kind of dig into the past to remind themselves how to play these matchups.
Yeah, I think like one of the biggest kind of themes over all of this tournament is everyone's coming from a different region. Everyone's play styles and different deck builds and different ways of like approaching the metagame. What that means is it's really hard to come out and try to like precisely target or precisely craft a specific lineup. And that's why we see a lot of players that almost always do target and craft very specific lineups. Players like Alan, players like Majin Bay, players like What Am I almost always bring their kind of like own spicy like anti-meta lineups. Most of them are bringing almost entirely just like good general value decks that can outplay and outgrind anything.
That's a good point, and I'm so excited about our third match of the day. We're going back to Group C for our match 2 of that group, and Swim, why don't you take it away?
All right, so in Group C, we've got Ragnar versus Yamato, and this is going to be a really, really interesting one. Yamato is on Darkness, the only player bringing Darkness, Draven, Scion, and Plunder. And Skarzik, you want to break down Ragnar?
Ragnar is on the Sivir Action, of course, the only player to bring Bandle Tree and Ping City. Ping City is ironic in that it's sort of a counter to Bandle Tree, a new evolution of the metagame that we saw a lot of yesterday, and so a lot of players got very scared of bringing Bandle Tree. There was a couple new decks that were targeting it. We've got the advent of these Caitlyn Draven style decks with the Scorched Earth, so Ragnar still very confident in what this deck can do.
Yeah, and I think if anything, we might see the Bandle Tree deck getting banned. I think that, I mean, for the most part, it's a scary deck. In a lot of cases, people aren't prepared against it. It's got that surprise value. It looks pretty good into Yamato's lineup overall. I mean, what do you think about Ragnarosic's ban?
Ragnar is probably going to ban Scion. Generally speaking, Bandle Tree is pretty even against Scion, but just that big overwhelmed threat, there's always that small chance that you don't have the mini morph and Scion is able to close out. Meanwhile, I think Ragnar is very confident into the Plunder, very confident into the Darkness, which is a deck that was very strong and very well loved when Bandle City first came out, but has slowly fallen off because of its ability to brick. It gets some pretty clunky draws. So Ragnar could be confident in leaving that deck up, and we'll get a chance to see what Yamato can do with it.
Yep, this is going to be a very interesting one. Like I said, there's so much diversity in this tournament. There's so many spicy lineups. This is the only Bandle Tree lineup versus the only Darkness lineup. But we're seeing almost everything that you can think of that has been meta in the past, at least in some minor way, represented in this Worlds tournament.
And it is important to note for our viewers that this Plunder variant does not have the secret South American Field of Rush technology, but it is still going to be very solid nonetheless. You have the threats of the overwhelm damage, you have that frostbite that maybe locks out Sivir. This is another consideration. Plunder used to be very powerful in, the pre-Bandle City meta as a way to sort of answer the Sivir with Sejuani's frostbite ability. So a lot to consider for the players, because we have the first level of potential bans, but here it is, Bandle Tree and Plunder actually being banned here.
Yep, and I think that these are really, really solid bans. The Bandle Tree is a little bit too good into Yamato's lineup, and I actually kind of like the Plunder ban. It's close, but I actually personally think that the Bandle Tree is favored into Scion if you're running 3 mini-morphs, but I mean, I might be a little biased because I usually play that side of the matchup, and I think Ragnarosic is feeling the same way. He knows that his Bandle Tree is going to get banned, and he's thinking to himself, okay, if I know I'm not going to be able to play Tree, if I know I'm just playing the Pokestick Gangplank deck and the Sivir Akshan, what would I want to ban? And you ban out the Sejuani in that case off the stats. And I think that's one of the most important things about banning. You have to be thinking about what your opponent's banning before you even decide banning.
Ragnar Rosic is so fortunate here that Yamato is essentially forced to ban the Vandal Tree, and that gives so much flexibility with being able to be more choosy with yours. So Yamato actually opening up with Darkness here, and Ragnar Rosic is going to keep it popping here.
Yep, and speaking of poppin', we've got the KDA board music on full display. I like it, as we're gonna see Darkness versus the
The
Poke
Pink
deck.
City.
This one's gonna be a little bit rough for Darkness.
Darkness does have the means, even though it is a control deck, it does run tons of units, tons of bodies. It can get on the board early and try to block some of this damage, try to stabilize with maybe even Unspeakable Horror being picked up as an extra means of generating a card. A little bit of drain goes a long way. And I think the big theme, right, especially through yesterday and up through today, is a lot of decks just don't have healing. They can't fit it in. Their region combinations don't have access to it. So with a few points of healing here and there, there's a chance that Ragnar Rosic's Pink City deck runs out of threat, runs out of fuel. With Vhagar coming down on round 4, there could be a chance for Darkness to just stack up, and as long as you can answer the Gangplank and the Lecturing Yordle for only 2 or 3 mana, it's going to put Yamato in a really strong position.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think a lot of this matchup comes down to the Ishtali Sentinel. It's a 3 of in Yamato's decks, and if we see it being drawn, I mean, that's a huge swing, because if you can't deal with that lifesteal as a burn deck, you're not playing the game.
With 1 Withering Wail and 3 Vile Feast, there's not the overwhelming amount of healing that we've seen in some builds, and it looks like Yamato's just going to be relying on early game units. We've got Catalyzer now as well, which is fantastic.
Yeah, Catalyzer being one of the most important parts of Darkness, just being able to get it triggered just once. The difference between, you know, having a Catalyzer and not having a Catalyzer is a super big deal. It doesn't even need to go off a second time, as we Concologist into Trinket Trade.
Trinket Trade gonna generate another spell down the road, maybe even getting a prank. We've seen these Pink City decks, right? When you get late into the game, you're usually down to 1 or 2 cards in hand anyway. And so Yamato, if you sit on the Trinket Trade, maybe hoping for a prank, you get eyes on what your opponent's final options are and try to play around them as much as you can. We could see Yamato just stop developing units altogether in order to prevent like good double ups and things of that nature. Vhagar seems
I would like
a
see
strong
the Vhagar
idea here.
Being able to just block the Onlooker. This is a matchup where you're not really married to Vhagar. It's okay if the opponent commits resources into killing him, because for the most part, I mean, you've got Rekindler, and you really just want to stay alive and stabilize. That's your go-to.
And there it is, another pass, another stack for the Darkness, now up to 3 damage. This is going to be really, because just 2 more ticks, get up to 5, and you answer everything in Ragnar Rosic's lineup.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to keep track of that one, because it's going to be really awkward if neither of us knows the Darkness counter at any given time.
And Tenor of Terror, though, this is the big thing as well. Like, Yamato doesn't feel the pressure right now, but Ragnar Rosic has the ability to just go so wide and get this free chip damage thanks to the impact.
Absolutely. I think I'd like to see the Stilted Robemaker come down here. Being able to block one of them and stay alive is really nice, but it's a little bit scary taking that extra damage.
Now that there isn't mana for double up, I think Catalyzer might come down here to cash in.
For the most part, Catalyzer, I think, he goes for the Catalyzer, keeping mana up for Darkness, basically punishing another development, and there it is. I mean, he has the Darkness that can snipe out one of these now.
Yeah. And then Catalyzer would stack it up to 4 if it does block this round, and then if Vhagar survives, you go up to 5. This is a situation, however, with no healing in hand. You're going to be dropping down pretty low depending on how you want to allocate your defense.
Yep. And this Vhagar will almost certainly have to block, because you just need to trade down this board as much as possible, and it can at least survive. He's playing very protective here, going for the Pokey Stick instead. I think he's trying to rush down with the Vhagar face condition.
But in order for that to work, you have to cast the Darkness. There are no other Darkness generators right now except for Senna. And because Stilted Roadmaker has not been developed yet, there's not any more spell mana floated. It becomes very awkward here for Yamato to be able to play the Darkness and generate another one and keep the pressure going. Ragnar Rosic can very easily navigate the Darkness condition by just developing and open attacking, potentially.
Yeah, spending the mana there just to keep the Vigar have a little bit more health feels a little bit aggressive, because now, I mean, you might not be able to protect your Nexus health as much. Usually this is the point of the game against burn decks, and of course, Poke City included. This is where your Nexus health is your primary resource, is your only resource, really.
And now, with double lecturing Yordle, it's just a race to the bottom. Yamato wants the game to go as long as possible for the darkness to stack up, but the timeline just isn't there. If you extrapolate the double Yordle, the Dreadway
Darkness does
deckhand...
5. It's killing one of them right now.
I mean, the line is there, but it's just, do you have the mana? Do you have the time?
That's pretty big. Yamato is just looking for a draw. He's very desperate. At this low health, you need an Ishtali Sentinel or something to be able to stop this aggression. Leveled Gangplank is going to be really, really terrifying as well.
Yeah, and has to make this play going all in versus the threat of Mini Morph as well, which unfortunately we don't see in Yamato's hand. Stress Defense can help block some of this overwhelm damage, but leveled up Gangplank means that's extra AoE damage going onto the Nexus. We could even see Dreadway Deckhand come down just to double down.
Yamato is thinking about how to stop the most damage here against burn. That's basically all you should ever be thinking about, but it's rough. I mean, the whole point of Ragnar Rosic's deck is that it's always going to be dealing damage. The Senna comes down threatening a Darkness, which is pretty impactful. This can deal with the Gangplank, but the attack is still there, so the trigger is still going off.
So this Darkness is up to 6, I think.
6. It is, yep. And that's
so yeah, Senna's
really,
going to
really
get fast
good.
speed Darkness. I didn't see that. But again, this deck has become a bit of a rarity. And Senna now, maybe the dynamic duo can stabilize this. A lot of damage still going onto the Nexus. We've got double hidden pathways for Ragnar. It's very easy to draw into that last little burn that you're going to need.
Yep, one thing that's really big is this Vigar is about to be potentially going down to, of course, the poison dart that we can see in Ragnar Rosic's hand, and he might just use it there. He could actually go for it on the Nexus instead if he doesn't care about Vigar, if he just opts to burn this out, which would be a good play. He's going for the Senna instead of the Vigar off of the Keg. That's interesting. Basically just stopping the Darkness generation because he knows the Senna attacking would be another Darkness, but the Rekindler is going to be really scary here at bringing her back.
And depending on, because of the 5 plus the 6, there's still a little ways to go to level up the Vagar. So Dark Bulb Acolyte could come down just as a hedge, killing this Lecturing Yordle, maybe answering second Gangplank.
Overall, I mean, it's a really, really tough call. If you're sitting there, if you're Ragnar Rosic, you could send the Poison Dart face. And I mean, Yamato could be at 3 health right now, but the Rekindler is a pretty big punish, potentially, if it comes down later to being able to just like stabilize this board. And Yamato doesn't have the Ishtali Sentinel, so he doesn't really have a way to protect his Nexus health.
I wonder if this is the point in the game where Yamato is finally going to start cashing in these pranks, trying to get some vision on the enemy hand to sculpt these plays a little bit better.
I think for the most part, you can't really favor mana discounts at this point in time. You've just got to make sure you're at least seeing what you're getting off of your own Pokestick, or, you know, setting up some amount of healing if the opponent develops blockers. Goes for 1. Granting 2 cost to a Pathways is nice.
Yeah, takes away a little bit of that Hail Mary potential of burst speed draw into burn. Put that back up to 5, thank you very much. Maybe a little bit more confident that there's not a second Gangplank lurking. Ragnar Rosic is doing a great job of bluffing it here, knows the Darkness is in hand, and gets...
The Shadow Fiend is so bad for him. He's not on his attack turn, and he realizes it's a low roll. He's emoting out of suffering. I've seen that emote before. I've done that emote before. It's pained emote.
Time. It's about time we've seen Mirai Warden low roll just a bit, but now with no threat of Gangplank, Darkness is cleared for takeoff, and the Pokestick put ahead of the stack, so Vagar is not going to get on board and leveling to create the next Darkness. And now, of course, Rekindler is guaranteed to bring Senna. Stress defense.
Yeah, the stress defense is absolutely, absolutely huge here. It's a big punish. Ragnar Rosic has a burn as a strategy, right? He could go for the Nexus, but he's scared of heals. He's scared of stuff like Ishtali Sentinel coming out on the board, and in this, the stress defense, keeping Vigar alive is going to be a big punish. Ragnar Rosic might not have enough damage to kill now. I mean, we see the Vile Fist in Yamato's hand, so Yamato effectively has 6 health. Ragnar Rosic has 3 damage with the 2 Pokesticks in the Corsair. He's looking for 3 more. I don't know if he has it. The Gangplank top deck is huge, though.
Gangplank with the attack token here coming down, summons a barrel that's more AoE damage that can't go for it because of the darkness.
Yeah, the darkness is too scary, and the Senna development would be even worse.
Yeah, now that Veigar's leveled up, he's going to be passively generating a darkness at the start of each round. So now Ragnarsich is in a pickle where you have to make do with what you can play. You could play Gangplank specifically for the barrel, just to get extra damage on your Pokey Stick here.
The most important
5
thing
mana
is
plus 1 damage to the Nexus.
right now, when you're against Burn, the only thing that matters is your Nexus health. For both players, it's just Yamato's Nexus health that matters here. And the only way he can minimize his damage to the Nexus is by saving the Vile Feast until the keg comes down. Because that way, you could lifesteal off of the keg and stop a point of damage. But if that happens, this turn, Ragnarsich has the second Pokestick to reuse the keg, and then the Vile Feast actually gets punished. That would be lethal this turn, Skarzik. If it goes Gangplank into that chain, that's lethal this turn if the Vile Feast actually gets killed by the second Pokestick, if the lifesteal can't happen.
And even with the extra mana cost on the Pokestick, I think that play still goes through.
There's not enough mana now because the Gangplank would have to come down.
Oh, thank goodness.
There's 1 mana short, Ragnarsich, 1 mana short of being able to execute that. But that would have been such a punish.
The pranks, Yamato saving those from way earlier in the game for this moment now when Ragnarsich has fewer resources in hand.
This is
Doesn't have
potentially
eyes on this Gangplank.
2-turn clock. This is very, very scary.
Now with 12 HP on Ragnarsich, Veigar surviving till next round most likely. That's going to be ticking the darkness up to 10 damage.
And Yamato has Puff Caps in his deck. These Puff Cap draws could be lethal right now. He can't use Pokestick. He's too afraid of drawing into his own deck. No Puff Caps on the Ishtali Sentinel. This has the lifesteal. Is he actually stable here? Is there a way? If he can get the lifesteal off once, he's good. If he can kill the Nexus this turn with Veigar, he's good. Is there anything that can stop the Veigar's double darkness on face? I think he's just going for it. But if he goes for the double darkness on face, the double Pokestick to try to represent lethal with the kegs has to be good. A single Pokestick would come out, but Yamato has 2 protections, 2 different ways to kill the keg. So it goes Pokestick for lethal on the 2 kegs. Yamato has both answers. He has the Vile Feast and his own Pokestick. So Yamato has to win here.
Unbelievably close game once again. And even my count was off. Darkness is actually only up to 9, but it doesn't matter here.
Ragnarsich doesn't have to go in yet. The Senna gets played, and now he knows that it's over. He knows he has to try to go in for the
5 mana
sticks.
hidden pathways. We haven't seen a single make it rain yet.
It actually is possible. It actually is possible to pull the Make It Rain, but he didn't hit it. And now I think Yamato just has this. I mean, he has enough mana to protect. Pokestick is going to be preemptive, and Yamato is just going to have the ability to not only threaten the face with darkness, but also ping off the keg, keep himself alive through this. And if he uses Vile Feast, he's not even risking dying to shrooms.
This is so strong, and this is all thanks to Stilted Robemaker discounting the darkness. Second Pokestick goes down, and we have the protection.
There's the Vile Feast, and the Darkness deck is able to take it. Darkness versus Burn, top taking the Ishtali Sentinel, even after it was too late, still doesn't matter, still able to keep that Veigar alive and just chugging away at it. Ragnarsich trying to kill the Veigar ended up kind of being his downfall there. If he had just gone for the face, he probably would have had enough.
And that's one of the things you have to consider with this list, right? As a newer deck in the metagame that's looking to mostly counter Bandle Tree, you have to consider what your position is in a lot of the other matchups when you're playing Burn. And we've seen it time and time again, especially with Pirate Aggro, where if you have to send a Noxian Fervor to kill a unit or something, instead of sending it directly to the face, that loss of damage could come back to haunt you. And we'll see if Ragnarsich maybe adapts their play going forward, but picking up the win with Darkness, a very unexpected, underappreciated deck, I would even say, is so huge for Yamato here, going into set point now in game 2.
Absolutely. So now Yamato just needs to win with Draven Scion, one of the powerhouses of the meta in this tournament. We're seeing all the different Draven versions, but for the most part, they're using similar Lost Soul oriented strategies, just kind of like infinite value exchange. The Scion in this case is going to come down and try to end the game on turn 7.
And this is a pretty interesting opening hand. There is the greedier line of just passing here, going for Boom Baboon, so you have a better target for your Sump Dredger. Draven on 3 with the attack token will be quite nice, and thanks to, again, the infinite value, so to speak, of the Lost Soul, you have just continuous chump blockers as well as board control against all of the pings that are potentially trying to remove your board and generate tempo.
Yep, this is usually it's one of the most balanced matchups in the game. Neither deck is particularly favored here. It just comes down to who has the more aggressive hand, because this matchup is very, very much a race down. If Yamato is able to get the Scion on turn 7 and just win the game off of that, then Ragnarsich is going to have to kill him before that happens.
Is attacking on odd turns, which is huge. You can have the Scion set up and just attack. Ragnarsich, meanwhile, won't be able to take advantage of a gangplank on 5 per se. But we did see Yamato opt for Zonai Urchin here on turn 1. Does want the defense.
Yep. And you're definitely going to play the Baboon and block this. Now, whoa! Yamato is not playing that Baboon. That's very, very interesting. He's banking spell mana. He could have taken some blocks, bricked out some of the pings that could be coming from Ragnarsich later, but I think he doesn't really mind the pings because, of course, you know, the keg is there. So the Baboon is going to stay on the board.
Yeah, just plays the Baboon after the thought, gets the ability to open attack now, drag this barrel, put pressure down. Yep. And what this does is you have just the Baboon in play, right? There was a chance if you play the Baboon, Ragnarsich just doesn't attack at all, sets up a really strong Make It Rain or something to wipe and try to get tempo that way.
Yeah, I mean, Yamato is playing a very, very defensive and reactive line with this. You know, I mean, the Draven could definitely go in and get a free attack, get some free potential chip damage. This is an interesting line.
And
just
now
wants to make sure he's setting up for the Scion, basically.
Mm-hmm. Playing all for the Scion. That big overwhelm damage and rally is really all you're going to need. Ragnarsich as well is going to be taking a lot of damage here in the early mid game, simply because a deck like this gets a lot of its mileage out of just being wider than the opponent.
Yep. Is a pretty big draw by Yamato, because he could be about to hit a level Draven. If this attack goes through on the Lecturing Yordle, Draven could survival skills and the axe and Whirling Death, and that would be a level up.
And then having that overwhelm pressure in the mid game just sets up even further for Scion. If Ragnarsich drops too low, that overwhelm is looking to end the game.
Exactly. Now this is interesting. He's going for the Whirling Death on, of course, the Yordle. You've got to basically just kill this before it becomes a threat. And Draven is leveling up after this. This is going to start generating a lot more axes as well, but just mostly pressure, because Scion decks do need to be able to put out some amount of pressure. They don't just kill the Nexus in one. You have to get them down to like 10 health first.
Yes. Yes. We've got the Scion just ready to go. Draven now being leveled up is great because you're getting 2 axes, and this means that a top deck Rummage or something is a little bit less clunky for your hand. Poison Dart actually being put on the Draven, trying to soften this up for the Make It Rain and the group shot. I do really like that. Ragnarsich, even though there was a bit of a punish last game for not sending absolutely everything to the face, is recognizing the implication here of a quick attack overwhelm.
Yep, exactly. And this is the big problem with Yamato's deck into this lineup, especially with these draws, is that you just have so many 1-health units. I mean, look at Ragnarosich's hand right now. The Make It Rain, the double TFs that could be red cards. I mean, even Group Shot is just like ways of killing these cards for free. So Yamato's going to have a hard time actually establishing real chip damage. In this situation, he needs cards like Sump Dredger that are going to be threats that, you know, don't die immediately.
Yeah, so just has to go for it by forcing your opponent to spend mana reactively like this. They have a little bit less of a chance to finish your post-combat development. Group Shot, exactly. Such a strong card there. 1 mana, deal 1. Always a classic. We've seen some versions of this list actually swap out the Group Shot for Parley, but there having it fast speed is just amazing.
That's exactly right. For those of you guys who are kind of like new to watching Runeterra at a high level, the name of the game is reactivity, right? You just want to be able to, you know, commit after you see what the other person is doing. And a lot of that is doing like little non-committal forms of pressure and then kind of waiting to see what they do. So that's why you would open attack with the Draven here, just making sure that you're not giving your opponent more information before you have to, because they have to deal with the Draven.
And Yamato, we said earlier, is trying to play a reactive defensive game, and Ragnarsich is actually doing a good job of mirroring that style. Going for Mirai Warden here, still fulfilling that low-pressure, wide game plan to keep the threat level high, but reserving mana for the Twisted Fate here. If a big unit is committed, gold card comes down to make the attack even sweeter, and a red card here already wiping 2 defenders.
Yeah, that's a really, really big deal, especially for the offensive pressure. This is going to be nasty for Yamato. Another thing about the situation, by the way, is I think this is going to be the rare not leveled Scion on turn 7. The almost never before seen not leveled Scion on turn 7. Yamato's hand does not really have the beef that Scion's going to need to be leveled on 7.
Yeah, even though Scion counts himself when he comes into play, I have seen it one other time where Scion comes into play not leveled.
Lost Soul as a draw might actually change that. Scion is going to be pretty close to leveling after that. But, I mean, this pressure from Ragnarsich is looking really, really good for him. And his hand is just not going to run out of burn options. You've got draw, you've got TF's pick a card, you've got, of course, the hidden pathways. And that deck is designed to just draw always into more burn options, the impacts, the puff caps. And Yamato is not having any way of stabilizing this or dealing. He's just going to have to block to stop the maximum.
So far, it's been pure defense from Yamato. The Lost Soul arriving in the hand so late means that you were robbed of that ability to start controlling the board throughout the mid game, and it's allowed Ragnarsich to get this wide board.
Aww. And you see what he's doing here, Skarsek. I love this. Yamato realizes that if he kills this Twisted Fate, a second Twisted Fate in the hand would turn back into Twisted Fate. And that enables Gold Card. Yamato knows that he can't kill the Twisted Fate with a Mystic Shot. He has to kill something else instead because he can't enable Ragnarosich's ability to play a second Twisted Fate Gold Shot. He's bricking it in his hand. He's playing around it perfectly, and the Scion is not going to here because of it.
Unfortunate that there was a Ravenous Flock needed to be cashed in on defense. We've seen some players use it in order to kill their own Scion and get the rally, but here it is, turn 7. This is the big play. You have to commit to the Scion here.
The scary thing, though, is that, I mean, you can't kill in one turn, and, I mean, at 9 health against this burn deck, you are just going to be getting pelted. I mean, how do you survive that? If Scion can't win the game on the turn, it's
from just from the impact. We've got Lecturing Yordle about to come down. Hidden Pathways is beautifully timed here for the reload in the late game for Ragnarsich.
Yeah, it's really, really nasty. Yamato just needs a little bit more health, but I don't think he has it. He's going to take a risky open pass. He wants to see exactly what's happening first. I think he's happy if Ragnarsich actually passes here because he just wants to burn his mana. Didn't get the pass. He tried to bait it out.
Yeah, Yamato wants to maybe bluff. There's some flexibility here, but
exactly.
There's no utility with the hand. If there's another Rummage, some way to get another discard activator, you could maybe go for a line of, you know, Twin Blade Revenant plus something, but oh my god, yeah, Scion's not leveled yet.
It's the unleveled Scion on turn 7, the never before seen. And it's so unfortunate because it's so rare. I mean, you almost always have hands that are going to be good enough to push that. And we're just going to start chipping away at Yamato's health. Down to 8.
Yeah, just overwhelmed here. There was not enough pressure from Yamato to set up in order to make Scion a threat. And here it is. Ragnarsich sees the opportunity to cash in the Twisted Fate. And this means that you have the backup gold card for when that Scion does eventually level, when it eventually does pop and rally.
Exactly. It's so bizarre. Twisted Fate is one of these champions. Both players realize that him being dead is a good thing for Ragnarsich, right? You just want to enable the second Twisted Fate to give you the ability for red card to push damage, blue card to repopulate. Although Ragnarsich might be reconsidering because he's thinking about, you know, the damage, the thing he got off of that. He could go for a pick a card. Gonna sack the Twisted Fate here. Gold card is just too much of a safety card here.
Yeah, it's so much of a huge safety net versus the Scion. Rummage is nice. But I mean, what are you going to do?
Weird bailout for Yamato.
Yeah, it can draw you some more units to try to go wide against this board. We've got Twisted Fate gold card to stop one blocker. And already we've got, you know, +2 now on the attack. Lecturing Yordle about to generate a poison dart, double up, no longer part of the equation, but we could see Tenor of Terror come down, and that level of just burn damage coming through, and Flame Chompers.
I mean, if he rummages into a Get Excited or a Mystic Shot, this Scion will die. And it will rally with the leveled Scion. That's pretty big, but I don't know if he can survive this turn. There's the Get Excited, but it's attached to a Puff Cap. That's damage.
Yeah, with Scion, if you kill it and he revives, it would be an unstunned fresh copy.
but the double up is blocking that. As long... Oh, Ragnarsich doesn't have mana for double up. This is actually huge. Ragnarsich needs to put on this pressure. The Tenor of Terror is going to be really big, and I think with the stunned Scion, I don't see a way for Yamato to survive this.
Yep, just a wide attack coming in for game 2.
I mean, that has to be it. The impact damage is 3 inevitable. You don't have enough blockers. This is always going to be, at the very least, exact lethal. And even if there's no puff gap drawn, it looks like Ragnarsich is good for game 2. Man, almost all of these games are going to game 3.
Game 3 is the name of the game. When the players are this high leveled and the matchups are so close, like, this is what we saw all yesterday, and I am here for it. I want to see as many games from these highly skilled players as possible.
All right. And we've got 1 health left off of the Get Excited. He's able to stop 1, and there's just no way out of this with the Make It Rain, with potential double up. I mean, there's no possible way Yamato can survive here, unfortunately.
Yeah, all the burn goes on the stack. There's only 2 targets in play, which means that Make It Rain is guaranteed to hit the Nexus here.
All right. Now, the one thing that's in Yamato's favor, though, is as we are getting into game 3, the Akshan Sivir deck, Ragnarsich will have to win with, and Draven Scion is typically considered a bit favorable into Akshan Sivir.
Yeah, you have that great amount of early board presence to keep up with them snowballing you. You've got the Twin Blade Revenant to help keep the board even as well. As long as Yamato can get a Lost Soul in the hand early, because that's what we saw for this game, is the Lost Soul showed up super late, and it just didn't get the value that it's known for.
All right. So, both players down to their last decks. It's going to be the Draven Scion against the Akshan Sivir. A pretty standard version of Akshan Sivir coming out by Ragnarsich here, using the old school method of Ruin Runner, actually. What do you think about that tech, Scars? Like a much more like offensive oriented one. It's going to be better against like Noxus control styles.
Yeah, sticking with the Ruin Runner means that you're looking to punish a lot of these very low to the ground Bandle City decks, I think. And the switch to, as we've seen, like Screeching Dragon and Vakuran Bruiser is a lot better for the mirror match.
Yeah, I mean, the Spell Shield is going to come in handy against Yamato's more control-oriented version of Draven Scion with stuff like Ravenous Flock and Mystic Shot. These controlled Noxus decks are actually, like, part of the reason they're so good right now is off of the Ruin Runner nerf. Ruin Runner, as a 6/4 Spell Shield, was holding back those decks' ability to perform. It was just so hard to deal with, and we might see a bit of a resurgence of that in this Game 3.
And so getting into it, we do have Lost Soul in the opening hand now for Yamato. Ragnarsich has some reactivity. The Quicksand is a very interesting tech as well to take care of that overwhelm. But gets the rest of the early game package with Fleet Feather Tracker. Really hoping for Akshan or Bright Steel Protector to go along with this.
Yep. Yamato's got his value generation. The Lost Soul is perfect here. It's absolutely what you want in outgrind situations like this. He's going to keep the Lost Soul and keep the discard for it, and I like it. This matchup will come down to the long-term resource exchange or a Scion just kind of like trying to blow out the board.
And now that you've got Lost Soul number 2 coming through in the opening hand, Scion most likely will then be leveled up when he comes down like he's supposed to.
Yeah, there's no way that happens again.
I mean, offering the trade here, wants to just get the Fleet Feather Tracker off of the board.
We can see Yamato is pretty favored here because of Ragnarsich pretty... Ooh, that's even more clunky opening hands. I mean, the double tracker without any units to follow it up, and just reactive spells and a Preservarium this early is not what you want to see.
Decides to float the mana. Has Draven on 3 here. Ragnarsich can respond with, just the Vagabond. Gets this Warlord Palace ticking down.
And the Draven's just going to be absolutely huge here. Just the chip damage it deals is just monumental off of Quick Attack. It's such a good keyword, and you're generating free axes. That's free value, especially in this deck that has so many ways of using them.
Yeah, we've got the Rummage all ready to go now with 2 pieces of discard fodder, even 3, if you want the second Lost Soul to be revealed.
Man, I gotta say, it's all coming up for Yamato as he looks incredibly favored in this game so far.
Yeah, because now you've got the Twin Blade Revenant to come down, start pressuring any mid-game development with no potential to Merciless Hunter here. to respond to this. This means that Ragnarossic is going to fall even further behind thanks to the Challenger and the Quick Attack. There was that rare opportunity for Yamato to just freely swing with the Draven because there was no spell mana floated, and now that Ragnarossic is under so much pressure, there's even less opportunity to keep reserving that spell mana. You have to spend everything you have on developing onto the board and protecting what you have.
Exactly, and these 3 health units are not vulnerable to the the Fleet Feather Tracker, and I mean Ragnarossic does not really have any early game at all. The Sivir top deck though might turn things around.
Whenever we see Sivir Akshan in a tight spot, there is always that quick attack, that spell shield, the extra value from the Warlord's Palace finally being added to the hand. That really allows them to swing games. But second Twin Blade Revenant is just going to reinforce Yamato's position, wanting to maintain a dominant state here. And I'm wondering, you could even sacrifice your 4-3, pull it to the side.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because, to nullify the barrier here, because it's a unit that you're going to kind of get back.
Yeah, you have that ability. I mean, I expect Yamato to probably just play for the long-term outgrind and just skip an attack with Draven and the other Revenant here. Just pick off the tracker you can. I think it's definitely... I mean, this is a matchup, especially in this board state, that will just come down to the long-term attrition, and you're not really looking to get in any just, like, short-term value here.
This is the point where you do need to start respecting the sharp sight. The presence of the Twin Blade Revenants has kept Ragnarossic from developing a lot of the power cards he was hoping to, but we can see, of course, that it's all reactivity, all spells, and now with both Twin Blade Revenants leaving the field, this does open up a chance for Sivir to come down.
Oh, that's a pretty big deal. Yamato does have the ability to Mystic Shot this, debating whether he wants to use a Mystic Shot just to deal with a 3-3. You always have to be aware of Sivir, and Mystic Shot is one of the few ways to potentially take off a spell shield if you might have cards in your hand later that need that, because, I mean, you need to deal with Sivir unless you're killing with a Scion really, really quickly. No Scion in hand.
No Scion in hand. And there is Arachnoid Sentries as well in the list to help with the spell shields. There is, of course, Survival Skills lurking here in Yamato's hand, and this is going to make it very awkward for Ragnarossic to be able to attack safely.
We see the perils of course, new wave discard, which is that Yamato's hand is full. Yeah, it's a discard deck, but he actually just has a full hand. He can't even rummage here if he wants to discard the souls.
And so with Sivir entering the battlefield, Yamato will maybe just need to develop the Boom Baboon. Draven's going to get pulled to the side here, potentially killed by the Shaped Stone as well. You really love to see that.
Yep, absolutely. And we do have the ability to survival skills either of our units and try to block the Sivir with the survival skills. This is one of the reasons why I like the survival skills here, because it does a really, really good job into quick attacks, and it's one of the big counters. Ragnarossic does have the response. I expect the quick sand to come down in response.
Hey, buddy, what you doing?
And does indeed go for it, wants to get the Sivir off of the board. This version from Yamato is only running one copy of survival skills, so this is all cashed in, and this is just going to remove the attack power from Draven. He still will survive, but this just protects the Sivir, and that's really all you want.
Yeah, and it stops an action generation. It's a very, very swingy quicksand. It's a little bit risky to run in the deck because sometimes it can brick out, but when it hits big. And now it's up to Yamato to start putting on pressure with this Scion, because there's not really an answer to Scion in Ragnarossic's deck, and that's why Scion is generally considered a bit of a counter to Akshan Sivir. The Scion will come down next turn, and this time it's going to be leveled.
With the quicksand out of the equation, that overwhelm from Scion is also going to be so massive here.
Exactly.
But with survival skills out of the equation on Yamato's side, this means that there is a lot more flexibility for Sivir to attack, and now Scion coming through indeed.
And this just looks absolutely disastrous for Ragnarossic. I don't see how he can come back from this one. I mean, he needs multiple ways of dealing with all these Scions. Even if he top decks Concerted Strike or Single Combat, that will help, but I don't know if it'll be enough.
The saving grace, I suppose, from this position is simply that there is 17 HP, so it is pretty difficult for Scion to just straight up end the game here with the right developments from Ragnarossic, but the pressure, not just even if you live, the pressure of having to trade away ropes, because your board is gone, and guess what? I still have Lost Soul, Twin Blade Revenant, keeping me fueled up, keeping that pressure from letting you even redevelop a board after this.
Oh, there's the Cataclysm. Cataclysm is going to be big here because there's no re-response on the side of Yamato. So we do have the ability to just pick off the Scion here. I'm assuming the Cataclysm has to come down, of course, after he's fishing for the card he wants. And that's going to be really good because when you can kill the first Scion and force the rally while the attack token is already there, then you basically just stop his effect from moving off. Now you're still taking a lot of damage, and the second Scion in hand is going to be a problem, but we now have an answer.
And we'll see what Ragnar wants to pick up off of the Relic here. It is a predict into a draw. You get to look at those 3 cards. Gets the Golden Aegis. Is working on a plan here. Is working on a comeback.
Ooh. Wait a second. He's not going for the Scion. He's going for the Twin Blade Revenant. What is this?
Wants to kill this challenger.
It
To
looks
set
like
up a
he's
better trade of
ignoring the
Sivir.
Scion completely. Maybe the
Because
Aegis
now
changed that
Flame
decision.
Because now the Flame Chompers can pull. You do have Shape Stone to trade up, but your board is still going to potentially go down.
This is a little bit dicey. I think killing the Scion there probably had to be the safer play.
Like you already said, it overwrites. It wastes their rally because the attack token hadn't been spent yet.
Yep, and at 1 mana, you know, Yamato had no answer to that. But the play Ragnar made is basically saying he's trying to end the game next turn. And I mean, if he has more access to rally, if he gets an Absolver off of the Preservarium with another rally, he might be able to do it. I mean, the Sivir is almost leveled.
Yeah, you just take the 10 damage here and just your opponent's not going to rally regardless and try to smash through with the Sivir here. There is Preservarium in hand still for a draw. There's the Aegis for the rally. There is potential here for some crazy combo to come together for Ragnar. We've seen Sivir pull off some ridiculous comebacks now and again.
Honestly, going for the Twin Blade Revenant there might actually be pretty big brain because Ragnar I mean, he's
and
back's in a
now
corner.
That he did chump the Scion, there is Ravenous Flock now to pop in and get the rally.
The Flock tech coming out, slaying the Scion.
I really thought he was going to just take that 10 damage and try to end it next round, recognizing
and that's it. The Flock threatening the Scion, Ragnar concedes, and Yamato is our winner.
Picks up the set, running Darkness. You just need that smart ban of the Bandle Tree, the deck that was the biggest threat to your lineup, and with some skilled piloting, it all comes together.
Absolutely. I mean, Darkness is a deck that we've seen kind of like splash in these tournaments. It's definitely a fringe pick, but it is definitely the kind of deck that you can run in specific tournament lineups where you have that safety ban for some bad matchups, and it's able to squeak some wins through against some metas.
In a slower, grindier matchup, it really comes through, and there's only a handful of players that are still confident with it, and Yamato definitely is one of those players.
I mean, that's just the power of having a Scion leveled up, right? I feel like Ragnar as well, like, still played incredibly well, just kind of wasn't able to push through the damage necessary. And so you're kind of talking about, like, the pacing, you know, playing reactively, kind of needing to match the pace of your opponent and then wait for those openings. So what do you, if anything, could Ragnar maybe have done differently in that set?
That's an interesting one. I think the one thing he could have done really is go in for the burn kill against Darkness. When he was playing the kind of like Bandle poke deck against the Darkness deck, he had a decision whether to try to kill the engines, which is actually usually the correct play against Darkness. The thing that most people don't understand about Darkness is that it's actually more of the kind of like aggressive deck, if anything, and decks that are mid-range usually don't aggro Darkness down. They usually just try to kill Viger and Senna over and over again if they have that option, and that's usually a safer play than aggroing it down. But I think in that situation, I don't know if it made enough sense because you're only losing to the Ishtali Sentinel otherwise, but it's a really close call.
Well, that is going to be a win on the board for Yamato. So let's go ahead and take a look at the standings. Now that we have 3 matches down, we're starting to see what the standings look like here. Chelo and Yamato obviously taking wins in Group C, and then we've got Kevin in Group D taking a win over there. But we still have one more match for Group D before we get a chance to see how all of the standings play out for both of these groups. So I am so excited. We've got three game matches that we have gotten a chance to see so far. I think that just says we're going to see some more incredible matches today. So thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Skarzig, you're sticking around. Let's go ahead and bring Mogwai into the mix to talk about this next match. We're going back over to Group D. We've got our next match queued up. I mean, Mogwai, are you excited? Are we going to see another 3-game match potentially?
Very likely, because both of these lineups are very similar. Also, a bit of bummed out by the start of Europe today, but I still do believe. I just hope that I don't put myself in a position where they're showcasing that video of me saying Europe is the best region again and again. But really, really hyped up for this next match for sure. But looking at the lineups and really excited to see both of these players.
Well, why don't we just go ahead and get into the action? Skarzig, take it away.
When we get a closer look at both of the players that we're about to see here, Majin Bay and Odyssey, Majin Bay is not just coming from a favored region of NA, but he is a favored player all around. A seasonal winner here in the World Championships, has done a lot of research in metagame. I think that's really what he's known for. A player that if there's any good deck that's creeping into the metagame, he's immediately on top of it, learning it, trying to figure out where it fits in the meta landscape, and is just a good old-fashioned Lee Sin player as well. So is used to these tournament settings, these very high-stakes, grindy games.
I'm not really too familiar with Odyssey. To be completely honest, I'm not sure if you know more about this player. I do know that their lineups are very similar. Going back on what you said on Majin Bay, definitely one of the players that people are looking out for the most, because he is definitely very known as a really strong meta player. He knows the best, like you said, he finds the best decks, and he's not afraid to go into mirror matches. And we're going to see if that really is the case, because these two players have two exact same decks, even though there's differences in their card choices and such. But really intrigued to see Majin Bay finally in action, because I've never really gotten to cast a game from him since he's from NA, and I want to see what Odyssey is all about, really.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Odyssey has a lineup that's similar to Majin Bay's means that he has a similar read on the metagame, and it's going to come down to potentially some mirror matches, which we've been skipping out on a lot here.
We haven't seen any mirror matches yet, but I have a feeling we might get a chance to see some mirror matches today. We'll see, but Majin Bay is a clear favorite in NA. Let's hear a little bit more about him.
Hey guys, my name is Majin Bay. I'm from California, and I've been playing Legends of Runeterra for almost a year now. Wow, I made top 16 in the world. Like, what an accomplishment, right? My favorite part of the game has got to be the pass system and spell mana. I think they make the game a lot more like fluid. It flows really well. Americas has been crushing in Runeterra. I do believe the Americas region is very, very skilled. I play a lot. One of the other top 16, What Am I? He's a teammate of mine. What Am I and I worked really hard on our lineup, and we're really excited about it. So I'm really rooting for him, but at the end of the day, I'm here to win it.
Well, I'm sure Majin Bay is super excited to know that What Am I has already made it into the final day of competition. Mogwai, I know you're excited to see Majin Bay in action, so why don't you just kick us off with start talking about those deck lists?
Let's take a look at the player profiles and see what these lineups are all about. And I also want to clarify real quick that, I'm not particularly a fan of mirror matches myself. It's not something that I'm looking forward to. But in card games, eventually these things happen, right? And this is definitely the matchup where we can see a lot of what's really interesting about mirror matches in this case, though, is that we'll see different approaches as these decks. We see the lineup Majin Bay is bringing Draven Scion, Zoe Nami, and Poppy Lulu. At this point, I think it's safe to assume that this is the winner lineup, or at least the most powerful one. Zoe Nami has been extremely dominant throughout the tournament, and just even decks and lineups, entire lineups that have been trying to target this archetype have actually just fallen flat on their face, and it's just really difficult to overcome Nami's value when piloted correctly. We can definitely expect Majin Bay to do so. And Draven Scion has perhaps taken the majority of the bans throughout this tournament, right, Skarzig? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yeah, a lot of lists just don't want to deal with that big overwhelm at the end. There's always that value of Lost Soul, and a lot of players are prepared to deal with the Caitlyn variants that are a bit more, incremental with their aggression, but something that has an aggressive early start into a late game finisher. Players just don't want to answer that. Sion was super strong at the beginning of the Bandle City metagame and started to fall off because Minimorph in the Bandle tree became much more popular. And now that we're shifting from Bandle tree, it puts Sion back on the menu. Odyssey is responding to this lineup with running the Ping City over the Nami Zoe here in his preferred lineup. So we could see, the Lulu Poppy mirror match. Majin Bey has said in the past that he does not mind playing mirror matches. He has that confidence that he knows how to pilot it, he knows how to navigate it and outplay. But Odyssey, with a little bit more of an aggressive tilt, could maybe high roll into an extra win that Majin Bey might not be accounting for.
This is definitely a pattern that we've seen from the Asian region in this World Championship. None of them are playing Zoe Nami, and they're opting to go for other options instead. I ultimately think this may end up being a mistake, because while Pink City has been pretty solid, it had a bit of a rough start, but overall I think we can agree that it's been a well-performing deck. I don't think it's at the level of something like Zoe Nami, and this is going to matter a lot because there are two very juicy... honestly, I would ban any of these three decks because we haven't spoken enough about Poppy Lulu, which is just absolutely terrifying. Giving me PTSD after that Shihu loss, by the way, with the Lulu top deck as well. That deck is just on fire.
Yeah, absolutely ridiculous. It gets on the board early, and it just wants to snowball the game in its favor. Unfortunately, this Ping City deck really loses out on its preferred prey. It was designed to counter the Bandle Tree, and once this deck rose to prominence, it kicked Bandle Tree sort of out of the tournament metagame, right? Yamato being the only player to bring it. And now it's just doing generally good, generally aggressive things against everything else without that one ace in the hole matchup you were hoping for.
And we do see the bans right there, just what we were talking about. Nami taking the ban hammer for Majin, but because Odyssey is not playing Nami himself, he's gotten Scion Draven banned, which means Majin Bey does have Scion Draven at his disposal, and also this deck right here with Lulu Poppy in a very nice looking opening hand there with that Ranger's Resolve, which is absolutely top tier in this matchup, by the way.
Yeah, you need the pings to come through, try to keep the board under control. Both of these lists can go wide, but Majin Bey's list, of course, has much more generation when it comes to getting extra bodies in play. We've got Vandal Commando all ready to go and starting to get these Owl Cats, right? Units with Spell Shield that are going to be even harder for Odyssey to remove.
The Stone Stackers does allow Odyssey to advance Gangplank's level up by one stage, as Majin Bey responds with an open attack of his own to generate that Owlcat right there. We do see the Bandle City Mayor that can go down and set up the Owlcat for free while still having that 1 mana backup for Ranger's Resolve. Like I said, Ranger's Resolve is such a great card. We know there's several differences in these players' lineups, right? Both are playing Lulu Poppy, but Majin Bey is running that triple Ranger's Resolve tech, which is just outstanding. And we're going to see it right here.
You catch up this deck, you catch up the Plunder, and such a huge blowout. You get to play the Bandle City Mare with confidence. A lot of these decks normally would balk at a barrel and the threat of Make It Rain, but Majin Bey is just keeping the pressure on. We could even see second Bandle Commando here get 2 0-mana Owlcats.
This is looking a little bit awkward for Odyssey. This double up, I never thought I would say that. Double up is actually a liability right now. The Mirai Warden can enable the 3-mana card draw though, as it does create a unit. So he will be able to eventually draw for a little bit cheaper. But right now, Majin Bey's development is looking terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. He's got that Aloof Travelers as well, which he can try to use to discard a Gangplank potentially, as he does not have any knowledge of what is in his hand. So we see there's several options here, but he opts to go with the Bright Steel Protector. Really wants to make sure that Mayor is safe, and this allows him to potentially play another 2-drop here and not have to save up the mana for Ranger's Resolve this turn.
With only 1 mana available, there's not going to be any more AoE coming through. Odyssey is in a jam simply because you've got all of your pieces almost in play. You've got double up in hand, which is going to get more and more awkward as time goes on, right? The higher chance that Majin Bey is going to start buffing this board with Lulu and Poppy, so you're losing your ability to get the juicy targets you need here in the early mid game. And we've seen it repeatedly, even yesterday from Artify, where holding on to the double ups too long just means you're leaving so much damage on the table. This isn't the sort of card like Decimate where once you get late into the game, you can just throw it down and count on that damage. There's so much reactability from the opponent to disrupt double up hitting the Nexus.
Exactly, and that is something that really makes the card kind of fall flat in a lot of matchups, though. We have seen it win a lot of games as well, and Ranger's Resolve here, even though there's no spell pings happening, could lead to some amazing trades, but the way Majin Bey is ordering his blocks, we're definitely not going to see Ranger's Resolve here. He's actually just going to be trading effectively, and that's fine, honestly, because he has the ability to repopulate the board here. Really like this. Yeah, really like this series of blocks. Just completely board wipes. Board wipes, but has a bunch of ways of just redeveloping the board, getting card advantage, while Odyssey has to start off by drawing. Spending 3 mana to draw, and then we can talk about getting more units on the board. This swing is amazing. Amazing for Majin Bey. Keeping the Mayor on board, just absolutely crucial.
Yeah, Odyssey is in a position where you have to attack, even when the trades don't look good for you, because you need that Crackshot Corsair. You need the damage to go through from the Stone Stackers, and this allows Majin Bey to clear and then begin threatening the develop of a potential Poppy or Lulu.
Do you double up here on the Mayor? Like, you may consider that option.
Yeah.
It's your entire turn, but otherwise he's just gonna flood like crazy.
And that's the situation that Odyssey has put themselves in. With the first double up getting sniped here by Aloof Traveler, there is some utility now with the Lecturing Yordle, but with double up now completely out of the equation, that's so much damage that Odyssey won't have access to.
Alright, this makes this really interesting. This Lecturing Yordle, because do you really want to go for a Ranger's Resolve onto this? That does not feel nearly as good. There's so much value that card can generate. Maybe the better option is to just make use of his passive going on right now and just drop that Telescope and try to spread out a little bit. Or you could just drop the 2-drop though. Yeah, it is your attack token. You need to start generating some value. It's okay if you don't get that 1 mana Telescope. It's not the end of the world. We'll see what happens here. Because I don't know if it's worth it. Maybe he considers it, but I don't think it is. I think he just let it die. Yep.
Yeah, so lets the Mare go down. You're at the point in the game where you've got enough mana to pretty much play with whatever you have in hand, so the discount becomes a little bit less worth. And now that, because of that big swing, Majin Bey has a really strong read that Odyssey clearly does not have a lot of units left to defend with. And now with triple Loping Telescope, there's even more generation here for more bodies and just keep going wide. In this matchup, Majin Bey doesn't necessarily need to get the Poppy and the Lulu set up. Still just needs to grind down and survive.
Not looking too terrible for Odyssey though. He's had some nice draws. Mirai Warden into the Inventive Chemist. That's good enough to actually build a very decent board. And then he's got that card draw. Like, he can get back into this game for sure.
The Gangplank, I think, has got to be the key card here.
Of course,
to start punching through with some overwhelm. Having that ability from Gangplank to get the AoE damage on the attack. Ooh, help picks.
Also, very important to know that bomb right there is going to tick off at the beginning of the next round, which will have Majin Bey having the attack token. So that's very good for Gangplank's level up right there. Like, this is looking like it's winnable for both players at this point. It really depends on what they draw into and how they sequence and set up the attacks. We see Rally, and again, that Ranger's Resolve representing a lot of value, but there are a lot of times with that double up, you have a lot of 1 health units, so it's hard to actually prevent the value, and he's already down to 13. So a double up hit, a good well-timed double up, leveled up Gangplank, could be very scary for Majin Bey here.
I think that presence of double up and Gangplank as essentially the lose conditions for Majin Bey might be the reason that this Ranger's Resolve has been held on as well.
Yep.
and this is going to be such a huge pocket card. And what this does is it forces Odyssey to have, a barrel plus for the double up here, so that it can hit through the Ranger's Resolve potentially. If Loping Telescope, you want to get your 1 HP units off of the board as quickly as possible to also play around that possibility.
One of the tricky things about double up here is that the longer you wait, the more likely, because you can say, well, I'm gonna wait for the right time. Yeah, but this deck not only plays Range of Resolve, I believe he's playing a full set of Sharp Sight, which can completely counter the card. So the longer the match goes, the more of a chance you're giving Majin Bey here to draw into that Sharp Sight and counter it. So the timing of this double up is gonna be absolutely crucial, I believe.
Yeah, cashing in the double up early and answering a unit while also damaging the enemy nexus while you have a wide-ish board is the sort of tempo swing that will just allow the deck to coast to victory. Now that that time has passed, Odyssey might be thinking, I'm going to hold on to this double up as a hedge of protecting Gangplank from aloof travelers.
Yeah, that's actually like a legit. I mean, you're still, you're still
another
flipping
wide
a coin.
swing.
You're still risking it. But but that's the legitimate option. I like this. Just going face. At this point, you've dealt a good amount of. From this point onwards, I'm telling you, a Gangplank top deck can be just brutal. There's actually there's no combat strikes here. Ooh.
A lot of very good options. The Fangs generate you another card. You can get a Crescent Strike off of this bad boy.
I never thought we would be seeing the Fangs at all in Worlds, like after that nerf. We saw it with Shihu's lineup, and now Majin Bey going for it. To be honest, like I said, the Shark Trainer feels solid, but it's actually very expensive. And in this deck, you need to leave some mana open to threaten with Rally and combat tricks, etc., etc. And also, it's hard to build up your board when you're spending 7 mana on one sole unit. But it could have been good as a potential blocker into Gangplank, for example. Let's see what he has to go for here.
Yeah, generating even more value here.
Charger is a solid option, but then again, it's just dies
1
to
HP.
a lot of stuff. Yeah.
We haven't seen as many pings as this deck is actually capable of running. Lecturing Yordle is still in play, potentially getting that Poison Dart as well. We've talked a lot about Majin's stellar defense up until this point, but with those champions MIA, he's having difficulty shifting into a more aggressive style to close out because of hidden pathways in hand, because there's so much power concentrated around the Gangplank to just come down and not have to worry about Majin threatening with a board like this that really isn't super threatening. You are still feeling the heat, I think, if you're in Majin Bey's position.
Yeah, but these draws aren't great for Odyssey. Like, back-to-back Lecturing Yordle is a little bit too much. He needs to find that Gangplank at this point. And we're going to see a Moon Glow here. Very good Moon Glow. Very important for this to go onto a 2-health unit, because combined with Ranger's Resolve, you can play around a double up. And pretty much essentially everything, because from that point onwards, 2 mana less, it represents just pings. Make it rain, Pokey Stick, etc., etc. So Ranger's Resolve would 100% counter any sort of removal attempt from Odyssey. So really smart targeting there by Majin Bey.
Moonglow, very uncommon card in finding the perfect target as well, that came off of Loping Telescope. And now with the extra HP on the Fangs, you're getting multiple reps of the lifesteal.
Yeah.
And this is putting Odyssey in a position where that window of opportunity to close out the game is now starting to slip away. The longer the game goes on, the higher the chance that Majin Bey really will, just slam down a Poppy. Like, if Poppy hits the board next round, there's nothing Odyssey can do about it. And once the attack buff, or even a Lulu buffing the attack on the Fangs, there's going to be so much HP regained by Majin Bey.
Speaking of the Fangs, his Fangs is getting so much attention, but it still only has 2 power. It's kind of sad because it's such a massive nerf to go from 3 to 2 when you have lifesteal. But I was just thinking right now, I may be underestimating the power of triple Lecturing Yordle. That sounds like a very annoying group to be a part of, but it actually is very, very threatening. To face a trio of these, because they're just going to be generating so many pings. Like, you can actually potentially start wiping out this board with triple electric Yoro. Just every time he attacks, he gets 3 1-minute pings, and it's planting all those mushrooms as well. Like, that is legitimately threatening here.
And when your hand is this low, being able to generate that many resources that further your own win condition is so clutch.
Yep. We saw there he was thinking of popping the spell shield from the Fangs, but ultimately opted to just knock out the telescope instead. And now we're gonna see, we're gonna see another Electron Yordle here, I would assume, because you really got to push for that value. Like you get a poison dart, and then when you attack, you get 3 more, and that is like legit. The spell shield from Alcat really coming into play as we see the second Ranger's Resolve. That is the ultimate counter to this sort of scenario. That is huge.
So now whenever you want to go for another big defense, this has happened over and over again over the course of this game, where Majin Bey has this wide board, Odyssey also has a wide board, and Odyssey is the one who is forced to attack. That's where all of the damage comes from in Odyssey's list, because that's how you get the poison darts off the lecturing Yordles, that's how you're getting your value from your impact units, that's how you're forcing Majin Bey to trade so that a Poppy or a Rally doesn't come through on such a wide board to punish you. And Majin Bey just passes and says, yes, I know you have to come to me once again. And so now you're just trading as you please, getting value all over the place.
Yeah, you can set up these blocks right here. And it's just funny how like this really scary situation is just completely shut down by a 1 mana spell. Like, that's just brutal.
And Odyssey now might even anticipate this. Now that the game has gone on so long, we've already seen 1 Ranger's Resolve. There's now 2 in hand, that all these poison darts might go face. It's 4 damage to the face. We've got potential even for double up here pretty soon. And with the right mushroom draws, mushrooms have also been incredibly clutch here, but no. Forces out the Ranger's Resolve. Majin Bey is very happy to cash in this one here because there is another one to back it up.
I mean, this is kind of crazy, because now with this Euro Smith, this Serpent can trade into the Electro Euro and knock it out without dying. Like, how amazing is that? Like, he's got a really solid attack here. He's running out of gas, it seems, yes, but this is a pretty strong hit. He does need some champions, though.
Yeah, exactly.
He's lacking that. He's running out of steam here. He's able to generate these Alcats here. But important to note that this Poison Dart will not take out the barrier, will take out the Spell Shield. So this Fangs will still get a pretty much free attack at this point.
And you can see Majin Bey recognizing, without the champions, without my ability to actually close out the game, I need to go for the rally here, just for the sake of clearing some of Odyssey's lecturing Yordles, getting the Owlcats for more defense. Both players just really missing out on their champions, those power cards that you need to close out the game. And if this comes down to just a resource generation grind fiesta, theoretically, Odyssey is favored here because of the lecturing Yordles and the over-the-top burn.
Just realized none of these players have drawn a single champion, right? Like,
yeah,
I jinxed it.
Okay, so now Mogwai, is Odyssey desperate enough to go for blue card here?
I think I don't think red card does enough, especially after this Serpent goes down. I think you want to cycle and you want to play the way you beat this deck is through value. You're not really that low to begin with. And I mean, that Repose top deck is neat in case we try to see something like a double up go down here, even because you would have to rely on Make It Rain RNG, right? Mm-hmm. But I would definitely be going for the blue card. I think drawing 1 card over Majin at this point and trying to find the high value, because not only that, you got more card draw in the deck, and you also have that game plank, man. As soon as you hit that game plank, you are good to go.
Yeah, so we could see there's a ton of options here. We've got double up going on to the Serpent.
Oh, it's happening.
So Majin Bey could take the damage here. This will be offset a little bit by the Fang swinging in. We could see Riposte on the Fangs to get even more lifesteal.
Oh, this is hard to like. If you're Majin Bey though, this is rough because if you're like, okay, if he goes for this, he must have a Poké Stick. He must have a Poké Stick. Yeah, he just lets it happen. Oh man, that is rough.
So both players now still very even on HP, but it looks like Odyssey is going to come out ahead here in the value game. Blue card could very easily draw Gangplank, which gets set up next round.
Going for the blue card. No, going for the red card.
Red card.
I guess he really no. Okay, so this actually makes sense. I guess he really wants to enable this Make It Rain. And we see the bouncing of Twisted Fate. The one card in the game that just recalls itself upon upon entry, but then it comes back immediately.
By popping the spell shield, tries to make it rain, gets punished by third Ranger's Resolve. Majin Bay is keeping this board alive, and the cavalry is here. You've got the units available, and now you've got Poppy coming down to reinforce this. We've got Riposte as well to go onto the Fangs, blocking Electro and Yordle, and offsetting a lot of the damage that's about to come through. Tenor of Terror, also a great way to establish a wide board here and get even more impact damage.
I think you just go phase at this point. I think you just go phase with everything, and then you just throw those darts at the face as well. Because at this point, there's been a lot of mushrooms being planted. But at the same time, that Fangs is actually putting the work. Nerfed Fangs may turn out to be the MVP of this match. Like it's actually kept him alive. Without it, he will not be here.
Yeah,
that's a lot of dramatic
actual
density.
amount of healing it has generated over the course of the game is deciding it right now. And again, the Riposte to get even more lifesteal here. Majin Bay is really afraid. Can see, right? Odyssey's entire hand is just poison darts.
This Riposte could actually seal the deal for Majin Bay here.
19 puff caps in hand. We've got 6 more potentially coming. We've got 2 damage going on to the Nexus. Look all the way down with the impact.
No! Oh no, he misplayed! Oh, he choked! He should have gone for the... Oh no! Oh no! No, not like this! He had the Riposte! He had the Riposte!
Yeah!
I was like, why? I was confused. I was like, why did he do it? Oh, not like this!
Had the healing. Majin Bay looks into the camera, heartbroken. Odyssey able to make it come through. We knew that the presence of the Fangs brought the game to that position regardless, and not being able to take full advantage of that card with Riposte, a card that we don't even normally see in Poppy Lulu. Such a heartbreak here in the World Championships.
Oh, okay, so this is where we're going to see what he's truly made of, because this can tilt anybody into oblivion, especially in such a high-stakes match like this. But, you know, if he's a champion, he can overcome this. You got to reset. You got to be like, whatever happened, happened. There's no going back. You know, just, you're still not out of it. Don't let it get to you. It's really hard. Like, mentally, like, this kind of mistake really gets to you. If you're not, like, I tilt easily, for example. Something like this would really affect my thought process. So you gotta recollect yourself and come back. But yeah, that was brutal. Because I was just mentioning, like, the Riposte like really just saves him right there. And then when I didn't see him play it, I was like, wait, did I miscount or something? I was really confused. Oh my lord, because he played so well up to that point too. All right, here we go, round 2.
And now switching off. Trying to shake it off, reset your mental like you were just talking about, Mogwai. Gonna go over to the Draven Scion. Odyssey now trying to pick up win number 2 with his Lulu Poppy. No champions in the hand just yet, but a strong early curve nonetheless. Draven's biggest fan lines up here on turn 1, but there's already a Draven in hand. Really unfortunate.
Yeah, by the way, big shout outs to Beach Party Draven, my favorite Draven personally. Finally, somebody representing. Though it is Odyssey with the beach board. That's just a little bit confusing. Yeah, I guess Majin Bay was really anticipating everything, but we see Fleafhead try to go down. Eurosmith right after that, and Majin is like, no. That thing is getting out of here. And I really like that play.
Yeah, definitely an honorary champion in this deck. Its ability to combine with your 1 and 2 drops and just snowball, being able to take away your opponent's chump blockers and maintain your board is just so important. We saw Majin Bay take advantage of that last round, not necessarily through Yordle Smith, but with Ranger's Resolve, right? And so now Draven gets to come down, trying to fight for position here as we move into the mid game.
I would definitely argue that Yordle Smith is the strongest and most impactful follower in this deck.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
It had the synergy with Lulu is just absolutely off the charts, and it makes your attacks like it enhances your rally effects by so much. This is why we see these decks run like 5 to 6 copies of rally, because it's so good. So I definitely like if you're facing this deck and you have removal, do like Majin Bey does, prioritize it onto the Yordle Smith.
Yeah, you can always try to chump block the Lulu or the Poppy if you've got a big enough unit or a removal spell, but Yordle Smith is the one that snowballs the board. Even if you remove it after they attack, the quick attack still persists. And going in now to round 5, Lulu is the target here. There's potential to buff up this Fleet Feather Tracker. There's potential to buff this Vandal Commando if Odyssey is opting for just raw aggression. There is Whirling Death, however, available for Majin Bey.
This is a very solid looking defensive turn for Majin Bey. Even though Odyssey has spread out really well, he's got access to both Mana for Get Excited and Whirling Death. He could potentially even try to level up Draven, though he has to find a good trade for that to happen. But I would argue just go for the Get Excited onto Lulu effective immediately. Okay, respecting the Ranger's Resolve. Respecting the Ranger's Resolve and just guaranteeing. Okay, I like this a lot actually, because the Lulu onto any other unit, even onto an elusive, is nowhere near as impactful as it is onto the Challenger threatening the Draven right here. So I really like that call. Really like that call by Majin.
Yeah, getting the Challenger away lets you protect your Draven and keeps the board from snowballing. Right, even going to keep the Draven safe here once again, despite the Whirling Death. With 3 mana open, you're worried about the Ranger's Resolve and the Sharp Sight, etc. The combat tricks is really what I should be saying. And now Majin Bey going to take a pretty heavy hit here. This is a really unfortunate outcome simply because if this deck is able to put in a lot of early work against you, you are kind of stifled from your development because of the threat of Rally.
Exactly. Both of these Owl Mamas strike, generating these Owl Cats. And now we are in a situation in which Majin is all of a sudden running out of gas.
We've got the Scorched Earth as a great target to be cycled away, but we've never really seen this before, I don't think, from Draven Scion, where they usually do have a lot of cards in hand because they have so many free discard targets. It's just that when you draw the Draven's biggest fans early in the game like this, they're one of the rare cards in the deck that's not generating another card on top, and Odyssey now enjoying a very wide board position combined with elusives and impact.
Skarsgård, this Yordles in Arms is crazy. This Yordles in Arms is just absolutely backbreaking. Like how do you deal with this? I'm telling you, this card is insane. This card is insane. Oh, we could be seeing a 2-0 after a brutal misplay by Majin Bey in what was looking like a game-winning situation for him if he survived that turn. So this is gonna be tough. This is looking amazing for Odyssey. Like, this is just so much stats. You have to remove something. You have to try to get excited the one of the impact Yordles here, and then you can play Poppy. You can play Poppy.
+4.
You can just why not drop Poppy because she won't buff anything. So never mind.
She'll buff herself, but still, that is just an extra attacker here.
Oh, the power! Oh my lord! Also, card advantage. Wow. I mean, just play Poppy. Just why not? It's a 5/4. It's like it's not buffing anything but herself, but hey, it's 5/4. Like you actually. Oh my god! You have to Whirling Death with the Twin Blade Revenant onto Poppy here just to live. That feels awful. That actually feels awful.
Yeah,
you don't clear
amount
anything.
of stats. Yeah, this amount of stats simply means that everything essentially has barrier. You're just attacking in, eating your opponent's board, and now Majin Bey is worried about Rally, but doesn't have the means to even develop a board that's this wide. The Owl Cats, I've never even seen them this big before. Down to 3 HP already.
I'm telling you, Yordles in Arms is a legit card. If you're playing Lulu Poppy, play Yordles in Arms. Every time I see this card, I've never seen it underperform. It is amazing value. It's just at its worst, it board wipes, especially like with your spell shield 1-drops. It's absurd. It's so
the
powerful.
+2/+2 means that a lot of these 1 and 2 HP units are hitting that 4 HP and the 4 attack breakpoints to overcome a lot of removal spells, to hit a lot of the stat lines and favorable trades you want. Here comes the open attack, and that is going to be the 2-0 from Odyssey.
2-0. Dominant victory from Odyssey after that back-breaking game 1 and just taking out one of the favorites in the tournament. But this is only game 1, so Majin Bey is not out of it by any means. But he's got a hill to climb, that's for sure. Odyssey with the win, 2-0. Fantastic start for the Asian player.
Yeah, I mean, Odyssey did a really great job there because we talked before we went into the match. The players had very similar lineups. Odyssey had a very strong read on the metagame. With the absence of Nami Zoe, we were a little bit worried the lineup would lack the power it needed to close out. But after everything was said and done, Odyssey was able to go through. And even though Majin Bey isn't out of the running yet, having such a devastating misplay cost you your first set means that Majin Bey is going to take a critical hit of mental damage going into the rest of today's group stages.
You gotta brush it off. There's no other way. Like, it doesn't matter. Just do not look at Twitch chat, please. Spare yourself the pain. Just brush it off. You got this. I believe you. Just don't look at Twitch chat.
I mean, there's still a ton of movement that can happen, right? Especially because that's only one game. So let's go ahead and take a look at the overall standings to see where these players are after 4 total matches. We've got 1 round of the round robin out of the way. And while we may have just seen a devastating loss, there is definitely room to come back for all of these players that are sitting at an 0-1 record right now. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen in these next matches of the day, because that's definitely going to shake things up a little bit, especially knowing that we are going to be going back to Group C to kick off some other action in that group. So can't wait to see what's going to happen. Skarsnik, thank you so much for covering those last 2 matches. We're going to see you in a little bit, but let's welcome in Panda to take over the next match. Panda, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, and very happy for the Asian region to find some success with both back-to-back wins there for Yamato and Odyssey. Spoiler wins against Majin, one of the favorites in the tournament as well. So very, very exciting stuff, and we'll see how this leads in to Cello versus Ragna.
Well, we should just get right into it, right? So Mogwai, why don't you just go ahead and take it away?
All right, let's take a look at the next matchup. We have the number 1 seed currently in the group versus a player who is 0-1 after losing to Yamato right there. It is Cello versus Ragnaroshik, Chile versus Russia, as we have very differing matchups right here. Cello definitely one of the favorites, right, Panda, to take this entire tournament. Very, very high caliber player that is very respected as well within the competitive community. So excited. He took down a very strong opponent in Allen, and let's see if he can continue his European dominance, I guess. It hurts to say that, but yeah, let's see if he continues.
Not just that, but Cello has a lineup that is identical to Cosimo's. Without them preparing together, they just happen to land on the same 3 decks. And you kind of take this, precedent of Cosimo qualify yesterday. This is a good sign for me. And going into this match against Ragna, he actually has a pretty good lineup as well. So looking at the decks here, we're going to see Ping City, as I like to call it. We see Draven, Scion, and, kind of the 2 big boogeymen, or boogie woman as well, with Nami Zoe there as well.
Yeah, very strong lineup. I definitely did like Cosimo's performance yesterday with this. There is an argument that, it's missing a little bit of a Lulu Poppy, a deck that we've seen excel as well. But that just goes to show how, even though there's a lot of meta lineups running around, there's so many meta decks that there's a lot of, differing opinions and strategies within this tournament, even though we've seen the power level of certain decks that are a little bit above others, and he's packing that Draven Scion alongside Nami Zoe, which is definitely to be feared. But we got a situation in which the only deck in common between these 2 competitors is, surprisingly, Ping City, getting playing Twisted Fate, as the other 2 decks are completely different. Sivir Akshan and the one and only Bandle Tree in Ragnar's lineup.
You know, my main question when I look at this Banditry deck is, is Ragna, 5,000 IQ ahead of everyone else, or did he make a mistake? Because when you're the only player bringing a deck into a tournament, you have to ask yourself, why is this? In Shihu's case, maybe he has 5,000 IQ. Maybe him bringing Heimerdinger and Feel the Rush is something that I can
still
see
believe, man. I still
But
believe.
in the case of Ragna with Banditry, you have to start asking yourself a question. Is there a reason why players moved off of this deck from qualifiers? Real key. Qualify with 3 Banditry decks, and he's completely off of that archetype altogether. So going into a meta with Draven Scion and with Draven Ezreal or Caitlyn being possibly the 2 big decks going into this tournament, that might be a big reason why you don't want to bring Banditry.
Yeah, but speaking of Draven Caitlyn, a deck that hasn't really been performing too well in this tournament. Actually, I believe, has it even won a single game at this point? It's really crazy.
I kind of
how...
won with Draven Ezreal yesterday, for sure. So
all right.
that's at least one there.
All right. Well, it's Draven Ezreal, so technically it doesn't count, right? Let's take a look at the lineups and the bans. It is Akshan Sivir getting the ban hammer for Ragnaroshik, and no surprise there, Draven Scion, definitely the most banned deck of the World Championships at this point.
I did speak to Cello a little bit about his lineup and a bit of his thoughts going into this matchup specifically. I think he thought he was very favored, and I think if you look at this from a theoretical standpoint and line out the decks, it does make sense to me. I think he does have really good matchups. The one scarier matchup was Sivir Akshan into his Zoe, Nami.
Oh,
Mogwai,
I'm not the only one.
You're contagious, Mogwai. But I think that was a scary matchup, and he did tell me that he was maybe planning on banning Sivir Akshan just for that reason, and it looks like that is the case here. Kind of very expected bans here. Banditry against TFGP, I think, just doesn't have the any way to heal. Doesn't finish the game fast enough with Banditry. Has presence on the board, yes, but you're not going to stop the impacts. You're not going to stop the double ups for the most part, unless you kill off your own unit, which sometimes is possible depending on how the list looks like for Ragnaroshik.
And that Pink City Banditry matchup is exactly one of the very good reasons as to why I really am happy people brought Twisted Fate instead of Misfortune in these Gangplank decks, as Twisted Fate can just put tremendous work in the matchup. And both of them have a similar structure when it comes to units, but the big difference is the Bilgewater edition that allows them to control the board much better than the Noxian version can do, and they're relying on that landmark where you can say there is no landmark removal, but like you mentioned, I just don't feel that this Banditry deck could become the liability here, because I don't know if it's going to be fast enough against either of these decks. Definitely not against Zoe Nami, which I am expecting to get a pretty clean win here, but we'll see.
And there won't be landmark removal, but the way to remove that Banditry in the matchup against TFGP is just to kill the Nexus before it has any relevance.
Pretty good strategy.
That is a way to end games and to deal with certain cards. You just end the game before the card becomes relevant. It's something that I've, as a kind of resident aggro player across many metas, it's something that you learn very quickly. You don't have to counter cards if you can just end the game before they come into play.
I learned something new every day, Cassie, with you, Panda.
Trying to help you in my way. I'm doing what I can.
Thank you for your invaluable insight as we are going to be heading into the game shortly. What do you expect Ragnaroshik to lead with here? Gangplank?
I mean, it could be both. Gangplank into Nami is just, against maybe in ladder, against a player that's not super experienced, you can just maybe go face and it can work out. But against a player that knows what they're doing, that are banking spell mana, they're making sure Stargrowfly survives, any kind of removal spell, it does become more difficult. But it looks like it's going to be Banditry, going to be the Noxus Bandle City deck that was popularized at the start of the expansion, that was big in the qualifier, that has kind of lost a lot of steam, both on ladder and in tournaments in the past week.
One of the important things to note about Ragnaroshik's variant is, unfortunately, it's not taking as much advantage as other variants from the Noxus Splash, because this deck only plays one Scorched Earth and no Ravenous Flock, which could be very reliable sources of removal to guarantee Nami getting out of there. So that's going to be interesting. We do see a full set of Mini-Morph, though, and while expensive, it is perhaps the most reliable answer to Nami, as it does not allow for any sort of counterplay, right? The burst speed removal, the only burst speed removal in the game, can shut down Nami, and the opponent can't respond with their own burst speed spells.
Is very relevant. One turn lower on that mini morph might be important. Aloof is also, sometimes can be big, actually, just to get Shelly, for example, which is another key unit, of course, kind of the plan B in this Nami Zoe deck. I was going to mention there was no double trouble on turn 3, but right as I was going to mention it, Cello did top deck it. Going into it, if you're a good Nami player, you know what you're doing. You're going to top deck that double trouble when you need it.
Poppy goes down, representing a pretty scary attack here, but at the same time, it also is a bit of a weird position for Ragnaroshik, because if Cello does bring down Nami, we do see the removal there on the far left of his hand, but that will be easily countered by a Pale Casket. If he does commit 2 mana, he cannot resort to Mini-Morph the turn after. So how Ragnaroshik navigates around this Nami is going to be everything. We saw how devastating this champion can be if you just let it live in the Allen matchup earlier. So it's one of those things. What approach can he take? He does have that group shot that will deal 2 damage to it. So obviously, first of all, he's going to lead up with the attack, and we'll see.
The biggest thing here is obviously not blocking with Nami. You don't want to, put her into damage unless you just think, you have a Guiding Touch in hand. That is true, but I think you want to make Ragnaroshik go through as many hoops as possible to get this Nami down. I think that's the biggest thing when you're playing Nami. Zoe, you might feel threatened though. I mean, Poppy on turn 4. This is a big thing with many decks. Depending on when you have your attack token, and if it matches your kind of power play, it could be Draven, it could be Poppy, it could be Gangplank. It's actually very, very relevant. And it lined up perfectly for Ragnar, where you had House Spider to, widen the board on turn 2, Telescope turn 3, and then Poppy perfectly on curve on turn 4.
Pale Casket being played before, very relevant. Now Nami has no protection. If he blocks with Nami, it will go down to this group shot. Or he can even go, what was the name of the bazooka? I don't want to call it bazooka.
I like not blocking here. I mean, it gives you the chance.
Yeah, he has to. After playing that Pale Casket, he has to, I think.
And again, you have Sparkle Fly. We've seen it before with Targon-based decks. You go down to 6 HP, you're fine. You're gonna heal back up to 20 in a second, especially with Avid Dragon and Lee Sin, but sometimes also quite relevant with Nami Zoe if you buff the Sparkle Fly enough.
The cards are a little bit weirdly placed right there. Maybe the no, there wasn't any overwhelm, because we do know the overwhelm bug like shakes the board and then it stays shook.
The earthquake effect.
Yeah, the earthquake effect. Yeah, there's the Bandle tree right there being drawn by Ragnaroshik. But again, this is the kind of matchup where I don't think we're going to be seeing that card being played anytime soon, as you always got to have that mana open to deal with Nami first. That is your utmost priority here. Still no elusive units to be seen on the board here for Cello, which does take a lot of pressure away from Ragnaroshik as he opts to prioritize the aloof travelers, and we did not see what was discarded there.
And one very important thing that I have to mention, because this matchup, it can sometimes be relevant, there's a single Scorched Earth in the deck for Ragnaroshik. This can be used, of course, to, pretty much guarantee a kill on a Nami as long as you don't have Guiding Touch, for example. But there is a but, because if you play a Scorched Earth, this puts it into the pools of cards that Spell Thief can steal. And if you're going to go all in on the Bandle Tree strategy, you have to keep this in mind, because all of a sudden, it's about to take the 10, and your opponent Spell Thieves into Scorched Earth and destroy the landmark, even though they're not running landmark removal in their deck. So it's obviously a very nuanced thing, but you have to keep it in mind.
Definitely. I was expecting Ragnaroshik here to help me out, Panda. Bazooka? What's bazooka?
Buster Shot.
Busters, thank you.
I
prefer bazooka.
Sometimes I just ask myself many questions about how you read the names of these cards and how your brain stores that data, because
my brain is a bit of a mystery for a lot of things. Regardless,
I can understand that.
Well, thank you. I thought you would actually
mystery in the good way, and you're so complex that it's hard to understand.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Nice save. We see Mini-Morph available here for Ragnaroshik. He could just play it immediately at burst speed, and he does. Will he choose to attack? He does attack as well. You got to keep that pressure up, not let the opponent breathe. There's another Nami in Cello's hand, but Ragnaroshik just like, I'm going to force as many blocks as I can.
And you do have the trade here on the Poppy. You know, of course, in the Fusion combo, there isn't really any kind of range of resolve, any kind of way to help this Poppy survive this trade. So it's a guarantee here with a Messenger. Clear up the board. You take 4. You're going down to 8. We haven't seen a Sparkle Fly come down yet, so that is a little bit scary. The hand is pretty clunky here for Cello with just no units. You have Nami, but who else is there with Nami? You want to see Sparkle Flies. You want to see units that can flood the board, double troubles even. And it's not the case here. You might have to use Guiding Touch proactively, which also doesn't feel good. This is a matchup where you want to use Guiding Touch to deny kill spells like Scorched Earth. There's no Flock in the deck for Ragna, but Scorched Earth might be relevant.
Draws into Shelly, has Nami on the board, several spells as well. Good protection with the Sunblessed Vigor, but no board to buff, as we are definitely going to be seeing a unit being dropped here. Burbofish, really good top deck.
And what spell you get could be relevant. Messenger Sigil is not going to be something too. I mean, we could have seen a Jailbreak, we could have seen
it's 1 mana burst. You know,
That is
at
true,
least,
of course. I mean,
that's
relevant in terms of flooding the board and helping, get
yeah,
buffs.
for sure. Like he could definitely use an extra unit here, 100%.
But it might just be Shelly and Bricklefish, the movie. It might just be these two units getting buffed to Oblivion, Buster Shot, and Bogey Stick, trying to kill off these units, but there's double Vigor in hand, so now this hand is all about saving these two elusives, and it could just be a two-man show.
He does have elusive blockers here.
Yeah. Hush is there, but I'm not sure if you want to Hush unless you're going for a kill, obviously, or some kind of, big value.
You can just muscle through her. Like you don't need to. You're definitely not gonna be killing this turn. So I completely agree. I think this turn is very important for him to keep that 4 mana for the double, for at least one Sunblessed Vigor at this point. I mean, you don't need to focus more than that because the opponent's down to 2 mana. So that takes away a lot of pressure. And he gets the Pokey Stick. That's phenomenal. Allowing him to draw through his deck.
And you were talking about the Phlox not being there for Ragnar. It just changes the way this matchup is played so much. It gives Cello the chance to just do things without really, not necessarily not thinking about them, but just not worrying about these punishes for attacking here, for getting the Shelly damage by the Banal Commando, for example. You're just open to a lot less punishment, I think.
We could see a block from the Commando onto the Shelly, and then him trying to go for the Buster Shot onto it. Yep.
And of course, that would be punished by the Vigor. It's still there in the hand. 2 of them actually, so you have some double protection lined up for the next turn as well.
Playing around Pale Cascade here. Sorry, not Pale Cascade. What is he playing around with his Buster Shot, actually? Yeah, Pale Cascade.
It's the only +1 health in this case.
Yeah, he's playing around Pale Cascade.
The Nami would still buff the Burblefish in that case.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't understand. I'm not sure I get that block, actually. But it doesn't seem like he was aiming to take it down this turn anyways. But that's interesting.
He's thinking about Give It All, I think. Yeah, Give It All is a card that, obviously in a meta that doesn't have Ionia, all of a sudden these very strong, powerful spells. We saw Fuel the Rush popping off for Kevin before. They have just an open field to do their thing without being scared of getting denied or just, having
There's
this
no
huge
elusive,
tempo trade-off.
There's no elusive. That's the big downside here.
Yeah, Impact is an interesting keyword to share.
True. But it's
There's
8 mana.
There's some cute stuff you can do with Give It All.
I don't want to be the pessimist here. I just don't see Ragnaroshik surviving one more turn.
And the Guiding Touch that was top decked as well in hand, plus the possible ebb from the Ebb and Flow means that you're not even scared of a possible Scorched Earth. Sparklefly, we mentioned she was missing from this wonderful board on Cello's side. She has now come into play, and now you have that extra bit of safety with the heals as well.
That double Sunblessed Vigor feels fantastic. Another Sparklefly there being drawn by Chell. This is fine. This is fine.
And because there's only one Scorched Earth, you're now fine with putting the Sparklefly to get damage, because now you know that only one of these two units, either the Burblefish or the Sparklefly, can get killed. There's no Phlox to punish both of them. So again, it just leaves Cello the opportunity to play not recklessly, but just to not have to play so safe. You can take riskier lines, get more benefit from these lines, and not be punished for it.
Yeah, that lack of Ravenous Flock is massive, I think. Definitely.
And this goes back to me thinking, when I first saw this lineup for Ragnar Rosic, is this a mistake? Is there something that he didn't consider about this current meta? Because it just doesn't seem to line up into what I expected to see and what I think players expected to see. And it's why we only see one Banner Tree deck in the entire tournament.
Definitely going to be very hard for Ragnaroshik. I honestly did not expect him to get a win against Zoe Nami with his 2 decks. So this is a very expected win here for Cello, it's looking like. But the key question is, will he be able to take on his remaining deck and overcome that? Because this is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. Like I could try to add some dramatic intensity to this, but
and you think you're finally gonna kill at least one of these elusives, but you're wrong. There's another Vigor coming in, another buff, another Nami buff as well, and you can almost get 20-0. Game 1 goes to Cello. Dominant performance from a dominant deck, and again, it comes down to not even the player's skill or Ragna, playing well or badly. It's just the lineup itself. The moment you queue it in, it's already kind of doomed from the beginning.
Yeah, that was a beatdown from Zoe Nami, and now Cello has Gangplank, Twisted Fate, Bandle Tree, Pink City left against Pink City Mirror and the Bandle Tree deck itself. Will Ragnaroshik bring back the Bandle Tree deck in the matchup, or will he go for the mirror? You take a look
And
at
that being said, you think the mirror, you think 50-50, you think, my odds are, pretty even. But I have some bad news. That might actually not be the case, because Cello teched in 1 Aloof Travelers into this deck, hitting Gangplank, hitting Double Up. Those could be huge hits. And that very small change that I think not only looks at this mirror, but looks at things like Draven Scion as well, looks at things like maybe Fuel the Rush in Kevin's Plunder list and Plunder decks in general as well, is actually going to be pretty big if it is drawn here, and if it can be relevant as well. That's the only card I think that changed, except for another thing. Ragnar Rostic is running Group Shot. This is, I think, the old version of TFGP, the first version, and I think, personally, the incorrect version. I think Parley is the better card to run in the list, and it is Group Shot instead, and two copies of Group Shot in the list for Ragnar.
Harley, I do agree, is the better card just because of the level up progression for Gangplank, and even better in this case because there's a lot of targets to hit with it. Something very important to note is some people may be wondering, well, what did he take out from the list to include Aloof Travelers? And I love this decision.
1 double up.
1 double up. I think this is great. We were talking about earlier how double up loses a lot of power in an environment where open deck lists, the surprise factor is out of the window.
Mogwai. Okay, is it gonna be the triple? Ooh, almost a triple. It's gonna be 2 hits instead. All units at 1 health, so it was, obviously gonna be good regardless of what you hit. I think the best would have been the board control. I think in a mirror like this one, you might think aggro, you might think just go face, but when you're both aggro, when you're both going face, controlling the board does matter to some extent in the early game.
I agree, but at the same time, the level up progression for Gangplank is also crucial. So getting that pain, getting that plunder, very important. Pokestick onto the Inventive Chemist. And knock it out.
Someone looking at Cello's hand and how he's been playing these first few rounds, you might think this is a TFGP control deck, because we don't see any early game whatsoever. We see only reactive spells, as if this deck was built to counter aggro. So kind of not the intention. We're seeing the Parley draw here as well, but he is getting a lot of just control in the early game, and now he has the big plays with Lecturing Yordle. Coming down for both players, actually.
Lecturing Yordle going to take down that barrel to prevent the 2 damage from the Poison Dart. And he's going to be generating another one on attack there. This can allow him to clear up that Dreadway deckhand if he decides to do just that, or he can just ping 1 at face, because it is, we keep on mentioning, the big win condition in this deck, it's Gangplank. So getting the level up before your opponent can be absolutely game winning. So not surprising to see these Poison Darts being thrown at the face. The question is, what will happen with this second Poison Dart?
That is a big question, and what decision Cello makes here indicates a lot about his game plan going forward as well. Gonna hit the Yordle. This is something that obviously, if you hit a unit once and you're trying to control the board, this dictates you're gonna be controlling the board the next few turns as well. You don't just suddenly change plans on the next turn.
Yes.
So this is actually very important information here. Seeing Cello trying to knock down this Lecturing Yordle, the block here, and then the Parley. The second Parley was top decked. Either one of those can knock out this Yordle and control the board even more. And Ragnar has a very low mana hand, so this is going to be hard for him to impact the late game if he's being just contained so well in these first few turns.
You may think, well, he's got some good cycling there with double Pokestick. Yeah, but they cost 2 mana each, and we're at a point where players have been essentially spending all their mana. There has been very little spell mana being carried over here. Both players are at 5 mana. And they need to be able to make efficient plays. And as you mentioned, like, this hand is running out of gas and has, a lot of options, but all of them very low impact. And at this stage, that can be a little bit of a liability, actually, as Cello even has more card draw and value in general. We'll see. Definitely going to be
top decks from the Pokestick, from the pathways on Cello's side, and from obviously the double Pokestick as well on Ragnar's side will be crucial. Seeing a Gangplank, I think Gangplank being played in this deck, and when it comes down, is one of the most impactful, played win rate cards by far, even compared to other decks.
Happening. I was thinking he's gonna go for it. He is the double up on
full
the
control.
Dreadway deckhand. Yep. No
Completely
counter.
controlling the board here.
No counter. He doesn't need to kill the Lecturing Yordle this turn either. So that's phenomenal. And we're going to see a combination of Pokestick into the Poison Dart to knock out this Lecturing Yordle. And there he is.
3 out of 5 there as well. So this is a big draw for Ragnar. It gives him kind of a lot of, like we mentioned, a lot of impact going into this next turn.
Yeah, the problem we were just talking about earlier, mitigated. He's got the win condition. Let's see if Cello can find his own Gangplank. No, Runeterra is not awful. But back-to-back champion draws for Ragnaroshik. Leading off with a parley here.
Might certainly swing things in Ragnar's favor now, because the early game I think was definitely, you know, kind of on Cello's side. Even though he took more damage, I think he did control the board quite well and kind of stopped most of what Ragnar was trying to do. But like you mentioned, Gangplank coming down, you're going to want to damage the Nexus this turn. You will be able to do so with the Poke Stick, for example, or the Make It Rain. And if Cello draws a Mushroom on the next attack, Gangplank can swing in leveled up without having to do anything, which is a very, very strong effect. So we'll see how relevant that might be going into the next turn if the Mushroom is drawn from Cello.
Oh, baby, this Make It Rain.
Yeah.
This Make It Rain. You can block with the Inventive Chemist, set up the Make It Rain, and that is just absolutely beautiful.
Mogwai, if a Mushroom is drawn here, it's going to be so massive for Ragnar. That would really swing things completely in his favor.
Heart of the Mushrooms, here we go. How many has he planted at this point? I mean, both have planted a few.
Yeah, they both did quite a few poison darts.
Yep. Nope.
No Mushroom, so no damage on the Nexus for this turn yet for GP.
You still go phase. You still. Here. Oh yeah, you go for the. I love this play. I love just going for the Poke Stick.
+1 attack. You won't get the kind of the attack. Let's say, you know, the effect from GP when he does attack leveled up, but you will at least get the extra damage from the 6 attack after the level up. So, trying to do as much damage as possible. No blocker. I think it's the green light for GP. You're gonna hit with 6 damage. You know nothing can kill this GP. Double up is obviously not quite there. Not hitting 6 damage, and in a burn matchup, being at 5 is a dangerous place to be at.
Every ounce of damage matters in this matchup as there is no healing. And Lecturing Yordos are also pretty impactful here, but right now, Cello is in trouble. He's down on mana and still has a weaker board. He has 5 health left, and we're seeing that bomb ticking as well. Gangplank piling up these powder kegs. And this is looking really scary.
Is not impactful enough. I think Cello might have to kind of go all in into a possible draw into Gangplank if he's leveled up and try and get some kind of crazy kill. Maybe not this turn, but on defense next turn at fast speed, like double up or something. You have to go for the draws here.
No Gangplank.
You find Aloof. It's too late for Aloof. The GP's already down on the board for Ragnar.
Heart of the cards, not strong enough. He did not believe in the power friendship.
You can still draw with Pokey, but you're going to go for Aloof instead here. The Mushroom. No Gangplank though in, well, the board here for Cello, so not really that huge impact play, and it's looking pretty doomed here with Ragnar attacking next turn with GP alive and healthy at 6 HP and the double barrels like you mentioned.
Double barrels, that bomb ticking off as well. All these little pings stack up, and if you have no way of removing that overwhelm, because that is one of the weaknesses of this region combination. It's got a lot of pings, but it doesn't deal too well with big units. So, funnily enough, the win condition is even more powerful in this matchup, as we're going to see a power lead go down. We can definitely see a response from a Poke Stick, but whatever Cello opts to do in response to this will limit the amount of... He can't play any more cards, which means this group shot comes down and gets to benefit from the barrels here.
And that is a big group shot. When you're seeing it here, it does look pretty strong in the way it's played out here, but... another Mushroom drawn, making it even easier. And the Gangplank comes in, but just too late for Cello.
We're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen. We are going
still play out
to
the
a game
Mirai
3.
Warden here. Actually, no, you want to have the barrel probably for the next turn. It's actually more relevant. So we'll just burn the Banna here. Actually, depends. Yeah, if you just get rid of a blocker here, it still won't be worth it.
You have the impact. I mean, taking damage on Gangplank is a little bit
sus.
Yeah. Well, the way this works, by the way, the bomb triggers and then you get the powder keg. So now, yeah, I don't know if I would have blocked like that, but hey.
I think he knows that, no matter what he does, there's no way to stop.
A little bit picky here.
The barrel here, the stack obviously before the attack goes in, and that's going to be game 2 goes to Ragnar. A good start from Cello controlling the board in this aggro mirror, but the draws on that turn 5 for Ragnar were perfect. He found GP on curve, was able to level him up, and there wasn't that same response from Cello. He kind of didn't have that same big impact play later on. So 1-1 in the series going to come down to TFGP on Cello's side and Bandletree on Ragna's side. I played this matchup a bit on ladder. I think Bandletree usually can't keep up with the damage, can't heal obviously, and can't close the game with Bandletree in time before GP and just all the different pings hitting the Nexus take over.
It's what we mentioned prior. Both decks are pretty efficient at swarming. Both have similar board states throughout the match. But the difference is that Bilgewater Edition having access to all those pings, complementing the Pokey Sticks, getting the Powder Kegs in the mix as well from the deckhand and the Gangplank, just allows the Pink City player to really dominate the board state and finish off before Bandletree actually becomes relevant. As we see a pretty early curve here by Ragnaroshik. Not a bad opener by any means.
And the Aloof as well. We saw the Aloof ping picked up there. It's going to hit the Gangplank that we saw in hand coming out of turn earlier. I'm not sure there's anything that Cello can do to kind of really put pressure on the board so that Aloof doesn't come down on 4. Or even, you know, with Bandletree Mayor, even more incentive to play it when it's discounted. So it's all of a sudden what we were talking about. This is actually kind of a perfect hand for Ragna. Has an early game curve and has the Mayor into the Aloof to discard the Gangplank.
One of the important things to note is that you can always draw another one, right? Right now it's looking really good, but a second Gangplank draw could just keep Cello in the game. I'd like to take a look at his hand whenever that's possible. But yeah, we see the Crack Corsair go down. And there is the House Spider. Not a great attack here for... There we go. Not a great attack here for Cello. Awkward, because you got to attack with the Invented Chemist, and you can just trade the Spiderling into that. It just does not feel good because you lose your blocker for the House Spider. So, bit rough.
And of course, Cello knows all about, you know, trading and blocking and, you know, when to attack and when not to. But in this case, you kind of have to get the damage ping off with the Crackshot Corsair to get the GP level up on time. Little does he know that GP might not be surviving, you know, because of the Aloof Travelers. But you still have to, that's still your game plan. In the early game, swarm the board, get damage down. But kind of the little side mission is hit the Nexus once every turn to get the Gangplank level up on curve.
This open attack with the House Spider definitely very telling that Ragnaroshik is looking to keep that Buster shot available in case he really needs it, or just develop the Bandle City Mayor instead. Not really looking to develop the board this turn. Ooh, that's a good pickup. This could incentivize him. If he picks it up, he could actually prioritize the Tenor of Terror over the Aloof Traveler just for a strong setup. No, but it's not his attack token. It's not his attack token, so never mind. You play.
Gangplank is just so relevant. We were talking about his impact when he's played in the TFGP deck that you kind of can't do anything else, I think.
Completely agree. Gonna go for the Parley onto Purtoporo. Rip Purtoporo, as now we will see Fizz go down.
Fizz is actually huge with Make It Rain, though. I guess there's not that many fast speed spells in this Bandletree deck, especially with no Phlox as well. I guess there's one that's burst speed. But yeah, I think we will be seeing the Aloof coming down. Gangplank, of course, just can't win this race. He's a 5-mana card, so he can't come down before that. And I think even with the discount, it's even more juicy to bring down the Aloof Travelers. And once Ragna sees the card that is being discarded, he's going to be a very happy person.
Ooh, got him. Got him. Yeah, that's brutal.
And Cello is not happy with that result, of course. It is, again, this Aloof Travelers card is not just good value in general because of the asymmetrical drawing effect, but also because you're hitting a lot of key cards in so many different decks that really rely on things like Scion, things like Gangplank, things like Sejuani in the Plunder decks. And Cello cannot be happy about that one. Really dampens his impact on this next turn. We're looking here, I mean, the hand.
Yeah, another low impact draw right there. That's really rough. Ragnaroshik gonna pick up the value right here. Gonna go for the Buster Shot onto the Crackshot Corsair. Has Tenor of Terror alongside the Landmark Yordle, the 3/2 Landmark Yordle, who is Bomber Twins. Yep.
Thank you, Mogwai.
I got that's the.
I was wondering if you knew. I maybe you just don't even know a single card's name. You're just YOLOing it, and no one has noticed until now.
Don't do me like that. What the hell? Now Twitch is gonna be like, does he even play the game?
I think you're trying to get the challenge of just trying to go through a cast without saying a single card's name. You almost made it, Mogwai, but I caught on to you.
I don't think you're being very fair. But hey, you know what's also not fair? That Bomber Twin getting that Preservarium. What a sweet pull.
A good high roll. Ragnaroshik over the last 2 games, he has to be feeling pretty good about his draws, about, you know, the cards he's been hitting on these kind of semi-variance plays that aren't guaranteed really. He's been getting some really good hits. We saw it with, you know, even just the pull of the Ten of Terrors off the Mayor. I mean, it's all been going his way really this game.
100%. And I love his full attack here. It'd be like, I don't need the Mayor at this point. I need damage. I would also appreciate the Yoro to block me here because I can finish it off with a Buster Shot afterwards. And it's just a really good call right here. Looking into a lot of damage. We see 8, 10 damage here. We're going to drop him down to 6. Very dangerous. His Cello is going to be in the red here.
And this is, normally the game plan for Banditry is actually to play, I mean, I guess it depends. You do obviously adapt your game plan depending on what you're facing. But in many cases, it's just flooding the board with cheap units early on and then surviving till the Banditry turn. Although, of course, the plan B and sometimes the plan A is just to just hit your opponent in face, go very wide, and end games that way. And against Cello's deck, I think he does have to be quick about what he's doing because if he waits too long, the damage will continue coming in. There's still going to be refuel with Pokesticks and Pathways, and things like Double Up and possibly a Gangplank top tech could really accelerate Cello's game plan. So he has to kind of go fast.
Definitely has to use this Poison Dart right here. Gonna go face instead of trying to clear up the board a little bit by pinging one of the 3/2s and then potentially finishing off with a Make It Rain. He actually just opts to ping him face. Can he afford this at this point?
There's the Banditry draw as well.
Oof.
I think it's still too far away though. I mean, we saw too many Tender of Terrors and House Spiders and Bomber Twins.
Ragnaroshik is definitely winning via damage here.
We did see Fizz as well. There are maybe a few different regions, but it's going to be like at 5 or 6 still, not much more than that. So you don't really have time, I think, to... And you do obviously just want to go play a unit. I guess you can't play a unit. I mean, there aren't any in hand. You do want to go wider and try and get more damage in with your opponent at 6 HP.
Ragnaroshik does have the answer for the Lecturing Yordle, but he's respecting the Gangplank and keeping the Mini-Morph mana available. But now that this Make It Rain goes down is when the Buster Shot will happen. Onto the Lecturing Yordle. And this is what I was talking about. Like, if he pinged one of these 3/2s, he could have, like, cleared it, Because if he misses this Make It Rain...
he hits all 3. The Tenor, of course, is still healthy.
Yeah,
at
he
2
can still
HP.
block.
We'll even survive, one of the blocks here.
Cello is out of gas, and we see that Preservarium in Ragnaroshik's hand alongside Pokestick, a lot of recycling. Also, the Bandle Tree may not necessarily have to be a win condition at this point, just the value generator as well.
Mm-hmm. And you said it. I mean, you're thinking in Cello's position, oh, sure, he's out of gas, but what if he top decks a Gangplank? Well, there's a Mini-Morph, waiting already in hand for Ragnar, so he kind of has all these plan B and C and D checked out already. Pathways is, maybe the card you would want the most here to try and get the 2-for-1 draws.
The Tenor! Do, re, mi, fa, sol, I win!
Double Tenor off the Mayor is, a bit of a high roll, Mogwai. I have to, say that, but Ragnar has been on the high roll train all game long.
Fine.
Hit the Gangplank, hit the Double Tenor, hit the Preservarium even. I mean, what more do you want from your cards?
This was like... Dude, Ragnaroshik really, really has his heart of the cards in place. This was amazing. An amazing curve out here. And a very, honestly, in my opinion, very unexpected dominating win here for Ragnaroshik. Going to be able to take out the #1 seed in Cello. Cello with that awesome win against Allen in round 1. And Ragnaroshik going to get back into the mix. Both players going to be left at a 1-1 record, which means Group C is still up for grabs for anybody, which makes it really exciting.
I was doubting this lineup, and I was doubting, looking at the numbers, it didn't really, I thought it was very favorable for Cello, but that's card games for you, and those are draws for you, and that's, Ragnar's a very good player, and he went, did what his deck does best, and he was able to get the 2 wins and get the reverse sweep here on Cello. So anything can happen really in these matches. You think it's already set in stone, but completely not the case.
I mean, getting a chance to get the 50-50 with the TFGP against the TFGP, and then also getting a win with the Nox Banditry. This was definitely Ragnaroshic's game, and it was really, really cool to get a chance to see that happen. Are you surprised at all, Mogwai, getting to see the Nox Banditry in action and also take that win?
Well, yeah, I mean, still, like, we've been talking about it as if it was, like, a terrible deck. Like, it's actually a really solid list that's been at the top of the meta for quite some time. It's just the way certain decisions for lineups and such have been shifting in very recently, because this shift has happened, it's only like a week old at best, right? So it is definitely not shocking to see that deck perform well. And there's a reason why that deck has been at the top for a while. Like, it swarms out really well. And if you pull out those Aloof Travelers and those Tenor of Terrors back to back, man, you're unstoppable. So really solid performance from Ragnaroshik, especially after that pretty demoralizing beating from Zoe Nami game 1. Like, that was a really one-sided matchup, and it seems like we're just going to get out of this one with a 2-0. But he brought it back, and he made Group C very interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, tied 1-1 now for Cello and Ragnaroshik. We're going to pull up those standings just so you can get a visual of what Group C actually looks like right now. This is definitely interesting. I mean, Yamato and Alan still have to play each other at this point. We could have a 4-way tie. Who knows how that's going to go. But Group D, we are going to be getting back to that group shortly with the third match in that group's round robin. So I can't wait to see what's going to happen. This has been an incredibly interesting day so far. Mogwai, thank you so much for joining us on the cast for these last 2 matches. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, and let's welcome in Freak to the broadcast. Freak, welcome. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. I will say today has been less America's dominated than yesterday, so a little sad about that. Apparently, Pasty might have been a good luck charm, but no, I'm really excited to be here. I was stoked when I got the offer to cast some of LOR World, so really excited that hopefully we get some good results again.
Ooh, it's gonna be spicy, and especially when you consider how many players from the Americas actually have already made it to the final day. I think we're gonna see some shakeups today, or at least maybe I'm hoping for some shakeups today. But let's go ahead and talk about the next match that we've got on hand. And Panda, I'm just gonna go ahead and let you take it.
We have Majin Bay versus Kevin. So Freak, happily enough, there's going to be one America's winner in this match. I think that's the result you wanted. So you will be getting it here. But Majin Bay has to come back from what was, I think, a demoralizing loss. He's a favorite going into the tournament. He was in my top 3, I think, regardless of region. Just a very strong player overall the past year in Runeterra. And having a play like that, where it was just a timer issue, where you knew the right play just didn't have the time to do it, to execute. Same with Wheel Key yesterday with the spacebar pass. It is demoralizing, and it does affect your mental game. So we'll see if he comes back into it strongly and has a good showing right now.
Right, yeah, he's one of very, very few players who actually got 2-0'd. Most of the results end up going to 3 games. Of course, being a round robin group stage, individual game score matters here, and so you'll very frequently, if you lose game 1, you know the second matchup, and so you'll play the strongest deck you have into that matchup, the stronger of your 2 that's unbanned. And so often we see, the loser of game 1 will pull that game 2, and then, see the last one goes. But yeah, Majin couldn't pull back either one, though, so, off to a really rough start. Kevin, meanwhile, I think he's looked good. His Silver Oxygen was banned the first time around, and came back from a game 1 loss to feel the rush to get the rest of it going through, beating out Shihu. So it's looking good. Obviously, we had Real Key get through yesterday from Brazil, so Kevin gonna kind of hope he can keep that one going, go 2 for 2 for Brazilian players, which would be obviously really exciting there. Obviously, their honorary Brazilian and Artifi is out, but still pulled one through for Real Key, so a homie nonetheless.
I think for Kevin, he had some minor slip-ups in his series with the Sharp Sight and the Sunburst and, some concentration stuff. I think he knows what the card does. He's a very good player. He's here for a reason, but sometimes you just lose focus for a bit and you get punished for it in some cases. In his case, he still won the series, so he's happy about the result, but maybe I think he knows he can play better. He can show up a little bit better to this series, and again, I think it's going to be a mental game for both of these players coming into it.
Absolutely, and as you kind of get into the game, obviously you set yourself up. One of the nice things about a format like this is you have a lot of time to know who your opponent is and what those decks are. Like, the 9 decks you're against in your group, and you can spend a little bit more time, ensuring you know what the ban is, like spending time like figuring out the Nash Equilibrium for a ban strategy or a game 1 strategy for like what deck you bring out. In this case, those 3 decks are all, as far as I can tell, garbage against Draven Scion. So we're pretty sure Kevin's going to be banning Draven Scion, and then the other half of it you start paying more attention to. It's a little bit closer as far as Majin's choice of ban, but yeah, I mean, I think you really want to come out game 1 swinging.
If Kevin set out, 5 hours to think about lineups and bans, in 5 minutes he already knew what his ban was against Majin, because it's just so obvious. I think Draven Scion has very, very good matchups against all 3 of his decks. Looking at Majin Bay's lineup, very strong lineup. We're seeing it all tournament long. Draven Scion and Nami Zoe, the 2 big, strong decks of the current tournament meta. And then we have the third deck that sometimes is TFGP, but in this case it's going to be the Lulu, Poppy, Vandal City Rally deck that is also just very, very strong. Put up great results yesterday. We saw even Aikado with the elusive version of the deck still putting up great results. And with this Vandal City version, cards like Yordle and Arms, I know Mogwai, I heard him being very high on the card, and it's for a reason. It just has a very impactful effect.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's a really, really good deck. I'm a big fan of Demacia Rally deck. That's kind of like my preferred archetype. If I was to have one of those cards, like what would my preferred champion be? And it would
one
be
of those,
Pursuit.
huh? Okay.
It would be Relentless
Okay.
Pursuit. Would be that. That said, though, what's interesting is the innovation has not tended to work well. I know you mentioned Aikado's Rally deck. He is 1 and 3 on it, despite being one of the players who went through. It actually did not suit him very well, that the elusive count, because they're all 1 health units, is sadly, right? So we have a really heavy Make It Rain. Like, even Parlay's getting used because there's multiple copies of Gangplank and all the Pokesticks, that it turns out that these 2 ones that buff up, the Green Glade duos and everything, like, those cards just tends to die pretty frequently, like, interestingly enough. So yeah, and that's like part of the meta call as well, is since the qualifiers like Ping City's been showing up, people will write it as Gangplank Vandal City or anything like this, but yeah, it turns out there's a lot of decks that just deal 1 damage, so that's part of the meta game that you have to play around. And obviously Ranger's Resolve does really well, but there's more of those than there are Ranger's Resolves, so you still have to kind of play around this kind of stuff. And it makes it just kind of interesting, kind of figuring out your decks, what you're going on for. We are in a very mid-range focused metagame. There's like the one Feel the Rush coming through from Shihu. We've got a Heimerdinger deck coming in as well. So there's a little bit that's outside the metagame, but it's a lot of really unit-based, sort of value-focused strategies.
And the ban will be Dravenstein, as we talked about. I think that was a pretty obvious one, but in the case of Kevin's Lamb, it's going to be Sivir Akshan not showing up here, not being allowed to go through. It's going to be Plunder and the Poppy Rally deck coming in.
That's interesting. Yeah, I know you had sent me a nice screenshot of matchup tables. You had done a bunch of extra prep for the matchups, so I was like, oh, I want to do that one myself. Great. And it, like, looking at this, it was actually a pretty close call between banning Lulu Vandal City or banning Sivir Akshan. Like the same good matchups are the same, and the same bad matchups are the same pretty much. So you can kind of go in either way. He chooses to go for Sivir Akshan. I think he finds that the specific parts of the list aren't quite as good. Obviously, in another case, you just got a mirror matchup. So hey, we're gonna see Lulu play itself. Hey, no one's surprised about how that matchup's going to go. It's going to be who draws and plays it better. But yeah, as far as finding game number 1, Plunder is going to have the best overall matchup table, I believe. So if you're looking to strike out in game 1, that's probably what Kevin picks.
And the biggest thing I think with deciding which one to ban is also just not just looking at the matchup tables, but looking at the general power level the deck can get to. If it draws the right cards in the right order and it just pops off with its game plan, how high of a power level can it be in a vacuum? And Sivir Akshan is a deck that is very scary when everything works well for it. And the value you can get from Sivir, from Cataclysms, from the landmark popping off and having Akshan on curve is very high.
All right, well, looks like we got Poppy and Rally and Ranger's Resolve and Sithri of the Bold up against Nami, known as Starfish as well, if you want to go for that option. Yeah, both decks are going to end up getting pretty wide and then buffing up a lot of these really cheap weenies. You've got 0 mana 2 and elusive there with the Burble Fish. You've got a ton of token generation here on the other side. So, do your important cards stick? And if so, do they get big enough that they overwhelm you?
And right away, an elusive coming in early on for Kevin is great against a deck that is trying to push damage with elusives. The Sharp Sight being used so early on is maybe not what Kevin was hoping for. And also to kind of mention, Kelp Maidens is not a card you tend to see in this deck. It's usually Bandle Commando for the most part. So a different version of the deck that Kevin is bringing here. It offers kind of the prank synergy as well. And just something that we haven't seen this often in this tournament.
And he spots a combat trick, right? Gets the Pale Cascade, puts it to 4 mana, and says, all right, well, not only do you have to probably get Nightfall to turn on, because you want to draw a card off this, but it's going to cost 4 as well, so we're going to make it awkward for you. Like, right now, it's already inactive. Good job getting Nami to pop on curve. It's always good when you can, finagle your cards into level 4, play Nami, she's level 2, okay, let's go. And obviously, you're not looking at a lot of target removal out of Vandal City Demacia, not for 4 health, so you get a little bit of breathing room. But, yeah, you're trying to figure out, okay, great. We managed to turn our Sparkle Flame into a 3/3, and this is, one of the best opening 4 rounds you can probably have for this deck.
Exactly, especially when you don't play Double Trouble. It's something that is great, especially against a deck like these rally decks that do want to go wide. You do want to have blockers, but there's the upside of when you don't play it, all the buffs are going to go to the Sparkle Fly. If your opponent doesn't have interaction, you've seen 1 Sharp Sight wasted already. If you get the Sparkle Fly big enough, it can be an enormously difficult thing to deal with for Kevin and his list. He doesn't have things like Concerted Strike, obviously. He doesn't have things like Stolen Combat. It's not the kind of deck that you're running, even though you're running Demacia. So if the Sparkle Fly gets big enough, the Kelp Maidens with a 2/1 stat line is not really going to do much to stop it.
Now, speaking of stat lines getting bigger, though, I do want to point out the fact that the one of Hush in Majin Bei's list was revealed by the initial prank. And I know this is something I've heard you and all the other cast talk about in any tournament format. One-ofs are so powerful because you can't realistically play around one-ofs because odds are they don't draw it. But in the back of your head, it's still there. Like 3 one-ofs, one of them you probably have, but you can't play on any one individually versus like a 3 of 1 card. But seeing it off prank, you're like, okay, I know, by the way, if I ever really go all in, if I like have to double sharp set a Lulu or something, it's like, well, I know they have a 3-mana Hush that they can use to stop this.
And that's the big thing with prank. People think about, the mana debuff, having something cost 2 more, or the, effects on the units, but the information game and the especially at this high level, having that information is so clutch and so vital, and it's definitely going to help Kevin understand what his opponent's hands look like and what things to play around or not play into at least.
Then you get some more generated cards. So, okay, Shakedown. Honestly, not horrible. I actually saw Shakedown get value yesterday when it got generated off of Burblefish, so you can sometimes feel something good out of this one. Obviously, there isn't a good answer right now to the buffed and buffed Sparklefly. Healing for 7 every round means you're not really worried about getting run down. Sithra can come down with, the range of resolve for coverage, but you're still losing Lulu or someone to the Sparklefly, and it's not going to be lethal, especially with only 1 mana showing for a combat trick. You're not worried about almost anything on the other side.
The Shakedown is kind of nuts at dragging the Kelp Maiden out of the way. I'm not saying we're going to see lethal turn, because there can be a sharp sight. Obviously, Majin Bey does not know what Kevin's hand looks like. He's not going to go all in into a certain game plan, but it's a lot of damage. He has a lot of spell backup here. Nami is completely healthy and completely safe in the back line. 6 spell mana to work with and double Sparklefly and Burblefish on the board. So this could be a big swing here for Majin.
Yeah, I just want to see how many units he wants to protect. Because you could, like, I'm not saying you really want to ping your Nami for 2 and, like have to heal it back up right away off the card, but it would let the rest of your elusives go through. Is there a way to get lethal? Because I'm looking at spell count, and you can get, 3 spells off, so add 6 damage. You're 1 off lethal, I think?
I think you have to go for it. I think, getting Nami damage in this matchup is not really super important, because there isn't obviously any kind of spell that's going to deal damage in this matchup. It's just units and forcing you to block because of the pressure more than anything. And I think this is the right play. You're going to use Nami to take damage. The 2 damage on Nami doesn't matter unless you're trying to block and survive on the next turn. And maybe control the board a bit, because if you're not going to get lethal, you want to try and at least stop your opponent's game plan enough so you can get lethal on the next turn. On the next turn you're attacking. But it's still, I think, very clutch card to get the Shakedown there generated, and at least to clear the elusive out of the way and hit with the 7/3 Sparklefly.
Yeah, worth noting, no Concerted Strike. Again, Sharp Sight can exist, sure, it's 3 of, but actually goes to right. Obviously, doesn't go to maximize health, because, again, Kevin would be at 1 HP if you spent all the spells you could to buff up the elusive, so that's not going to come through. Doesn't decide to trade down the entire board, does leave up a Bladesmith, so going to be kind of chilling for a bit.
The Serpent here with Lulu is going to be effective. That is actually one way to remove things. Sithra coming down is scary. There is a Hush available if you want to use it. There's a Super School Charge Chart to get possible Crescent Strike. We see it here to stop both the Lulu and the Sithria. And Majin has to feel happy about that one. No Serpent challenging the Nami. Nami is safe once again where she wants to be. And this is looking like a wrap to me.
Yeah, if you don't win this game, you are dying to the elusives. Rallying's not going to do probably enough. Like, okay, you've got a 1-attack Serpent that you can't get, you can't kill the elusives with it. Even if you rally, the damage on board is 9 each. You still don't care.
And even if you rally, you put in 1 Sparklefly at some point to heal for 10, and you're back up to 20. I mean, these are Targan. Targan used to do much crazier things in the Felios metas, in Lee Sin metas, in Eye of the Dragon metas. This deck doesn't abuse the healing as much, but still, with Sparklefly, we mentioned it. It started off as the only fish, and the other Sparklefly joined it, and it is just a healing machine at this point.
And hey, want to open attack? You look at it, there's almost no interaction. There's only combat tricks, no removal. So game 1 goes to Majin Bey. His first game win of the top 16 of the World Championship. Needs to go 1 more to tie up that 1-1 scoreline. We'd have a pretty much tied up group if that comes through.
And we highlighted, I think, or I spoke about the Sharp Sight being used the second round of the game to save the Kelp Maidens from dying. And if it would have been in hand at any point in those big swings with the 7 attack Sparklefly attacking. That could have been huge to mitigate that damage, possibly kill it off, because obviously you can't really play around around Sharpsight. You have to attack and then see what happens. But it being used so early to save the Kelp Maidens, I think was probably a big detriment to Kevin's game plan in terms of surviving the elusive attacks.
All right, well, Kevin needs a game win and actually goes for the mirror matchup. So I want to sort of opine a little bit here. So based on matchup data that I have seen, especially that you have sent me, the most favored deck that Kevin has in this matchup is Plunder. It is slightly favored unless I'm misreading the matchup table. Actually, I might be. I realize I'm reading it from Majin's point of view and not Kevin's point of view. Okay, so
it's
yeah,
Majin is slightly favored against Plunder Wars there.
Right, so apologies on me misreading the matchup table as backwards, because I'm like looking at Kevin's point of view, but I'm reading data from... So yeah, a mirror match is the best odds Kevin has of a single game win, and then has like a 60-40, not in his favor for the second one, so it is a tough road ahead. But the best way you're going to get is trying to get this game in the coin flip, and then going from there.
And the biggest thing to look at in a mirror match is it, a true mirror match, or are there key differences in the decks? And that is the case in this matchup. Yordle and Arms, 2 copies of it in Majin Bei's list. We talked about his, this card being very powerful throughout this entire tournament, and it could be the thing that gives him the edge. It's not currently in hand. The board is pretty depleted on Majin's side, which he does want to kind of work around that with a Poppy in hand to come down on turn 4 possibly. But Yordle and Arms could be a top deck that could, just really give him an enormous board on one turn. He can maybe capitalize on it twice with a Golden Aegis or Relentless Pursuit effect, and then just take over by winning the board, because Demacia-based decks, especially rally decks, the whole game plan is winning the board and then capitalizing off that advantage with a second attack.
And the important thing is, we actually come down a couple rounds ago, because you mentioned that Yordles and Arms is the unique card on Majin Bei's list, but also Yordle Squire is the unique card in Kevin's list, and you just saw him buff the tracker to a 2/2 and eat a free card. It's like, well, got all my challenges ready to go. I kept one of them alive off of a focus speed spell, and okay, yeah, gonna get dragged some here, especially with the quick attack making this really rough, but
yeah, this is a
getting
big
similar
swing.
freebies. Yeah, oh my gosh, a bunch of 3 attack quick attacks. Sharp Sight wouldn't be big enough on the one side. Thankfully, Poppy's too big to get quick attack from the Yordle Smith, and so it's a 2-for-1 trade. Like, I think he's overall down a card, but hopefully has reinforcements.
That being said, that's Majin's Poppy turn, but now it's Kevin's Poppy turn. This is how Mirror works most of the times. You take turns making these big plays when you have the attack token that benefits your champion and your game plan. And that being said, there's no quick attack. There's no, effect where you can get these clean trades. And there are going to be some cleanups here on Kevin's side. He's not going to be able to push that much damage or that much value off of the trades.
Yeah. Unless you really want a Sharp Sight to keep a Hawk alive, which doesn't really feel correct. Like, we can see from the hand state that there wouldn't be an answer to that. But unless you're trying to figure out something else you want to throw down to get eaten, obviously the biggest threats can all just be grabbed by the Fleet Feather trackers, so Poppy is never dying to any unit that Majin Bei would play. Unless he, again, wants to say, hey, but if I have Sharp Sight, puts down a 10 or something and says, by the way, if I Sharp Sight, it kills Poppy. You can present some threat there. Oh, I like this. This is cute.
The Golden Aegis coming down onto the Fleet Feather tracker. Going to try and obviously force the attack here immediately from Kevin Lore to get the Poppy out and the buff and the +1/+1 on all units. But the barrier makes that not look as appealing. And we're going to see the pass here instead. So this is a game of you wanted to attack. It's the whole game plan of your deck is play Poppy on curve, buff up other units, and attack. And with the challenge, you'll be able to control the board and the Yordle Smith as well. But this barrier stops that completely.
I mean, this is so interesting, right? Because obviously the read is like, well, okay, if I attack, Poppy becomes a 5/4. I can drag both units, and then Poppy survives the counter swing. Like, that's the initial, phase 1 thought process. Here he's saying, hey, if you go for it, I have range resolve or something. I have something. If you drag me, I'm gonna live anyway, and we're still gonna punch you afterwards. So says, go ahead and waste your barrier. Go ahead and try, and says, okay, I'll take the safe option. No, I'll go for broke. Try to kill Poppy. Obviously, yeah, has the Sharp Sight, and no Sharp Sight in response means she gets to live as well as pop off the barrier for the counterpunch.
If she attacks now, though, she'll be at 3 health, and you can still, you can challenge both units, and that way Poppy just goes through uncontested, even though the health is lower, even though she had to block and took some damage in the process. 7 HP now for Majin. Poppy's still alive on Kevin Lore's side, so he kind of won that trade with the Poppy wars between turns 4 and 5. And Majin has the hand to replenish his board, but he doesn't really have the payoff card. He doesn't have the second Poppy, he doesn't have the Yordle in arms to maybe capitalize on his next turn.
What's so funny, I'm still playing that round back in my head because Kevin could have gotten almost the same results, but by playing it that way, he got 2 more face damage because he got the sharp sight on defense, then swing, instead of like swing for 5 and then live with the sharp sight. Like, if that was actually the reason we're playing it that way, that's like galaxy brain.
I think it is, and I think it's him saying,
damage.
you know, I have a sharp sight. I know Majin is he can't resist taking the even bigger brain priority pass and not using the barrier on the challenger to try and get a kill on Poppy. And because he knew it was almost a guarantee he would try and go for that, he just let it happen and then capitalized on he's the one that had the combat track. There was no combat track on Majin's side.
Alrighty, ooh,
Chain Vest. Interesting. This is again, the information wars. You don't expect this card to be in hand or in deck for Kevin, and it could be pretty crucial in saving a trade and granting you toughness is actually pretty impactful.
Speaking of impact, that is a 5/5. That is going to be some pain. That's going to be getting chump blocked only. Poppy does not survive this. Looking at, pretty much everyone snap picks a tenor, but you give it a second to think about what you might want. Obviously, Furious Feyfolk is going to have the trigger available. Yeah, just picks the tenor. Who gets a Chain Vest, if anyone?
The fearsome blocker is actually kind of relevant here. Poppy's going to block the 2-1, going to survive there, and you can't block the 1-1, so that's a little bit of extra damage going through. You don't really want to block with anything else. If you take the damage here, you're going to just give the trade to Majin's side. Poppy's not buffing anything on her turn, so you're losing that value. You're going to have the tenor next turn, but overall your hand, depending on what pathways draw, that's the biggest thing I think now for Kevin.
Yeah, thinking about how much mana you have, it's going to be 7 plus 3 bank spell mana, so you can, the draw is free basically. Okay,
Rise to Protector and the Cythria. The Cythria is a very big draw. No, only one fearsome blocker with the 5/5.
Okay. Wow. If Majin Bay survives this round and gets a wide enough board, Yordles in Arms is going to wipe the board, and if anything hits, it's lethal. So if he can end this round wider by 1 or 2...
Are you going to have to maybe use it defensively, though?
For now, you've got a match unit for unit almost.
Yeah, I don't know you can even use it here. Yeah, you're right.
I think you would actually just lose to the Bright Steels coming down and just getting outswung. So, yeah, you kind of have to just keep going wide. Lulu doesn't have to come down for defense. You have 7. You're taking 2 from Impact. And then as long as you can leave a 4 attack or lower unit, you're okay.
But the pressure from Kevin here on this attack, and because he's already at 7 HP in Majin's side, you can't really not block a lot of units. And with the barrier on the Poppy, with the buffs from the Poppy, all these trades are not going to be going in your favor, which means that you're not going to have a board to buff next turn with your Yordle in Arms.
How many good blocks can you get? 3/2 can block the 4/3, 5/5 can kill one and just eat it. Yeah, so far okay. And then here comes the awkward part, right? Where you're like, okay, well I can refill with Tenor, I can refill with Commando. Is that going to be enough units though? And you're
Yeah,
I think you want to leave one alive. You kind of have to.
Listen, you can take damage from both 3/3s, keep 2 impact units alive, and play the tenor next turn, and just
you can't take both 3/3s because the impact kills you, right? So like you have to.
True.
You can only leave up 1 unblocked.
And it's gonna be the 5/5 obviously surviving.
Yeah.
Because I think this is it's not the game plan really for Majin now is not trying to push damage with direct damage to Nexus. It's more just the impact game plan. He has a tenor in hand. That's 2 damage that he can pretty much guarantee.
Yeah. So the 5/5 lives, but the 2/3 dies. How does he get? Oh, Bandle Commando, right? Elusive gets the 1 last damage.
If there's not a sharp sight.
Sure. Which you've already seen, what, 1, maybe 2?
And these sharp sights, this, the unit surviving here doesn't matter. Doesn't matter if you have blockers or not. You have to stop the impact altogether.
Okay. You're facing 4 life. You know you have 3 impact and an elusive.
Sharp sight as well for the elusive, so that's 2 extra damage pretty much guaranteed. Lulu can't do anything really on defense. This might be Majin Bay's game.
We know Majin Bay wins. Yeah.
This is it.
He took
There's
the
nothing
ultimate
you can
offensive
do
line.
for Kevin.
Oh, okay. Okay, just still going for the you don't have an elusive line. Instead of going for more impact saying, I'm just all in on you don't have an elusive. Which I think he actually knows.
Either line he loses to sharp sight, so he doesn't really care which way he does it, I think, in this case.
Yeah, okay, fair point.
double impact from the effect, and then they're elusive as well. And that's going to be Majin taking game 2 and taking this entire series. So Majin Bay, we talked about his mental game going into this one,
2-0.
having to really put up a big performance, and that is exactly what he has done. 2-0 against Kevin, and is right back into it as one of the favorites to win this tournament, and right back into his groove, I think. You know, it was a shaky first series, but he's brought it back against a very strong player in Kevin that was currently leading the group as well.
Elusive victory, definitely useful. Had the read. I mean, again, had to kind of play it anyway. You're always the next time around, but able to have the difference in elusives. The fact that, okay, I drew 2 of my Bamble commandos. You ate 1 with a Fleet for the Tracker. Okay, fair game, but the sharp sights got burned out, and at the end of the day, you found the face damage.
And I think Majin was just trying to prove a point by playing Northern Arms. We were hyping the card up. Malgai was hyping it up as well. And in that case now, we are seeing that, you know, the card put in an impact again. Malgai is currently on screen. I think he was not expecting that one either. But Malgai, we're just trying to showcase your love for Northern Arms. Yeah. You know, the card was played. You have to come up and give us your reaction as well. That's not the reaction I expected, but thank
That's
you,
what
Malgai.
I expected. I expected exactly that reaction.
Yeah, just doing the victory dance, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
That's
as he went to
awesome
go
to
cheer for
see.
Brazil. You know, he's the curse, sadly.
Well, what an exciting win for Majin Bay. You already touched on it, but especially after that devastating loss, this brings both of our groups incredibly close. Like, it's a wide open door. Group C, we have 2 players that are sitting at 1-1 right now, and Group D, the same thing. So I have no idea how this is going to end. It's very, very different for both of these groups than what it was on day number 1, Panda.
I have to say, if we're following this trend, that means Alan and Shihu get their wins on the next 2 games. So I am completely on board with that. Let's keep this trend going. Complete parity, and then that means the last games of these groups will be extra exciting. So I think it's great for the storylines, for the excitement of the groups in general.
Well, let's go ahead and pull up those standings so you can get a visual of what we're looking at. 4 players sitting at 1-1 right now. And yeah, I really think that we could see a 4-way tie in both groups with everybody sitting at 1-1. That means that the last games, the last round, Freak, are going to matter so much.
And I'm glad we're getting some vengeance for the Asia qualifiers as well, considering none of the Asia qualifier players made it through yesterday. The fact that Yamato and Odyssey are both undefeated in their groups. Sure, only 1 match so far, but it's good to see that, you know, it's not just, okay, you know, the Americas winning everything and Asia getting, you know, unfortunately kind of dumpstered. I'm glad we have, like, a lot of that script flipped so far.
Yeah, definitely seeing a lot of diversity of the players so far that potentially could be making it through to the final day. But we are now at the halfway point where we've got 6 matches under our belt and 6 more to go. We're going to be taking a short break, and when we come back, match number 7. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. We are at the halfway point, which means we have 6 more matches to cover before we know the final 4 players that will be making it into the final day to vie for that World Championship title. Let's welcome back in our casters. We've got Freak and Casanova rejoining the desking. And Casanova, it's been a bit since we've seen you. What do you think of the action so far today?
It's been crazy. As much as I've been hyping up the Americas, you know, it's a little bit calmer this time. I love that we're talking about SEA because they've been playing great. Japan is a region that I think has been good for a very long time in Runeterra. And with Yamato starting off strong with a win, I'm excited to see a little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm especially always a fan of any time someone brings like their own decks. Like, you know, I'm a fan of the Shihu lineup. I'm a fan of the, but especially the fact that Yamato's bringing darkness, the only darkness deck here. I'm a huge fan of that.
Oh, we were just talking a little bit about what things look like when it comes to the standings, but let's go ahead and cover the format once more in case you missed it at the top of the day. We are covering Groups C and D today in a round-robin format where the top 2 players from each group will be able to make it to the finals bracket, which is a single elimination best of 3 matches tomorrow for day 3. So these matches mean a lot when it comes to where people stand right now. 4 players across the board sitting at 1-1, and we have another matchup, Freak, that's coming up next that could be a 4-way tie. Why don't you talk about these players?
Yeah, so Alan to me is if you tell me a single player that you have as a favorite to win the entire tournament, he is the player I choose. The man is incredibly cerebral. I don't think there is a perfect Legends of Runeterra player, and I think Alan is kind of as close as we've gotten so far. That said, his flaw is probably slightly overthinking and maybe slightly over controlling every matchup, even if it's not a control matchup. I think that's where his flaw lies. But he's really smart, understands the game at a really deep level. He's been outstanding for basically ever. But he often overthinks his lineups, and that can be his downfall. Like I said, he's a bit of an overthinker, but a really good player. Yamato, I do not know much about, of course. It's very difficult to follow the Asian scene overall. They're often not on Twitch and other places, but I'm impressed with what he has brought. I think he's got a couple of really good decks, and he's impressed with his play so far as well.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to the Allen point. A lot of players in the European scene have said that they would never want to go up against Allen if someone else picked his lineup for him. They think he overthinks his lineups a lot, but they also think he's like one of the best pilots in the game. So if he ends up on a lineup that they're scared of, they do not want to be facing off against him because, like you said, he's so cerebral. He's so good. Yes, he has that mistake of overthinking. I've seen him pass himself to death before a couple of times, but in general, Allen is an incredible player. He's had some struggles in lineup selection before, but this time around, I mean, I like his lineup. There's a little bit of spice, though, with the Shell folk.
Yeah, I mean, even one of our players in an interview yesterday was saying they were scared of Allen being one of the strongest players in this tournament. But speaking of interviews, and speaking of who's leading the pack in Group C, let's hear from Yamato.
ヤマトと申します。日本出身です。いや、もう本当に緊張半分、ワクワク半分って感じですね。やっぱりアジアを代表して戦うので、そうですね。ぜひ優勝してアジアってシャードはすごいんだぞっていうのを見せたいです。やっぱりアジアの地域が一番上手い人たちが多いんじゃないかなって、僕個人は思います。一緒にプレイしている仲間たちとか、本当に僕より上手い人すごいたくさんいますし、そうですね、もう本当に有名な方とも対戦できる機会をいただいたので、本当に楽しみながら自分の信じたデッキ3つ持っていって、全力でぶつかっていきたいと思います。絶対勝ちます。
I hope Yamato has been having so much fun so far in this tournament. Obviously, being at 1-0 puts him in a pretty good position, especially knowing that if he takes another win in this upcoming match, he's going to be in a very good spot, Cass.
Yeah, I mean, he was saying that he keeps playing with a lot of players that are much better than him in his region. I love the humility. I see this a lot out of the Asian players. They say a lot of their practice partners are like so much better than them. They're so surprised they've made it in. But Yamato is the one who is here. He is representing those players. He's representing Asia, representing Japan, which as a region has continually produced amazing deck lists, amazing players. Teal Red is one from Japan that has always comes to mind for me as influencing a lot of the meta of over the course of just the entire lifespan of the game.
Yep. Yeah, I've played more than one Teal Red deck list in my day when we're trying to climb ladder. And yeah, so talking about what I can know, Yamato had qualified from seasonal points, so hadn't made any of the top fours playing through, but had qualified to enough of them, made maybe top 16s and whatnot, that accrued enough points to qualify to the World's Quality that way. Meanwhile, Alan, who keeps bricking his tournament play, qualified from ladder, which like that was exactly what I expect from him, right? It's like when he's just grinding out the games, like the man's 500 LP like every season, no surprise that he's up there getting in that way. And then yeah, unfortunately, right, like. Okay, you've now got to get through the individual games, though, right? You have to make sure that in the pressure you're not overthinking, because in both these cases, right, these are players who don't come through and then finally win everything. I know, quoting EU Masters results, where Team Poland tends to do really, really well, but doing really well means like, well, you made top 8 twice. It's like you did pretty well, but then never kind of came through in the clutch. And I know Alan was on Team Poland both every time I've seen him on. And so it's like, okay, now you have to kind of, for both these players, like you're obviously very, very good. You got here already, but you have to keep that level of play up for the rest of the way through. And only 2 of you getting out of the groups. Alan obviously dropping his first match means you got to get the rest of the way over.
And we're going to find out exactly how this is going to play out, especially when you take a look at the deck list. Darkness for Yamato, and maybe we'll see that Ezreal Vi actually see some playtime. But Freak, why don't you tell us about Alan's lineup?
It's pretty standard, right? If you're looking at common decks, okay, Caitlyn Draven, that is one of the most common Draven setups. I think maybe Sign is slightly stronger, but it's still a very good one. Seduction, we saw a ton of that in the qualifiers 2 weeks ago. We're still seeing a ton of it here. It's been a really strong performer. I think its overall win rate this weekend has been about 50%. And then, he brought in Ezreal Vi with Shellfolk because, why not just play an Ezreal deck? Like, everyone has hopped off Ezreal, right? Like, Draven was the big combo for a while, and then people were like, well, I'd rather play Caitlyn, or even more so, I'd rather play Sion. And it's still like that same Draven 3-drop shell. It's like, we're going somewhere else entirely. We're going for an Ezreal-focused deck instead, and we're jamming spells out, and hey, Vi is going to level up maybe sometimes, but at worst, she's removal. So it's just kind of out there as, like, maybe an option.
Yeah, I mean, you've got like these 2 standard decks and you're like selecting your deck choices, and as you're trying to pick your third, Ashton Kutcher jumps out of the closet and he's like, you just got punked and you've got a prank deck here instead. And that's what Alan's lineup looks like to me. But he's going up against Yamato, who also has like that spicy deck in the middle of the lineup, right? We have Draven Sion. This is the most represented deck of all. And then it's Plunder, which we've seen a fair bit of, especially the Brazilian players with their FTR tech. But then a deck that there are a lot of doubters out there for, which is Darkness. This is a deck that most people were like, there's no chance we will see a copy of this list in the top 16, but Yamato brought it and found the first win of the day on the deck. He's undefeated on it so far. Yes, the sample size is 1, but we'll have to see if it can continue to find success. I mean, this is absolutely a deck people are sleeping on, and maybe Yamato can use that to his advantage, as most people probably scrimmed 0 games against Darkness.
Sure, and what's interesting, and I'm not fully up to date on Darkness tech because it's not a deck type I play. I don't play control decks, so I don't know all the tech choices. But I know we were talking about it during the rehearsal day a couple days ago, and it was like, this looks like version 1 of a Darkness deck, where you just search the deck builder for the word Darkness and just slam in every card that affects the card. And that, my understanding of the more recent versions in the Americas and Europe is you cut half those and you're playing a lot more of the other control cards. You're playing control, but you've got Vhagar and Senna and like maybe one other follower that helps that out. And he's like, no, all the Darkness cards.
Yeah, normally it's the Shadali Sentinel as being the other card that you really like from the package, because it's just like a very powerful version of the Darkness card. It's like 6 mana, 4/5 lifesteal. It's really good for a control deck anyway. So we see that a lot, but a lot of those cards do get cut. Yamato's like, no, I want all the Darkness cards. And at minimum, Freak, we get to watch Darkness. We get one of the spicy decks of the 2, but Shellfolk once again getting banned. Nobody is letting Alan play this deck yet. Hopefully we get a chance to see it on screen later, because it's a very cool list.
It is, but yeah, it's 2 for 2 on bans. So Alan, and I will say, right, as much as you can mock the like random decks coming out, the best a deck can do kind of is get banned, because
that's a win.
It feels bad to not get a win on it, but it's like, well, it means they were the most afraid of that deck of all your decks, so it's on paper the best deck you could have brought. And that can be because they're unfamiliar. I know from my side, playing a little bit of competitive LOR in a tournament format, it's like I like I almost had to play against Rubenzu, playing Ruben Pile, and I'm like, I'm just gonna ban that because I have not played against it, and it's your deck. So we're banning that one and moving on, and that's not how the bracket went up, but like, that's the read a lot of the time, is like, I know I don't have reps here, so that surprise, yeah, it doesn't give you much more than a ban, but it means your other two decks, like Ezreal taking up a slot doesn't matter, Vi taking up a slot doesn't matter, you can play the two best decks in the metagame, and pull a ban, and you're like ready to go. Like that lineup construction can work really well.
Yeah, it's fantastic when it works out like that. I think, you know, a lot of times people, when they see a deck they're really unfamiliar with, they go out of the game theory of what deck is the best to ban, right? They go into exactly what you said, where it's like, okay, I don't know if I can beat this deck. I don't know if my matchup is better. If I misplay, is my matchup suddenly worse than it's supposed to be, or worse than whatever those other matchups that I'm more familiar with is? You want the known quantities. When you get something like Shellfolk, that is a newer deck that, again, like Darkness, probably didn't get a lot of reps of scrims against that deck, you're going to be feeling a little bit uncomfortable. The other two decks are two of the most popular. Like, at least I know what I'm running into.
Alrighty, well, here we go. As we get the early pranks online, and yeah, we'll see how long he wants to wait to find out what's at hand, but it's really good to see that many 3-drops with 2 tri-beams for Alan. That feels pretty good overall. Okay, yeah, some fumes kind of need to happen there. I don't think you get to let that card hit more than once, or even 0 times, obviously.
Absolutely not. Letting those darknesses get buffed before the Veigar even hits the board is huge, right? We have another catalyzer in hand, so Yamato's gonna really want to be able to get that damage in, try and get those buffs prior to getting the Veigar on the board.
You can stun it?
Should not be allowed. Yeah. I was gonna say, I'm like, how is Alan gonna want to deal with this? You normally want to develop your champion, but he's got the double sentry. You just don't let this thing strike. Like, he should be able to prevent it entirely.
Now, the only awkward part is that on round 5, open attack is going to get through unless something gets top deck. Tri-beam is slow, the champions can't force it to die, so that, you know, that's going to look ugly pretty soon. But yeah, typical Alan, right? If he gets to open a pass, he will. And he's like, well, now I beat down development, so I'm probably not going to open pass. So okay, Jordan hits the board. Great. Tri-beams are both up to 3, I believe. Actually, no, wasn't the first Sump Fumes a 3? So they're both up to 4.
The first,
right? Sump Fumes on
yes.
on
yep.
2.
So Sump Fumes on 2.
4.
We have 2 4 damage tri-beams. 4 damage is pretty good too. There are some crazy hits you can get at 4 mana. The one that I always love to bring up is the Ancient Crocolith. Get the 7/7.
4 mana 7/7. That's never been bad in any card game.
No, absolutely not. But I do think we'll continue to see Alan stack these up considering this hand, because I mean, it's all 3-drops. It's just a consideration of, does Alan have priority targets he has to kill? Because maybe he'll part with these if like a Veigar hits the board, right? Like then he's like, okay, well, I guess I'll just use this no matter how strong it is, because at this point it will just kill him at any time. Oh, Yamato
for the plays. Yeah.
Is it gonna be the open attack? That's the big thing, right? You want this catalyzer, but you also have to imagine Alan has to have something, right? Like this is a deck that runs a lot of removal.
He didn't have any traction with the spider back on round 3 because he was tapped out. So like, you don't have a read, there's no Flock, because Flock wasn't even playable at that point in time.
Yeah.
And then beyond that, it's like, okay, Draven swung and hit face, but you know, obviously. So yeah, open attack, do not allow the tri-beam, do not allow the thermo, like a second spider obviously would have been a possibility, so that's going to be a trade, and Draven doesn't want to kill himself to a 3/4. Even with the spinning axe available. Now again, you can still tri-beam that. I'm not saying you want to for 4. You've still got 3 more ways to buff it. You can get it to 7. I know 8 is a number that people really, really like. I think 5 is another big breakpoint. Like 5 and 8 to me are the breakpoints that I've seen talked about the most. Where it's a big step up over the number before.
Yeah, you generally don't want to keep going higher too, because sometimes you get misses up at 10. There's like there's a lot of those like top end of the region things like Plaza Guardian, which are like, I mean, it's fine, right?
It's
like you get a 6/6 with quick attack, it's good, but you can get some even more high impact hits by going just a little bit lower. A little bit lower, you get some better.
You know, like you get.
You could
sometimes
get a
Cyprien, sometimes you get a 6/6.
That's true. That's
and
true.
It's like, I'll just take Farron. You know, like just give me an 8-drop. That's almost always good.
One big point I wanted to bring up about Yamato's open attack as well, because this is Draven Caitlyn instead of Draven Ezreal, they run the Sump Fumes and no Mystic shots. So open attack gets even better because a lot of the removal is at slow speed. So Yamato wants to be dodging everything else. He's seen 1 Sump Fumes already. So either it's second Sump Fumes or a Get Excited, or else he's getting that Catalyzer through and he's getting that extra damage. And so we saw, of course, the result is he does get that extra damage. These Darkness do 3 now, which is an important breakpoint in this specific matchup. It hits Draven, it hits Caitlyn, it hits Sump Dredger, it hits Station Archivist, it hits just everything in this deck once you get it to 3.
It'll hit Twin Blade Revenant, which you don't really want to have to hit, but you know it'll at least do it.
You'll hit it. Yeah, we'll do it.
Yep, of note, only 2 Sump Fumes in the deck, so only 1 left. 3 Get Exciteds, though, so you gotta imagine, like, odds are that, you know, if you're kind of reading a hand, you expect Alan to have, you know, a fast spell at this point in time. Like, odds are he's got one. So that's kind of going to be in your mind. We know he doesn't, but that's going to be in Yamato's mind a lot of the time here.
Yeah, Yamato's going to continue to play around a lot of these pieces of removal as he needs to. And the Veigar, he probably wants to play, but it is going to be rough to find a good time to do so. You know Alan has played so many 3-cost cards, so you have to have in mind that, okay, the Tri-Beam's going to be big enough to kill my Veigar. That's probably expected. You have to play around Thermo. That's another one that you're really paying attention to. The Flocks are more like... Sometimes you're okay to be like, if they have it on a Flock, because then it's like they have Sentry and Flock. They have to have both cards to do it. So sometimes you're okay with the 2-card combos to play a little bit loose into, but the fact that there's so many different threats that can kill Veigar right now, I expect we'll see some slow plays. I guess the other side of that argument, though, is he is sitting on a Rekindler in hand, so he might be open to just like throwing out this first Veigar and being a little bit loose with it. And we do see him do it.
And right now, I think you're also looking at, from Yamato's point of view, yeah, there's the first Tri-Beam at 6. He's like, that was in the opening hand. Okay, ow. And, you know,
That's kind of scary.
But Alan can't grant it Overwhelm, so it's really just a 4/6. Because you're always chumping it kind of anyway. It's a 4/6 that's never going to die to anything, to be clear, you know, until Darkness gets a lot bigger, but it is a mandatory chump 4/6.
Yeah, I mean, it's a mandatory chump 4/6 that will not lose HP on its attacks because you're not playing anything higher than 4. So it's like you have to block it or you take 8, and it's just clearing everything for free. Ooh.
And then you spinning axe it and you get, you know, screwed anyway. But, you know, yeah, it's a bit too big to die to Darkness is the big thing.
Yeah. That thing's a menace. It's a problem on the board. Like, you don't want to deal with that.
Splinter Soul shenanigans? No, okay. Just,
I wish.
I'm trying to think, like, which of the effects, like, work on summon, right? Because, you know, Stilted
it'd be cool.
will work on summon, you know? Like, that's not the worst idea, but Stilted's dead, so... No,
I mean, it's like...
Yeah. So,
it's like
1 mana Darkness,
3 mana
like,
make a Darkness, right? Yeah, it's like 3 mana make a Darkness. That's not bad. Like, that's okay. There's probably better things, though. I guess the Glimpse just finding cards are generally going to also...
Yeah.
It's generally going to be pretty good, I guess.
Seems pretty good, yeah. So yeah, you could pop Dark Bulb to get one, or you could pop your Stilted to make him cheaper.
Yeah.
You know, then they're all, but you're generally not that hurtful for mana, so we're gonna move on for this one. General card draw gonna be around. We do have a dead Veigar, so Rekindler will bring back Veigar. As far as Darkness damage, we've hit what 1, 2 Darknesses, so we're at like 6 or 7 out of the Veigar
total,
XP.
Yeah, the total damage should be 6.
Total Veigar XP.
Yeah, it should be 6.
Yeah. So, you know, we need 2 more Darknesses to hit something to get there. We'll see if that actually happens. And this swing is not bad.
Yeah, we'll say, as far as like the progress to leveling Veigar, Yamato's in a decent position for it, right? Because he's going to create another Darkness with Rekindler. If for whatever reason that Veigar can stick to the board, then he's going to start to get to the point where level up is inevitable. But he's also got some draws, as we mentioned, with this Glimpse Beyond, and he can just find more tools to create more Darkness. Like, it feels like an overall pretty good position to be in for Darkness. However, Alan's got some scary stuff on the other side. Goes Focus Stick.
I'm a little surprised you poke there only because how are you getting Withering Whale value otherwise? Because that card's not getting discarded. Like, it's going to be used. Your hand is only so expensive, and okay, yeah, you're probably Darknessing the double attack, but you don't have it yet, and it feels like, you know, getting halfway there with Withering Whale, then Pokey Stick, and then finding 1 more damage at some point felt doable. But I guess if you have, you know, other plans for your mana, then you're poking now, looking for a draw, and then you're just always going to chump and Glimpse Beyond, but you can't even chump and Glimpse Beyond because you're going to get, you know, pulled with the Challenger.
We're getting pulled and taking 8 potentially on this turn. Now, Alan, I wonder if he's considering the develop. Oh, no, he's just going to push damage. He just wants to deal 10. Oh, okay.
That's 14.
It's a lot of damage coming through. I guess it's just plays
Oh,
Senna
Spider.
to get the darkness.
Spider's more than 4. This is... Oh, yeah, Tribe's even better than Spider.
Right.
Oh my gosh. But Darkness kills... But Darkness is going to save your entire life here.
Yeah, it really is, because you kill the biggest threat. You can get rid of the horns. That is so... It's so terrifying that
Wait,
thing
do
is
you
on the
have to-
board.
Do you... Oh, I see, because of Glimpse. But I wonder if you have the Darkness now. Like, what if it's... I mean, I don't know if you can get scarier than 10 attack, but, like... What else would you be afraid of getting spawned from the Tri-Beam? I guess forcing it to be a slow action is rough. You don't want to force it to be a slow action.
Wait,
so while Senna's
wait.
alive.
Wait, this is such a crazy hit.
We've got a
so
Snapvine.
Freaking Snapvine, but we have Boom in hand. If we can create a way to discard and throw out, we get so many 5/3s for cheap. The scary thing is the Revenant though, but I think it kills it, so you still get your Lost Soul back.
Yeah, you do. You do. It counts.
This is so crazy.
So we're getting some value out of this one. The Aloof Travelers are basically keeping the same stat line they've already got. Same for the Station Archivist, but yeah, the Baboon gets to turn Flame Chompers into a real card.
All right, goodbye Rekindler. Hello Rekindler.
All right, well, if Yamato can get his game plan on board though, right? Because now, now she's gonna stick. We're gonna start generating some Darkness cards. Like we're gonna start killing stuff.
Come on, we're on the clock.
Because they're at least so like Withering Whale catches one, Darkness catches another. Like you're gonna start getting Senna XP pretty fast.
Yeah, it's really not bad.
like
I mean,
that.
this is a really cool play. I mean, yes, it gets blocked, but you're just generating more, creating threat. Vagar's gonna be leveled when he comes out. But all these Snapvines are so like, it's so crazy to just keep generating the 5/3s. It's just so many threats, but because of that catalyzer earlier, Freak, the catalyzer getting one strike in means that these are manageable because your Darkness are all dealing 3 damage. If these were doing 2 damage, you're so screwed in this spot if these were only doing 2.
Yeah, that would have hurt. I forget if Vagar lived for even 1 round. Because it looks... Either way, though, yeah, we're really, really close on Vagar level. Senna needs to see a couple more deaths, obviously. She needs to see 3, and we're at 1 so far. So give me another round. Withering Whale will give you 1, and Darkness will give you another. So Senna can level up during this round, and Vagar's coming down flipped.
Okay. I mean, that's big for Yamato, but this is a scary attack, right? You probably just have to lose your Senna on this block. You can level her, like you mentioned, during this with the Withering Whale and the Darkness. So at least if you get another Rekindler or another Senna, you can come down leveled up. But it looks like he just goes for the Darkness only, no
Vagar.
Withering Whale. He's going to set up the Vagar.
Yeah, if you play Withering Whale, you save a 1, which obviously doesn't mean that very much for you, but it's about being able to put Vagar down. Now, the problem is there's still a Thermo Beam in hand, so Vagar's days are numbered.
There he goes.
You gotta let the VO play, you know?
Oh, I love
I
it.
feel like it's just good form casting LOR just to let the animations play, and just join in afterwards.
That's honestly how I've been doing it for the past 20 months, and I don't regret it. I think it's great. Every time there's a level up, I just watch it. And I just sit there and
Yeah. I will say, here's another thought, though, I hadn't thought about, because again, I don't play this deck. Keeping Withering Whale in your hand just to tank Aloof Travelers is also not the worst idea.
Ooh.
Which it just did now, because it kept the... Right, it would have protected a Vagar. If there's another one, it keeps the Magnificent.
That's kind of slick. I like that.
So that's another option. And now we got 1 cost Darkness. But they can't hit face because Vagar's dead. So we're down, what, 2 Sennas, 2 Vagars, and 2 Rekindlers.
We are? Yeah, because 1 got discarded by Aloof.
Yeah. And that's the only Rekindlers in the deck. So you have a Vagar in your deck and a Senna in your deck. Otherwise, you
we
can't
have
hit face.
2 Sennas, because 1 came from the Rekindler, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
We have
I think
2
there's
Sennas
still
left. We have 2
Sennas
Sennas
in the
left.
deck.
There is draw here for Yamato, though. He has the hidden pathways. And if he can find the champions, I mean, he's still maybe okay to hang on. But these Snapvines... Snapvine was such an insane hit because Alan is just putting out so much pressure. I mean, it's just a pile of 5/3s going at you. And most of Alan's deck are 3 costs. So a 3-mana 5/3, you're like, all right, cool. Like, that's better than what I was playing. I still get the effects of whatever I'm playing. And now I just get to have a better body on board.
Yeah, as you can see, Yamato's just like picking up chump blockers. Like, yeah, we'll generate some 1/1 tokens. Like, we'll just, I mean, they don't have Overwhelm or Fearsome, so okay, you can survive, but The problem is you've run so quickly out of win conditions that you know, to talk about Alan a bit more, like, okay, the Snapvines are obviously putting a lot of pressure. Like, that's obviously really, really good. But also, every champion has been answered pretty much instantly. Like, the pressure made Senna block so that, you know, she couldn't do anything else and you know, generate more value. Veigar got instantly thermo beamed. Like, they're just not living.
Yeah, I mean, you have to try and find one to start to get back into this. At least the darkness being able to be generated with the hand is helping to cull these a little bit. But guess what? Another one. We just have more Snapvines over and over again. And Yamato's out of answers. He's out of answers, and he has to start digging. Hixtali Sentinel helps, but it's just going to trade with one Snapvine and give you a little healing. And it gives you a darkness to remove another. So it effectively will deal with 2 Snapvines for 8 mana, which Alan can create 2 more for less.
Yeah, but it'll also, you know, deal about 5 to face. Like, once this 3/2 hits, you're gonna upgrade the power. So, you know, there are parts that are going, and I will say, like, Ravenous Flock, I mean, you are gonna probably Spider Flock the Sentinel, and it's just gonna die right away. But you've got a prank. Problem is, like, I guess we're out of discard synergy for now. Okay, those get excited. Now you've got discard synergy. Archivist is gonna look pretty good.
Fleeting, get excited.
Probably
Yeah, I mean, you have a get excited in hand already.
Lethal.
More exciting than an unsolved mystery.
There is a bit of healing in this deck, so it's a little scarier, but you have 3 Lost Souls in hand, so why not, right? Like, why not play get excited? There's no downside to the discards.
And I think you're gonna get excited units, I would guess.
Most likely.
Because getting rid of a blocker for a 5 attack unit is better than getting damage to face.
Yeah,
but also, it's worth noting, right? You know, a get excited is the top 5 of your deck. It doesn't shuffle, right? Or does it?
It doesn't.
Archivist.
It doesn't.
Yeah. So you also know
can
you're
draw
5 rounds away from drawing another get excited and having lethal with that. So as far as you know, you win in about 4 rounds.
Yeah. Just gonna continue to remove the board. It's the classic aggro thought process, actually, of how much does my spell do if I send it to the face? How much does it do if I send it to the board? Whichever number is higher, that's where I send it. It's just it's entirely just the entire purpose of being an aggro player is thinking through those lines of play every single time, is like, how much damage am I doing to their face with this play?
Yeah. Now, of note, it's worth actually noting right now that the Hixtali Sentinel would simply die to a Snapvine if played. That said, it is no longer removable from what Alan could have had in hand, especially now that there's no mana left over, so we can generate the darkness. I do want to, because I know I haven't tracked it, I want to know actually how much damage darkness is doing, because it's going to remove any individual unit and about half of Alan's face.
I think it's still 3. Part of me thinks there was only the 1 catalyzer hit.
You might be right, and I've lost track, but like my brain wants to say 4 or 5. I don't know why.
Did Veigar ever stay on board? I don't think he did. He just died immediately every time it came down.
I want to say the first one did. We're gonna find out. Here we go.
Yeah, we learned right now. I mean, it's 4, so I missed 1. You're right. I missed 1.
To be fair, I said 4 or 5, so like I had a lot of coverage there. But
that's
it also means, you know, we're 2 darknesses away from winning, but we're also, and Alan, yeah, okay, has saved. There's the get excited that he saw and drew.
Yep. But this hand is nothing for Yamato. It's basically an empty hand, right? There's nothing that these do. Yes, the Snapvines are dealt with, but guess what? You know, there's all of the Lost Souls. So yes, we can ping it with a Vile Feast and have a chump blocker, but that does not feel like a great play or turn in general. You can let at least the first one through because you're at 12. Loki Stick is at least draw.
This is easy tokens, I feel like.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This is why he picked this card on the Congealist is exactly for this situation.
Wait till the rough round. Okay, cool. We live. All right. Kaiten put some traps in. Do a little something. You could spider, and then you have 4 attackers versus 2 blockers. I like this bogey stick though. I think this is good.
Yeah. Just look for something to play this turn. Okay. Another one.
Yeah. If you can get another Senna and 1 more face damage than this, you have won. Because you're going to generate a darkness. It targets face. I think, or no, is that Veigar?
You can only send it upstairs with a Veigar.
Yeah, Veigar too.
Or
okay.
another Hixtali Sentinel. You could find a Sentinel.
Yeah. Okay, fine. Find your Veigar too. Sorry, instead of finding Senna, it's find Veigar. Veigar generates it and targets face, and then you just need 1 more damage, and that's lethal. I got my champion backwards.
That's totally fine. We found a darkness at the very least, right? We can try and stall a bit longer with this. Stress defense can stop a lot of damage from coming in. But the draws are still not exactly what Yamato needs.
Yeah.
It's 4.
Ugh. So I think sending this to a unit is fine because the only way to get Darkness to go face is to find Vagar anyway, and he's going to generate it. So you're not holding on to this for almost any obvious reason.
Otterpuss is not really good. I mean, it's a blocker. It's a chump. That's...
Yeah. And we know... Actually, so Yamato at this point knows he's getting excited in hand because that's what Alan generated off of the Archivist. So he has one card red. Everything else is, okay, Lost Souls, sure. And then the stuff on the far left, he knows is almost certainly like old situational removal. Because that's never been played. And he's like just never had damage targets.
Yeah, he can have a pretty good read. Yeah. At least minus the 2 cards on the right. I think Yamato, he knows that there is a Get Excited in the top 5 and 3 cards have been drawn. So he's certain that
he's confident.
It's likely that it's there. Like, you play like it's there with that knowledge.
Yeah. And meanwhile, Alan knows that the prank on the far left. And the rest of the draws have been pretty recent. Like, that Stress Defense was like a round or 2 ago, so it's literally any card. Like pretty much Yamato's hand is top decks. And so Alan's like, okay, well, it's anything? He knows there's no Rekindlers left, so that's not scary, but like, okay, is there been a time for a Minimorph yet? Has there been time for, a second Ashali Sentinel yet?
You know, it's like probably not a champion. It's like probably not a champion, because we probably would have seen a Vagar or a Senna on one of these turns if it was. And I mean, he gets to see one of them. The last one's just the Stress Defense. Everything else is visible.
Yep. And almost any unit that he plays is going to generate some other value, so they would have been played pretty much instantly.
Blocks his own unit to get rid of the blocker.
Yeah, prevent heal. Because again, like, how are you ever using this flock? You'd rather deny the spider than kill the 2/2.
Yeah, Alan wants to try and end the game on this turn. He wants to get Yamato low enough that the Get Exciteds will finish. This is the best way to try and set up that line. Finds a 2/3 for 2. That's fine. That's about average. You get 2 damage. This is just a darkness and a stress defense to slow this down. Yeah.
All right, what do you have? I see Scorched Earth, I see Rummage. Scorched Earth is a dead card, so you might as well just pick Rummage, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, you can make a Get Excited not playable this turn, and little do you know, there's another one.
Yep. And then, okay, there's the darkness that we knew was coming eventually. Because again, I think that one pretty much only ever targets units. Your 5/2 sadly isn't hitting, I think, anytime soon. So I don't believe top deck Vagar finds you a darkness that can go face, because I believe it's still at 4. Even then, he'd get double Get Excited, assuming Alan doesn't find lethal before then. But it's 5 coming in from the 2 unblocked units, which puts you at 8, which means you're not dead at double excited. And you already saw one... No, you didn't see an early Get Excited, right? The only one that was played was the fleeting one. So the chance that 3 Get Excited is there.
Alan just passed that. So
why not swing?
It feels like it doesn't matter what card Yamato has as the last card. The swing is always good there.
Yeah,
I don't understand why you wouldn't swing. You need to put pressure.
Can drag one. Caitlyn's first attack. What could you possibly be afraid of?
And you need to be pressuring Yamato. Like, if he keeps top decking, eventually he's gonna find a way to kill you. He almost just did, right? This darkness is gonna put Alan on 1. Now he was holding enough stick out.
Unless he was holding enough mana for Thermo Beam, but I don't think he was holding enough for that.
It was 4 mana. It was 4 mana. So
yeah. Vagar is 5 health at level 2, so
it could have killed the Senna, I guess. But I mean, I think the Vagar is the one that's really scary.
Yeah. Huh. I'm not sure what that was turning into, but well, life back up to 17 is gonna feel good for Yamato.
We just got word that Alan ran out of time. He roped on the timer.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense because there's no reason
what did we say
why.
When we were asked about what kind of player is Alan?
Yeah, he overthinks.
He overthinks.
Oh my god.
Imagine lost a round, and maybe he would have still lost the game, but he lost a round because of running out of time. And here we go. I think it's only 4.
It is 4. Yamato, but he has Pokey Stick as an out now. There's one left.
I know I've seen 2. Have we seen 3? I know
We've
I've
seen
seen
2.
2.
We've seen 2.
Okay.
I'm very
Pokey
confident
Stick is
we've
an
seen
out.
2.
Vagar is an out.
That's an out too. Ixtali Sentinel. That'll finish it. Alan has 3 get excited. Oh wait, he's at 17. Yeah, when did this happen?
Yeah, he's at 17.
Yeah, he's at 17. It's not even close.
I don't think the miss attack would have mattered. I don't think it would have changed the results of this game, because obviously we look at the health totals now and we're like, yeah, he's fine. But Alan played this really, really, really slowly, and eventually Yamato found the face damage. He's the control deck. And I'm not saying that Alan for sure misplayed a bunch of rounds.
No, I'm not sure.
But this went really late, and the end result is Darkness is still undefeated at Worlds.
It is. It is. The
Darkness
sample size is
2-0.
growing. The sample size has doubled for us, Freak, and it's still undefeated. Oh,
my
Yamato.
gosh. Wow.
Yamato's having a good run of it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. We can close that tab. We got Gangplank Sejuani. We've got what's it? Sorry, my brain's not working. It's not Nab, although there are Nab cards in it.
Oh, Plunder. Yeah.
Plunder. Thank
Gotcha.
you. My brain just sometimes shuts off. It was just overrun by the darkness.
It happens. Yeah, there's the darkness all around us. You know, it's closing in. The darkness is closing in around everyone, and Yamato's the one leading the charge with that. He is the ruination. He's the ruined king, Yamato.
Oh yeah, no Viego decks. We kept Akshan.
Yeah, no
Viego's
Viego.
been banished to the Netherrealm. We have none of those decks getting played anymore.
Well, the event ended, and spoilers if people didn't watch
Yeah,
all of it. But like he's locked away. Like we can't. No one can play him until
literally unpickable.
Until the lore
Doesn't matter
keeps,
if you bought the
keeps
cards
going
or
on.
not. They're gone.
Yeah. No, they're
great.
gone. He's gone. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Alan gonna run it back. Caitlyn Draven is back in the mix. We are up against Plunder.
Plunder and Three Sisters is the tech. No FTR.
Yeah.
For Yamato.
One
This
of
is,
Three Sisters.
This is more the standard one that you expect to see, is the Three Sisters or a Troll Chant or something of that nature in that spot. It's a Brazil tech to bring the FTR. We saw it work out well for Kevin today. And we'll see if it continues to pop off. But Three Sisters is very versatile. You're never going to feel really that bad about teching in a Three Sisters, because a lot of opportunities for each of the different uses of the Three Sisters.
Yeah, of course. It's not... Yeah. It's going to work in a lot of places. Obviously, entombing something can be good. Freezing something can be good. +3/+4 could be good. So, you just find the combat you like. Sometimes it's lethal, sometimes it's not. And here we go. Yodel Grifter is in. You did not, hit the 1 in 10 of... actually, worse than that, because there's no foil cards in hand. But did not brick the nab. But, hey, Lost Soul was there for the explosive, so you're fine. Get excited is happy.
Yeah, Get Excited is really good, because, I mean, the win condition in this matchup is actually to beat down the Draven player. They don't have any healing. Your win conditions usually beat down, but a lot of times it can be more like combo oriented with like just a GP on board with the Sejuani and grinding it out by freezing your opponent's board. In this matchup, the board doesn't mean as much early on. It's more about just getting as much damage down, trying to find that lethal as we get through, and Get Excited is going to help. It can just work as a plunder trigger on a turn you don't have another way to do so. It's going to be nice. Get that extra 3 damage.
All right, what do we got going on next right now? Obviously, you don't... I guess... Let's see, when did you get face damage? It was earlier, so you could make it rain for XP. I think you wouldn't Warning Shot, because you actually want that as like a possible Harpoon trigger, and there's no way to get... you can't make it rain Harpoon in the same action, so... If you're doing it for XP, because keep in mind, Gangplank's in hand. Yeah, so because Gangplank's in hand, you actually really do want to think about optimizing for champion XP, and this is trigger number 2.
Yeah, for me, there was 2 options here. I like this one more. The other option would have been Warning Shot and actually Monster Harpoon, the Twin Blade Revenant. But I just prefer the Make It Rain. I feel like this Twin Blade Revenant isn't really scaring you that much yet. You don't need to care that much about removing it. So I think this was the proper decision. And Yamato's going to continue to just fire off Make It Rains for these Plunder procs. He's got the GP ready to go.
Yeah, I think this gave you several outs as well. Like if they pass, you can put down Crack Shot Corsair. Certainly that can now block, and then you already had your second Make It Rain, like on the far left of the hand as a possibility. So works out okay. This is nice. Always happy to see Yodel Grifters early on, because the body's big enough. It's going to survive most things, or at least trade okay against most things. And you go up a card, obviously, or 2 if you count Warning Shot as a full card.
And you have a Get Excited.
Oh, you do? Oh my god, I was gonna say no discard synergy, but you do.
Yeah.
These are
You ever get
maybe
excited?
the literal 2 best cards you could have pulled from the deck.
Oh, it's so good. It's so
Like,
incredibly
maybe
good.
Spider Flock, but that's it.
But because this is like the win condition of Alan's deck is the infinite value with Lost Soul. So taking one away is already good. I mean, of course, it was bottom of the deck, whatever you want to say about it. But taking one away
sure.
is good. And the fact that you can still use it for yourself because you also stole a way to discard it, it's so nice for Yamato. And he has his own win conditions online. Like, he's getting this Gangplank to a fairly quick level up. I mean, it's not the fastest we've seen, but he's at least on pace to get it in the next 2 turns. And
I think he's
on
on
top
pace for
of that,
6.
Yeah, I think let's see, he's got the 3 pings, so he needs 2 more.
Yeah, and he's gonna get one here.
And he gets one here, so he gets one on the next turn because he can just warning shot. It's done. It's done.
Right,
Like,
exactly.
This
Yeah,
GP's
so
leveled.
on 6 he comes down, pings it, he's leveled up, and then you're like, cool, great.
Well, this
See
is
you on
6,
7
so
when
on
open
7.
attacking.
On 7, he
Oh, is
comes
it?
down.
Is
Yeah.
it on 7? Okay. Oh, you're right, because it's already 6. I'm trolling. I
No,
like, can't count for some reason.
that's why I was like, I was just lost for a
Nope,
second.
nope.
We're good. We're back. We're back.
We're back. Yeah, sorry.
You know, back to the match.
Darkness,
You know,
the darkness it's gotten me. You know.
It's clouding our vision. We just can't see as well anymore. It's hard to make out the mana crystals with all this darkness everywhere.
Yeah.
It's really,
Well, 'cause-
we're having a tough time. You gotta bear with us.
See, the big problem is like there's a number 7 there, but it doesn't say 7 once there's mana spent. I rely on that so much, you know.
That's true. It does not. You gotta count the gems. And they're just
and I
shrouded
did.
in
I did. I'm like,
darkness.
yeah, we're at 5 right now. I can see. Like, no, I can't count to 6 correctly.
It's okay. I can't either. I just refuse to do math
There
on
we
stream
go.
nowadays.
There we go.
There's a level up.
Beautiful. You steal a thermo. The thermo's cheaper. Okay, cool.
You cost 1 less.
My
Actually,
0
doesn't.
mana spell is cheaper. Hype.
You can save this Crackshot Corsair. I think at some level there is merit to it because it gets extra damage and you're just removing a unit anyway, but also feels like Draven could be a good removal target. Maybe Yamato just wants to slam GP, but slamming GP into 6 mana seems really sus.
Well, that's the play.
Well, all
'Cause,
right.
yeah, the only reason you don't nuke Draven is to play Gangplank right now. Unfortunately, Alan has the exact answer. It is a deck with it's only double Tri-Beam in that deck. So, you know, there's an argument that Thermo Beam, only double Thermo Beam
thermo.
in that deck. So there's an argument that he wouldn't have it just yet because you're only, I want to say, about 12 cards into the deck. So seeing less than a third of the deck, yeah, odds are better than a coin flip. He doesn't have it yet. But unfortunately, you know, your big blowout turn where you're open attacking with Gangplank is not going to happen here.
Yeah, do we want to thermo this Draven? Like, I'm trying to think when else we're going to want to use this thermo or what target we're going to want. I mean, maybe it's like a big Tri-Beam play something, but I kind of like it here on the Draven. At least you stole another win condition by getting this Lost Soul from Alan, and maybe you can actually make some things work with that and buy time for your next Gangplank or a Dreadway or just, you know, any of your win cons at this point. This might buy enough time.
And that actually further pushes the idea of why open Gangplank could have been okay, because you also stole the other Thermo Beam. So it's like, you had to have drawn it in the top 12, the only other card, the only other copy. Otherwise, you're like, double get exciting me. By the way, I took one already, so good luck having everything there. Like, good luck getting all the other Sump Fumes. Like, odds are really high that Gangplank was going to live and dominate the board, so I really defend the play Yamato made.
Yeah.
Just unfortunately, it was answered pretty quickly.
Yeah, I guess it like seems more sus because we know there's a thermo in hand for that 6 mana, but also the fact that 6 mana was held up is a little bit scary. I don't mind the hedge though, especially considering that your hand state was good enough that you can win even if the GP dies, and if the GP lives, you're basically guaranteed to win. Let's see, we do still have this extra nab available. Some team's going to take out the first BMM. But we do have another one, and we have this Twinblade Revenant. Can just go in, try and get a little bit of damage out. Alan could just stun it, try and play these 3 mana cards to continue to stack up these Tri-Beams, though.
Yeah, seems reasonable. It feels better than get exciting it. That just feels like a little bit of a waste. But worth noting that Yamato's hand is a little empty. Obviously, you can get a refresh. You can maybe pull another good unit and feel good about it. Okay, that's good. Never mind. We can plunder a whole bunch of cards. We're happy. Suddenly, we can nab a real hand. Yeah,
a lot of nabs, a lot of reductions ready to go.
Yep. So
Try and
what?
steal another win condition or some removal.
Warning
right?
into Merchant, into Harpoon the Caitlyn, into Yordle Grifter. You have mana
That
for
sounds
all
about
that.
right. Yeah.
4-3 trades. Oh, Grifter first? Interesting. But you can discount the cards for more. I guess I wanted to hold on to the warning shot as long as possible.
Yeah, I'm actually curious on the decision of the Grifter first. If that means he doesn't want to play Black Market Merchant this turn, if he's not planning on plundering this turn. I think the stun will mean that you're going to want to plunder and use one of these harpoons.
Yeah, I think now you're really feeling like throwing down that far right side warning shot. I guess the other option is if you warning shot and don't play him, you can play both harpoons. I don't think you need to. End of the day, I think you're still happy to trade. Like, okay, gonna go for the sentry play instead. Actually, not gonna, like, not in a rush to nab cards. Which, I mean, I guess if the cards you already have work, then it's fine.
I'm really curious about what the targets are for the harpoons that Yamato really wants to focus on. Is it just going to be Lost
Right.
Souls when they start getting played for 8? Is he worried about Tri-Beam pulling out something that is really scary and game-winning, and he wants to make
At this
sure
point,
he has a
yes.
removal option? These,
Keep in
these are
mind-
probably the things, yeah.
There's 2 cards in Alan's hand he's had for a very, very long time. Like that Get Excited and Tri-Beam, I think were the opening hand. And so if Yamato's like, I know what deck I'm against, these cards have been in for 9 rounds. Yeah, I'm holding Harpoon for that. I could totally see that, and that makes absolute sense to me. Because you're always getting him on a 3-3 if you need to, but you don't have another way of handling an 8-4.
Well, he's got the full suite.
Yeah.
Going hunting for sure. Just the open pass, yeah.
The pass. And I think you'd be okay paying 6 onto Caitlyn, but if they're not doing anything else, but if you just open attack with just Caitlyn, like I'll pay 6, whatever.
Like the Lost Soul play.
Yeah. I think also at this point, I think he's really holding on to the warning shots for when he can find Sejuani. Because that's just backbreaking.
That's true. Being able to just perma get the freeze once you have the sedge. You don't have a lot of other options for that right now. Your hand is a little sparse. So it could be just... I think it's probably a mix of a couple of things then, Freak. Because we talked about the potential of holding on to these to remove any tri-beam threats that come down. Because the hand reading, as you pointed out, Alan has had these cards since the start. One of them, at minimum, has to be a tri-beam. Then you also have the option of if you top deck Sejuani, if you use these warning shots preemptively, you actually have nothing left in this hand to be triggering her and making these better trades. So it has to be off her overwhelm, but then she's taking damage, she gets removed. So
yeah,
he's playing this really nice and really patient, but he's not drawing exactly what he needs, and he's starting to get overwhelmed by this
7.
board.
We're at 7. How big is it? Not going for the higher value. Okay.
It's an Endurance 6/6. It just dodges a monster harpoon.
I have never seen so small of an Endure, I'll be honest.
It's a baby
She's like,
Endure.
They're like 12/12s normally.
But it's the perfect amount of health, too. It dodges the harpoon from dying to just one of them. It's like so obnoxious for Yamato.
That's okay. We're gonna warn. We're gonna nab. What do we get?
It's a flock.
The timing's awkward. We're probably gonna nuke a 4-3, a 4-3, and a 3-3. You know, something like this.
Peacemaker's gonna stop the blockers too.
All right, are we nabbing it again? I guess actually, if right now you layer harpoon, that means you can flock the 6/6. I'm not saying you really want to, but if you're thinking about it that way, but honestly, every point of removal is removing 3 to 4 health anyway. That's not bad.
Aloof's a great draw. That's a really good steal.
Good. Oh, which one's it getting?
Oh, the Sedge.
Sejuani!
Oh,
wow.
no.
How bad does it feel that you're this deep in your deck, you finally find Sejuani, it's instantly gone? But also now, I feel like you ought to think about how much mana you're holding on to. Okay. I guess a blocker's just as good, because you can block a 3-4 with that. Okay.
Yeah, we just block. I guess it's going to get pulled by the Revenant, and then you just have to chump somewhere, set up for the flock. You probably just block the most damage. Go on to the Sump Dredger.
Kill a 3-3, kill a 4-3. Chump the 3-4 because you're probably flocking it. Or no, maybe chump the 6-6 because you're going to... I think chump the 6-6. You take more damage right now, but it lets you use flock.
And you flock it. Yeah, I like that line as well. These two removals make the most sense, right? The champion that's going to continue to put more effects in, the highest damage dealer, and then chump and flock You know that your next turn you can play out the Twin Blade Revenant and then draw with Betty Croker and try and find
Nice.
a little bit more.
Now, the one downside is you're at 6 health here. Now, you know you took one of the Get Exciteds. I don't remember if you saw a second one cast already. I think we have. So I think you know Alan only has one Get Excited left. That's accurate. So you're actually okay being at 6 because there really isn't much more face damage than that.
Yeah, not a lot more burn come out. Losing your champion feels so terrible, though. I mean, if you still find a GP, you find a Dreadway, something like that, it can really turn this around. It can save you. Brokers are going to let you draw.
Or drop 2, drop 2, drop. And also it lets you challenge, which is also good. You know, like I would still flock this instead of challenge it because you cannot get value out of this flock any other way. Like I think it's a severe misplay to challenge They Who Endure here. And what's interesting actually is now Scorched Earth is actually valuable. Like that card almost never does anything for Alan, but here it's actually gonna keep like a 3/3 or 4/3 alive.
Yeah,
if he wants to play to protect, which I feel like is correct because you're never getting that card played otherwise.
I agree with you. I think it's better than playing the Caitlyn on this turn because you just want to utilize the Scorched Earth. And then, I mean, there's maybe a concept where Alan is thinking he wants to hold this to try and remove a champion. That was scary. That could have hit the 4-1.
I'm surprised he even chose his challenger
as
the ping target.
There's the Scorched Earth.
Doesn't really matter, but it's such a more valuable unit.
Lost Souls back in hand. You can draw one more card.
Yeah, you might as well. No flash bomb trap. Okay.
Lets you go wide to block, but the open attack is already almost killing you. It is killing you with the Get Excited.
Yeah. Now you have enough. You actually have enough action though in hand that you're okay.
Yes.
Obviously, you flock 1. You consider pinging first, or you just harpoon for 6. I don't mind spending 6 on harpoon because what are you really saving money for? Because I think you still want this for Sejuani at another point.
Yeah, I mean, if you ping now, you get the cheaper harpoon and you get to play Jagged Butcher plus another card on this turn, but then you have no way to activate Sedge. So Yamato holding fast, making sure he can have the freeze available when Sedge hits the board.
Yep. Now, the fortunate thing is, or fortunate, depending on your point of view, the Tri-Beam is going to interact really with Sejuani. I don't believe the Tri-Beam is very big right now. I don't think it'll kill. But if it ever was big enough to kill, like maybe you layer it with like a Get Excited, you can't freeze whatever comes out because Sejuani's dying before you get to hit the face before after the
There
summon.
was one that was big enough to kill the Sedge, but I believe that was what was discarded by the stolen Aloof Travelers.
Oh yeah. Which means we're down to the last Tri-Beam as well. There's the flock getting picked up. Now we're not really anywhere near lethal yet. Sejuani can, yeah, you're like, hey, how many cards gonna bait out? Nope, Alan's gonna hard pass constantly because the blocks are all fine. All right, here we go. Holding on the entire game to finally get a freeze alongside the Sejuani to take board control back because he's never had it the whole time, Yamato. And now, here we go. Get Excited. Is it a Tri-Beam setup or is it a flock setup?
Oh, I wonder. I mean, either way, right? 3 damage is enough to set up the flock, but I'm wondering if the Tri-Beam does enough damage with that Get Excited. Because he has been playing a lot of 3-cost cards this game, even though that was a newer Tri-Beam. Okay, it's only at 2.
It's really brand new. It's
So we'll do 3
now.
Yeah, we'll do 3.
Says, okay, and now that means you can flock Sedge, which means she's gonna die before there's any. Well, I guess yeah. If you see flock, you just warning shot. So you're always gonna freeze the board. If you
Yeah, but
need
this
to.
is just an attacking turn. So I mean, yes, you can freeze on the blocks, but Alan can also just not block. I mean, this is just not enough damage, and he has
not
a
enough, you're
4
right.
attack fearsome off of that Tri-Beam, and there's no fearsome blockers for Yamato.
Yeah, Caitlyn's gonna live. You can chump some of it, but not all of it. There's.
I don't think there's
2
anything in the
units getting
deck.
through right now. It's lethal on board without a draw.
Okay, yeah, he's dead. We're going to a game 3, freak.
We're going to game 3.
Let's
glad.
go. Alan picks it up. I was worried for him a little bit. I was worried for him.
Yeah.
It was looking like we were
That
going to
got
have him
close.
dropping again, but he does tie it up, and now he just has to beat Plunder one more time. Severuk Sean. That's the last deck remaining.
and I got to see it happen. Like, I want to see how it goes. Obviously, Alan off to a rough start, lost his first match. Able to, he did go 1-1 with the Silver Akshan. He lost to Big City, but he beat Zoe Nami with it. Is Caitlyn Draven's one that let him down, as he couldn't beat Zoe Nami the back way through. So now turning it around and seeing, Caitlyn Draven again at a 1-1 scoreline. No, sorry, yeah. Caitlyn Draven finally gets through with the win, so now we get to see if Silver Akshan can win before a loss, basically, and see if that one can come through for him.
Yeah, we'll have to see. I mean, this matchup is interesting, right? Because you can get off the ground really quick with Silver Akshan, and you can run over this Plunder list. However, if Plunder is able to get the champions online, like most of their matchups, it becomes almost unplayable for the side of Silver Akshan, especially a leveled Sejuani, seeing as how you are so unit-based. But early rallies with a strong board can completely decimate some of these weaker units that are on the board of Yamato, and Alan can definitely find a win.
Some of that looks good too, right? You've got a 1-drop on curve, you've got Akshan ready to go. Also, you've got a barrier for him. You're attacking on odds, so he's got barrier on 3 to swing it again. He gets a strike to lower the cooldown. He gets targeted to lower the cooldown, or the countdown specifically. Like, that's all going to look pretty nice. Go ahead and just like take that attack because you want to make sure you get some face damage. He says, okay, I'll trade you back.
Yep. More conservative from Yamato, not having a champion in hand, so he didn't see the turn 1 warning shot to try and get that going. And still going to be able to hold on to these warning shots a lot longer because he gets a nab. And yeah, like you said, great steal. Having some more early game, and it's a fearsome blocker. So there's a lot of really good that comes out of that, and it's going to counter this attack so well.
Huge. Wow, that is obviously such a lucky nab that suddenly, well, never mind. I guess we're passing. Yeah. No
There's
gets
a Dreadway.
protected, no nothing.
Redway's a little early. Still need 4 turns of survival to get to that one, but you do have a nab in between to try and smooth out this curve, because the warning shots plus the Dreadway, it's a pretty tough hand, but these nabs might be able to save it. And Sharp Sight for 0, that can be backbreaking as well later on for Alan, because he will not be expecting to have to play around a 0 mana combat trick.
He will know whatever got taken is a lot cheaper, but yeah, I'm looking at his Silver Akshan list, and it's like, well, a lot of these cards are spells, so it's like, well, if you took a spell, Shapestone, Sharp Sight, Single Combat, Absolver, all of these are going to cost 0. So, and that's 9 cards, right? So there's a really good chance that he took a 0 mana combat trick.
Okay, well, maybe we'll see Alan play around it then. At least play a little bit with it in consideration. It's hard to fully play around something like that.
Still 9 out of 40, right? It's tough.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
30, 34 because you never pull a champion. But still, yeah. Good luck with that.
We might see just
All right, well, there it is.
consideration to like, hey, there's a combat trick. And yeah, it doesn't even matter. It's 7
And he
mana.
had 8 mana up. So.
Yeah, it could have been anything. It could have been absolutely anything. We just run into a situation where it was
mistakenly
meaningless.
put in.
Yeah.
All right, well, there's that sweat off your brow. Everything that's been nabbed has already been revealed. This is going to be not a bad look here either. More XP for the champion. Get rid of a 3-1.
Okay. There are 3 Waking Sands in hand, ready for an attacking turn.
That's a lot of damage. Like, if there aren't any units here, it's actually just lethal, outside of the fact that you can obviously harpoon one.
Is he gonna just put another one in too? I wonder.
This is
gonna be a
the
draw. Yeah, it's gonna be a draw.
It's
His
Alan.
hand's too weak.
It's a draw 99% of the time. I wonder that, like, there is a... Well, yeah, he's already got 3 Waking Sands. There's actually no reason to get another one, because you can already fill your board with Waking Sands.
Exactly. Yeah, you can completely fill it
So,
up.
there's a really good reason why you wouldn't do anything more than that, but this is... It's almost lethal.
Yeah, Yamato can't really do much this turn, right? Like, he's gonna have to Monster Harpoon one of these. He might have to freeze one with 3 Sisters. Really, his strategy at this point is like, okay, well, I have Dreadway on 8. Let's be as not dead as possible for turn 8.
All right, he's going to make it cheaper instead. I assume we're freezing a 5-2.
Yeah.
And then you're
Might
taking
kill one more 5-2.
7 plus 5 is 12. You don't want to be at 2 health, so we're going to nuke the other one. Doesn't go for board space, goes for maximizing health.
Yeah, he's actually still dead to this rally, though, I think, right? This is 7 damage coming through. Both of them
And
are
7
still
more
up.
again.
And
Yeah.
7 more again with the Golden Aegis. Alan's going to pop it off. And Alan is going to turn this completely around. This is what did from 0 to 100 real quick, and Alan is going to find the victory, making this group have everyone at 1-1 freak. It's a full-on reset. Every single match is the most impactful match because the winners are going to be advancing.
Okay, wow. I mean, that means like all I'm going to do is talk about the future really quickly because it's going to be who advances. Chelu fights Yamato and Alan ZQ fights Ragnar Rosic. The winner of each of those 2 matches are going to the top 8 Worlds.
Yeah. The winner
Those
of
are the
each
ones.
goes through. It's so insane.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. A 4-way tie right now. That is definitely unprecedented for the World Championship so far, but that makes it all the more exciting. And especially, you both called it out, Yamato has a 100% win rate with the Darkness deck. I think that is so cool to see, but Alan being able to clutch that out, and that Game 3 freak, that was a speed run. We went into overtime for this match.
That was cool to see, right? And Alan playing like the aggro side of the matchup. It's like, all right, we're gonna play efficiently, and I mean the last line of the last round was really good. It was very, very smart, identifying, okay, how much can I spend, and to still have a rally lethal, right? That I'm not just gonna throw down 3 sand soldiers and say screw it, it's gonna be good enough. It's like we're keeping a 3-2 down. We're gonna give someone barrier as well because I want as many of these things to stick as possible, so that I can then rally for 4 mana and then still finish the job. So I think that was a really, really intelligent round. I think that was really, really smart foresight to play a very intelligent, aggressive round.
And we called it out at the start of that match on how Alan needed to play it, and he executed it perfectly, right? When you play against Plunder, you have to get the aggression in before the major threats come down, the champions, the Dreadway, and by utilizing rallies, that's how you're going to get that extra damage in and finish the job. Exactly how we drew it up is how this game played out. The next turn was going to be a Dreadway into a Gangplank, and the game would start to go the other way, but Alan has the one rally, sets up a beautiful line with all those Waking Sands, forcing Yamato to go defensive. You just finish the job with the rally, but like you said, holding up that 4 mana was so important to have the ability to go for the Golden Aegis.
So many expert plays happening in that match, but let's go ahead and show you the standings because this is turning into a spicy one. Yamato, Chelo, Ragnar Rosic, and Alan all sitting at 1-1 right now. And the same thing could happen in Group D, which we're going to be getting into very, very shortly. We've got one more match in that group to finish out the second round robin stage. And it's going to be between Shihu and Odyssey. Freak, we're going to say goodbye to you for now. Thank you so much for covering those last 2 matches. See you in a bit. And let's welcome in Amazonian back to the broadcast. How you doing? This has been some incredible action so far, don't you think?
I got to watch Darkness win twice today. I'm in such a good mood.
And we've got so much more action to cover as well. I mean, I'm just going to let you kick it off, Casanova. I know, Amy, you're probably so excited that you get a chance to see that Zoe Heimerdinger again. Maybe.
Oh, so excited. Hope it doesn't get banned. Don't see why it would be banned, but we have the opportunity to maybe see Jihu pilot that to victory. And he's going to have to, because if he loses in this next round, he's not making it to top 8.
Yeah, it's an incredibly important match between these two yet again, because this last match, we saw everybody get tied up 1-1. The same opportunity is here in Shihu versus Odyssey. You know, both Europe and SEA have had kind of middling results so far in the World Championship, and both of them are looking to turn it around for their region, especially, you know, Odyssey sitting at 1-0, looking to solidify a spot where at minimum he's getting to tiebreakers if he can find that victory over Shihu.
It's going to be a hot match, and I'm looking forward to seeing their matchups against each other because both players have pretty good decks. We've got Odyssey on much more kind of typical meta picks compared to Shihu's Feel the Rush, Zoe Heimerdinger, and then, of course, a Tri-Beam deck to round things out. Yeah. So we saw the Zoe Heimerdinger deck before. It did not perform all too well, but we did see kind of the utility of the cards in the deck. And then, of course, we had the Feel the Rush. Feel the Rush might not have worked for him, but it's worked for other people so far today. So maybe it's the lucky card of the day. And, of course, the Draven, Caitlyn, Ezreal list here, rounding out a beautiful Tri-Beam.
Well, Shihu was able to find the win with the Feel the Rush as well. It was the Heimer tech that let him down in the previous set, and we'll see if it can turn around because those matches were incredibly close. Shihu was playing very spectacularly. You can argue that there was some high rolling on the other side that was able to help turn those games around because both players played so good. It was so close. And then at the end, there was just a couple unfortunate circumstances. So Shihu trying to keep up that level of play going into this round against Odyssey, who has another, very different lineup than Shihu. Everybody's lineup is different than Shihu's. We've got the Ping City with Gangplank and Twisted Fate. We've got Scion Draven, and we have the Bandlewood Beatdown, the Poppy Lulu with those rallies going to be able to try and push through a lot of extra damage. It's going to be interesting to see how this lines up against Shihu's lineup, because this is one where it's finally something different, right? You're used to a lot of the other matchups we've been seeing all day, but this time you have to go up against an FTR, a Heimerdinger. Does Odyssey know these matchup tables? Does he know what he needs to mull for? Does he know how he needs to play around these two decks? FTR is one we have seen for a long time. It had its time in the spotlight in the meta. Now it's back. But does Odyssey remember how these new decks are going to want to interact? It's the big story of this matchup is, can he play properly into Shihu's kind of off-kilter lineup?
These are the best players in the world, and they're all good at thinking on their feet. So even though they may not have ever practiced these matchups, I'm sure we're going to see some big brain plays from either player.
Yeah, I think Odyssey, at the very least, is going to be prepared or understand what he's going into. And also, because they were able to see the lineups ahead of time, I'm sure, knowing that he was going to be in Shihu's group, he probably did get a little bit of practice against this lineup to make sure he wasn't going in completely blind. It's going to be a tight one between these two, and it matters so much to Shihu to be able to get this. He's been playing this game since the very beginning, since it came out. He's been competing in tournaments. He's had some great placements across DORs and Jam Fests of old. He's done a great job continually coming back into fight nights. The seasonals have always been a little bit tough for Shihu, but he did top a couple of them, and he has been able to push his way to the top 16 of the World Championship, and he does not want to stop here. He wants to take it a little bit further, make it to that top 8, but he's going to have to do it without FTR. That is going to be the ban from Odyssey. Scion Draven banned away by Shihu.
So we've got a slew of nice decks left over, and that's all up to what gets picked first into this match. I'm a big fan of seeing the Lulu Poppy aggro deck rallying and getting in quick kills, and I think that it's going to be quite good against the Heimerdinger deck, but might struggle against the Tribeams.
May run into some issues against the Tribeams overall. I do wonder if the Heimer deck is going to do okay against the overall beatdown plans. I'm worried for Shihu on the Heimer list in particular. I think it's Targon, it has the ways to heal, it's got some decent removal that it's pulling from Bandlewood with Buster Shot and Pokey Stick. Those can deal pretty well with some of the units that are put down on the side of Odyssey, but in general, Heimer lists have been out of the meta for a little while, and there's a reason for that. They can struggle against some of these mid-range decks, some of these more aggressive leaning decks that are just trying to deal a bunch of damage to you. So we will see if Shihu can find the win, as Heimer has been the crux that has not allowed him to win that first matchup. He is going to be queuing up with the Draven deck instead. First though, Odyssey going to be on the Bandlewood Beatdown.
We see the Demacia rally deck down here versus Ping City? Is that? No, we're going against Tribeam here.
Yep, going up against Draven Caitlyn, and well, it's actually more of a Draven Ezreal.
It is. This one is running 2 copies of Ezreal, 1 copy of Caitlyn. Which means that this is a build that is running a bit more targeted removal, things like Time Winder, rather than going for more indirect damage off the Caitlyn traps.
Just going to be trying to deal with this board as much as possible and then look to finish with the Ezreal. He does actually have on the top end of this a Captain Baron. There's not many of those in this tournament, but it is still a very good finisher. So if Shihu does not have another way to find that victory, he still at least has that at the top end. Baron used to thematically deal 20 damage by creating 3 decimates and having 8 damage of overwhelm. Now he only creates 2, but it's still a lot of burn damage, and Odyssey isn't really running any healing in his lineup, so Baron can be a great finisher against both of these decks if the game does grind out that long.
If you're getting to turn 10, turns out that 8 damage to the face can still really close things out.
8 damage to the face can still, of course, be insane. Odyssey, though, just starting with the Bandle Commander, he does have this this Mayor available, but it's also a Poppy turn potentially, and I think that's the consideration we're looking at with Odyssey is, can I afford to just slam my Poppy? I know if there's like a Thermo Beam, I actually have Sharp Sight, so can play around that.
I mean, it's not just that.
Just an open.
Poppy could also just be taken out by a double-axed block from Draven. I don't think it would happen, but it's a possibility.
True. You could axe and block with Draven. I think the Odyssey would be fine with that, though, because he still has the combat tricks of Sharp Sight and the Ranger's Resolve. He'd be able to, counteract that, be able to still keep the Poppy alive. The open attack is interesting.
It's gonna be Mayor time.
Yes,
Ooh, it's Mayor time.
It is Mayor time, but I think he's playing around the Arachnoid Sentry here. I think is what Odyssey is doing, is he didn't want to swing or play the Poppy because he was afraid Sentry would come down. It would make his attack really bad with the stun. And instead, he can go for the open, get the Owlcat, and then set up Mayor, which allows him to go much wider. There's going to be the Get Excited. I wonder if we see the Sharp Sight to protect. We do.
That's very good. It's going to allow for a free Owlcat to come down and the potential for this Scout Yordle next turn. Now, this card has not really been put into many decks, but it is a great get off of the Bandle City Mayor.
Yeah, it can be really nice to give those HP buffs, especially in a matchup that's running a lot of damage-based removal. So having higher toughness on all your units is going to be really solid.
Getting the swing in twice. Sometimes this acts as removal, but we're going to see Draven on the attack. Not going for a preemptive buff, just swinging in here, generating more discard fodder.
All right. It's the Ranger down. We see Shihu kind of shaking his head. He doesn't have a way to deal with it straight away. He knows those buffs are going to start to come through. It's going to make things a lot more annoying when he's trying to deal with the board, but at least he's got a lot of chump blockers, potentially. A lot of blockers in general. Goes for the Sump Dredger, though. Plays the 4-3 out and picks up an Arachnoid Sentry, which is going to be really nice if Odyssey decides to develop, which is feasible because this is a Poppy turn.
I think that next turn, getting maybe one attack in with the Scout and then going for Poppy and the Tracker, not in that order, could be the line of play here. Shihu does have direct removal and a second Get Excited in hand, but it's not able to take out the Scout.
Yeah,
so here we go. Getting those buffs. Practically healing the Mayor back up.
Yeah, this is
I
kind
say
of...
practically, because Ravenous Flock is still a card.
Yeah. This is still interesting because Odyssey is probably going to go fully wide on this turn, but he doesn't value the HP buff on everything else first, because I think he's continually playing around Sentry. This has been a constant throughout each of his turns that he has the attack token, is he's playing around Arachnoid Sentry. So he wants at minimum to get the scout attack with this, because if he develops anything else, it's likely that Shihu would play an Arachnoid Sentry on the Ranger so that the scout attack can't come through. So now we might see Odyssey develop because he's tested the waters. He's like, okay, I got my one attack in. I got one buff. Now if I get Sentry'd, it's not as bad because I still got one attack and we can still get the Poppy down to do so. So I do expect to see it develop to go wide and then look for a Poppy swing. And there we go. It's going to be Tracker, then likely Poppy. Keep up mana for Ranger's Resolve.
Oh, and the pass back there. Shihu very much holding his cards. But now that Poppy's hit the battlefield and the attack is imminent, Shihu has to act. Last chance to get that Sentry and stun a unit.
Yeah, I imagine Shihu's determining whether it's better to go for a Get Excited on Poppy to try and kill her straight away, or if it's better to go for the Sentry. I think the Sentry is generally better because he has no backup for this Get Excited. If there's a combat trick, Odyssey has a massive blowout to this Get Excited getting thrown at the Poppy, because you just answer it and then swing in with all of this. Shihu probably going to want to go for the Sentry onto the Poppy. Ends up going onto the Ranger. Worried about that health buff, but Poppy's still going to get her buffs through.
So Poppy's going to buff up this entire board, and once those blockers are in place, we may see Ranger's Resolve. especially because I think this get excited might be happening here to do something like taking out the mayor.
Yeah, the mayor, you can either just trade the sentry for the mayor, or you can look for something with the get excited. The commando's going to be buffed out of range of get excited, importantly. And
now a 2/4. Ow, wow. A 2/4 elusive's very nice in this matchup, especially because it can really just body Ezreal as well.
Yeah, it can. It can continue to just block him out, not let him get any Mystic shots. Draven gonna trade away. This Spinning Axe might come down onto the Arachnoid Sentry just to try and trade away with the Poppy. And then we'll likely see this Ranger's Resolve come out. And it's a blowout on this board. This is really brutal because it keeps the Poppy alive. It keeps the Mayor alive.
Yeah, there's no more Spinning Axes. And it means that Get Excited will only deal 2. And 2 cards for 2 damage doesn't sound very good right now.
Yeah,
Here
Snap
comes
plays
the
Rangers.
Ranger's Resolve. Defending this board and leaving them open for another swing. This also means that if Odyssey manages to top deck a rally, he'll be in a really good spot to swing back in.
Yeah, if he top decks the rally, it's likely the game is over. As he does have this wide board, and there's not going to be enough time for Shihu to develop to stop it. But that is not the case. No rally for Odyssey just yet. Has to wait until at least the next turn, and you can try and put together a defense. I think Station Archivist makes a lot of sense to try and protect yourself, but those aren't the spells you were looking for.
Now, a Rummage and a Poro Cannon. If you're looking to get a little more cards in hand, the Rummage is good for things like discarding the Axes, but it might make more sense to play the Aloof Travelers to build up the board and draw into another answer.
Yeah, I like the Poro Cannon take because at least it's cheap chump blockers and you can block the elusive so they stop generating all of these hungry Owlcats that are being played for free. It does feel at least reasonable, but instead it is just going to be throwing down the Twin Blade Revenant. You will get Buster Shot. We'll likely see this Poro Cannon played to create a new one and just to create the Poros in hand without actually playing any of them on this turn because, of course, there's no mana left for Shiu. Some fumes on Poppy, though?
Some fumes, though. Picking up the Poppy, always a smart move because she just adds up to so much damage, especially on a 6-wide board. But Odyssey had the chance to make this a 6-wide board again with a second Commando.
Yeah, can just put the Commando down. Continue to go on the elusive beatdown plan.
How many Owlcats will he make? The answer,
good,
too many. Too many Owlcats.
They're all spell shielded as well, so they're just such a pain for Shihu to have to deal with these. He can try and deal with them in combat, but you need this value engine if you're Odyssey because eventually you'll get outvalued by the Lost Soul. However, if you at least have just a bunch more junk to keep playing down for free, you might be able to just overwhelm Shihu and get this last 9 damage in.
All right, Odyssey, you're running out of time, and right before the timer burns out, going for the Commando. And now we're going to see maybe an open attack. I think it makes sense. Get that scout in there. Force a block. And then swing in with everybody. And notably, that sharp sight draw is a way to get through even more lethal because there's 3 elusive damage unless a Poro gets played, which is a very slow move. It is a move, but it's a slow move. Those are getting in.
Yeah, they are making it in, trying to slowly deal enough damage. You can play elusive blockers to stop a little bit of the onslaught. Aloof Traveler's going to come out. Discards the Buster Shot. Still going to be a Sharp Sight. This wide attack is pretty terrifying. I don't know if Shihu has answers, and the Sharp Sight can protect one of these that may have been removed by Get Excited. Right now, we have 6 damage coming through. There's 9 health, so Shihu's not dead yet.
And if Odyssey wants to, he could bring Shihu down to 1 with a Sharp Sight.
Could have put him on 1. I don't know if there's any direct damage in this list. I'm looking no pokey sticks, nothing of that nature. Putting him to 1 really wouldn't be much value for Odyssey. He just needs to find a way to get this last attack in. A rally is kind of the perfect top deck at this point, but the Owlcats are just making it so he can continue to just have a 6-wide board.
constantly wide. These two ones, more and more owl cats to contend with. And these owl cats have been growing thanks to the ranger. Like, there's a 3-5 owl cat on this board from the ranger attacks and that one poppy swing.
Yeah, the 3-5 owl cat. It's a chonky boy. We got a chonky owl cat, a couple little ones off to the side, but the fattest cat I've ever seen, I think, at 3-5.
And we are seeing Shihu putting a priority on getting these elusive blockers out, which makes a lot of sense. And they are also 1-1, so they are able to deal with the owl cats as blockers if they need to. But getting the Captain Farron out, getting 2 decimates in hand, that's 8 damage coming in, and only a little bit of it could be prevented with that chunky owl cat block.
Yeah, you can get the chunk in there, let him stop a little bit of the damage. You can eat up 5 of it. You'll only be taking 3. You got to be a little bit worried about the decimates, and yeah, we'll see the young chonk get in, try and get the blocks, stop a little bit of this. There's elusive blockers for Shihu now, though, and you can at least stop the onslaught of these owl cats being put through. Bandle Commando. Odyssey, is there a break point here that he's worried about? This would be going down to 12 instead of 11. 11, you're dead to double decimate, get excited. So I think Odyssey is playing around exactly that breakpoint.
That's an extremely heads-up play. And it turns out that Shihu has double decimate and the get excited. But there's the Poppy on the attack. Now this Poppy can be protected by the resolve. We're actually going to see the first attack with the scout, though.
Yeah, first scout swing can come through, give up the buffs, start to push some additional damage, but it's just going to take out a blocker. Everything's going to have to be chumped from this point forward. Only 3 damage needed for Odyssey, but Shihu has been able to put out so much garbage, so many chumps to just stop this damage. He still has more in hand, too. He's got Sump Dredger, he's got House Spider, he's got another Poro. He's got a lot of ways to just stop these attacks from coming in.
Yeah, and Odyssey knows that all he needs to do is get 1 unit through unblocked. That Ranger's Resolve is still 2 additional damage.
Yeah, the Sharp Sight. Yeah, the Sharp Sight would be able to find that extra 2. So anything that gets unblocked is going to end the game.
She's not going to let anything combat be tricks. Unblocked. So we're seeing the full board wipe here, but that's really not that bad for Shihu. Farron still currently alive, and the burn damage in hand. That overwhelm might be what cinches this game.
Yeah, because Shihu effectively only has to find 1 more damage. He has 11 in hand. He has the 2 decimates and the get excited. All he has to do is find 1 extra point of damage, and he can get there. And the Farron staying alive means it's incredibly likely that he finds that. It just has to deal 1, so even if you sharp sight this Vandal Commando, you block 7.
That's
the
one
Farron
coming
still
through.
has done enough.
But you see Shihu building out the board, I think cautious of a rally, knowing that a rally would be devastating.
Yeah, he can never play these decimates until he knows that he can survive or play them through a rally. And Relentless Pursuit picked up. He's got a wide enough board. He might be okay to get through this. But Odyssey, this is the bet. He needed to draw it now. He was running out of time.
Those decimates are slow. Will the Relentless Pursuit be enough?
I don't think it's enough. I think Shihu's going to be able to just take this. I mean, this is going to deal 5. That just means he gets to only go decimate plus get excited. He only needs 1 action. And you get it immediately after the rally.
And no longer does Relentless Pursuit go on the stack as a fast feed spell. No, this is slow, going back and forth. We've got the Overwhelm coming through. Odyssey at 7. With more than enough damage to close out the game.
Yeah, it's just
a
decimate
single
plus get
decimate
excited.
and a get excited. On the stack all at once, there's no way to heal.
Here's the rally. There's the decimate. Get excited and come down at any point. Or Shihu can just play the second decimate if he can survive the attack. But most likely, we will just see. There's the buff up, the sharp sight. It's an elusive. Shihu can't block it. But he does have to get excited. That's all he
Can't
needs.
block. Can deal 3 damage to the face. Shihu burning his way to a win in this first game.
Yeah, takes it down with the Draven Ezreal. This deck, we've expected to perform well. We've been talking about it all day. This deck has just been phenomenal. It's one of the most played decks right now. Just playing Noxus plus P and Z in general, playing Draven, Draven Sion, Draven Ezreal, Draven Caitlyn, whatever. This deck is really good. It's gonna find you victories. Now is the question mark for us, Amy. This is the question mark. We love that this deck is here. We're excited to watch it. But it failed Shihu earlier, and now he's got to find a win in these next 2 games with the Heimerdinger.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it. I believe in the Zoe Dinger winner. So let's see it. Shihu going up against, looks like Lulu Poppy once again. And that's a nice pair of cards right there. That Zoe and Loping Telescope to open up the game.
Running it back with Bandlewood Beatdown. Not having any 1-drops available. There are just the 3 trackers, so not really too crazy to be missing out on that. But also not finding a Bandle Commando to go with this Lulu, which is what you want. The Brightsteel Protector you like to find later. Get value out of that barrier. So we'll see if Odyssey top decks something that smooths out the curve. Bandle Commando to answer the Zoe would also be nice. Does have a sharp sight that can do the same down the line if needed. This Zoe is getting too much value, but yeah, kind of a weak first 2 turns for Odyssey. Just gonna pass bank the spell mana and set up to play Mayor and Lulu and all that the next few turns. Probably just a turn 3 Mayor is gonna look nice.
A turn 3 Mayor is always a good play. Turn 3 Mayor feels good to have. And double Mayor at that. We might see the chain of the Bandle City Mayor here. And, ooh, good choices there. Moonsilver, always a nice choice. Reduce the cost of a card in hand. Also gets you a free turret for Heimerdinger.
It's true. Again, find those really cheap turrets. These options are all really expensive, so it might be a tough decision. I wonder... Odyssey's probably just considering Ranger again, because it's nice, but I do think the Poro Sled's good. I love this choice, though. Shark Trainer is a very aggressive choice. As we get to that late game, getting those short tooths coming to widen the board. Get that overwhelm damage through. It gets through a lot of the junk. And if you can play it on turn 5 by playing your second Mayor on turn 4, that is an incredibly powerful play. 1 mana Lulu available. There's a lot of good stuff to do here for Odyssey.
1 mana Lulu.
1 mana Lulus. Double Mayor. No answers in hand for Shihu to deal with these yet. So
And
Odyssey has the run of it.
And here we see the fabled turn 4 Heimerdinger going into super cool star chart to get a 2-1 with tough.
Yeah.
Now, I've mentioned it before and I'll say it again. This is something this deck is very good at, making 2-1s with tough.
It's great at making a million chump blockers, which is actually good in this matchup. You need to be trying to stop this beatdown from coming through. If you make enough chumps, eventually you might be able to crack their board and actually break it down. But the problem is Odyssey is playing a lot of high quality units way earlier in the game because of the double Mayor. We have a Shark Trainer coming down on 5 with a rally available. This is starting to get scary very quickly. Shihu is very fortunate to have that 4 mana Heimer, though, because like you said, hey, what does this deck do? It makes the 2-1 toughs really easy. And we're going to need Shihu to be making plenty of those to try and protect himself from these attacks.
Vandal City and Demacia, not very good at getting overwhelm units, which is where those really don't do too well. But just in case something huge does come down on the board, there's also a Solari Sunhawk ready to stun. Odyssey, of course, just waiting for the turn to be passed back to him to slam down some of these nice discounted units. Here's the Kingpin.
Who's Kingpin?
Saving the Shark Trainer for another turn. Possibly going for double barrier and rally? Could that be the play?
I do wonder if he goes 6 wide and rallies, because it's a little bit hard on only 6 mana to deal with that level of pressure. this early in the game. And
you can protect one of the mayors with
Yeah.
the other barrier and
then you
protect
buff the
one
other
of
one.
them with the Lulu buff.
Yep, exactly, yeah. Sunhawk, though, coming through, gonna stop the Kingpin at the very least.
Gotta say, this is a beautiful line from Odyssey.
I wonder if he goes through with the line or not. I'm curious, because the stun came down. It reduces the quality of it a little bit. There's still 4 mana left, but yeah, he's gonna go for the Relentless Pursuit. All right, he's holding up Sharp Sight mana. He's keeping flexible. There's another blocker. I like your line though, Amy. I like the protector onto one of these mayors. The problem is now a mayor dies even if it's buffed by Lulu, because the charger is such a great blocker because it's 4 power. Toughness does not matter, which is why Heimer does a good job at blocking this. Because the toughness doesn't mean anything. You just need the power to actually clear the board back.
Life is meaningless. Gotta see it right here. No, it's not. It's all about this combat. So we're seeing the second Bright Steel stay in hand. And the swing in with one mayor being buffed. There's only one multi-region card left in hand anyway. So you don't need those.
last set. Darkness was in the last set. We can't go that dark here. We can't go that dark. That was the last game. Can't be saying life is meaningless around here.
Do you want me to say life is meaningless instead? Because Shh. Never
Okay,
hush.
hush. Onto the Lulu. Gonna let that get cleared away, but leaving one of the mayors up. And Odyssey can protect the other mayor with the Sharp Sight. He wants to keep that value going.
And that's still 7 damage getting through, which is pretty big. Though we are seeing the clogging up of the board. There is a fearsome turret now out here. And Lulu swinging in, getting another star chart.
Yeah, Zoe's actually very close to leveling up. And that with the
Oh my gosh,
turrets,
she is.
because
She's
the
at,
turrets have so many different keywords.
She's at 7, I think. Yes, and once you start playing turrets after she's leveled, everybody gets every keyword from those turrets, which is going to be tough, fearsome, and the big one from the Sunburst is elusive. The 6-drop turret is the elusive one.
Yeah, I mean, I think this Zoe is going to level. I'm looking at this board. I'm looking at what Odyssey can do. He can't do anything to her. She's leveling before her next attack, so she's never dying to a Sharp Sight. The Poppy's gone to a Sunburst. There's elusive. If she has a way to level this Zoe while playing this elusive turret, if it's the actual level up, it is. They're all elusive. They're all elusive.
They're all elusive. From now until eternity. And also, this Zoe buff is permanent. Even if the Zoe dies, you know, she can just be thrown away in combat. This turret action is still going to be happening where Heimerdinger makes a turret, everybody gets the keywords, and the board builds out. But this is just so much elusive damage. Still, we do need to see blockers here to prevent Odyssey from just chipping away at those final points of damage.
Yeah, but Chihu can block, and then on the next turn, as long as he can try and go off a bit, he can start to redevelop a full board once again and continue to chump. One of the scariest things left in this game is that card on the right of Odyssey's hand, Shark Trainer. Because if Shihu was to fall to 1 HP that he was considering going to 1 here. We see the block actually come out now. But if he had gone to 1, Short Tooth might have been able to find a way to get that extra last damage over the top of the chump blockers. So Shihu, by playing it safe here, has unknowingly played around the potential overwhelms that are going to come out of Odyssey.
And now with Lulu is leveled, we're going to see a help picks every turn. And Shihu getting many 2-cost spell. The Super Bowl star chart can give all the units overwhelm. It went for the stun. All right. Getting the Crescent. And now Heimerdinger is leveled up, which actually changes things a little bit. Means that these turrets are going to be even bigger.
Yeah, I mean, Shihu can consider getting aggressive with this Crescent Strike. We just saw Odyssey completely tap out. You can Crescent 2 of these look to go for a very wide attack. It is 17 life left for Odyssey, so it's going to be hard to present a lethal threat on this turn, and maybe you just want to hold this for Odyssey's develop on the next turn. You can Crescent defensively protect this life total. I think that's more likely because Shihu probably does not have enough gas to push forward 17 damage on this turn.
I like to think of this elusive Heimerdinger. Something about that makes me very happy. I feel like just watching the like ninjutsu going through, sneaking under. This is Heimerdinger in disguise getting this damage in.
Yep, double Crescent. I think Shihu's going to lock this up because he's not dead on open.
No?
Oh, wait. Or is he? Is he dead on open? Oh, no, he has healing. Okay, I'm thinking of the short tooth plus the buffs, but he just used a sharp sight.
We could see the guiding touch happen right now. Yep. Bringing Nexus health back up to 7, generating a 3-2 tough, giving everything else tough, which is nice against the overwhelm.
Yeah, without both buffs and having 7 HP plus the mana for Star Shaping, Shihu is safe now. If both buffs were up and you have the ability to use health picks to pick the blockers, there was an opportunity for Short Tooth to do an insane amount and potentially find the win, but that is not there anymore. The blocks are available. Short Tooth is not going to be doing enough damage. We're going to be able to see it. There wasn't even any spell mana, actually. There's no spell mana, so you can't even summon it.
Oh, it has to be specifically spell mana.
There has to be spell mana.
That, I think, is the beat. It means that Shihu is not dead here, and instead is actually healing up Heimerdinger. Doesn't even need to heal up face.
Feels really safe.
It is getting a massive turret, and this is the quick attack turret for 5.
Yeah, you get the quick attack turret. He just needs to put one more buff onto Heimer so that he doesn't actually go down to this Dark Tamer, and we're going to see that. He's got the Sunblessed Vigor. He's going to put that on.
This board is going to be full post-attacks because these turrets were not necessary to end this game. Oh, we are seeing
Heimer dies.
post, though.
Heimer dies, but he made so many turrets, and they're all going to have all of the keywords, and he also has a Destroyer in hand to give the whole board overwhelm.
We're seeing a little bit more Mayor action out here. Giving the choice that's free, the Protoporo. Giving the Bomber Twins, which would have to wait until next turn. Same with this Scout for next turn. But it's time to fill up the board with all of these turrets. They're fleeting, so they have to be cast right now. So we have Tough, 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 and Quick Attack.
Another rally picked up. I wonder if that's going to matter at all, because I think the Destroyer...
There's the Overwhelm, and... Is that enough to get through? I'm trying to think if the 6-6 goes in front of the 6-2 or the 9-7.
There's definitely enough health to block because it's 23 damage.
Yes.
But will Odyssey have a board after it's done? That's the biggest question. Is Shihu? I mean, regardless of if he's dead here or not, Shihu might just be winning it off of gaining all this board presence.
Yeah, and having more refill in hand. If you look at Odyssey's hand here, there is a Rally and there is a Smith, but Shihu has removal, stuns, removal, and then filling up the hand even more with things like the Aloof Travelers and another Mayor. And of course, there's the one beautiful excess damage with the Pokey Stick.
Yeah, a little bit extra, just as a nice touch, but yeah, Odyssey.
It's also card draw, which is nice. It replaces itself.
It does.
It turns out that if you take Static Shock and you cut it in half, it's still a really good card.
Pokey Stick. Yeah, it is Pokey Stick. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Odyssey doesn't have enough, right? There's potential to bank the spell mana here to get a Short Tooth, but there's 7 life for Shihu. He's got double Crescent Strike. So if you have to develop, then you're going to get stopped. At least there's not a development immediately, but you block the Scout attack. You Crescent Strike to stun.
There's the attack, getting the Sharp Tooth. trying to decide how much of that overwhelm damage it is safe to allow through.
Yeah, you've already seen the one riposte, so you actually can just let this short tooth through if you wanted. We do see that both the blocks will come out, and then we'll just see the Crescent Strike from there to try and slow down this attack. Pokey Stick will be able to clean up 5-3. Can go for both. Or is it going to be a Buster? Buster shot Pokey Stick? Oh, Sunburst.
Sunburst Pokey Stick.
No funny business at all.
And this means that a second attack, or a third attack, or a fourth attack will not result in getting extra shark teeth. And we did see a little bit of a time walk there. And a...
Yeah. We're back to Shihu's attack, but they have the sides have been flipped, it seems. Shihu gets the swing in. We see the fist bump. Shihu ties it up. And guess what, Amy? Both of these groups are a wash across the board. It is 1-1s down the line, and now every single match from here on out is going to qualify people to the top 8.
It's going to go down to the win it for the in it. And I'm so excited to see there's been these turnarounds, and we got to see the off-meta pick, the Zoe Heimerdinger, do what it does. It made those 2-1s, and it won the game with them.
So much incredible action that we've seen today. I just can't believe that we are in a position where the last 4 matches of the day are going to decide it all, who's going through. This is so cool to see. Day 1 was so exciting, but Cass, day 2 has been such a treat as well.
It's been such a treat. These games are so close, and the groups are so exciting because every match is a win and in for these players. I'm so glad I got these last 2 matches to set this up, tee this up for the rest of the day, because every single one from here on out is so incredibly important to these players. So much pressure, so much at stake. I'm so excited for the rest of the day.
If you don't believe us, let's show you the standings so that you can see exactly what's going on. Group C and Group D, across the board, everybody is 1-1. And yeah, you're absolutely right. You win and you're in to day number 3 of the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. This is going to be so exciting to just to finish out the day. I just can't believe what we're going to be able to see. So
it means the stakes are real in every single game, but it also really goes to show you how evenly matched these players are, because between their deck picks and the way they've played out these games, everybody's managed to win and everybody's managed to lose.
Yeah, I mean, so much diversity, right, Cass?
Yeah, so much diversity, and I just wanted to point out, at this point, no more funny business, no tiebreakers, just sudden death down the line. It's going to be sweet. There's been so much deck diversity today versus yesterday, like you were talking about. We got Darkness finding wins, 2 wins. We'll see if it stays undefeated. We had Heimerdinger pick up a win finally going off, doing what it wants to do. The leveled Zoe, every single keyword, just a rainbow of keywords getting to come down. I mean, this has just been so much. We still get more of it too, which is great. We get more of these decks, more of this excitement, as there's going to just be a couple more games left.
Speaking of which, we're going to be rotating through casters once more. So Cass, thank you so much for covering these last 2 matches. We'll see you in a bit. But let's go ahead and welcome in Swim. And Swim, what are your thoughts about the fact that everybody is at 1-1 right now?
It's absolutely crazy. I mean, I don't even know the odds of that off the top of my head, but yeah, I mean, it's going to be really, really cool casting the back half of today, where every single game is just going to decide who makes it through and who doesn't. And it was super cool to see, Shihu actually get rewarded for the lineup after kind of like an unfortunate first set for him.
Absolutely. And I know, Amy, I'm sure you're so excited to get a chance to cast the very first win in. So I'm just going to go ahead and let you cue up the match.
Oh, thank you so much. I'm also still very excited about that Zoe Heimerdinger win. You know, the energy levels are high right now, but it's time for Chillo against Yamato. A beautiful match, if I do say so myself. I'm looking forward to these games. Swim, what do you think about these lineups?
Well, Yamato's got a pretty standard Plunder, a Draven Scion, and then of course the Spice Darkness, which we saw actually do pretty well as mentioned. And on the other side, we've got Cello's Zoe Nami, Draven Scion, and Gangplank Bandle City, kind of like the Poke City deck. And it's a pretty even matchup across the board. For the most part, I actually don't think either of these players is particularly favored. This is a very, very even one.
Now, something very interesting, this has been mentioned before, is that Darkness is undefeated.
Yes.
And I'm wondering if we're going to see that streak continue, or if we're going to see the odd ban out here, banning the very off-meta deck. It seems like the heart of the cards has been with Yamato with that deck, pulling the Ixali Sentinels right at the right time.
Yeah, I want to talk about the ban a bit because, just like you mentioned, it's actually possible we might see a Darkness ban. I mean, Shalu is looking at Yamato's decks, and the conventional ban would probably be banning Draven Scion from the stats, but Darkness is a consideration because Darkness is good into Zoe Nami and Draven Scion, and the Nami Zoe deck is already beating the Scion deck anyway, so it's absolutely a considerable ban. Now, the interesting thing about that is actually if Yamato big brains this and predicts the Darkness ban, then he might actually change his ban to Zoe Nami. And that would be, this is one of those interesting situations where the ban is definitely a bit of a mind game between these two players.
That is worth considering, trying to think 2 steps ahead of your opponent. It does open you up to a bit of a tricky situation to your matchups if you get that guess wrong. But if you think that maybe they've been watching all of your matches and they're like, oh man, Darkness is actually super legit, I gotta ban this, you're ready. You're ready. You know your matchups, and you're going to snap in and swing in with your great other 2 decks. Let's see how it is, and it looks like Zoe Nami with the deck and the Darkness ban.
We actually do see the Darkness ban, and we see the ban on Zoe Nami. That's absolutely crazy. That's exactly what I was saying might happen. That Zelu, okay, this is actually really, really big brain. Yamato perfectly predicted that Shelu would ban his Darkness, which is pretty unconventional.
Oh my
because
god,
all these bans are good.
You nailed it too. You were like thinking, oh well, what if Yamato's big brain and thinks about Cello's bans? And he was, and he did, and this is amazing.
This is a really, really big brain ban by Yamato because now he has it's probably still a little bit unfavored for him going into it, but it's a very, very even spread between these 4 remaining decks. And this is, I think, is this the first set? Or is it either the first or the second where both Draven decks were left unbanned? Draven being kind of like the big ban magnet.
It is absolutely a huge target for the bans, especially for the people who have been running the Sivir Akshan lineups. They know that they have a unfavorable matchup into that, so they've been targeting that deck heavily with the bans.
Yep. So overall, it's going to be, Draven Scion versus Plunder. The tricky thing for Yamato is that Draven Scion is a little bit good against Plunder. It's, not too far off, but definitely a bit favorable, and that means Cello's Draven Scion is going to be kind of more valuable than Yamato's Draven Scion if we're looking just matchup to matchup.
We're waiting for the match to begin now, and it's always interesting to see what they choose to lead with. Typically, you want to lead with the deck that you think has the highest overall win rate against your opponent's remaining decks. And I'm a big fan of Yamato's Plunder here, but it looks like we're going to be seeing a start with discard.
Yep, it's gonna be.
And also, is that a
Draven
Roar of the
Scion
Slayer main deck?
Yeah, that's Yamato's version of Draven Scion discard. He's running 1 copy of Roar of the Slayer and 1 copy of Captain Thrawn. Roar of the Slayer is definitely a card that hits a lot of matchups pretty well, but it does well into some, Draven style decks like Draven Ezreal, and it can do very, very well into decks like Darkness, if you was expecting that.
This is our first mirror of the day.
And so far, we can see a little bit of an advantage on the side of Yamato, who has the Draven already. Draven being such a big deal for this deck, a lot of players are often electing to run Draven's biggest fan. We can see, for example, Majin Bay and Watamai's version are both running 2 Draven's biggest fan, just because having Draven on turn 3 is such a big deal for Scion Draven.
Also, sometimes you just want to play Draven's biggest fan because he's got some of the best voice lines in the game.
He really does, Amy.
So Cello definitely with a bit slower of a hand here, a little bit more reactive. But getting down that Boom Baboon early is nice to have for either player. But you do want to see your Dravens near the start, and Yamato has the advantage of already having the Draven, and Cello requiring 2 cards to remove it.
Yep. And this is actually a pretty interesting position for Chelu, because if Yamato attacks in with both, Chelu has a really powerful 2-mana play on the Rummage, which is discarding the survival skills, which is a way to kill Draven. And in this matchup, you definitely need to be killing the Draven here.
That's true. You can get yourself a 3/2 ephemeral that also survives the damage, or just going for the discard and getting out the chompers. There they are. And there's the Draven.
And this is kind of the swing. We were talking about how
That's the
Draven is
swing.
important in this matchup, and now Chelu has his Draven and Yamato doesn't.
It's the classic Draven exchange and the Undying Monkey.
Yep. Now, Chelu does have a slight awkwardness in his hand with the 2 Scorched Earths. This is a matchup where Scorched Earth is fairly nice, but 2 of them this early is bricky. The Lost Soul off the top is going to be big, though, because we're going to start just generating value for free off of that. Like to see a sentry here on the Draven. Yep. And this Draven is also going down because Yamato's version is running Phlox. So that's the biggest difference between these 2 versions. We can see Chelu's is running more survival skills, more Scorched Earths, and Yamato's is going for the Arachnoid Sentry Flock combination. A little bit more in the style of Draven Ezreal. The Flock.
And there's the
cleans up
Ravenous
Draven
Flock.
nicely. And now both Dravens are dead.
It turns out that Draven is not very good at surviving, especially without the survival skills, which was used earlier as that defensive maneuver. So we are going to see Zonite Urchin here discarding an axe and grabbing another survival skills.
Yep, and we can see, there's a total of 3 survival skills, some treasure drawn off the side of Yamato, and both players have pretty even hands. The one thing that Chelu has, though, is the Lost Soul. So when this game starts just getting, grindy, which this is kind of around the turn where value's starting to matter, we can see both players have full nexuses and pretty empty board. So it's just about hand value at this point, and the Lost Soul generating these infinite copies of things, there it goes, is going to be huge.
We also now have Draven in hand, so in 2 turns we might be seeing a leveled Scion coming out, which is another very, very big change to the board. A hard to remove unit that gets a ton of damage through.
Yep, getting Scion down is a huge deal, and Yamato still has a lot of draws to be able to draw his in time, but if he doesn't have his, then that's a huge advantage for Chelu. Chelu overall looking in the better position here, although Yamato does own the board.
Yamato getting 3-1 and a 4-3 in here. That Sump Treasure probably looking to trade symmetrically across the board. And there is the potential for a 3-2 Ephemeral to come out here. There's Burst Speed discard in the form of the Poro Cannon and the Spinning Axe.
Yep,
and that's what we're seeing
Reborn
here.
Grenadier.
Spinning Axe and Reborn Grenadier coming out at burst speed here with the 1 power. Swinging in the 1 attack, then trading for the Boom Baboon. And now Sump Treasure's still just chilling.
Yeah, it's a huge exchange for Chelu. Chelu's really solidified his advantage off of that. Not only does he have, the biggest unit on the board, but he's got the best hand as he draws a second Reborn Grenadier. One of the big difference between these versions is Yamato is actually running 0 Reborn Grenadier. He's playing it much more like a full control-y deck, like Draven Ezreal style.
Cello also has the 2 Scorched Earths, which look a little bit awkward here. I think that they're much stronger at getting rid of very large units in matchups against, say, Plunder, where you have a Gangplank or Sejuani to take out. But right now, it's not like you're going to be building up damage on any of these units. For the most part, when you block them, they're either taking no damage because they have quick attack, or they're dying as a trade.
Yep. And we can see here, that's probably the best thing in this situation for Yamato is that Chelu, while he does have the Scion, while he does have the Lost Soul, the rest of his hand is actually really, really awkward. Yamato's going to draw 2 to try to improve. Doesn't really find what he's looking for. You're really looking for a Scion. Even a second Draven would be sweet here, or a Lost
And
Soul.
Grave Physician might be able to get there the Great Physician is able to discard a card and find a unit, which does give you a chance at finding one of your champions. As we're seeing some consideration, there is the Great Physician coming out and getting the Scion. So we may actually see Scions coming out for both players next turn. Here's another Reborn Grenadier out and an elusive Poro. This elusive Poro is, of course, going to swing on in. It might die to a Mystic Shot, though.
Yeah, the Scion Mirror is very, very interesting because Yamato is going to play the Scion on turn 7. It should have enough to be leveled, although his is actually like kind of close to the benchmark. Shellu can play the Scion on defense, and then it's basically just Scion slapping into Scions. They can just trade. I mean, look at the Nexus health right now. Both players are at 20 health. These Scions could actually trade down, and while that might benefit the initial attacker, it's still going to come down to the Lost Souls after that, right? Because once the Scions are gone, if the Nexus isn't dead, then whoever controls the long-term resources controls the game.
Getting that Lost Soul in an early hand is pretty big there. It's going to be taking out one of those choppers. Zodite Urchin, who's going for a block there. But Great Physician, not too good at blocking anywhere on this board. Looks like it's just going to trade into a unit that was going to die anyway.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate, but I don't know if there's a better play there because, I mean, at the end of the day, when the Scions come out, like, it just comes down to overwhelm and elusive damage at that point, and you do have to play protective of your health.
I think we're going to see a move into the next turn, but Yamato is taking his time thinking through these plays. We saw the clock come into play on one of Yamato's earlier games where they went into overtime and it was seriously down to the wire.
Yep. And it's going to be basically anyone's game here based on the next couple of draws. Chelu looking like he's in a little bit of a better position, of course, just because he has the board and the Lost Soul if he silences you down. Yamato's draw is really not bailing him out of this. I mean, he's hoping right now that Chelu doesn't have the Scion, but of course we can see it in the hand.
Scion on 7, much better, I feel, when you have the attack token, though.
And Yamato is actually not quite leveled yet.
Wow.
I think it's a couple off.
I think that it could get there, though. But it means that if you swing in a Science trade, only Cello would be getting that rally token.
Yeah, exactly. He just has to pass here and hope that there's no open attack. But of course, we can see, I mean, Cello knows that it's Arachnoid Sentry in the deck, and there's no reason for Cello not to open attack here. Looking really, really bad for Yamato.
And now swinging in the leveled Scion. Now there is enough discard power, I think, in hand for Yamato, but without seeing the Scion's progress, I can't say for sure.
Yep. And I mean, it will level pretty immediately. He should have the ability to level it here. I think it's 5 off if he discards both of his units, and he can try to block the Scion, swing back in. But unfortunately, the problem with this situation is both players would rally if that happens. Chelu has the higher Nexus health, so Chelu can actually just let the first attack on the Scion return to go through, and then attack back with his Scion return because of the rally. And that does not favor Yamato at all. I mean, these Poros from the Poro cannon are a big deal as well because they're dealing a total of 4 damage across these 2 attacks if that rally happens.
And even as is, there needs to be a block here because I think that Yamato cannot expect Cello to not have direct damage at this point in the game. And we're seeing survival skills actually keeping the Scion alive because if it died, it wouldn't rally. And this allows you to block again. But of course, blocking against the... Oh goodness, yes, blocking against the Scion after he's dead is a little bit easier, but still so much damage coming through. The way that survival skills works is it doesn't prevent the damage the way that Tough would. Oh, but here's the spider with the
Sentry
stun.
Is the counter, and that's why Yamato knew he could make that play because he knew he had this. but unfortunately, Cello has the answer. Scorched Earth is going to be a kill effect, and that goes through survival skills. Since survival skills just stops damage, it doesn't stop kill effects. And Yamato doesn't have a leveled Scion yet, so his Scion goes down without a Scion return coming out. And I mean, we see the rally on the side of Cello. He can even play another unit if he wants to. He can discard the second Scorched Earth, and that's what he's considering right now, surely. But I mean, right now, Yamato needs his hand to improve. He's resources.
Cello with the attack token, still 8 mana left, and the ability to filter out this hand. The other Scorched Earth could be discarded to Rummage. Rummage has been updated to say only discard up to 2. And it looks like we're seeing a full cycle here, and there's another Scion!
And one of the quirks of Scion is that Scion Return counts as another copy of Scion, so it'll be a champ spell until next turn, but I mean, when that Scion hits the board, I don't know what Yamato is going to do about it. He needs to top deck something. He's got 2 draws, the Urchin. Can use it here.
And we might also see the Great Physician discarding the Lost Soul and playing out another 4-3 Challenger.
And it's a little late for Draven to really be impactful. This looks disastrous for Yamato. I don't see how he's going to come back from this one.
And there's also a Fallen Rider in hand. It's a lot of damage.
Yeah, the mirror ends up coming down to just whoever can generate the most long-term value. The Lost Soul being super, super important here, and Yamato not being able to find one of his. Yamato does run 1 Captain Ferran, but I don't know if it's even going to be enough here. He's got a
We're
draw.
seeing some treasure looking for more and finding a very unfortunate second Get Excited. Now, if Cello wasn't at 20 life, this Get Excited might feel an awful lot better, but it's not able to kill most of these guards, especially Scion.
And this game just comes down to, I mean, Yamato not having the Lost Soul. He's just struggling. He has no resources. We can see the Scion in Cello's hand, and we know Yamato's deck doesn't really have an answer to the Scion. Nothing that could kill it without triggering the Scion returned, of course.
Scion lives, he dies, he lives again. It's one of my favorite things about him, both in League of Legends and in Legends of Runeterra, is his staying power. He chases after you, going for the kill.
Alright, Scion is down, and Yamato has to know here that all hope is lost. We've got the full wide board from Cello. Yamato's at 10 health, and these Get Exciteds are really not doing enough. I mean, you can kill the first Scion, and of course, you know, you can try to trigger Rally, but Cello's going to open attack, and that means that the Rally is going to affect him.
And there's the swing, getting to choose the challenge carefully here, probably pulling the highest toughness unit, which would be, of course, Draven. His health is 3, as is a sub-treasure, but he's much more valuable than a sub-treasure, putting him at the end.
Yep, this
Now a
Arachnoid
double?
Sentry happens to be pretty big here, of course, because if the Arachnoid Sentry can use a stun on the Scion of Return, he can stop a lot of damage, but to do that, Yamato would need to use a Get Excited, probably on the 4-2, because otherwise he is dying here. This is his last hope, but he just gets in range of the other Get Excited, and Cello will be able to finish him off.
Right now we have 1 elusive damage coming through, and need to stop 10. You can't let the full 10 come through on Scion. That's lethal on its own. And there is the Get Excited on the Rider, which means that Scion doesn't die.
So
Not
Yamato goes
this
down to
turn.
2, and Cello's Get Excited will just close this game out with no counter response.
We're gonna see just Get Excited at the face.
Yep. And you know, in this matchup, there's nothing that can be done in counter to this, so you just go for it right away. And Cello is going to take game 1, taking down the Draven Scion mirror. And now Cello just has to win with the burn deck, the Poke City Gangplank Twisted Fate, which is one of the best decks we've seen performance-wise this tournament. It's actually been making a lot of waves.
Yeah, Ping Ping City. You haven't seen it much before this tournament. It's really a quick deck coming to the meta since Vandal City released. But Gangplank TF, damage every turn. It does it, and it does it very, very well. I'm also a big fan of Cello's deck list. I think that it's one of the best builds for this deck. You've seen a couple different slots. This one is making use of, actually, the full set of Make It Rains, Hokey Sticks, and the double ups, which we saw winning games earlier today.
Yep. Chelu's got a pretty standard version of this list, just running kind of like Heavier Swarm with a one of Aloof Travelers to potentially punish out some top end, as Yamato's going to run it back on the Scion deck. Now, while Poke City, the Gangplank TF deck, is generally considered one of the most favorable decks in the metagame right now, it's actually a very, very even matchup-wise going into Draven Scion.
Either player could definitely get this win. It's not like we're seeing a huge swing match here. We're actually going to see both players having to do their best and really rely on the strength of their plays rather than the strengths of their decks.
Now, Yamato does have a decent start. He's got the Draven and he has the Lost Soul. The two Get Exciteds could clunk out if depending on how his top deck goes. And really, Yamato is just going to be in a position where he's just going to want to save as much damage as possible, probably blocking down these 2/2/1s.
Get those trades so you don't die early, because there's going to be a lot of unavoidable damage. Yamato does not have access to healing in this deck, which means that things like double up will almost always go through.
Yep, and that's a pretty big deal. I mean, Yamato can cancel things like double up with his own damage spells, with Get Excited or with Mystic Shot, and that's what you have to do in matchups like this if it does come down to the double up. But, I mean, overall, it's still an effective trade for the double up player.
Now Stone Stackers making an impact, just getting on the board for the next turn. And Twisted Fate in hand could be the play. We might see a gold card followed by a parlay or something of the sort.
Yep. Overall, Yamato's deck is one that's pretty resilient towards Chelu's version, right? Ping City, it's all about punishing these 1 health units, and Yamato's version is leaning away from 1 health units, right? It's not running heavy, Biggest Fan, it's not even running a third Poro Cannon, and so, it's going to be a little bit hard for Chelu to get maximum value out of, all the pings, all the red cards, all the Make It Rains, all the parlays.
Here we see Stone Stacker swinging in with the border.
And you've got to take that opportunity to block and kill it. If you're Yamato, Stone Stackers is terrifying as a card. And your Draven's going down to 1 health, but at the end of the day, even if he dies to a ping, he's generated a bunch of axes, and that's kind of his job in this deck.
And I'm hoping to see one of my personal favorite cards out of Chelo's list, which is the Lecturing Yordle. This card is one that a lot of people slept on right when the set came out, but it turns out that dealing 1 damage to any target is pretty good, especially when you're planting some shrooms for surprise damage later on in the game.
Yeah, no, I was one of those sleepers. I was not a believer of Lecturing Yordle right away, but the card has absolutely proven itself. The fact that those, the puff darts can go face and the mushrooms will get drawn means you're generating a lot of damage over even just a couple of turns.
Now it's Yamato's action. Is it time for the Boom Baboon? Yes, it is, which means that the red card is better than ever. Removing a unit and setting up that Draven.
Chelu has a few
We're going
plays
for
here.
the
He can go
deckhand,
for,
yeah.
the deckhand parlay to just clean up the Draven very nicely, and you're doubling up both sides of the parlay, so just squeezing out these little incidental Nexus damages really does actually end up mattering, because every inch matters, especially in that deck, especially in this meta.
Every point of Nexus health matters here. These two decks are looking to whittle down the opponent's life totals. Yamato with much more of a big swing at the high end with Cyan, but Chelu also with the Gangplank able to essentially obliterate a board and get through unstoppable damage.
Yamato has access to a few different plays right now. This is actually a pretty interesting turn for Yamato. I think he can take either a Twin Blade Revenant if he just wants to start getting long-term value, or if he goes for the pressure line, he can discard, of course, his 3/1 Fearsome and get a 4/2. That's a really good stat line with Fearsome into this matchup because Chelu doesn't really have Fearsome blockers. Yamato taking the slow path with the Lost Soul or the Revenant.
Still just 1 mana remaining for Yamato, but Chelu able to make a lot of different plays here and going for the double up. So this double up currently can't be denied. There is no way for the unit to be killed, and that was practically removal, stable to a decimate there.
Yeah, that was a pretty big deal, but Cello is kind of low on resources, and that's why Twisted Fate is really nice. The flexibility of this card is just unrivaled. The fact that it can be, hand generation when you need hand generation, the blue card to draw, the fact that it can be, stun when you need it, board wipe when you need it, is just really, really valuable here. And, the blue card is going to be a really good bailout.
We're seeing the decision. Yamato is considering allowing Cello to make that block, or actually just going for more
He's going
damage.
Aggro. I like this. Down
Ace
to 11
is
health
the
goes
place.
Cello. And not only that, but we have, Poro cannons that could come out and deal elusive damage. We've got Mystic Shot and Get Excited. That's already 5 damage. He just needs to push a little bit more. And we do have the Fearsome.
You've got the Fearsome Rider, and I'm just thinking about that 5 fast damage. 5 damage at fast speed can completely shift a game. Because if you've just been trading blows back and forth in combat, turn over turn, with this direct damage building up in hand, it could mean they declare attackers and then you burn them for lethal. We've seen that in multiple games today. And here comes the Sentry going to stun the Tenor of Terror, but the Base of Burden is left unchecked, able to swing in along with the Stone Stackers. That's making impact, getting 2 damage through no matter what. Unless we see a Mystic Shot to kill one.
It's looking really good for Yamato right now. I mean, he's going down to 8, which is really dicey. Oh, he's interesting. He's going to Mystic Shot defensively here instead of trading that off, prioritizing his health.
Impact.
And the most important thing about this Mystic Shot is that 3-2 is the last fearsome blocker that Cello has, right? The Fallen Rider, well, the Risen Rider, the 4-2, is going to be able to attack in on the open uncontested. Yamato is thinking about whether he wants to save the Mystic for face, and I think I like this better. This is the aggressive line, basically. He saves the Mystic for face damage. He takes more damage by doing this, but he's just seeking to end the game very, very quickly. Because he knows
he wants to win, and he wants to win quickly, and he's able to get down an Elusive Poro and a Fearsome Rider. Here's the Risen Rider, a 4-2 Fearsome unit.
Exactly. This isn't
and still
just
the 5 damage in hand.
If there's no response to this, he knows this is lethal. He's got 5 damage in hand. He's got an open attack with the axe. That's 6 on the total fearsome and elusive non-blockers. We know there's no answer in Cello's hands. If Yamato goes for this right now, pre-commits the axe, uses the fearsome and elusive attack, he wins the game on the spot.
That's game. 6 plus 5 is 11. I did go to elementary school, and I remember the math.
And I think Yamato has to see it. I mean, that's why he did this play. I think he's going to commit it. It's going to be a little bit spooky, and he's just thinking about all the different things Cello could have, but I think this has to be it.
Let's see if he locks it in, picks up this win, and goes into game 3. He's considering things. I think he's making sure that there isn't a way for this to be turned around.
There it is.
Adam, but
the
no,
axe
there's the
on
axe
the Poro.
on the Poro, spreading the damage out as best as he can.
The open attack.
Gotta grab the Tenor of Terror, and we could see everything locked into the stack all at once.
All right, Yamato.
There's the attack, grabbing the
knows
Tenor.
He's good. And all he has to do is click OK. And there it is. The 6 uncontested damage, Cello having no responses. Yamato's not playing the second Daring part because he knows he's playing around red card. He knows he's playing around stuff like Make It Rain even. Stuff that would just like give a development, even any fearsome blocker. Now that we see Cello's down to 5, Yamato has won the race. The Mystic Shot and the Get Excited in hand. This was a beautiful line of play. Yamato had to precisely calculate all of the damage that was coming in this turn, last turn. The moment he decided to block with the Arachnoid Sentry into the Tenor of Terror was it. At that moment, he knew he was going to use the Mystic on face, the second Poro wasn't going to be used, and just commit the axe into the open attack, and this is it. Yamato takes it.
Yamato locking in the game, tying up this series here. And Cello shaking his head. He should have seen it. You can't always expect your opponent to have that much damage, but he did. And now it's time to go into our final game between these two. This is the win and in. Who's going to make it to top 8?
That was a really, really clean way to end the game by Yamato there. That was a very, very impressive line that he did. He had a hand read on Cello. He knew that a lot of answers couldn't really be in Cello's hand, not at fast speed, not in that matchup. Cello using the version of Bandle City Gangplank that's not just, it's not using group shot, it's using parlay instead. So Yamato knows that Cello is more vulnerable to an open attack, and he just sends it in, and his bravery is rewarded.
And now we're going to be seeing the Bandle City, Bilgewater, King City up against Plunder. So I remember I had been looking at Cello's stream and talking to him just a few nights ago. And do you know what he likes? He likes Bilgewater. You might notice that there's an awful lot of Bilgewater between his decks and just in the decks he's chosen to play before. And he feels comfortable with it. He knows what he likes, and it's this. Reppin' Chile, I feel like he's got a great chance here, but Yamato with a very nice aggressive hand and a bit of nab. You know what? Cello has good cards in his deck, and Yamato wants to play those cards.
Yep, and this is a very even matchup overall. We see the two different forms of Bilgewater, the Bandle, the Freljord, and in this case, the matchup will just kind of come down to who has the better earlier pressure usually. It's a great play by Yamato, being able to stop or effectively punish this turn 1 attack. If Cello wants to get the trigger, he kind of has to skip it now.
You don't want to be trading into nothing, and not even trading, you're just attacking in to get 1 damage to face. It's what you need to do if you're trying to get the early level up for GP, but it's not necessary for this deck to shine.
And the really brutal thing about this position is Yamato has a beautiful open attack. The Jagged Butcher open attacks, deals 2 damage, there's no good blocker on Cello's side, and now the Plunder off of the Black Market Merchant is looking real good as a second action here.
And the Black Market Merchant, because it discards any nabs, will also be lining up nicely into the Grifter 2 turns later. And there's a Lecturing Yordle. That is a great hit because it's going to provide removal for all these 1 health units. You see the Mirai Warden? She's not going to be alive for long.
That's huge. The 3 mana 3/5 stat line is just going to stay on the board. I mean, he's getting free poison darts. He doesn't even have to play it here. He's thinking about, you know, it burns the dart, but it's still just a better play than what he has. I think it's just a great blocker.
It stops Cello from attacking. It means that there's no good swing here because there's a 3/5. It doesn't matter if you're just maybe setting up for a red card, trying to get like 1 damage on each of these units when there's a 3/5 out here. Oh, but going for the Crackshot Corsair instead.
Yep, and this is a play Yamato is basically doing, is he's banking spell mana into the next turn, which is an interesting consideration. I mean, it gives him the ability to get a little bit more value out of the dart. It gives him the ability to, you know, chain his nabs together while keeping enough mana for Make It Rain. I think this is a line that is kind of like a control mentality, which Yamato, of course, being a control-oriented player.
And we're seeing the Make It Rain right now, but not banking the mana for the Poison Darts, but instead going for the full board removal here. Yamato now able to get an open swing. Yep, and we get the Plunder trigger.
Yeah, overall, this was a great play. We have the open swing, and we're just triggering Plunders over and over again. Yamato has all the pressure in this position, and it's looking real good for him. But on the other side, we can see Cello does have the red card from Twisted Fate. So this board is going to get swept, but Cello's health is low. Cello thinking about whether he wants to use double up just to take less damage. I mean, this is a spooky amount of damage in this matchup. You're going down already to 11 health on turn 4. He's gonna stop the bleeding early.
Cello does not want to be taking 6 here. It is going to be knocking the Merchant out of play and getting damage on the Nexus.
And Cello also knows what to expect on turn 4, the Yordle Grifter, so stopping the Merchant's effect here is pretty nice at slowing down Yamato's tempo.
I would love to see the follow-up here of getting out the Lecturer into a Poison Dart on face.
Yeah, I mean, these Poison Darts are actually going to come in pretty big here, especially with Dreadaway. I mean, right now, Yamato kind of controls all the pressure. Although, I mean, that double up dealing 4 is a big deal still. Yamato's down to 12.
I think that there's secret synergy here, though. The stolen Lecturer means that there might be extra plunder triggers at the start of the turn, which, if we see a Sejuani out, could be very exciting.
Oh, and Yamato is going to miss the allegiance on Yordle
no.
Grifter. That is painful. Yamato, of course, only having 4 Freljord cards in his deck. It's just the Sejuani's in the one-of copy of 3 Sisters. So a very, very unfortunate hit.
So the bad news is no stealing. But the good news is there's probably a Sejuani on top of the deck. No, it was 3 Sisters. A 25% chance of that happening.
That is painful. Not being able to get the nab and not even having the... Normally what rewards this is having the Sejuani access, because Sejuani is so huge here. The red card's going to sweep it up. Yamato's gonna go for the Yordle. He's just min-maxing these triggers. He's making sure that when he draws that Gangplank or when he draws that Sejuani, it will be pre-leveled. He knows exactly what he's going for here. The other funny thing, Amy, about these puff caps is Yamato could damage himself, because if the puff caps get planted and then Yamato nabs, he can take self-damage from the puff caps he put in Cello's deck with the card that he took out of Cello's deck.
I've definitely been there before. It's always the awkward thing where you are drawing from your opponent's deck. You draw from the bottom, and you sometimes get a puff cap or two.
I mean, if that were to happen, it would be a big deal. We can tell, I mean, just looking at the left side, just looking at the Nexus health, this is a matchup. Both players are effectively burn decks. Plunder's a bit more mid-rangey, but for the most part, this is a matchup that just comes down to Nexus health. So every single point is going to matter.
Getting a warning shot there. We may see Zap Sprayfin come down, or the Grifter to try again to get a bit of stealing going on.
Yep.
And there we go.
Yamato's
We're seeing the Grifter, and it finds a Pokey Stick.
Pokey Stick, not going to do a ton here, but it's just an additional way to keep steam. And what Yamato is looking at right now, he hit the Allegiance on the Yordle Grifter. He's got these 2 warning shots, and he's realizing, well, he doesn't have Gangplank or Sejuani. What he's got to be looking at here is the Dreadway in hand. I mean, right now, Cello's at 12 health. This Dreadway comes down on turn 8, 2 turns from now, and if he can save these warning shots and the Pokey Stick, I mean, that's 6 damage already, with Dreadway just doubling these spells.
Shell's chance to make a move. Now, I think we might be seeing
I mean, we've got to see a defensive tenor here, but I don't think his tenor... Is his tenor actually enabled?
I think that almost all of the creatures, or all the units have actually been destroyed by red card. So no.
Yeah, it's so bizarre. Cello has
it's an
the
awkward
poison
spot
dart.
to be.
I mean, he's potentially getting another level trigger as well for his Gangplank, but he is taking damage to this attack, and this is where things start getting really risky, because Yamato is dealing 3 damage here unless Cello does something kind of crazy and pre-commits the Pokestick, hoping the Make It Rain hits, which is an option. Yamato is going to be dealing 3 damage. Puffcap, Dart sends down to 8, and in 2 turns, Dreadaway will kill, and that is nasty.
Gotta
kind of has to end the game fast now.
Yeah, it has to survive until turn 8 to get to the Dreadway. Here's the cleanup from the Make It Rain, followed by the Poison Dart. Able to get rid of the Lecturer.
Yeah, this board trades
And then,
down.
actually, the whole board's gonna get cleared here. Cello has no reason to withhold this. Already does have the Plunder trigger for the turn, as far as I... No, because all those hit the units.
Alright. Yamato's gonna go ahead and delete this unit. Looks like he's trying to alleviate pressure just in case, you know, something were to happen. He's got to make sure that the Pokestick will be able to clean that up. Poison Dart comes down, and the Lecturing Yordle kills the other Lecturing Yordle.
They've been telling stories behind each other's backs. Who's to be
Yamato-
believed? I don't know.
Going for the Yordle, he is lowering his Nexus damage, and that's a little bit risky because if he doesn't have the ability to, you know, kill Cello in a couple of turns, things could get awkward for him pretty fast.
I feel like we're seeing a back and forth here of both players just kind of poking each other, not just with the stick, but with the dart. And
And the
That's a
Gangplank top deck
Gangplank
is
draw.
huge. I mean, this
Oh.
matchup is all about leveling the champions. Yamato's going to have a leveled Gangplank here, and that will basically close the game out next turn regardless of Dreadway stuff.
There's the Tenor of Terror, which is not going to do much against a leveled Gangplank.
Yeah, the leveled Gangplank is just threatening so much here, and we have the warning shots in hand. We have additional blockers if we need them. The impacts can still go off, and Yamato is taking a little bit of damage here, going for the Butcher instead of the Gangplank. I think going offensive and making sure he wants to get the trade, wanting to keep the Cab alive. But this way, he is going down to 6 health, and with double up and Pokestick, that's cutting it awfully close.
There is enough damage if the right target is on the board for Cello to get Yamato down to 1, which is where you are in lethal from a puff cap range. But now Gangplank out and a Dreadway in hand for follow-up and 2 warning shots.
And Yamato is looking awfully favored here. I mean, Cello just did not really have the reach. He was so close, but 6 health is just too much for him to break down with Yamato. It's going to come down to Cello getting lucky and Yamato drawing a few puff caps here. Yamato has to know that the draw is his lose condition. Probably why he hasn't played the Zap.
But Yamato in such a good spot right here. Could this be the win? Could this be Yamato getting into top 8, using the boat and his captain to finish up the game?
This would be a crazy comeback. It would be sick seeing Darkness in the lineup make it to the top 8 of Worlds.
I'm a little sad that we did see the Darkness ban here, so we couldn't see Darkness's supremacy in all of these matches. But now we have Gangplank, we've got the double barrel and a mushroom drawn. Cello down to 8.
And that kind of has to be it. I mean, Yamato has to know he's got lethal here. There's no way around this. He's got both the warning shots and the Dreadway. He can open attack or he can slow play it, and both ways are going to be guaranteed lethal. He now has burst speed lethal with, of course, the 3 warning shots, and the kegs are just going to obliterate Cello, and that, it will have to be it.
Pop, pop, it's going to be a time for a warning shot. You warning shot, the first one is dealing... Wow. It just deals 2. And then we break through those barrels and everything gets added in more damage. I'm sweating here. Yamato just waiting to get the turn passed back to him to finish this game.
Yeah, and honestly, the saddest thing about the situation is Cello has to know he's no good here. He knows he doesn't have a way out. He's trying to draw. The saddest thing about this is Cello, we won't even get to see the 3rd warning shot, because the first warning shot deals 6, the second one deals 2. That one's it. And
done.
Cello is
It's
out of
over.
here. Yamato advances.
Yamato making it to the top 8. Gonna be playing tomorrow on Saturday. Oh, I'm so excited. I'm so happy to see him move on in the tournament.
Yeah. I mean, it's super cool seeing, like innovative, like lineup constructors getting rewarded. Well, I mean, what did you think about that series, Necra?
I mean, hey, I think the Darkness ban was a little bit of a blessing because, maybe it loses at some point, but it's still at 100% win rate, okay? So we dodged the chance. We dodged the chance that it does take a loss. But that's so exciting. I mean, for a player from Asia to make it through to the top 8, Asia's having a pretty good day today so far, and we still have so much more to show everybody. But let's go ahead and take a look at the standings, because Yamato is our very first player from Group C that is making it into the final 8, playing it out tomorrow. I mean, Amazonian, just give me some final thoughts from that series or just in general for the day.
I think that the big takeaway we've seen today is just how well balanced all of these matches have been. We've seen very few games where one person is at nearly full life. The only time that really seems to happen is when there's a Zoe Nami in play, and unlike day 1, there's very few Zoe Namis in this lineup. And I think that moving on, as we get into the final 3 matches of the day, we're going to see who can take it home, whose lineup is ready to take them into top 8.
Oh, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. And, you know, the funny thing about these matches in day 2 is that we've seen quite a few more mirror matches. We didn't get any on day number 1, so maybe we'll have to see whether or not we get any more. Amazonian, thank you so much. We'll see you a little bit later, but bye for now. And let's go ahead and welcome Skarzig onto the desk. Skarzig, you're going to be casting a winning in. This is going to be incredible.
The groups have tied themselves up. We don't have to worry about tiebreakers. Everybody knows, the players know that everything is on the line at this point to make it to day 3, to make it to that top 8. And we're also blessed with some really spicy lineups. I'm really looking forward to casting the next couple games.
Yeah, this one is going to be great as we, we're getting into Kevin versus Odyssey.
Let's go ahead and pull up that versus card. Just to give everybody the preview, the visual to go along with your explanation, Swim.
All right, so, Kevin on the left, of course, has a Plunder deck, pretty standard, a Lulu Poppy deck, and of course, the Sivert Demacia. Keep in mind, Kevin, one of the kind of like the best players recognized in the South America region, and honestly, a really, really strong standing from him so far.
And Odyssey, coming in from Thailand, has been playing very well, is running the Ping City list, which has not really been performing too well, but when you're playing a deck with so much aggression and so much burn, there's always a chance for you to get an almost free win when you combine that with, of course, the Lulu Poppy. Depending on how the bans land, we could see some very quick matches coming through.
Yeah, overall, I mean, I think that a lot of attention is being given to, Draven decks of any kind, both Sion and Caitlyn and Ezreal, and a lot of attention is given to Zoe Nami, but not enough people are talking about how good Bandle City is overall. I mean, Bandle City has so many good decks across all of these iterations of lineups. A lot of lineups are bringing 2 different Bandle City decks in them, and we can see that in Odyssey's lineup as well. I mean, it's a really, really powerhouse in this region.
Well, let's hear a little bit more about one of the players that is participating in this win and in. Let's hear about Odyssey.
สวัสดีครับชื่อพุทธิวัฒน์ตันติเจรณีชื่อเล่นชื่อเก่งชื่อในเกมชื่อ Odyssey นะครับผมมาจากประเทศไทยครับก็รู้สึกตื่นเต้นมากๆเลยครับผมเพราะว่าจะได้เจอกับผู้เล่นในทวีปอื่นที่นอกเหนือจากซีผู้ต่อสู้ที่คิดว่ายากที่สุดน่าจะเป็นอลันทีฮิวเพราะผมดูสตรีมเขาค่อนข้างบ่อยแล้วก็มองว่าเขามีการคิดเพลย์ที่ยืดหยุ่นแล้วก็รวดเร็วดีผมว่าก็คงรู้สึกดีใจแล้วก็ภูมิใจในตัวเองมากๆเพราะว่าเป้าหมายสุดท้ายของผู้เล่นที่เป็นสาย PVP
I love how that is the second player in our interviews to say that they're scared of Alan. I mean, Skarzig. That makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we all know that Alan is a very calculating, very powerhouse player. And coming into this tournament, you can really see that Odyssey is just happy to be here, right? Happy to be amongst the best of the best. Hopefully, he can get a little cockier, right? Believe in yourself, my friend, because if you win this one, you will be advancing to the top 8. And, so far, so good. Things have been very, very close. We haven't had the dominance that we did see from NA yesterday. So, still very close, and it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, and I mean, we can talk a little bit more about the lineup, Skarzig, if you're interested, because I'm curious actually what you think about these lineups. Like, who would you say is favored, like lineup to lineup?
I mean, the Plunder, I think, has been underperforming overall. Aloof Travelers have been hitting some really good targets. We've seen players come up short, unable to draw their champions, but Feel the Rush is just such a potent wild card that if Odyssey thinks that he should ban that out, you've got 2 ridiculous decks remaining.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, Odyssey, of course, has the double Bandle, the Draven Sion, Kevin on basically a completely different lineup, using a lot of similar constituent components, but on the other side, the Plunder, the Akshan Sivir, and the Lulu Poppy. Not a single overlapping deck here, except for, of course, the Lulu Poppy that they both brought. I mean, if I had to say, Odyssey is looking pretty favored here from my perspective.
The more aggressive, I think, color of the matchups and the overall lineups from Odyssey means that you're always going to have that edge against a slower, more mid-range style that Kevin has brought.
Yeah. I mean, if you're one of these players, Skarzig, I mean, let's say if you're Kevin, like, who would you think about banning here?
I think Lulu Poppy maybe needs to be the ban. That's one that's just so explosive. It gets on the board so quickly. You're thinking about maybe Sejuani coming down and AoE frostbiting the board. That's like the dream. But I think that deck might just be a bit too fast for you. You have to get so lucky with like triple Monster Harpoon to keep stopping Poppy and Lulu over and over and over again.
Yeah, Lulu Poppy's really scary. I think the ban might come into Scion Dra. Oh, we see the ban. It's Sivir Akshan and Scion Draven. All right, so Scion Draven gets banned out. Sivir Akshan, an interesting ban from Odyssey.
Yeah, I felt like the Ping City was decent into that one simply because you can go so much wider than they can in the early game. You've got so many tools to pop the spell shield on the Sivir, and maybe you just aren't worried about that outcome anymore. But I think that over the course of the day, we've maybe seen some players have awkward, very, very awkward times trying to find targets for their double up. And Akshan Sivir is one of those matchups where you're constantly worried about Sharp Sight and Shapestone throwing off your math there.
Yep. So a bit of an unconventional ban we see from Odyssey here. The Akshan Sivir deck, normally considered pretty weak into Odyssey's lineup. I could have seen a ban into the others, but we get into game one. Odyssey on the Ping City deck, and of course Kevin representing the other side of Bilgewater, the Sejuani deck.
And with two champions in hand, the game plan is ready to go, but there is a chance with such a heavy draw that Odyssey could just come out of the gate swinging. We've got Stone Stackers ready to go with Tough and Impact. It's going to be difficult to take this down.
I'm going to be honest, Skarsig, this looks disastrous for Kevin. I mean, this turn 4 attack, 2 turns from now, Odyssey is going to have a full board. Kevin is in top deck mode. He frantically needs to draw something that he can play right now. And he draws another Sejuani. He has to pass. This is so awkward for him.
This is absolutely cursed. This Plunder deck has inherited the old so many bricks you can build a cathedral from Fiora Shen back in the day. We've seen such awkward draws from this archetype. It's really unfortunate to see. Beyond, however, it looks bad now, but as a caster, we got to try to even it out a bit. Maybe Odyssey just only has this in play and just doesn't get any card draw, runs out of fuel.
Copium. No, exactly. Odyssey, he's got the 2 Stone Stackers. These are dealing 3 damage each. The Corsair at 2. I mean, this is already sending Kevin down to 8, and that's even if Odyssey, you know, he doesn't even need to open attack here. If we're looking at Kevin's hand, he's got to figure the open attack is the best play, of course, because there's a lot of 4-mana cards like Yordle Grifter that's likely to just shut this out, and Odyssey's maximizing his damage here, so we definitely like this open attack.
Yeah, look at this big Monster Harpoon being cashed in just to take out a 2-drop. Kevin, this is going to give Odyssey so much information about Kevin's hand quality.
Yep, exactly. And I mean, we get to turn 5, so Kevin is about to start playing basically his first unit all game.
Oh my god, it comes down here. Finally, we've got Gangplank. And
Skarsig, he drew the 3rd Sejuani.
And there's certain matchups where you kind of need this to happen, but now I cursed it. I said that they were having trouble drawing their champions, and Kevin said, well, and I took that personally. So now the Sejuanis are all coming out to play, and just so much wide damage. We got Lecturing Yordle, and there's mana to still cash in. Oh no.
This game's over next turn. This is an absolute blowout. What is going on?
Potential for these aggressive decks to get these free wins puts now Odyssey in a position to have 2 shots.
And I mean, we can see, you know, Kevin, at least he's handling it pretty well. You can see his face. He's just kind of like staring straight forward, kind of stoically. You know, he's not too worried about anything that's happening. He knows that sometimes in card games, you just get a little bit unlucky. We're going to see the surrender. And wow, that's one of the biggest blowouts. That might be the biggest blowout we've seen all tournament.
What an incredibly heavy draw from Kevin. At this point, we know that Kevin is going to draw the next game like an absolute champion, because the RNG, the bad luck has to even out, right? It would feel so terrible with everything on the line to just have the card game variance boogeyman come through to rob you of this opportunity. Odyssey now feeling very comfortable. 2 opportunities with Poppy, Lulu, an absolutely monstrous deck we've been talking about all day.
And I mean, not only that, but Kevin also has to win not just the mirror match, which is a bit of a toss-up, but the plunder matchup into the Poppy deck, and that is very unfavorable for Plunder as well. So, the odds are really, really stacked against Kevin here. He's gonna have to pull something really, really impressive to take the series.
We've at the very least got an early curve, but Odyssey has Yordle, Smith, Lulu, and Poppy. Odyssey truly blessed here in this series, trying to get his way into day 3. Seems pretty likely from this position swim.
Yeah, and I mean, keep in mind, this is pretty much it. Everyone's tied up. Everyone who's still playing is all one-on-one. So at this point, for the rest of the day, winners make it through and losers do not. This is just a pure even bracket. I can't believe we actually saw it turn out like this.
And I can only imagine the pressure that the players are on at this point. Kevin is so thankful to have an early curve, and Odyssey is just feeling free to take all of this damage because you know once you get your setup on the board here, looking at this hand, all you need is a rally, and with this Yordle and Arms, it's going to be all she wrote.
Yep, and of course we can see that, I mean, there's nothing that Kevin can really do here. He goes for the Make It Rain just to try to chip away at the Nexus damage to enable the Black Mark March, and he gets a 1-mana Sharp Sight, which is actually going to come into play.
And the curve is definitely a little bit more evened out. Gangplank coming through with some overwhelm damage. Sejuani to maybe even out against a Poppy. This is looking a bit closer now.
Yeah, this Gangplank draw is really, really huge, Skarzik, because Kevin's basically on the aggro win condition right now. I mean, he has the 1-drops. The Mirai giving the Shell Shocker was absolutely huge. Shell Shocker is like the best thing you can get off of Mirai, and Odyssey is down to 9, and this is Kevin's chance. The Gangplank draw changes everything because now Kevin has his over-the-top condition. He's got the elusive in hand in the form of Zap. He's got Sejuani and Gangplank. I mean, Kevin might be able to punch through this matchup, and if he can, then we're going to the Vandal City Mirror.
Then Sejuani now can pick her target, second Sejuani, potentially enabling Fury of the North to push through even more overwhelm damage. Odyssey has a fantastic curve from this deck, but not enough time.
Yeah, this is actually turning out disastrous for Odyssey. I mean, he's going to get an attack in here, and Kevin will have to block something, but Odyssey, even with the rally, is not going to be able to race down fast enough.
There's so many strong chump blockers to just stop this damage. We know Lulu Poppy, their weakness is that you need the Vandal Commandos or leveled up Poppy to get that over the top damage.
Oh man, this is crazy. This rally is actually huge as the Make It Rain taps Kevin under. This is a huge, huge rally because the Lulu levels up off of this rally. It's her 3rd attack. She's going to 3 health. She can heal the Poppy, and suddenly Odyssey's in the driving seat because the Poppy's getting back to full health.
This match has been so volatile. The card draw trying to suggest one player having an advantage over the other, but it comes down to what's going on board. Kevin opting for a slower line of Zap, not just wanting to slam down the Gangplank, and really sacrificing a lot of tempo here, being forced to block. And now, with Lulu Poppy essentially clearing a board, taking over, Kevin is now shaking. If I can't kill this Poppy, she will level up next round, and suddenly we do have that over-the-top damage that this deck is going to need to close out from such a health total. 7 HP now for Kevin here in game 2. Odyssey within a stone's throw of securing that top 8 spot.
Oh man, and this looks bad for Kevin. I mean, the bad matchup gets worse. Even though he had the early aggressive play, he's just under too much pressure at this point. The rally top deck by Odyssey turned everything around, and now Kevin is struggling to find out a way to be able to survive one more attack.
Sejuani onto the Poppy just gets nullified because now you have the help picks to grant her barrier.
It does deal damage though because we do have Overwhelm, but the help picks changes everything here.
Yeah, saving the Poppy and then just getting that +2/+2. You've got the impact damage. You've got potentially Yordles and Arms next round combined with the Vandal Commando. There's just so much going on, and Kevin's heavy hand does not have the reactivity you need at this point.
I mean, there's no possible way for Kevin to survive one more onslaught from Odyssey's board. It's just not going to happen. So Kevin is basically just looking for lethal right now. The Zap will level up the Sejuani if put on the left side, but he knows that Odyssey just played the Bandle Commando, so he knows that the elusive blocker is there. The Sejuani levels, and now the way Kevin has an out here is off of something like a warning shot off the top deck. That would allow the Sejuani to freeze the entire board and maybe give him a chance to win this. He needs to find it right now.
And we'll see the top deck. Dreadway
going to do it. Sejuani without triggers.
Heavy. And Keeper's Verdict off of Poppy number 2 gonna send Sejuani back to the top of the deck and clear a pathway to victory here for Odyssey.
It does allow a new Sejuani, but this is not going to be enough to stop all this damage because Skarzig, Poppy is also leveling on this open attack that Odyssey can do. Well, he can play Tenna first, but the Poppy is going to level. Leveled Lulu plus leveled Poppy is a nasty combination.
Yeah, you just give the attack right back to the Poppy. You've got even help picks to put vulnerable on the Sejuani and just drag her down to the side.
Yep. And with Poppy just giving everything impact, I mean, you know you have the ability to generate lethal here. Honestly, just double checking.
And now we're just waiting. Yep, just hovering that eye, doing the math. Big shout out to the Oracle's Eye, by the way, making some of these board states look a little bit cleaner. And Odyssey just breathing a sigh of relief, it seems. Still worried, right? I mean, 1 HP from Kevin Lore, still worried about a warning shot top deck because now you're committing, right? You're committing into potentially your board getting value traded, and then Kevin swings back on you. But you have to take advantage.
Exactly.
You have to take advantage
of
playing
around
this
that
massive...
shot.
Yeah, and look at this. Putting the barrier on the Lulu, saying out of all the units that are in play right now, Lulu's the one I need to save because this is going to repeatedly buff up my elusive unit.
Yep, and Odyssey sees no warning shot. And look at that big ol' smile on his face. This is the face, Odyssey, this is the face of a man who knows he's going to top 8. Odyssey securing his position in day 3, the finals of the tournament.
The Plunder deck could not get it done. We know that this has been a bit of a weak link over the course of the last couple days, and even the Ping City has looked a little bit weak, but that game, that aggressive blowout, just might change everybody's opinion about this list. That strong early draw up against the heaviest brick we've seen, I think, over the last couple days. Just so unfortunate, but big congratulations once again to Odyssey, Southeast Asia, really representing today.
Yeah, they're picking it up, and I can't wait to see how every region is going to perform by the end of the day.
I mean, we still have 2 more matches to go where we are going to decide the final 2 players moving on to tomorrow's top 8. But this is super exciting. I mean, remember from the interview, Skarzig, like, Odyssey was just happy to be here. Now he has he's moved on to the second stage where he has a real shot at becoming the world champion.
The lineups that we've seen here, the games that we've seen, we know the play is clean. It's just about those smart bans, reading your opponent's matchups, because we saw like the ban there was a bit odd, but it paid off in the end. 2 shots with Lulu Poppy to take that series was just phenomenal, and hopefully Odyssey doesn't get intimidated, right, at this stage of competition, recognizing, hey, you've made it to this point, you deserve to be here. And who knows, maybe we'll see he'll come in tomorrow with big shades on, swag Odyssey. I'm here for it.
I hope so. I hope so. The big sigh of relief was very, very cool to watch. But let's go ahead and show off the standings because we have moved 1 player on from Group C and 1 player on from Group D. Group D, Yamato and Odyssey both securing their spots in the top 8, but we still have to decide between Ragnarosich and Allen and Majin Bay versus Shihu. This is going to be an incredible end to the day, and I can't wait to see what's going to happen next. Swim, what are your kind of final thoughts before we move into these final 2 matches?
I mean, I'm honestly excited to see how EU performs. Both Alan and Shihu are people that I've known for a very long time. They were both playing this game from the very start, almost 2 years ago now, and I'd like to see them do well. I really would, especially after EU's showing in day one, you know?
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. We're going to keep the suspense going, though, because we're going to be taking a short break, and then when we come back, we're deciding everything. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Legends of Runeterra World Championship. We have 2 more matches, and we are going to decide the final 2 players moving on to day number 3, where the top 8 are going to be battling it out in a single elimination bracket. Bringing you all the action for this second to last game, we've got Skarzig and Mogwai joining us on the desk. And Mogwai, I gotta start off by asking you, let's just call it what it is. I think shade was thrown at you from Swim. What do you have to say about that?
I just love that he says that right as he's about to leave. You know, that's phenomenal. All I gotta say is Shihu and Alan are doing well. Dinger is coming for you, Swim. That can be taken out of context in a way, but whatever. I stand by what I said.
Well, I don't want to wait any longer to get into this match because I really want to see the results. So let's go ahead and get into it. Group C, match 6. Nice. Skarzig, take it away.
We've got Alan versus Ragnar Rostic. Now, Alan has had just these games that have come down to these grinds, and Alan, we know, wants to be the control at all times, and we could honestly see with the chips being down, everything on the line here, the winner advancing to top 8 day 3 of the World Championships, Alan might have a change of heart. Can we see perhaps a shift in his playstyle to be more aggressive and take advantage of some of the tempo he's been earning through his strong play?
I am so excited for this matchup. There's even, a little bit of history between these two, and it's just going to be really exciting to see who comes out on top. These two players have always been at the top of the European tournaments. Ragnaroshik is a Russian player that has made a name for himself for multiple top performances, and Alan is one of those players, perhaps, in my opinion, one of the very best players in the world that hasn't really achieved a title yet, like no seasonal win or anything like that. And I feel like his time is coming. His gameplay is just spectacular, and he's focused on that reactive sort of gameplay. Nothing makes Alan smile more than to shut down what his opponent is trying to do. And we'll see how this matchup plays out, because these two lineups are very different. Action Sivir is the only deck these two have in common.
Action Sivir and then Caitlyn Draven have been the decks that we've seen Alan on all day, because the third list, for those of you who don't recall, is actually a Shellfolk deck. It's taken the ban every single time. The scariest deck in the tournament, being played by what several players have said is the scariest player in the tournament.
Indeed, I would love to see this deck. I'm actually really on the fence about what bans are going to happen here, because this sort of lineup, both of these players have a rather peculiar lineups compared to others, and they also match up really awkwardly in certain cases. Both of them are playing Action Sivir, like we mentioned, but then it's Pink City and the Bandle Tree. The one Bandle Tree player in the entirety of the Worlds is right here in Ragnaroshik, and we'll see if Alan opts to respect this deck or just lets it go through. It really comes down to what they opt to ban. What do you think? I'm gonna throw the problem at you, Skarzik. What do you think are there options for banning?
Because there's a ban here that's pretty obvious, and then it opens up the mind game, right? Where Ragnaros is just like, okay, I'm playing Bandle Tree, I'm just going to ban the Caitlyn Draven because I'm going to take that Scorched Earth out of the equation. And so if Alan anticipates this and says, well, I know that this deck is going to get banned, do I want to keep Bandle Tree up, or do I ban it in response just to keep myself from getting high rolled? If you're a player who wants to play slow, keep the games going long, then Bandle Tree becomes a huge hindrance. But oh my god,
we get to see it! We get to see it, ladies and gentlemen, and this is very good call. The Draven Caitlyn ban, a deck that actually matches up not only well against Bandle Tree potentially, but also against Akshan Sivir. And Ragnaroshik says he wants nothing to do with it, but we finally get to see the Ezreal Vi Shellfolk deck, and Petrus Panda would be so proud. It's probably both excited and nervous at the same time, because it all rides on this. If I need to remind the viewers here, the winner of this match will advance to the top 8. It's all on the line, and we got the potential of an Action Sivir mirror as well.
Action Sivir mirror matches can go very volatile one way or the other, and I think that in the mirror match, Alan's style of wait and see could actually make Ragnaroshik misplay, where Alan is passing at you and you just begin to overthink, oh my god, does that mean he has the rally? Does that mean he has the sharp sight? And if you are the player that is forced to commit first and you get blown out, you basically can no longer get back on the board, right? With Merciless Hunter and with the threat of rally, so much quick attack hitting your Nexus, that could be a very volatile mirror match. I think the wild card play is actually going to be the Bandle Tree here. We know the Shellfolk deck does have Aftershock in it. There is still landmark interaction there.
Not only that, they could also potentially prank with a Curious Shellfolk on the board and get the Scorched Earth that Ragnaroshik is running in his deck as well. There are several options to deal with a Bandle Tree late game, and if Alan is able to stop the early onslaught from the Yordos, he could potentially set up a late game burn win with Ezreal. I've seen this deck in action, and when it gets going with Curious Shellfolk, you don't run out of gas. Your spells are very cheap. A lot of them burst speed, and Ezreal just starts blasting again and again and again until the Nexus is down to 0. So just so excited to finally see this deck in action. I think chat is also really excited for it. Here we go.
this deck, look at this, Trinket Trade, Conchologist. We have this early game prank package that can slow down your deck, your opponent's deck, if it is too aggressive for your taste. There's now going to be the huge decision around, do I save my Trinket Trade for the Shell Folk, or do I absolutely need to prank in the early game in order to keep my opponent at bay? Already on round 2, we've got the Treasure Seeker coming through, and a little bit of aggression. Ragnarsich on the Ruin Runner version still.
Yeah, I wanted to mention that real quick. He's running triple Ruin Runner, no Vicarian Bruiser, and no Screeching Dragon. The only player, he seems to have like his own thing going on with his lineup. I do like several tech options here. Like he's also playing a one-off of Quicksand, which we saw in another series. Referencing what you said earlier, I believe in this Curious Shellfolk deck, you generally always want to hold on to your pranks for when Shellfolk comes down, because the value is just amazing. Not only do you get to weaken one of their cards, you get a version, you essentially get to nab their card because you're reducing the cost by 1. It's just so, like, value-wise, Alan's deck will win. The key question here is, can Alan survive the early onslaught? And right now, it's looking pretty neat with this Mystic Shot. Even though there's a Sharp Sight in response, there is a Thermogenic Beam, but the problem is, it seems like there's nothing Alan can do to prevent 6 damage to the face by turn 3, and that's a pretty brutal hit here.
Taking that damage early is going to be so important for Ragnarsich to get the tempo. Because the Ruin Runner is still this deck's top end, there's a lot of overwhelm damage that can still punch through. The Spell Shield, even though we have Pokey Stick, etc. to pop that, being able to follow up beyond that and clear that body before you take the overwhelm is going to be absolutely terrifyingly difficult for Alan to do. Thermo being cashed in early, this is probably one of the best targets, but still, going into round 4, we don't have a big threat just yet.
Good draw there by Ragnarsich. Heart of the cards, baby, getting that Sivir. Because he had no good play. I mean, he had the 1-drop, right? He could carry over the spell mana, but I feel like at this point you definitely want to be applying some pressure. In response, Alan sees Sivir go down. He's like, I cannot keep taking damage. I need a chump blocker. And we see the Poro Cannon and double Poro on board, gonna get him an attack now that he knows he doesn't have to play around the likes of Sharp Sight, getting a little bit of chip damage on him, but most importantly, chump blockers to slow this onslaught down. He's taking a big hit already. He cannot afford to take more.
And with these Poro Cannons coming through, this is going to buff up the Vi a little bit. Ragnarsich trying to seize the opportunity here with this tempo. Not even worried about bluffing any spells, just swinging in, forcing through. Vi going to trade into the Ruin Runner here. And things are still looking stable. We're heading into round 6 now with the Curious Shellfolk. We'll see if this value fiesta can bring Alan back into this game.
You would think that you could develop the Treasure Seeker alongside the Sivir and then go for a Concerted Strike to remove this Shellfolk. But if Ragnarsich actually opts to do this, he will be punished. Instead, this is why these are the best players in the world, man. Instead of opening the 1-drop, he goes for the Shapestone onto Sivir, just completely denying the counterplay right there. And before Alan loses the Curious Shellfolk, he will generate the value with that. Give me a moment. That is a Trinket Trade. There we go. With the Trinket Trade, he's able to generate 2 Otterpuss, and 1 is 0 mana, which essentially allows him to ramp up, right, with the Attune. As he has another Curious Shellfolk in hand and more pranks. He's got the value, like we said. He can just draw an insane amount of cards from his opponent. But
I think Alan is in a really great position here because of the Shellfolk. We've seen this happen over and over again with these Sivir decks, where you've got Sivir in play, sure, and the rest of the deck, the rest of the hand is just spells. And so if this prank train leaves the station, you know, Ragnarsich is in a position where all of these spells become unplayable, or it takes your entire turn to play 1 card, and then Alan just pulls ahead. 1 Concerted Strike already off the table means that the second Curious Shellfolk might be very, very safe in development here.
I love this Pokey Stick. Really like this Pokey Stick. And Ragnarsich is just like, I'm going in. I'm not sure. This rally is a little bit desperate, to be honest. It comes off a bit desperate because you still got that chump blocker. And
because Ragnarsich knows that if Alan gets to the late stages of the game and this value just overwhelms him, that you're forced to be as aggressive as possible and try to end the game, but there's no Akshan here, there's no Vagabond to get that Palace ticking down, to get that over-the-top extra value in card draw that this deck really needs to close out these games. Ezreal also hitting the board. Now you have more Mystic shots being generated to help you keep this board under control. Look at all the mana now at Allen's disposal with this second Shellfolk hitting the board.
This is when we start to get fun, ladies and gentlemen. This is when things start to get fun. We see a Cataclysm here being applied to kill off the Ezreal. Allen can deny this potentially with Mystic Shot and some fumes, but opts not to, respecting the potential of combat tricks, knowing that he has another Ezreal in hand. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen. And he's gonna hit all spells. Like, this entire hand is spells, so the prank value is off the charts. And you got a 3-mana Golden Aegis, a 1-mana generation for the Sunstone Charger, and all of a sudden you are crippling Ragnaroshik's hand, and Ragnaroshik is in deep. Like, he really needs something like an Absolver here to even represent a chance. Allen has stabilized, ladies and gentlemen, and he is going to generate a ridiculous amount of value. This deck's debut is gonna be a success, it seems. Down goes the next prank. Will he hit the okay, he does not hit the Quicksand, but he does hit the Shapestone. 3-mana Shapestone. His entire hand is awful now. And he's got 0 mana combat tricks. Oh my god.
This is why this deck has been banned all day. Just putting a barrier on the Shellfolk just to have a blocker. Allen knows that I'm going to take over this game. I don't need to attack you. Ezreal will level up eventually.
And setting up that kill with the Sun Fumes onto the... Oh man, that's just beautiful. Like, you have knowledge. Like, this is what's so good. But I was saying the Quicksand because the Quicksand is the one card that just stops Ezreal, right?
Yeah.
So, but the thing is, Allen is waiting for this to happen so he can respond with the Sun Fumes. Just next level play, because guess what? Now, yeah, you can go for a Shapestone to save her. But it's like, it's 3 mana, and you're just running out of gas. You're very preserving your unit. You're still going to get her down to 1, which means that Pokey Stick right there, he doesn't even need to go for his own Shapestone. He can just poke that Sivir next turn, and this is just looking amazing for Allen here.
And because of the pranks, there's eyes on the Golden Aegis and the Waking Sands. And now you're playing around, what are the odds this next top deck is anything that's going to threaten me? Aftershock could even hit the Preservarium to deny even more resources.
Double Preservarium is not bad because it allows Ragnaroshik to crawl back to this game and try to find some combos here to try to overwhelm Allen. Allen's generated a lot of value, but he's also running a little bit low himself. He's gotten some good cards here and there, but they're also relatively low impact here. Minimorph, really neat, but
yeah,
he needs a bit more presence though.
Yeah, a lot of card generation, a lot of ways to deal with what Ragnaroshik is doing, a lot of ways to slow it down. But Allen now is in a position where you've got this position of advantage, but can't really press anything aggressive. Here comes Time Trick. Because this is still a predict, Shellfolk is going to give you an extra copy. This synergy is wild.
Amazing. In 2 Time Tricks, which means this is exponential value. This is actually exponential value here if it is generated by Allen. Gotta get potentially Otterpus or the Mystic Shot. 2 Mystic Shots, pretty good, you know, especially with the ability to draw another Ezreal as well. I mean, he has 1 Ezreal left in the deck and he can try to predict for it. Otterpus is also really, like, it's also a very nice play because Otterpus gives you bodies, right? But I really like that Mystic Shot. I'm happy he took that Mystic Shot right there. Down goes the second Time Trick. Let's see what he picks up this time. Oh, he picked that real fast!
Oh my god! We're just looking in the box here, Panda.
Okay, somebody.
This is lethal! Look at all these Mystic shots, and don't forget, Aftershock can go face!
So anyways, I started blasting. I really, really wanted to say that. I'm so happy I got my moment for that. Here we go. That is one of the sexiest lethals I have ever seen in Legends of Runeterra, and this Curious Shellfolk deck definitely showcased why it's been banned 2 times prior. What a dominating game 1 for Allen, 1 game away from getting the top 8 position. It all comes down to his own Sivir action now. It is Ruin Runner versus Vikarin Bruiser, the movie.
The Vikaran Bruiser is a technology that has been adapted into the Sivir lists because it's a little bit better in the mirror match, right? You just get to play down a big 5/5, really impressive stats for the cost, and the way it combines with your concerted strikes and your single combats, your cataclysms to get even more lucky finds, to accelerate your palaces and your Sentinel's Horde. The way that it snowballs, it can sometimes become a Ruin Runner anyway, or become an extra Sivir anyway, means that Alan is specifically adapted for the mirror, whereas when we compare it to the Ruin Runner version for Ragnarsich, it's trying to bully some of these low to the ground chump blocky decks. We've seen a ton of Plunder today, a ton of Lulu Poppy, just as an example. But now we're actually going to see Bandle Tree from Ragnarsich switching it up here.
Oh,
How do you feel
looking
about
at
this
both
matchup?
Action and Sivers in case we got a mirror match here, but no, it is actually Action Sivir versus Bandle Tree first. I believe Ragnarsich must feel more confident with this matchup. I mean, this is not a matchup we've seen up to this point because this is a very rare deck, but it does have it does share a lot of similarities with other Bandle Tree decks that we've been seeing. And one of the things to consider here is that while they can spread out really well with a bunch of different units, the Sivir Action list has a really solid chance at its picking off these units and getting favorable trades with the barriers, the combination of that. Merciless Hunter puts in the work, the combat tricks as well. It's going to be interesting to see how this plays out, but he's got that really solid turn 1 tracker into turn 2 Bright Steel Protector. You're always happy to see that, especially when you got that attack token on turn 2.
Because the Bandle Tree puts you on a specific clock, Alan is now in a reversed position where he needs to be incredibly aggressive. We could see some very reckless, some very audacious attacks from Alan's side coming through here. We do have Vagabond now on 3, so the extra value of the Palace, which Ragnarsich was missing out on last round, will be enjoyed by Alan. The Chump Blocker is just going to keep coming through, but it's only a matter of time before Alan, with the quick attackers, being able to force your opponent to block while not sacrificing your own board, maybe results into a rally, into a victory.
Indeed. And I want to clarify something for the newer players watching that may be wondering why is he playing House Spider in this deck? There's a very neat thing to take into account, and that is that while the House Spider is Noxus in regards to this region, the Spiderling that it spawns is from Shadow Isles, which means that by playing this 2-drop, you advance the requirement for the win condition in the Bandle Tree by 2 stages. And that is why you play, not only because of the synergy with Poppy, but it's just like there's so much good going on with this thing. It's important to know, you know, and I'm also going to come clean here, Scar's sake. I actually learned this like a few days ago, but yeah, for newer players.
The deck building that in the synergies that have come through for Bandle Tree, when it was first revealed, I admit I thought it would just be a happy, fun time, sort of meme deck. You know, let's all hold hands, ring around the rosy around the Bandle Tree. And then it was like, wait, this deck is meta? Oh, wait, this deck is really meta. And now that the entire metagame essentially shifted against this deck, it explains why Ragnarsich is the only player that brought it here to the top 16. And it has still been getting banned here and there, but with a wide board and Poppy, Bandle Tree isn't necessarily the win condition like you pointed out. This could just be a wide attack. Concerted Strike needs to come through to stop this Poppy.
I was just about to, I was just thinking that, he has to concert here. He cannot let this Poppy swing. I think we've seen throughout this tournament just how dangerous this champion is, and the reality is, if you have an answer for it, kill it. Just kill it. Just get it out of there, because she will just win games. The amount of value that she generates with attack, the fact that she grants everything, it's just, this board could become really scary really fast. And now we're going to see a clean slate here, ladies and gentlemen. Both boards are going to go, or not. I mean, you don't want to, it feels bad to block with the Bright Steel Protector onto the Telescope. That's why the Telescope is so good, man, because you may think, well, it's understated, but it's still a 2-1. And it feels so awful to trade a 3-2 into it, but you do, in this matchup, want to do your best to keep the board just unitless. Keep it simple.
Keep the board clear. Because this is going to allow Alan, when the board is clear, it gives you so much room to play a big singular unit. The Vikaran Bruiser is perfectly timed here. There is no combat tricks, there's no Sharp Sight, no Shape Stone, so playing the Akshan is incredibly vulnerable to a potential Buster Shot. And Bandle Tree coming down 7 out of 10.
Also, you don't have to worry about this Poro blocking into you, and you having a Ravenous Flock, because Ragnaroshik is not running that. So he actually pokes his own Poro to prevent the lucky find generation and does find a second Buster Shot. But throwing 2 Buster Shots at a 5-drop, that feels bad.
And now the Bandletree's other ability is that it's going to generate a follower from a region you have not yet played. So Slippery Wave Rider, good old Slippy, making an appearance here in Worlds. A nice elusive unit. You don't even care about pushing through the damage, right? You just want the followers to be played.
We may see a group shot here from Ragnaroshik trying to make this an even trade, even though you can still just buff Sivir with the lucky find. I honestly, I knew it was advanced, but I didn't know it was already going to be at 8. Like, that Bandletree is really close to just winning the game here for Allen. But we also see that the Warlord's Horde is about to flip, and we could see not play action here. Just I mean, he could play action. Oh yeah, now he's gonna play. Never mind. But
yeah, because then you get the Sentinel.
Because if he flips this here now, he doesn't get like the Sandstone Charger, because he needs to end this game like really soon. If not next turn. I would like to take a look at the Bandletree right there, because it really does matter what regions he has left. Because if he has access to those regions in his deck,
the remaining regions are the way this deck is constructed. It does have access to all the regions. You don't have to rely on RNG. That's what makes it so good. PNZ and no, not Shadow Isles. That came off the Spiderling. It's PNZ is one of them for sure. And
Ionia? No, he played the Owlcat, right?
Yeah, Owlcat was Ionia. We already got Protocoro for the Freljord. Why can't I remember the final region? This always happens to be Mogwai. Shurima?
Yeah.
Yes. Good job, my friend.
Oh, thank you. There's the Fallen Feline. Yep, it is indeed Shurima. So he cannot win this turn, but he can win the next one, which means this may very well be Alan Z's last attack, and I don't think this is anywhere near enough.
Yeah, we've got double Preservarium to draw a lot of cards here. We've got leveled up Sivir in play with Fearsome, and Fearsome does so much work for going over the top.
I didn't see Fearsome! Oh my god, I slipped. I forgot about the lucky find, and I didn't notice the Fearsome. I was so focused on talk. Wow!
Yeah, we were looking at the Bandletree to figure out how close it was, but AoE Fearsome is ridiculous!
Whoa, wait. 6, 11, wait, he's just going for lethal like this. Oh my god, does he have him? Oh, if he open attacks like this, he has him. What is he playing around at this point? Mini-morph.
He's
worried about Mini-morph. He's worried about Mini-morph, which is why he's playing this. But oh no, does he lose lethal? No, because he has this sharp side. Never mind, he has the sharp side. This is over. This is actually over. Allen is going to advance 2-0. I am so sorry. I missed on the Fearsome completely. That is incredible.
Sharing that keyword is huge. Being able to punish. We were thinking about maybe something like Overwhelm to punch through these chump blockers, but Fearsome to just go above them instead. Allen with a clean 2-0, advancing to day 3 to top 8. You know he loves it, and I'm so glad that we got to see Shellfolk.
Amazing. What a dominant performance. Allen is in the top 8, ladies and gentlemen, just defeating his rival in Ragnaroshik in a 2-0 fashion. That's gotta feel good.
Oh my gosh, especially when so many players have feared Allen coming into this tournament. A lot of those players are gonna have to play him now.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He doesn't get knocked out. He doesn't get knocked out of the tournament, and now Shellfolk. We finally there was a chance for it to just be banned all the way through, and then players maybe going into day 3 without a good idea of exactly how ridiculous it can get. But we got a small glimpse there, and we could potentially see day 3 where Shellfolk is just perma banned.
Yeah, I think that game 1 was a very good example why people have banned this deck basically the entire day. So we're gonna see the Shellfolk, we're gonna see the Darkness tomorrow. Like, these are spicy. Things are super spicy, Mogwai.
Yeah, that's why I was watching in the watching room the matchup between Yamato and Cello. People saying, "Oh, you're rooting for Cello. He's a Spaniard speaker," and I think he's an awesome guy. But I really wanted Yamato because I want to see Darkness in the top 8. Like, I'm really excited. I also think he's a phenomenal player, and this top 8 is shaping up really neat. We got our first 2 Asian region players in the top 8 guaranteed, and now Alan is in Europe, baby. Let's go. We just need Shishu to take it now, and it's the perfect day.
Well, we'll have to
Not
wait
biased.
and see. No bias? Are you
No,
sure?
no, not whatsoever. I'm a professional.
We can only hope that we somehow get Darkness and Feel the Rush, like these completely out of left field decks all getting rewarded. There's the mindset of, I'm going to play the best decks in the meta, I'm going to counter the best decks in the meta, or I'm going to invent my own meta.
Oh, well, let's go ahead and pull up the standings just to catch everybody up to speed and so you can visualize who is moving forward so far. At the half point of the day, we had everybody tied at 1-1. And so every match, these last 4 matches, has mattered because now Alan, Yamato, Odyssey have all clinched their spot in the top 8. And the last 2 players to decide it all are Majin Bay and Shihu, which will be battling it out in our final match. I cannot wait to see who our 8th and final player is going to be moving on to day 3 to battle it out in that single elimination bracket. Skarzik, I hope you had a ton of fun. It has been a pleasure having you for these past 2 matches. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, and we're going to welcome in Panda. Panda here. How are you feeling going into this last and final win it in?
I mean, after that Shellfolk performance and after Alan qualifying, relieved, very happy, and coming into this match as well, just extremely excited. I mean, Shihu with his lineup, Majin Bay, his kind of record in the past year in Runeterra, for this to be the deciding match of the day and deciding match of that group is going to be very, very exciting, I think.
Wait no longer. Let's just jump right into it. Magway, I'm going to let you take it away.
The one downside to this amazing series is now I gotta hear you gloat about it for a while, right?
Maybe in private. I'm gonna pretend that I don't care right now, but maybe later you're gonna hear a few things.
Looking forward to it. All right, but you know what I'm looking forward to even more? This matchup right here. I think it's amazing that this is like the last match of the day because this match is just so unbelievably hyped for me. Because you Shihu with the like my favorite lineup from this tournament. Just without a doubt, and Majin Bay, a beast of a player, one of the favorites, especially from the NA region, to just take it all. And only one of these 2 will advance to the top 8.
If there's ever a time you're going to think, these events might be scripted, this is it, because this is, the best, I think, ending to today with just 2 great players, 2 great lineups, 2 great storylines, and just a win or die moment for both of these players. And not only that, but if Shihu wins, that means there's 3 European players qualified to top 8 and 3 Americas players. So it's just complete parity in that kind of regional rivalry as well. So it would be the perfect storyline, of course. But Shihu's lineup, we're seeing it here. Zoe, Heimerdinger. That is not a technical or graphical glitch. This is the actual deck he has brought to the tournament.
Feel the Rush,
Dinger?
and How dare you?
Caitlyn Draven. It's a very good deck. We've seen Shihu perform with it, really well today. And this is a deck that, we're going to look at Majin Bay's lineup, but Majin Bay is scared of. This is a deck that is countering his lineup to some degree.
Oh, definitely. Like I can see. I mean, the Zoe Nami, that's a bit of a stretch. I do believe that's a very likely ban coming from Shihu here. But the Draven Scion and the Rally deck definitely can be. We've actually seen how Heimerdinger was able to take down. I mean, unless you top deck, 3 Lulus and top deck a Lulu right at the right time to shut down a Great Beyond. We've seen that Heimerdinger can actually be a menace to these sort of Bandle Tree swarmy decks. And when it comes to Majin Bay, his lineup is definitely much more standard. We see the infamous Draven Scion and the Zoe Nami. I think Majin Bay's lineup is honestly the scariest for me because all 3 decks are bannable because of how good they are. And you can only take away 1. So it's going to be really interesting to see how Shihu approaches this. What do you expect Shihu to take out here?
Well, in the same way that the kind of the optimal lineup in the qualifiers was, Nami Zoe, Draven Scion, and Sivir Auction. I think now this Lulu Rally deck has taken over that and kind of the theoretical standpoint of optimal lineup, best matchups, scariest thing to face in terms of what do I ban because everything is so good. So in that line, I think Majin did a very good job of preparing, or at least getting some help from his teammate What Am I, because they have the same exact lineup, and What Am I went 3-0, so that's already a pretty clutch reasoning going into this day. But the ban is going to be Zoe Heimer and the Rally deck on Majin Bay's side. Zoe Heimer was obvious. It has an auto-win matchup against Draven Scion. You have so many ways to stun and sunburst and deal with Scion and just control the board with Heimerdinger's turrets. And obviously Heimerdinger is just out of range of most of the kill spells in the Draven Scion list. The interesting matchup here that I want to go over, Mogwai, is going to be the possible Draven Scion into the Feel the Rush deck. You would think that this Feel the Rush deck is teched towards Draven Scion. It has freezes, it has flash freezes, and it has, archers. It doesn't. There are absolutely no freezes in this deck, and that makes that matchup actually maybe even good for Scion.
Definitely, like you could definitely see that this Field of Rush deck is actually more geared towards Nami. So not shocked to not see the Nami ban right there. We were mentioning it earlier, but it is main decking 2 copies of Despair. But before that, I just really want to mention Shihu looks absolutely mentally devastated by having his Donger banned. That's not a bad word, right?
No,
in English.
Don't worry.
Thank you.
But asking the question makes it a worse word than it was if you would have not, got into the topic.
I just needed to know at this point. I'm like, if I screwed up, I screwed up,
We're going to see Feel the Rush in hand already for Shihu. He has obviously the enormous, powerful spell. No Ione in the meta, so it's going to go through most of the time. We're going to see here the Draven list for Majin to start things off in game 1.
That Avalanche is looking really threatening. Gonna represent a lot of value potentially. It depends on how much Majin Bay opts to spread, but obviously his looking at his hand, his 1-2-3 here is pretty straightforward. He does go for the attack beforehand. We could see a ramp here from Shihu, and that is indeed what happens.
And it's usually the case where, on turn 3, on turn 4, it's if my opponent open attacks, you ramp. If my opponent develops, you avalanche. That's, it's if you've been playing Runeterra for some amount of time, you've been playing against some kind of Shadow Isles Freljord control deck, in every single meta, and that's how it goes on turn 3.
We're definitely going to be expecting a lot of passing here from Shihu. He's the reactive player, and he has to, whenever he's down on mana, kind of has to return the ball to him, and we're going to see this Avalanche go down now, definitely setting up that Draven to go down to a Vile Feast as well.
And we have some Grasp of the Undyings in hand as well, a card that we haven't seen so much in recent metas. It's kind of been power crept to some extent, doesn't feel as powerful as it used to in kind of the beta or the vanilla days of Runeterra. But we do see some very strong cards like Feel the Rush, Double Feel the Rush, and the Tryndamere coming into hand as well, which is kind of like Scion, but more expensive to some degree. It's, again, the biggest thing to note here, I think, is the lack of freezes against a Scion coming down on curve. It's going to be very hard to stop that damage from coming through.
Some Dredger going down, sucking through the deck. And there is the Grass of the Undying and a Vile Feast just cleaning up this board and getting him up to almost full HP.
And this is what this deck is all about. Control the board, have drain spells that give you your health back from the early turns where you couldn't really, play onto the board because that's not your game plan. And then come in the late game with unstoppable overwhelm units like Tryndamere and Trundle once he's leveled up and take over the game.
And that's one of the things, man. Like right now, we were really wondering if this deck would be able to, but it's kind of like to be able to survive, right? But it's past the most dangerous part of the game, and we're getting to a point where, first of all, I just gotta stop what I'm saying because I just realized that box.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Box
that box
is a card that in this meta, when you're playing Mayor and then playing Telescope and then playing, the Zero Mana Poro and Fizz, Box is a pretty good card. It's a very good meta call to bring a deck like this one because it has versatile answers, kind of a toolbox type control deck that really has answers to almost everything in the meta. And Shihu opted not to bring flashes. That was kind of the one trade-off, but he has answers to pretty much every other different kind of threat in many different decks. And in this case, no Scion means that there's no really tall unit you want to freeze, but he has control for the kind of the wider boards with Ruination, with the box, and with the Avalanche we saw earlier.
I think Shihu is forced to play the box here. He can't pass. If he passes, he loses too much momentum. He wants to get a little bit more, but you can't get greedy.
Yeah.
You're taking out Draven and the Zonite here. That's just good enough value. This this Physician is not really threatening. You can even chump block it if you need to, but getting rid of the Draven and really minimizing the impact of that board, yeah, the 4-2 with Fearsome is going to come down, but you can potentially even grasp with the Undying it if you were to need to do that, but I don't even know if that's a necessity at this point. And we're getting close. A couple of turns from now, it's Feel the Rush time, and I think that just almost wins.
No Scion to be seen. That's the biggest thing. No Scion. 19 HP still for Shihu. Looking at the hands and comparing top ends, I mean, I think there's no comparison here. We see double Tryndamere, double Feel the Rush for Nation. I mean, this deck is geared towards these next few turns. Tryndamere comes down. For those viewers at home who maybe have forgotten what Tryndamere does, he does have a level 2 that comes out when he dies. So this is kind of like Scion. I mentioned the comparison wasn't just, kind of sarcastically comparing the mana values, but also the effects they have. It is somewhat similar, but Tryndamere's second copy, of course, is a 9/9 that isn't ephemeral. It'll come back. No rally effect, of course, but still a very big body you have to deal with twice.
And it got buffed, ladies and gentlemen. Now it has tough, which is not very relevant, but
what do you mean it's not relevant? There might be a Whirling Death, Get Excited, Mystic Shot that wouldn't be enough to kill it. I think it's very relevant.
True. You know what? I'm just awful. I take that back.
It is still a very wide board. Here, Runation, you can cast it and kill off Tryndamere, and you're kind of fine because he comes back, of course. The biggest thing with this deck is obviously you're playing into two kind of things. If you go very wide, there's these huge punishes. If you don't go wide enough, there's going to be these single target answers like Vile Feast and like Grasp of the Undying to deal with the kind of the smaller attack.
I think you definitely block with Tryndamere here. You're worried. Oh, maybe he does have access to stuff like Scorched Earth, and he's playing at least a couple of them, right? So, but that's the only thing that he's really gonna worry about. And this Field of Rush is just so much value. But he's gonna be able to clear this Tryndamere. He's actually gonna be able to clear Tryndamere.
You have another one in hand. That's the thing that Shihu is. Do you see him sweating? No, because he has just so many more. Like there's not just this one thread that once it's taken down, his game's over. He just has everything lined up for the next few turns as well. And there's not pressure from Majin Bey. He's down to burn spells, to Fallen Riders, and to no Scion yet.
He's at 15, ladies and gentlemen. Shihu is at 15, and we are gonna see a bit of a mini concert going down here. As a 10-10 Trundle and 10-10 Tryndamere are coming in. There it is. All right, it's Big Boy versus Big Boy. The ultimate showdown, heavyweights. Let's go.
Majin Bey is not happy, and I think no one ever is once they see Feel the Rush being played against them, because this is obviously, the biggest spell in the game for a reason. You're bringing out two enormous champions with great keywords at a very high attack and health total, and very few decks and very few game plans can deal with this kind of threat.
But we mentioned Scion actually can trade into the Trundle. It does hold the Trundle back, but I mean Trundle doesn't have Overwhelm, so it's not like it could have been chumped by anything, to be completely honest. Like he's winning through Overwhelm damage. The tough.
Mogwai.
I said the tough was not relevant, but the tough.
I was waiting until you would notice how relevant the tough is. So you're eating your own words from 2 minutes ago, because the devs balanced Tryndamere for this moment.
Dude, I was mocking it. It's actually super relevant here.
They knew Shihu would bring Feel the Rush to Worlds, and this buff is actually extremely relevant for a champion that has been, for the most part, forgotten, has been memed about in the past few months. But Shihu is proving that these forgotten champions are still very, very strong.
And the thing is, because Trundle did not level up, now when he plays the Ice Pillar, it will be an 11 health with Regeneration, which means that it can actually block into Scion as well.
Another Tryndamere.
And live. Ooh, Battle Fury. He didn't even need to attack there, to be honest, because if he does things right, considering there's already been one Scorched Earth going down. This is, I believe it may only be one Scorched Earth, because I was looking at the Draven Caitlyn list instead. So
I will
looking
answer
at
that question.
Majin Bey's lineup, it is one Scorched Earth. There's no other way for him to deal with these big units.
And this is something that when I spoke to Majin Bey before the tournament started, he told me that he was actually celebrating his birthday at Disneyland during the prep phase of this tournament, and he was kind of worried because a lot of players with their Draven Scion lists have kind of adapted it and added a lot of tech cards. They've added Fervors, they've added Decimates, they've changed things around, and he was scared they wouldn't have the right tech cards going into the tournament meta that we're seeing today. So this was definitely something that he had on his mind, and he thought he might have been a bit behind on.
I mean, this lineup is hard to predict. We can
That's
both agree on
definitely
that.
true. I think if you ask 100 pro players in Runeterra, there would be no one coming even close to guessing a lineup like the one Shihu has brought.
I could not help but just like I said, he became my favorite player of the tournament just because of his lineup. And that Heimerdinger game was amazing. And here we're gonna see Sion actually taking down the Ice Pillar. Majin Bey trying to sneak in some damage here and there and see if he can find a way to get somehow some win with Sion here. But the problem is he's got one big dude
Mogwai.
and Shihu has two.
Mogwai.
And there's another Field of Rush.
It's happening, Mogwai. Oh, it's just a Withering Whale. Okay, never mind. I thought that somehow the battle period would be going onto the pillar. That would have been an interesting moment. But no, it will be the Withering Whale. I think that does make a lot more sense. You heal back up if you're Shihu. You deal with the elusives that would be chipping damage little by little. You hit the box here as well, taking down
clean.
2 more units on Majin Bey's side of the board. And still, these enormous champions are on the side of Shihu and ready with the attack token now, with the Battle Fury now as well.
Yep.
To push
I think
even
it's over.
more damage through. Look at this buff onto the Trundle. How do you stop this? It's going to be 5 damage coming in through Tryndamere. It's going to be 13 damage coming in
It's
through
hilarious. You
Trundle.
actually have to block. The fearsome means he has to block it with
And
Sion.
there's nothing you can do. Battle Fury means that even if you're at 20 health for Majin Bey, it's not enough. These champions are unstoppable. And Shihu takes game 1 in this series with Feel the Rush against Raven Sion. The old meta taking on the new and showing it, why these champions were so respected in the past.
Amazing. Like people were mocking Feel the Rush. And not only Twitch chat, I'm not gonna point any fingers, but also some of the fellow casters, like, okay, this is a bit of a suspect deck, and yeah, it's actually like I think the 2 times that I've seen it, it's won immediately. It's doing really, really well. We didn't get to see it against Nami, but it was tech for Nami with a double despair. But definitely still a bit of a scary matchup nonetheless, because a lot of its removal is damage based, and Nami can definitely navigate around that, right? But now he has a more reliable reactive deck, I believe. One that's a little bit sharper at killing certain threats. But obviously, first of all, Majin is going to queue in Sion Draven, because Sion Draven has an excellent matchup against Draven Caitlyn.
Exactly. This is a very favored matchup for Majin Bey. It would be very surprising if Shihu somehow managed to find a line to win this, because you don't have the right answers for something like a Sion in this deck. You have a lot of removal, but Sion's a unit that if removed, he just comes back bigger and stronger, and I guess ephemeral as well, but with a rally effect to company.
Draven's biggest fan going down, stopping the House Fighter from attacking, also giving Majin Bey the Draven draw, which is very, very key here. As he has a couple of Get Exciteds that really need those axes.
Look at the hand. If the Sion wasn't there, you would almost think this is also Draven Caitlyn from Majin. Has a lot of control tools. You tend to see more of the explosive, Fallen Riders, Great Physicians, and the whole discard package with Lost Soul. But in this case, a very removal heavy hand here with Get Exciteds and with Mystic Shots.
And we see Aloof Travelers go down here on turn 4. He will get rid of Sion. I mean, it does progress Sion's level up, but it still nets some card advantage.
And it's still, you have to count on drawing that Sion later on, and sometimes, we've seen it with Lee Sin, we've seen it with these very champion-focused decks. If you don't find it later on, you're going to be in trouble.
He may be respecting the Lost Soul, though. He may be a little bit worried about that. But he passes back, and he respects it, and instead plays the Sump Dredger. Does not want to give him a free Revenant.
And he might
just Sump Fumes. Yep.
I think he's going to want to wait to play the Aloof on turn 6. He wants to wait because if Majin Bey has Lost Soul in hand, he wants to get the value from this Lost Soul as soon as possible. Something that you don't want to wait till later. So at some point between turn 4 and 6, he's going to try and discard the Lost Soul, get the Twin Blade Revenant on the board, and at that moment, there won't be this, get down Mr. Present, meat shield, helping Sion stay in the hand. And once, you have a very small window of time, but I think Shihu knows very well when that window is, and he will capitalize on it with the Aloof Travelers.
For sure, that's such a great point. You do have no reason to rush this Aloof Travelers, and the longer the game goes, the more likely it is that if he does draw into a Lost Soul, especially with 2 axes in hand, he's going to discard it to try to generate some Twin Blade Revenant value, and that's when you hunt down the Sion, as the Rider goes down here for Majin Bey. Decent board state for both players, pretty even actually. Not a clear attack here from either player. You can opt to trade Okay, he's gonna resort to the Flame Chompers. So I assume he's gonna be dragging that Twin Blade Revenant with the Flame Chomper. He's gonna get that 5 damage onto him. Important hit without a doubt.
Yeah, you have to start chipping away little by little. We mentioned it, I think everyone that plays Runeterra know this. In the color combination of Noxus and PNZ, there is no healing. This is something that's been very relevant in so many metas, and every single bit of chip damage helps at trying to reduce that Nexus to 0.
There it is, and you know what? If Majin Bey plays his own, oh my god, if Majin Bey plays his own Aloof Travelers that he just top deck, he's gonna discard his Lost Soul!
Oh no, Shihu gets enabled. Second Twin Blade is now activated. The infinite train of value is reaching terminal velocity. And Majin Bey cannot be happy about this. I mean, it's a match point here. This is a do or die match for him. He has to win this to stay alive and to keep his chances to get into the top 8 alive as well. And nothing is going his way in a matchup that should be favored. We talked about it at the beginning.
Yeah, exactly. But that's one of the things, whenever we say a matchup is fair, this is a card game, and these are also some of the best players in the world. So there's a lot of factors going on that really will lead to the unexpected happening.
And Shihu knows the exact reasons why the matchup isn't favored, and he knows exactly what kind of play patterns to navigate to try and not enable those matchups or those play patterns to really punish him.
Getting his Twin Blade Revenant, unfortunately not free. And there we go.
All right,
got it
now
back.
Karma.
Got it back for it.
We got parity now. I think Shihu knows he deserved that one to get that one back. And it tends to happen. It is pretty common. Of course, Lost Soul is an 8-mana card, so kind of the direct counter to Aloof Travelers if it is in the deck. Scion was sniped, which I think was definitely fortunate for Shihu considering this recent top deck on turn 7 of the Lost Soul from the Aloof.
Shihu really debating what to do here. He's got a lot of options. And this is where we really see high caliber player sequencing in action. He has so many different windows here. You can develop that Arachnoid Sentry to stop the Twin Blade Revenant from trading into one of the Aloof Travelers, but that's not a trade that you're too upset about anyways. And Arachnoid Sentry can just be absolutely crucial against Scion, but he opts to go for it anyways.
I think the biggest thing we haven't touched upon yet is the fact that this version that Shihu's running has Ezreal in it, and this gives him the potential to have an alternate win condition with Ezreal's burst speed, damage to the Nexus, which is something that Draven Caitlyn players, when they're playing for maximum value, they don't really have this alternate win condition. They have to just control the board, and controlling the board against Lost Soul is very difficult because you're never going to run out of resources for either player. I've seen, I casted Fight Night last Friday, and I saw a mirror between Lost Souls. Let me tell you, Mogwai, the match lasted a very long time.
I forgot that this was the Ezreal variant. He just runs one Caitlyn.
Yeah, she was one of the few
Caitlyn
players
and 2 Ezreals
that got the split here, and this split I think will definitely benefit him in this matchup.
For sure, 100%. He can keep piling up, and if there's a bit of a stalemate, that Ezreal is a legit threat. Especially because once it's leveled up, it's not even killable by Get Excited. So Majin Bey's interaction is quite limited to pretty much the Revenants, right? So his attack turns, and there's a lot of things that Shihu can do to navigate around that, and Ezreal can just keep pinging. He needs to get a little bit of damage on him though.
Yeah, this is all about, we talked about the chip damage, the no healing, and Ezreal. He's gonna get burst speed kills of course, but this isn't the Shellfolk deck where you can just burst, with burst spells from 11 HP or 12 HP. This isn't Ezreal Karma. You can burst with Ezreal, sure, but there isn't going to be kind of this huge 20-0. It's going to be more like 8 or 9 damage total coming from Ezreal's burst speed damage.
I like how neutral you are with the Shellfolk deck. I would be obnoxious at this point.
I just spoke facts. It is the true case that Ezreal and I have seen this happen. I have performed this many times.
No, I'm complimenting you here. Like I'm saying, you're being professional about it. I wouldn't be. I would just be boasting about it like all day.
One thing that is missing for Shihu is the Tri-Beams. This is one of the big variants between these two decks, of course. Scion on the hand of Majin Bey, and that kind of very heavy top end that can really close out games. And for Shihu, it is obviously the Tri-Beams being kind of the centerpiece in terms of deck building for this deck. And he hasn't found them. He has 3 copies, of course, in his deck, but none have been there in hand, kind of charging up value since the beginning. Majin Bey, I think, has to be nervous, thinking that, oh no, how big is this Tri-Beam getting? I've just seen, Draven and Sentry and all these different 3-cost cards coming down, but he's actually quite fortunate there isn't really a big Tri-Beam in the hand to really swing the value in the late game.
But Shihu can take advantage of the mind games. and just kind of like keep that 5 mana open, and that 5 mana just like really should scare Bay at this point. So he's got to respect that. We're going to see double relevant attack, one of them just diving into Draven, the other one picking off the elusive unit.
We talked about the chip damage. These elusives are part of that, game
Yes.
plan to try and sneak in a little bit of damage every turn, make things a little bit awkward for Majin Bay, force him to use his own Mystic Shots possibly to stop damage coming to his Nexus instead of trying to push damage onto his opponent's Nexus. So this is, a long-term war of attrition. The addition of Lost Soul into the game made it even more so. It is kind of the slowest, kind of more grinding matchup ever, where you have to try and find that small window of either board space or mana later on in the game to try and push some damage into the opponent's Nexus.
Shihu looking for a strong open attack here.
Yeah,
getting
that's
rid of
what we're
the
just
Twin
talking
Revenant.
about.
Yep. Getting rid of that last unit in the back there. Having a 6-on-3 attack. We do see Majin Bay has the option to get excited into that Flame Chomper to generate a blocker and remove a unit on the board. He also has access to a Mystic Shot that could shoot down, for example, the Arachnoid Sentry as well. So he's not completely vulnerable to this attack, despite the more unit-based mid-range nature of his deck. But he's got to stall, because right now, the win conditions, I think, are pretty clear. It is Ezreal for Shihu, and it is Sion for Majin.
This is the awkward point here for Majin, where he doesn't really have a unit play for this turn. He can't really get more blockers on the board. He doesn't want to commit. I guess that Flame Punch number from hand is one way to do it, because he doesn't want to commit the mana this turn, because if he does, he just opens up a slot for the portal to come down. So it's really just useless. You want to use your spells at fast speed once the open attack is submitted on the next turn. So playing out the Flame Chompers from hand, it costs you mana. You almost never do this, but in this case it's free because you wouldn't have used that mana anyway on this turn.
Exactly, and the get excited, it's good. Like you need to make use of these Lost Souls. You have 3 Lost Souls in hand.
And
you
now that
discard
there's
one of these to get it going.
There's no mana for the Poro, so now you change game plans. You're able to use the Get Excited before you swing to the next turn and not waste any mana. That one little beat of mana might have been relevant in terms of the tempo on the board coming into this turn.
Not a great draw there for Majin.
He's waiting for the Scion.
Yeah, he's not finding it though. Here we go, big swing. There's still Mystic Shot. So definitely expect him to. I mean, he's got some good trades, but definitely expect a Mystic Shot onto the Arachnoid Sentry here. Shihu holding back though.
And you know one thing, Malwai, the Mystic Shot and the Get Excited being used on these 2 turns means that there's 2 less removal spells once Ezreal comes down. So this is all about the long-term game plan for Shihu. He's forcing with this big open attack, with this pressure, and this is kind of a classic thing from these Ezreal Draven builds from back in the day. You force. You put a lot of tempo on the board, you pressure your opponent, and then you force them to make these commitments, and they can't really have any removal open up for Ezreal.
There's a lot of things to consider here with this line of play. Shihu going for the Axe here means that he has 1 less burst speed spell to capitalize on with Ezreal later. And double Scorched Earth is a little bit awkward here because there's no targets for it, and you need to you have reliable spells from when you go for the Ezreal win condition. So Shihu definitely wants to delay this match quite a bit more. He needs the game to last a little bit more. He needs a strong swing here, and he needs to find a way to just keep this rolling. He's definitely very vulnerable to a Scion top deck at this stage. Like, it's looking rough for Majin, but he's getting his Twin Blade Revenants back onto the game here, and a Scion top deck could just be really, really bad for Shihu.
We have seen 1 sentry come down on Shihu's side. He has 2 more in the deck. That would be obviously a way to stall Scion at the very least. Not to stall him entirely, not to remove him from the board, but at least to stop that 1 attack token turn where Scion can swing in. And that might be the time you need to just get Ezreal on the board and start pumping in spells.
I think something that we could both definitely agree on here is this is anybody's game at this point.
Yeah. It's going to come down to top deck. We talked about the kind of the attrition, and the long-term value, and that's what it comes down to. And once you're going into this space where we're seeing the cards, obviously not reduced to 0 because the Lost Souls will continue cycling each other, but it's going to come down to top decks and who finds that really powerful power play later on. Still no Tribune for Shihu, and that's kind of the really thing that you count on to swing the game going into this much mana later on.
Yeah, but not a great draw for Majin here with that Twin Rider. Not really, the Fallen Rider, sorry, not really what you want to see, the Twin Rider. I mixed it with the Revenant. Oh, come on! That could happen to anybody.
I mean, maybe yes, but especially to you.
Oh, wow, thank you. Appreciate it.
And things have definitely slowed down now, I think. It tends to happen once the Twin Blades are just slowing things down, challenging any kind of big threat. We're seeing a Poro Cannon, which is relevant to have kind of these discard activators for the Lost Souls as they come back into hand. Caitlyn is cute here, but obviously the traps and her effect overall with quick attack isn't extremely relevant going into this stage.
I'd argue it is. It enables these Scorched Earths potentially if the game drag darks out. Like, actually, this Caitlyn may be crucial here for Shihu. He draws into a Get Excited as well, which is good to have with Ezreal, so he can keep that Poro in hand, actually, potentially, and keep it as a discard fodder if he were to need it, even though these Revenants will actually take that role, so never mind. But definitely good to get, you know, it's definitely, like, no, don't get me wrong, it's definitely late for Caitlyn, but better late than never in this case. Very, very key. These traps are important.
I think for any viewers at home who are maybe not completely sold on why a lot of pro players were saying that Lost Soul was a very, very strong card, possibly the strongest card in the game right now, I think this game will do a very good job of highlighting exactly why this card is considered so strong by so many top players. It is just an infinite value engine. When you're looking at it, you know, just looking at the numbers, looking at how the card works, you might not think too much of it. But in a deck like Ezreal Draven that really tries to grind their opponent out, it used to have this Farron top end and this Ezreal top end, and that's shifted because when you have an infinite control tool like Twin Blade Revenant in terms of value and board control, it's just crazy.
Speak of the devil! Look who's here!
Farron, and this is Shihu that runs. He's sticking to some old classic with Ezreal and Farron. He did not give up on the units that he's been playing this deck a lot. I think he really believes in these units, and they're gonna do a lot for him here.
Doesn't this kind of like force out the Mystic into Scorched Earth?
It does. You have to do it.
It, right? That's crazy. Like, that's like, this Ezreal's gonna have no answers. That is amazing.
Well,
it is a
except for
one-off
the Twin Blade Revenant, so you're gonna have.
Yeah, but I mean like from spells, like on the turn that you have the attack token, you have he won't have to worry about his Ezreal being taken down. Wow.
Mogwai.
Especially because this Scorched Earth is a one-off.
Is only one part of the package. Decimates are parts 2 and 3 of that book, and we talked about Ezreal and Draven and these color combos not having any heal, no denial spells, no heal. What do you do to stop Decimate at this point in the game where we talked about War of Attrition, things grinding out, everything getting super slow now with the Twin Blade Revenants? Something's going to speed up this game. It's going to be a 4-mana Decimate or a 5-mana Decimate, 4 points of damage going to face. Time Winder can also go face. Get Excited can also go face. Burn is in hand. That's lethal.
He's got lethal in hand, and now Ezreal comes down. There is no answer, I believe, here unless he topped it. He topped like Scion finally, but a little bit too late.
When Scion swings in on the next turn, Ezreal wins it at fast speed with Get Excited and Time Winder. You can play the Ezreal now. You can swing in with Mystic Shot.
You can Time Winder the Poro away too. You can Time Winder the only elusive blocker away for Ezreal and get the value from like the Mystic Shot going as well. This is amazing for Shihu.
And Shihu's proving
actually amazing.
He stuck to part of the old formula of this deck. He didn't fully transfer like most players have, and he's being rewarded in this matchup.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. This Time Winder is going to deal a lot of damage. Not only 1/1 pings, but also 2 damage to the Nexus. Or, no, just taking out the blockers. What am I talking about? Get that Rider out of here. Oh, my lord. This is over. This is so, wow, he actually overcame a really tough matchup. Shihu going to get a dominating 2-0 performance after that devastating round 1 loss to Kevin Lore. He brings it back, and the polls are in the top 8, ladies and gentlemen.
It's not lethal quite yet, but with the Decimate in hand, once the spell's committed, we talked about there's no denial in this color combo, there's no healing, there's nothing that Majin Bey can do here. We can see it Get Excited, we can see a Mystic Shot, both going to face. Ezreal on the board as well. Shihu 2-0 sweep of an incredibly strong player in Majin Bey, and he advances to top 8 of Worlds.
Outstanding. Shihu in the top 8, and we got it. Raise your doggers, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see your doggers in the chat. It's still not. It's a good word, right? Okay, yeah, raise them.
And Shihu proving everyone wrong. When I saw his lineup, I'm like, this guy is absolutely crazy, but I respect him as a player. I knew something was up, and he is showing us why he brought these decks with the crazy wins he has and drawing a ban onto Heimerdinger, something I never thought I would say going into Worlds.
Love it. This is better. Like, it's one of those cases where reality surpasses fiction, man. This has been amazing. This day has been crazy. This day is crazy.
I am enjoying the timeline that we are in right now, and especially thinking about what we are looking forward to tomorrow. day 2 was just full of spice. I can't believe some of the deck lists that we got a chance to see. And the performance specifically that Shihu put on in that last set. I mean, you were both so excited about it. Panda, I'm curious to hear your thoughts, especially about the fact that it was a very old style of decks.
Very old. I mean, Trundle Tryndamere is kind of a 1-year-old boogeyman that everyone was scared of at some point. Then it kind of got phased out, power crept. There were scarier things in the meta. But Shihu is proving to us that these champions that everyone has forgotten about are still very scary with the right build, in the right tournament meta, and looking at specific matchups like the ones we saw today. And really, I mean, great performance from Shihu. I think the parity in the Americas versus Europe rivalry is also great to see here, with now 3 players qualifying from Europe today, 3 players yesterday from Americas, and 2 Asian players as well. So really, there could not have been a better end to the tournament. I think Majin Bey not making the top 8 is unfortunate. I think he's a very, very strong player and someone that I respect a lot. But overall, it's been a great day of Runeterra.
Just get Swim in here. That's all I'm gonna say. Because he said something before, and I haven't forgotten.
Oh my gosh. Well, we're going to get to that soon. I promise, Magwai, you'll be able to have those words with Swim. But Magwai and Panda, thank you so much for taking us through that final match of the day. We're going to go ahead and go to the final standings. We know the 8 players that are moving on to day number 3. And just to catch you up to speed with what happened in day 2, for Group C, it is Alan and Yamato making it forward. And Group D, it is Shihu and Odyssey. These have been incredible performances from all of these players that performed today and yesterday. We have seen some incredible action, and the group stages have definitely not disappointed when it has come to the action that we've seen so far. But I want to hear everybody's final thoughts. We're going to pull in all of our casters that took you through the action today, and what were you excited about? What was your favorite part of the day? And maybe what are you looking forward to? We're going to bring everybody in and hear what they've got to say. Casanova, let's start with you.
Well, I got it. Unfortunately, we went from 3-0 to 0-3 for the Americas today. Little unlucky, but I'm not upset because we got the 3 spiciest lineups through, I think, with Shihu, Alan, and Yamato. And I think, also, Shihu and Alan, they have some competitive experience in a game that I originally was known for and went pro in. And I got to support my boys from that game as well. And I know that I'm excited to see people coming from there and having a lot of success, though. The Polish boys are popping off.
And I'm really looking forward to the top 8 lineup tomorrow. In fact, I'm really looking forward to seeing if Darkness can eke out another win. Probably my favorite deck we've seen today, the surprise champion there. We also did get to see that Shellfolk deck with it had a stellar performance with all those mystic shots.
I mean, we've been talking a lot about just the decks and the really weird lineups that we weren't expecting to see today, but there's also a few cards that made some guest appearances. We saw Slippery Wave Rider and the Snap Vine, making an appearance at Worlds. Every single card in Runeterra is Worlds viable. You've heard it here first. I want to see everybody spamming that Snap Vine now.
And talking beside, deck list and cards specifically, I think today, if there was one word to use to describe it, is redemption. Not only for Europe, we talk a lot about Europe, but we had a European player qualify yesterday, Gosimo. Today was also a big redemption day for the Asian region. The first 2 players who qualified were actually from Japan and from the C region, and they did exceptionally well. And one of them pilots Darkness, which just makes me a fan immediately. So hyped for tomorrow. I can't wait. And I want to hear what Swim has to say as well. So
I was telling Mogwai about this, almost looking scripted, how perfect the ending was, I think, in terms of, the region parity, in terms of players like Alan and Shiu, who have, like Mogwai said before, not had the most success in terms of what you would think they would do with I think, the level they show on every tournament. Things just did not go their way, but today, finally, they make it to top 8. I think they're fan favorites in Europe, so it's going to be great for the whole European scene as well. And Shellfolk, a deck that I might have been the reason Alan brought us to this tournament, got 2 bans and got a win, so I am ecstatic about that as well. I think it's a super fun deck to see in action as well. And hopefully in top 8, it continues to upset some players.
For sure. Yeah, for me, I'm a fan of regional parity as much as I was, really hoping we could just get, 6 Americas players in the top 8 and just, bask in the glory. I'll have to settle for the world champion being from the Americas, so that's good enough for me, I guess, realistically. But yeah, it's great that, we had a Japanese and a Thai player come through. We had, the Polish pair come in as well. So, good job on that side, plus Cosimo yesterday. And yeah, 2 Americans and a Brazilian back on day 1. So, I'm glad we've got a bunch of different representation. I'm also glad we have different deck representation. I think it's like only 3 Zoe Nami decks that got through. So I keep seeing like Reddit and Twitter pop off about how this deck's broken, and yet there's only 3 in the top 8. So it must not be that good. Meanwhile, yeah, we got to see Darkness come through and everything else. So it's fun to see like a lot of variety.
Yeah, I mean, overall, we had, North America and America's regions in general had a pretty strong showing in day 1, but as mentioned, didn't quite perform today, and ends up, just as Freak mentioned, I mean, there's 3 competitors from the Americas, 3 from EU, and 2 from Asia. I mean, it's incredibly even going into day 3, the top 8, and I'm just excited to see who takes it.
Well, thank you so much to all of our incredible casters for bringing life to all of the plays and all of the stories that we had today. We're gonna go let you get some well-deserved rest, but we'll see you all back tomorrow to bring us through the action of day number 3. And I am just so looking forward to what day 3 has to bring. We're gonna go ahead and pull up that schedule for everybody just to walk you through everything that has happened so far for these last 2 days of competition. We already got through the group stages where yesterday we saw groups A and B competing, and today groups C and D, to take us to our top 8 players that are going to be competing tomorrow in day 3's single elimination bracket. We've got What Am I, Odyssey, Alan, Cosimo, Aikado, Yamato, Shihu, and Real Key that are all going to be battling it out to see who will be crowned the Legends of Runeterra World Champion. I am so excited to see what's going to happen tomorrow, but thank you so much to everybody that tuned in today. Thank you so much to all of our incredible players that have participated throughout the World Championship. I hope you all tune in tomorrow to hear some new storylines, create some history, and see who will be crowned the Legends of Runeterra World Champion.
Ooh, 13 coming through and getting Alan down to 6. He's got a heal, and he has an elusive finisher.
Yeah, he lets it through. You're so right, Andy. This is definitely the right decision.
That's lethal just with the attackers. Never mind that there is burn to the face that Jello has stolen here. And Jello getting the win for Chile in the first round. Love to see that. Feel the rush finish. Here comes the ice storm, and everything is dead. Swinging in for double lethal.
Dominant victory from Odyssey after that back-breaking game 1 and just taking out one of the favorites in the tournament. But
this one did from 0 to 100 real quick, and Alan is going to find the victory, making this group have everyone at 1-1 Freak. It's a full-on reset. Every single match is the most impactful match.
He knows he doesn't have a way out. He's trying to draw. The saddest thing about this is Cello, we won't even get to see the 3rd warning shot, because the first warning shot deals 6, the second one deals 2, that one's it. And Cello is out of here.
But oh no, does he lose lethal? No, because he hasn't seen the sharp side. Never mind. He has the sharp side. This is over. This is actually over.
Alan with a clean 2-0, advancing to day 3 to top 8. You know he loves it, and I'm so glad that we got to see Shell Folk.
In this color combo, there's no healing, there's nothing that Majin Bey can do here. We can see it get excited, we can see a missing shot, both going to face Ezreal on the board as well. Shihu 2-0 sweep of an incredibly strong player in Majin Bey, and he advances to top 8 of Worlds.
Outstanding. Shihu in the top 8, and we got it. Raise your doggers, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see your doggers in the chat.